Contents. Author's preface to the English translation. Translator's acknowledgement. Part 1. Fascism and the era of world wars. 1. Fascism as characteristic of an era. 2. Fascism in Europe. Fascist movements. Interpretations of fascism. First definition. 3. Methods and objective of study. Criteria of selection. Part 2. The Action Franchise 1. The Disparate Roots. 51. Introduction, Revolution and the Political Doctrine. 51. Christian Conservatism, De Maester and de Bonald. 57. Critical Liberalism, Comte, Le Play, Renat, Taine, Fustel de Coulanges. 61. Radical Conservatism, de la Tour du Pin, Drumont, Bars 2. History. Introduction, The Dreyfus Affair. Maurras development to 1898. The Action Franchise to the founding of its newspaper. 96. From the founding of the newspaper to the end of the war. 100. From the end of the war to the condemnation by Rome. 106. Condemnation by the Vatican. 109. From the Vatican's condemnation to the defeat of France. 111. Vichy. 114. Charles Maurras trial, imprisonment, and death. 119. 3. Practice as consequence. 125. Introduction, the place of practice and its motivations. Organization of the Action Franchise. The leadership. The style. 4. The doctrine. Introduction, the hidden system. Fear as the origin state and sovereignty state and war state and classes. The enemy as a whole. The battle. The philosophical basis. Part 3. Italian Fascism. 1. History. Fascism and the Action Francaise. How the European knot was tied in Italy. Digression on method. Mussolini the Marxist. The war as revolution. Struggle for social democracy. Nationalism. D'Annunzio in Fiume. Mussolini's darkest year. The socialist face of 1920. Fascist reaction. Mussolini's unexpected rise and his last battle for coherence. The beginnings of national fascism. National fascist totalitarian development. Dictatorship. The last autonomous stage. Despotism of conquest and satellite state. Return to the origins. Repubblica Dissed. 2. The fixed doctrine. 3. The irksome precursors. 4. Practice as premise up to the march on Rome after the seizure of power. The Sturris era. Epilogue. Part 4. National Socialism. National Socialism and Fascism. 351. The background, the race doctrine. 353. History. 365. Adolf Hitler. 365. Austria, the progressive feudal state. 374. The German Reich, the feudal industrial state. 379. War, Revolution, and Peace Treaty. 385. Hitler's political beginnings. 396. Teachers and forces surrounding the early Hitler. 410. The fresh start. 422. Appeal to the masses and rise to power. 427. Single-minded seizure of power. 432. War in peacetime. 438. Levels of war and degrees of resistance. 447. Universal hostility and end. 455. Practice as fulfillment. 461. 1919 to 1923. 461. 1925 to 1932. 468. 1933 to 1939. 472. 1939 to 1945. 496. The doctrine in context. 507. Fear and its intentions. 507. Unconditional sovereignty. 513. Eternal war. 515. Absolute supremacy. 517. Distant models. 522. Global struggle for recovery. 524. Nature and anti-nature. 527. Part 5. Fascism as a metapolitical phenomenon. The concept of transcendence. 537. Marx, Philosophical Discovery and Critique of Bourgeois Society. 543. Nietzsche, The Pre-Bourgeois Soil of Culture. 551. Max Weber, The Theoretician of Bourgeois Society Before Fascism. 558. Outline of a Transcendental Sociology of this Period. 563. Appendix A. Appendix B. Author's preface to the English translation. It is surely more than a coincidence that as yet no comprehensive and overall account of fascism has been written. After 1945, the writings of fascist leaders ceased to go beyond the category of memoirs, a fact which is hardly surprising. While indispensable to a knowledge of the subject, they contribute little to an insight into its nature. The works of the statesmen and military personalities in the opposite camp are bound to contribute even less, despite the high historical level of many such works. The partisan literature of political writers, almost solely, and for obvious reasons, the work of anti-fascists, contains virtually all that exists today in the way of insights, but from the very start these writers broke up into sharply divided schools, and by the end of the war the various possible approaches toward arriving at a concept of fascism had already been laid down. The end of the war saw the elimination of the enemy, practically all the new material for analysis originated in Germany, and political developments forced the concept of totalitarianism into the limelight. As a result, further attempts were suspended. The scholarly exploration of fascism has only been possible since 1945. However, scholars found themselves facing such a wealth of material and such a plethora of possible interpretations that in Italy and Germany they progressed no further than the level of recording historical events from a national standpoint. Historians tend, generally speaking, to emphasize national differences and to regard the concept of fascism with some suspicion, although they find it cannot get along without it or its surrogate. In the preface to the first German edition it was pointed out that, precisely because of certain shortcomings and exceptional aspects of the author's background, this book has been able to take the step to which none of the three literary categories has so far proceeded. To belabor this today would be an affectation. German historians have admitted the author so wholeheartedly to their ranks that the book may now be regarded, without further explanation, as a work of German historical scholarship. Suffice it to say that the author has traveled a lengthy road in his eyes, more than a mere detour by way of philosophy to history. Hence the aim of this book is not description but understanding. Historical understanding, however, is a very different matter from abstract speculation. To understand means to grasp the differentiated within its context. For this reason, National Socialism has not been isolated from the phenomena to which it always claimed to be related, nor has the phenomenon of fascism been separated from the historical period in which it was possible and, for a while, dominant. At this point the book's underlying assumption should be clearly stated: the fascist era claimed more victims than any era in history, and for this very reason demands the utmost intellectual effort at understanding. This effort is not in vain, even if its results are questioned, and its value is enhanced the more often it is undertaken from a maximum variety of viewpoints and in a maximum number of places. However much this book may stress thought and hence selection, it also attaches the highest importance to details, provided these are typical and significant. Certain details, such as the young Mussolini's Marxist ideas or Dietrich Eckart's influence on Hitler, are among those sections to which the most study has been devoted. And because historical context is always linked with the sequence of events, the two longest chapters, those dealing with the histories of Italian fascism and National Socialism, differ little from a straightforward historical account. A very short reading list of related works in English has been appended to this book by the editors as an aid to the English-speaking reader, but no comprehensive bibliography has been collected for this edition, since the very nature of the subject would cause it to assume giant proportions. However, the references in the notes should be of value even to experts in the field, relating as they do to literature which in many cases is unlikely to be familiar to most readers. Where reference is made to translations of well-known works, it is taken for granted that the reader will, if he desires, refer either to the originals or to the accepted English translations, since the addition of English-language references in every case would make the notes unwieldy. For a comprehensive initial orientation on the subject, the reference to 3 excellent short works should suffice. 2. It gives me great pleasure to express my gratitude to the translator in the preface to this edition. Lila Venuitz displays the 3 cardinal qualities of a mediator between languages: respect for the idea, meticulous attention to each individual word, and a sensitive awareness in interpretation. 11. Furthermore, she took the trouble to visit me and discuss some of the more difficult problems with me. The only major changes in this edition concern passages in the first chapter, some of which were transposed for purposes of clarity while others are now to be found in the appendices. The originator of the present edition is Thomas E. Wallace, an editor of Holt, Reinhardt, and Winston Incorporated, who undertook its publication long before he could have had any knowledge of the reaction to the book in scholarly circles. A number of colleagues in the United States have very kindly taken an interest in the translation, and I would like to thank each one of them, particularly Professor Hajo Holborn, Professor Clemens von Klemperer, and Professor Klaus Epstein. Without dwelling on the purely subjective background of the writing of this book, the author wishes to acknowledge with gratitude his debt to Professor Theodor Schieder for his sympathetic interest in the author's work, an interest which began some years ago with the acceptance of a maiden contribution by a wholly unknown author for publication in Historische Zeitschrift, also to Reinhard Baumgart of the Piper Verlag for his interest in the book which ensured it of a sound publishing future. There is no formal dedication, since this book did not originate in any personal relationship with roots in the subject. However, the book would not have been written without the existence and help of my wife. It is in fact her book in a more genuine and intimate sense than any dedication could ever express. Marburgunder Lan Ernst Nolte. Translator's Acknowledgement. The author kindly supplied me with excerpts from his original French and Italian sources of reference, thus enabling me to translate many of his quotations from those languages directly into English. Robert Friedman's Marx on Economics has been valuable as a guide to Marxist terminology, and Dante L. Germano's The Italian Fascist Party in Power, has helped me determine English equivalents for common Italian fascist terms. I am greatly indebted to the following, who have been very helpful in a variety of ways: the author, Professor Ernst Nolte, and his wife, for their keen interest and the knowledgeable aid they have given me throughout, Professor Clemens von Klemperer, of Smith College, Massachusetts, for carefully scrutinizing the translation and supplying many scholarly and expert emendations, Dr. Max Knight, of the University of California, Berkeley, for some invaluable suggestions, Mr. Seymour Barofsky, of New York City, whose thorough professional scanning of the manuscript has resulted in countless technical and stylistic improvements, and Mr. Thomas Wallace, the publisher's editor, who has carried the translator through this undertaking from start to finish with his encouragement, fund of knowledge, and seemingly inexhaustible patience. In thanking these helpful people, however, it is not my aim to lay down any part of the burden of responsibility. Lastly, I wish to express my profound gratitude to my husband, William Venuitz, whose constant guidance and assistance have been, as always, indispensable. Vancouver, Canada. Lila Venuitz. January, 1965. Part 1. Fascism and the Era of World Wars. Chapter 1. Fascism as characteristic of an era. The writer, who at the end of the 19th century had proposed calling his own time the era of imperialism, would not have found many to agree with him. Yet the term had been in use for centuries and, in spite of many different interpretations, possessed a relatively clearly defined meaning as to content and scope. This does not apply to the term fascism, with the result that the phrase era of fascism does not find ready acceptance even today. In 1920 the word fascism was known to very few people in Europe, and even Mussolini placed it between quotation marks as being a neologism. In 1923, however, the leftist parties throughout Germany staged an anti-fascist day, thereby demonstrating as forcefully against the German, Hungarian, and Bulgarian fascists as against Mussolini's victorious black shirts. A particular interpretation of the term was an essential before Hitler's seizure of power: that notorious description of the Social Democrats as social fascists, with which the Communist Party of Germany repeated the fatal mistake of the Italian communists in extended and crasser form. But at about the same time the leaders of certain groups of the extreme right proposed to call an anti-fascist congress. A kind of compromise between the former very wide and the latter very narrow definition was represented, after the great about-face of the Comintern, 2 by the commonly held concept of anti-fascism, which made the policy of the Popular Fronts possible and under whose banners the Great World Coalition finally fought against Hitler and Mussolini, although this coalition had certainly not been formed under these banners. Today the concept of fascism is still one of direct political significance. The question of whether or 17. 18. Not the Franco regime can be called fascist touches upon national interests, and a whole series of new developments has led to a notable revival of the term. To inquire into the nature of the era of fascism, then, means to add the specific problem of a still much disputed term, the scholarly discussion of which has barely begun, to the overall difficulty which every periodization entails. On the other hand, it is obvious that the question of fascism cannot be separated from the question of its era, since no universally acknowledged and meaningful concept of the era between 1919 and 1945 exists. Even if the term fascism is taken strictly as a name, that is, to describe an isolated phenomenon, the question remains of the extent to which events in Italy were not, in spite of their incalculable worldwide effect, epochal. Whichever way we look at it, the common nature of the inquiry into fascism and the era is inescapable, and it is our task to define the concepts and review the facts. However, the order in which the thematic material is placed is governed by one helpful limitation. Even though fascism existed after 1945 and has continued to exist since that time, and even though it is still capable of arousing bitter conflicts, it cannot be said to have real significance as far as the image of the era is concerned unless the term be stripped almost entirely of its traditional connotation. Thus the very subject of this study precludes any reference to events of the present day. Hand in hand with this limitation goes a very tangible advantage, for contemporary history, in so many respects at a disadvantage when compared with its older sisters, has at its disposal a virtually ready-made division of eras, enabling us to trace the course of fascism deductively. To use the term era of the World Wars III and imply the period from 1914 to 1945 would certainly not be valid for all time, but seen from the present day, the dates of August 1, 1914, and May 8, 1945, represent such profound cleavages in history that their epoch-making character has never been denied. What is disputed is the context into which the epoch is to be placed and the point in time at which the cataclysmic caesura represented by the outbreak of war caused the new constellations to mature and acquire their first self-awareness. The most important of these concepts imply an answer to the question, whether the chronological and formal criterion might not be augmented by a more meaningful one. It should be enough to enumerate 3 of the best known of these concepts. 19. 1. The era of the World Wars forms part of an age of revolutions and profound social changes, an age of which the most visible starting point was the French Revolution. 4. 2. The immediate roots of this era are to be found in the period of imperialism. It was during this time that all the conflicts developed which merely achieved their climax with the outbreak of war. 5. 3. It was not until 1917 that World War I ceased to be simply a conflict of national states. With the entry of the United States into the war and the Bolshevik Revolution, the constellation became a universal one. A general state of civil war and the future splitting of the world into 2 are already discernible in outline. 6. From each of these definitions and interpretations it is possible to derive the concept of a new type of political phenomenon. None of the major political trends in Europe had evolved from a war. Liberalism was the expression of the rise of the bourgeoisie, conservatism originally represented the reaction of the threatened aristocratic ruling class, socialism belonged to the proletariat born of the process of industrialization. None of these political doctrines wanted a world war or gave it its unqualified blessing after the outbreak. It was the war that made room for a political phenomenon, which was, so to speak, its very own child, a child which by innate law strove in turn to engender yet another war. Since 1789, despite all reaction and many political defeats, the social revolution had spread inexorably throughout Europe. It led the bourgeoisie almost everywhere to participate in political power and raised it to a position from which it exerted a determining influence on society. It also provided the bourgeoisie with a new adversary in the shape of the socialistic proletariat. On all sides the newly emancipated class joined forces with the old ruling class against the approaching menace. Although this alliance was only a pragmatic and temporary one, small groups were beginning to transform it into one of principle even before 1914, a historically unique marriage between aristocratic conviction and plebeian reality. At first these groups remained small and unnoticed, but under certain conditions the principle on which they were founded could be of significance for the future, since this principle corresponded to a basic characteristic of the social revolution itself, namely, that new auxiliary troops were continually joining the counter-revolution from the ranks of the 20 emancipated, with the result that its face was changing as constantly as that of the revolution. Before 1914 what was known as imperialism showed itself everywhere to be a compromise between the banal egoism of the national states and the more elusive requirements of the liberal and socialist traditions. Neither Cecil Rhodes nor Theodore Roosevelt nor Friedrich Naumann had any other object in view than to extend the respective cultural ideas of their time to the advantage and for the salvation of all peoples within their scope. But was it not implicit in the fundamental nature of this imperialism that it bestow unquestioning approval upon itself? There is no doubt that the year 1917 represented a cleavage which cut deep into its own time and far into the future. But it is equally certain that the two great powers whose emergence was marked by this cleavage soon withdrew to their own native ground. When the American people opted against Wilson in 1920, it chose 2 decades of a new isolationism. The skepticism Lenin felt toward the workers' aristocracy of the West was soon confirmed. It turned out that the victory of Bolshevism in Russia did not prevent its defeat on all the social battlefields of Europe, if it did not in fact actually cause it. Starting not later than 1923, the year of the failure of the last revolts in Germany, the communist parties were operating everywhere more to the advantage of their enemies' cause than to their own. The Soviet Union became once more an unknown country on the periphery of the world, and Europe was once more the arena of world events. But was it likely that after that fearful interlude the participants should remain quite the same? The war, the revolution, imperialism, the emergence of the Soviet Union and the United States, were not locally confined phenomena. Neither could a movement which came into being as an outcome of the war, a movement which fought revolution with revolutionary methods, which radicalized imperialism, and which saw in the Soviet Union the greatest of all threats, be called a locally confined phenomenon, no matter how many differences might be attributable to it due to local conditions. This movement would have found its place in the Europe of the post-war period even if Mussolini and Hitler had never lived. No term other than fascism has ever been seriously proposed for it. This word has the drawback of being simultaneously name and concept. It has the advantage of being without concrete content and of not, like 21 German National Socialism, implying an unjustifiable claim. It is not the business of scholarly investigation to invent a new term just because the one commonly used cannot satisfy all requirements. If, then, fascism can be defined as a new reality which did not exist before World War I, or only in rudimentary form, the obvious next step is to declare it to be the characteristic political trend of an era in which, owing to the withdrawal of the two recently emerged flanking powers, Europe can be regarded once more as the focal point of the world. Out of 4 principal powers in this Europe 2, as we know, became fascist within 10 years, and after 10 more years a continent which had become almost totally fascist had torn the 2 flanking powers from their isolation and challenged them to battle. When a historian speaks of the era of the Counter-Reformation, he does not imply that the Counter-Reformation was the dominant force in all areas of the then known world and that it met with no resistance, nor is he obliged to believe that it contained the seeds of the future. He does not even have to regard it as necessary. In order to describe a period marked by powerful religious elements, he simply uses the religious phenomenon which, being central to this trend, represented its most novel and thus most typical manifestation. In the same way, If we are to name an era marked by political conflicts after the most novel phenomenon in the center of events, we cannot do otherwise than call the era of the World Wars an era of fascism. This definition of the era is not new, and so should not be surprising. At various times it has been used by leading representatives of the most disparate parties. At the peak of his reputation and independence during the years 1930 to 1935, Mussolini often said that fascist ideas were the ideas of the age and that within a few years the whole of Europe would be fascist. On all sides he decried, it seemed to him, fascist ferments of the political and spiritual renewal of the world. 7. He defined fascism as organized, concentrated, authoritarian democracy on a national basis. 8. And did not hesitate to claim for it anything in the world that demanded a strengthening of state power and intervention in the economy. Mussolini's theory of the imminent fascistization of the world undoubtedly seems prejudiced and vague. Yet Thomas Mann's remarks in his essay Die Zerfried. 22. Written at the height of the controversy following Munich from the opposite point of view, are very similar. He speaks of the complete victory of the massive trends of the times which can be summarized in the word fascism and traces them to Europe's psychological preparedness for fascist infiltration in a political, moral, and intellectual respect. 9. A little later he calls fascism a disease of the times which is at home everywhere and from which no country is free. 10. And even after Hitler's defeat he speaks of the fascist era of the Occident in which we live and, despite the military victory over fascism, will long continue to live. This is somewhat reminiscent of the theory expounded by George Lukács in his book, Die Zerstörung der Vernunft. Here he attempts to describe philosophical irrationalism as an essential component of and background to National Socialism, as the reactionary answer to the great problems of the past 150 years. 12. On Germany's path from Schelling to Hitler is to be found practically every name of any stature in German philosophy after Hegel's death, Schopenhauer and Nietzsche, Dilthey and Simmel, Schiller and Heidegger, Jaspers and Max Weber. However, in contrast to many attempts at analysis, Lukács sees the spiritual foundation of National Socialism as other than exclusively German. He regards the evolution in Germany's intellectual and political life merely as the most prominent manifestation of an international process within the capitalist world. Of course there are many objections to Lukács' idea. 13. But this much is undoubtedly true, namely, that, beginning with the close of the 19th century, a change took place in the spiritual climate all over Europe, a change which was bound to further although not create a new political orientation disaffiliating itself from, and indeed directly opposing, the traditional political environment. With no immediate relevance to the political events of the day, the Nietzschean doctrine, which alone permitted the equation of socialism, liberalism, and traditional conservatism, was adopted and developed by a circle of fascistoid authors, the doctrine of the revolt of the slaves and of the impoverishment of life through Judeo-Christian resentment. A no less convincing proof of the epical nature of fascism is the fact that it exerted the strongest possible influence on its opponents. This is true not primarily in the narrow sense that it imposed its own traits directly upon them, in 23. This we are often faced with a matter of parallel developments. 14. Fascism forced its adversaries to undertake the most painful self-reappraisal in generations, for it was in their attitude toward fascism that they committed their direst errors and misjudgments. What was anti-fascism in its earliest form? The opposition of the Aventine after the murder of Mattardi, if not the alliance of those who before the march on Rome had been unable to agree and had thereby suffered defeat. What did the slogan Anti-Fascist United Front launched by the Communists after 1935 mean, if not the most revolutionary revision of their own tactics of the previous decade? What, on their highest level, was the content of the discussions and writings of German emigrants, if not the most critical self-examination of the German mentality ever to have taken place? And was not this self-examination at times compelled to admit that the very opposition to fascism often bore fascist traits? The fascist traits which socialist emigrants from Germany 15 could not help observing in Stalin's Russia were not isolated examples. What was left of the spirit of Lenin and Rosa Luxemburg when militarism and nationalism, the cult of heroes and Byzantianism occupied pride of place, and world revolution and the international workers' movement were hardly ever mentioned? How were the enormous differences in piecework wages, the reactionary seven-family legislation, the invoking of the traditions of Peter the Great, to be reconciled with the aims of the October Revolution? Did not the trials of Lenin's veteran campaigners mean the start of the worst persecution of communists the world had ever seen, and was not anti-Semitism secretly fostered by the government? A study of the history of the Soviet Union would, of course, have shown that the beginnings of this trend had their roots deep in Lenin's times. Lenin himself had seen to it that criticism of the party was suppressed. He had replaced local spontaneity with a hierarchical superstructure and had ordered police measures against dissatisfied workers. Was Stalin really a usurper, or was he the executor of Lenin's testament? Was Stalinism only the hard husk pressing on the original kernel to protect it from mortal danger, or was it really the complete antithesis that intended to endure? Today we are not inclined to answer any of these questions with a straight yes or no, and thus concede an essential difference between Stalinism and Fascism. Nevertheless, Franz Borkenau's thesis is worthy of consideration. He maintains that since 1929 Russia has taken its place among the totalitarian, fascist powers. 16 And in any case this much may be said with some degree of certainty, that, since the conflict between Stalin and Bukharin, the question of the attitude toward fascism has, almost more than any other, determined Soviet policy in all its aspects. Even Roosevelt's America has not escaped similar reproaches. Dorothy Thompson tried to uncover fascist tendencies in the New Deal. Roosevelt was compared with Mussolini as long ago as 1934. And even in 1940 there were still many Americans who hotly attacked the president for his Caesarism and his Führer principle. 17 Roosevelt himself was so far from regarding the accusation of fascism as negligible that he made a point of explaining his attitude. 18 He did not by any means deny that, in America as well as in Europe, powerful epochal tendencies had brought about the establishment of a strongly developed leadership. 19 However, it is precisely from this example of Roosevelt that we see how careful we must be not to infer fascism from isolated fascist traits. There is no doubt whatever that in his ideas and personality Roosevelt was fundamentally opposed to fascism. 20 Apparently there must be a fascist minimum without which the noun would be meaningless and even the adjective fascist doubtful. Nevertheless, a careful study of the example of Roosevelt shows that, although fascism was perhaps merely an explosive concentration of principles, most of which were individually necessary, it certainly did not occur as a foreign element in its era, episodic and isolated. Combined with our other considerations and points of evidence, it completes the circle encompassing the thesis that the era of the world wars is identical with the era of fascism. This only makes the problem of the nature and manifestations of fascism all the more urgent, although it in no way implies a depiction of the era as a whole. Nothing would be more unjustified than to conclude that the other powers of the era, because they cannot be understood apart from their reaction to fascism, constituted no more than this reaction. There is no reason not to suppose that, in the overall relationships of the age, fascism for its part will have to be regarded as being primarily a reaction. Hence the great trends of the age, notably Marxism and liberalism, will always be present in what is to come, and the epochal opponents will keep on appearing, although only in glimpses. Fascistoid thinking, on the other hand, will occupy a good deal of space, if only by one outstanding example, in the form in which it has become a component of fascism. The aim of this study is not to present a picture of the era but a concept of it as far as this can be derived from the nature of fascism. The considerations so far advanced can help to trace the outline of this nature, but they are not sufficient for complete understanding. Detail and clarity are essential to it. Without them it is nothing but a soulless diagram. Up to this point the terrain in which fascism is to be found has been marked out. This terrain now needs to be described in such a way that the multiple nature of the phenomenon clearly emerges. but no phenomenon can be understood if divorced from its surroundings, and the original close affiliation with conservative allies is peculiarly characteristic of fascism. Hence the boundaries that have just been defined must now immediately be recrossed at many points. Asterisk for a further discussion of the application of the term fascism, see Appendix A. Chapter 2. Fascism in Europe. Fascist movements. The year 1919 was a crucial one for fascism, as it was for so many trends of the ensuing decade. Is it a coincidence that the form which was to become the most significant and momentous of all was the first to emerge in embryonic outline from the chaos of the immediate post-war period? For while in the spring of that year Mussolini set up Kurt Eisner as a model for his newly formed Fasci di Combattimento, in Hungary Bellicon had just taken over the reins of government, and in Germany the combined Reichswehr and Peasant Student Free Corps overthrew the short-lived Munich Soviet Republic. Of all the revolutionary spasms of that time, this last was the most haphazard, the most doomed, the most idyllic. Triggered by the senseless assassination of the Bavarian Prime Minister Eisner, who was on the point of resigning, it was the revolt of part of the proletariat under the leadership of a few intellectuals, mostly Jewish and anarchist, in a completely bourgeois city in the heart of a Catholic agrarian area. By wanton acts of terrorism they managed to injure their own reputation more seriously than their enemies, who for the most part escaped harm. 21 But perhaps it was for this very reason that they aroused so much hatred. And the notion of equating Bolshevism with Jewry, and diagnosing both as a deadly disease, took hold more firmly than anywhere else in the mind of the little Reichswehr propagandist Adolf Hitler. In Hungary the counter-revolution did not bring about the fall of the Bellicon regime unaided, the advance of the Rumanians sounded the death knell to a revolution which had 28 been just as much a product of national despair and a weapon of national self-assertion as an attack on social traditions. But this was also led mainly by Jews, and the ideas of the young officers who got together first in Zage differed little from those of their Munich comrades. In 1919 Julius Gombosch was already calling himself a National Socialist. The numerous patriotic organizations that arose soon afterward can in many aspects be compared to the patriotic groups of Bavaria. Gombosch headed the most important of them as supreme leader, and in the unfavorable climate of the Bethlen era he wrote pamphlets on international Jufi and founded the new Party of Racial Defense. 22 More successful in their external battles, but not really a factor of internal political significance, were the first Austrian Heimatwehren of 1919. It was only by degrees that they lost their super-party position, and not until 1927 did they take the road known as Heimwehr fascism, which was to become one of the elements of Austro-fascism. In Poland, too, the threat from outside the country, although it came from Bolshevik Russia and, in contrast with Bavaria and Hungary, actually did represent a deadly threat, did not lead directly to the development of fascist trends. The popular anti-Semitism of the National Democrats and the authoritarianism of the legionaries, who had founded the state, had not yet been joined, so that for some years an extremely liberal parliamentary regime could prevail, until the rebellion of May 1926 brought Pilsudski to the helm. In Italy the Fiume enterprise of Gabriele D'Annunzio marked an important stage on the road of early fascism. The basic traits of its style and symbolism were developed in Fiume, not Milan, and it was here that the poet's socialistic romanticism gave early definition to what was later to become corporatism. In 1919 in northern Anatolia, Mustafa Kemal Pasha began his struggle for Turkey's heartland in the revolt against his own government and the foreign powers. 23 Although his national defense dictatorship really only belongs on the periphery of the study of fascism, its brilliant success was an encouraging stimulus for all opponents of the Treaty of Versailles. Also from 1919 stem the rudiments of what was later to become in Romania the Iron Guard, a student association founded by Codoranu with the object of offering partisan-type resistance to the Red Army invasion he feared was imminent. 29. In 1919 war and revolution in Europe were more closely contiguous than ever before or since, and that year signaled the starting point of the first fascist parties. Their development progressed at varying speeds, but the years 1922 and 1923 were crucial way stations. During these years the first two fascist parties entered the spotlight of history and worldwide interest. It was chiefly these two which were to keep the world in suspense. One of them achieved a momentous victory, the other suffered a still more momentous defeat. At the end of October, 1922, Mussolini's black shirts conquered the capital with their curious march on Rome, and barely more than a year later Hitler ran impetuously against the reluctantly drawn sword of a government that until then had been consistently friendly and favorably inclined. A third event from this period is worthy of mention, although it took place in a corner of Europe. On June 9, 1923, the government of the peasant leader Alexander Stambolewski, called by his enemies an agrarian communist, was overthrown in Sofia, and the new government of Tsankov steered a bloody course of oppression against the smoldering peasant resistance and in particular against the Communist Party. By June 23 the Comintern had issued an appeal to the workers of the world, calling upon them to protest against the crimes of the victorious Bulgarian fascist clique. 24 Thus in 1922-23 the world saw not only the emergence of the two principal fascist movements under the sign of what was, compared to 1919, a strangely altered battlefront, but also the first official appearance of that polemical and universal interpretation which was so vital to the further development of fascism. 25 From then on fascist movements mushroomed in Europe. In most cases it is hardly possible to say to what extent independent causes or the influence of Mussolini's shining example stood godfather at their birth. 26 It is enough merely to list those groups, parties, and movements which failed to achieve power, or to achieve it unaided. The regimes themselves require a closer scrutiny, as do those countries in which a comparatively uniform trend toward fascism is discernible. In many cases the splinter groups are the easiest to identify. Isolated in their countries, they often looked for a substitute in their boundless admiration for Mussolini and Hitler. Perhaps it is doing an injustice to Leon Degrelle's Belgian Reixists, to the Finnish Lapo movement, or to the Flemish National Solidarists, to include them here the Danish National Socialist Party of Fritz Clausen, the Francists of Mar. 30. Il Bucard, the various forms of Swiss fascism, and many similar manifestations in most of the countries of Europe were scarcely more than clumsy imitations. Possessed of independent roots, and for a short period also of some weight of their own, were the French groups which, incidentally, greatly enlivened the fascist picture with their diversity and intellectual level, and which also, as is generally believed, came closest to seizing power in February, 1934, Georges Valois-Fazio, Pierre Taittinger's Jeunesses Patriotes, Colonel de Larocque's Croix de Feu, Jacques Doriot's Parti Populaire Frangais, and finally Marcel Dietz Neo-Socialist. Splinter Group. The British fascists also had a face of their own. The first of the British groups was constituted as early as 1923, and by 1926 British fascist groups were said to have at least 500,000 members. The best known of these was the British Union of Fascists, founded in 1933 by Sir Oswald Mosley, who had been the youngest minister in the Labour Party cabinet and in the eyes of many, a future Prime Minister. The foreign-sounding party label did not prevent it from enjoying a spectacular, albeit short-lived, rise. 27 The Estonian Association of Freedom Fighters must not be overlooked, the only one of all the fascist groups to succeed in legally obtaining the absolute majority vote of the people, but which the government nevertheless brought to its knees by means of a coup d'état. 28 It was not so much their own strength as foreign aid and the chance happenings of war that allowed some of these parties to get into power. Quisling and his Nationale Samling gave the world a familiar example of this. Their place could have been taken with equal justification by Mussert and the Dutch National Socialist Party. German aid also enabled the Iron Guard to come to power. 29 In Romania, and Szalasi's Arrow Cross Party in Hungary. Mussolini made the Ustasha leader Pavlik the Poglavnik of the Croats. The picture in Tisso's Slovakia is not quite so clear. The Pétain regime was subjected to violent criticism from the right, and no external influences affected its establishment. Doriot's Sigmaringen power was merely a shadow play and a farce. The regimes are another matter. They were typified mainly by the independence of their development, even when they did not remain unsupported. They are outlined here in an order determined by the extent of fascism's disaffiliation from the original alliance with conservative or even liberal forces. 31. The most striking example was Hungary, where the relationship between the extreme right and the state, and hence the problem of its form, was revealed in three paradigmatic stages. The policy of fulfillment and renunciation of the Bethlen era may well be compared with the Weimar Republic, the government of Gombosch with the earliest period of Hitler's chancellorship, when the conservatives appeared to have tamed and contained their drummers, and the rule of Selassie with the latter period of National Socialism. Certainly the contrasts were consistently less violent to the extent that, in a country where for 18 years the flags had flown at half-mast, the general desire for revision of the peace treaty was taken just as much for granted as counter-revolutionary sympathies. The clash of principles, the spark from which fascism first catches fire, was absent. Moreover, Horthy himself was considered to be one of the men of ZGT. And even Count Bethlen could not seriously be called a liberal. Finally, the Hungarians grasped the fact which the National Socialists would never admit, that the fulfillment policy was an inevitable stage on the road to reform. For all practical purposes a left did not exist, which was why the transition from Bethlen to Gombosch was not in the least comparable to the changeover of January 30, 1933, in Germany. Nevertheless, Gombosch, the man of the people and the supreme commander of Move 30, was a completely different type from the liberal authoritative aristocrat Bethlen, and the Jews in particular faced the prospect of his government with some trepidation. But Horthy did not die, like Hindenburg, nor did he let himself be stripped of power, like Victor Emmanuel. Instead he firmly tied the prime minister's hands, and Gombosch was even obliged to renounce his anti-Semitism more or less explicitly. During this period, however, Hungary found its way into the camp of the emerging Axis, and following on his election victory of 1935, Gombosch addressed assembled crowds in balcony speeches just like his models in Rome and Berlin, with whom he shared a spiritual origin dating from 1919. Horthy's position, true, continued to remain so strong that he was able to consider summarily dismissing Gombosch, and it was only the latter's sudden death that prevented a possible trial of strength. However, if we wish to deny outright the similarity of the Hungarian with the German situation during the first months of 1933, we would have to regard the fascist nature of National Socialism as being rooted in the personal energy of Hitler, the senility of Hin. 32. Denberg, and the irresponsible actions of von Papen and Hugenberg. That Horthy would have voluntarily allowed fascism to assume power in the unmistakable guise represented by Ferenc Szalassi's Arrow Cross Party is quite inconceivable. Although Selassie was a former officer, Horthy was bound to feel an aversion for everything he stood for, the mysticism with which he steadfastly believed in his mission of saving Hungary, and through Hungary the world, his desire to win the support of the poorer classes and the, at times, emphatically proletarian character of his movement, its violence and ruthless propaganda methods, and even the Hungarianist program itself, which went beyond the restitutio in integrum of old Hungary. Thus it was only under the most dubious circumstances that Selassie became leader of the government, that is, in the shadow of the violent German reaction to Horthy's armistice offer of October 15, 1944. But he began at a point where Mussolini left off, after the occupation of a country by the enemy and with the unmistakable signs of ultimate defeat. The face of his regime, therefore, took shape solely under the iron necessities of the struggle of despair and did not to any notable extent show spontaneous or typical features of its own. The moral dictatorship set up by Pilsudski in Poland in 1926, with the aim of leading the country to recovery by abolishing the abuses of the parliamentary system, relied principally on the army. The core of the army consisted of his own legionaries, and even if Pilsudski himself never infringed on the multiplicity of parties and a fairly extensive freedom of expression of opinion, his successors took some forceful steps in the direction of an authoritarian, one-party dictatorship of soldier-statesmen. However, the Marshals' regime constantly met with resistance from the left and with criticism by an organized force on the extreme right. If the wholesale suppression of parties and freedom of the press is to be regarded as a sufficient criterion of fascism, it would be necessary to call the king's dictatorship of Alexander I in Yugoslavia fascist. But Yugoslavia, even more than Hungary and Poland, lacked the popular movement and the potential single party, a much more distinctive characteristic. Originally this was also lacking in the Portugal of Salazar, and it has remained to this day an artificial structure. For at bottom the Estado Novo is simply a military dictatorship, which was lucky enough to find an outstanding civilian who simultaneously strengthened and transformed it. 31 Both the state party of the ex-Janio National and corporatism were and still are merely the means of this strengthening and transformation, they have no independent origin or autonomous will. In Spain, on the other hand, even before Franco's military revolt there were militant formations of the extreme right that showed typical rivalry similarity with the left. The name of the first of these groups gives us a sufficient clue, Juntas de Ofensiva Nacional Sindicalista. In February, 1934, it combined with the Falange Española, founded by José Antonio Primo de Rivera, and the radical nature of its program aroused a great deal of suspicion from the old right. The outbreak of war, however, cut off its chances of independent development, all the outstanding leaders fell, and in April, 1937, Franco combined the movement not without some resistance with the radical traditionalist units of the Carlist Requetes to form the new state party under his leadership, the Falange Española Tradicionalista y de los Jones. 32 In its heyday the Falange in Spain played quite a different role from the União Nacional in Portugal, yet it is reasonable to suppose that its conservative allies army, church, and landed gentry were always stronger than it was, since they were able to maintain a leader from their own ranks at its head. Austrian-Heim where fascism managed to put the state on a new footing from top to bottom, but Austro-fascism, which finally succeeded the parliamentary system, was not the same thing, and although Starhemberg might be said to have been more of a fascist than an aristocrat, this would not be true of either Dollfuss or Schuschnigg. In fact, of all the fascist movements and trends it was only with Italian fascism and with German National Socialism that a truly popular movement achieved victory, relatively unaided, and swept its leader to the position of supreme head of state. Only here did violent confrontations with the conservative forces continue right up to the final days of the regime and often develop into overt hostility with each side bent on destroying the other. But this view, which considers the relationship of fascism to the traditional system of leadership and code of norms, is not the only one from which a comparison of the different forms of fascism is possible, nor does it permit striking antitheses. For Mussolini had first to turn from a republican into a monarchist before he could 34. Embark on the march on Rome, and even during the period of his greatest power he could never contemplate the abolishment of the monarchy. Almost more palpable was the restriction of power which Hitler underwent when he had to allow the major conservative force, the army, a measure of independence of which there continued to be characteristic evidence up until July 20, 1944. Even National Socialism was never the sole determining force except as a trend, and it is this orientation which is the common denominator of all types of fascism, not the particular measure of their success, which continued to depend on a number of chance factors. It is a peculiarity of the study of history to be concerned with individuality and thus to emphasize the necessity of description. It makes us more keenly aware that such terms as liberalism, parliamentarianism, monarchism, are not fixed quantities but can mean different things in different circumstances. Yet the historian does not for that reason abandon them. That is why he will also insist on the broadest possible empirical basis for the study of fascism. He is in a position to do so since he is familiar with diffuse entities of this kind. For example, 19th-century socialism encompasses a vast number of manifestations, and the pupils of Fourier and Saint-Simon were not without reason bitter enemies. Yet there is no question but that a fundamental kinship existed. And just as the historian must protest the exclusion from socialism of all those who do not acknowledge the idea of a phalanstery, so he must object to the narrowing eliminate of the concept of fascism merely on account of isolated distinguishing marks. Interpretations of fascism. One thing, however, the historian cannot do by himself: he cannot evolve a concept on his own authority. He always finds it prefabricated, coined by either supporters or opponents. If he were merely to follow his own bent, he would never exhaust the examination of the smallest of such a term's manifestations, for the associations are endless, and the differences finally lead back to the intangibility of the individuum ineffabile. Even the complexity of the phenomenon is only apparent to discerning observation. The original interpretations of political trends, however, are always formed, before objective study forms them, in the confrontations of social existence itself. Applied to a given phenomenon, they represent a conception rather than a description. But if the historian has to assume 35. These conceptions rather than initiate them, he will still place them in critical association with each other and with the description, so that in principle it can transcend its premises. The primary condition for this is the complete and unprejudiced review of conceptions. If the objective study of fascism is made possible by the fact that the phenomenon may be regarded as dead, this signifies a considerable advance, always assuming that the number of conceptions is not subject to chance increase but is a matter of conclusive necessity. The oldest of these conceptions is the socialist one. It is, so to speak, older than fascism itself. When in October 1914, after a hard struggle with his conscience, Mussolini went over to interventionism, he definitely wanted this to be understood as socialist interventionism in favor of attacked nations. His attempt to make the party fall in step with the new line failed, however, and when 3 weeks after resigning as editor of Avanti, he established his own newspaper, his former colleagues kept on repeating in his former newspaper the inexorable question, "Chi paga?" It is true that this question could not be unequivocally answered then, nor can it be now, but it determined the basic outline of the socialist interpretation up until our own day. Yet it undoubtedly did Mussolini an injustice if it implied that it was for financial reasons that he carried out the best substantiated of his political changes. Of course, it did, however, reveal an incontestable truth, by associating Mussolini's lack of means with the high cost of publishing, in the thesis that, at least objectively, he must be a pawn in someone's game and that this game was primarily an anti-socialist one. This interpretation was painfully confirmed for the socialists when their positions of power and their organizations, which only a few months earlier had spread fear and trembling throughout the bourgeoisie, were wiped out during 1921 and 1922 by the fascists with the open support of agrarians, the big bourgeoisie, and even the state. The view that fascism is a secondary phenomenon derived from one of the two fundamental social realities, is the basis of all socialist interpretations. Within this framework they range from a primitive theory of agents 33 to a large number of diversified theories which attempt to work out the possibilities and limitations of a subjection of the original content by means of what has been deduced. 34. However, the attitude of liberalism, even in the case of Italy, does not absolutely confirm this theory. It is true that, until the March on Rome, the Corriere delta Sera under 36. Luigi Albertini supported not so much fascism as Mussolini, but it then very soon adopted a stance of sharp opposition. It is also true that the three most respected liberal politicians carried the former prime ministers Giolitti, Orlando, and Salandra hesitated, even as late as the crucial date of January 3, 1925. But an organ of the stature of La Stampa had opposed fascism unequivocally from the very beginning, and its editor, Luigi Salvatorelli, found in the term anti-risorgimento one of the most effective formulas for the battle with the state party. This term virtually contained the idea of totalitarianism, and it achieved canonical status when Farinacci and Mussolini deliberately adopted it for the fascist party in 1925. Leading Italian writers, as distinct from many non-Italian authors, have always strongly emphasized this totalitarian character of Italian fascism. Giuseppe Antonio Borghese followed in the footsteps of the Latin liberal tradition of regarding Germany as the paragon of modernity and freedom to such an extent that even in 1935 he saw greater chances for freedom and resistance in Germany. 35 However, the term totalitarian was actually evolved by German and American authors as a result of the twin experience of National Socialism and Bolshevism. Its interpretation ranges from the political to the metapolitical metaphysical. The first contrasts the totalitarian state with the liberal constitutional state and regards it as distinguished by a number of basic features which suspend civil and spiritual liberty. 36 The true nature of the totalitarian state would therefore be a system of uniformity, artificially and compulsorily set up, which presupposes the diversity of the liberal era and hence must oppose it, if necessary by terroristic methods. According to this interpretation, rule by a conservative group must also be totalitarian rule if it forcibly suppresses all other parties and opinions. A classic formulation of the second interpretation was given by Peter Count Jörg von Wartenberg when addressing the People's Court: the essential element is the total claim of the state on the citizen involving the elimination of his religious and moral obligations toward God. 37 According to this conception, then, a politically total rule would not actually be totalitarian if it permitted freedom in man's pre-political and metapolitical relations to other individuals and to God. In its further extension, this interpretation is inclined to regard certain features of total claim as denoting totalitarianism's true essence, in terrorism, which proceeds. Fascism in Europe. 37. With extreme harshness against the familiar and the traditional, in universalism, which aims at world domination, in perversion, which demands those very things which are contrary to the laws of God and humanity. 38 How easily this conception allies itself with Christian and conservative beliefs, how greatly it exemplifies the tempering of traditionally antagonistic opinions, is plain to see. 39 However, the specifically Christian ecclesiastical attitude toward fascism is a separate chapter, and a strange one. For the fact that in most European countries the churches encouraged fascism to a sometimes very considerable degree is something which their adversaries have repeatedly emphasized and which it is hard to deny. Yet it would probably be error to speak of an early ambivalence. For even Cotterano, whose allegiance to the church was closer than that of all fascism's founders and whose views had an affinity to those of the Romanian Orthodox tradition, complained bitterly that, with few exceptions, the clergy did not support the Iron Guard. In Italy and Germany there were also many examples of negative utterances and actions on the part of the clergy even during fascism's preliminary stages. The policy of the Curia, however, remained favorable despite all reservations, the Lateran Pact and the Reich Concordat being well-known instances. Neither pact was able to prevent the early outbreak of violent disputes, primarily concerning the education of the young. In June, 1931, the encyclical Non abbiamo bisogno was directed against Mussolini, as was in 1937 the far better known pronouncement against Hitler, mit brennender Zarga. Neither achieved the desired goal, but in Italy good relations were nevertheless maintained. Actually a Christian confrontation of uncompromising severity existed only toward National Socialism, and this showed itself less in theoretical works than in testimonies from the death cell and the concentration camp. 40 Moreover, where it found expression in theory, no effort was made specifically to designate National Socialism, which was merely cited as an example of the dangers threatening from secularization and often mentioned in direct association with older anti-ecclesiastical trends. In any case, the crux lies in the early approval of the churches, even when, and especially when this approval was attributable to sympathy for a historic battle of resistance to Bolshevism. 41-4, indeed, the inner relationship between National Socialism and Bolshevism presents the central thesis. The inner kinship of what appeared to be antagonistic is 38. Also central to the conservative conception, which, of course, took the longest time to evolve. Although it is true that evidence of conservative mistrust is to be found in the preliminary stages, it is equally true that the revolution in Italy and Germany could never even have taken place without conservative collaboration. Perhaps nothing is quite as characteristic as the fact that in England even in the late 20s the number of pro-fascist conservative writings was legion. 42 long experience, 43 both bitter and profound, was necessary before a change could be wrought. The best example is probably that of Hermann Röchning, the only high-ranking National Socialist who later became an out-and-out enemy of the regime. His book, The Revolution of Nihilism, offers concrete and significant insights into the nature of the new phenomenon which could not easily have been obtained by a socialist or a liberal. It goes far beyond that kind of conservative attitude which finds the plebeian traits of fascism distasteful. 45 But when it comes to tracing ideological backgrounds, both versions unite in making Hitler the final logical conclusion of Rousseau's starting point, and the fascist revolution the continuation of the French Revolution. 46 By this time the essential fact has been clearly brought out that it was precisely this experience of fascism and its hostile proximity to Bolshevism that caused the traditional ways of political thought to develop new fronts and new issues. The most significant differences to emerge were, first the political and metapolitical interpretations, and second the opposing views which flowed from them. Fascism is either specified, or more or less equated with Bolshevism. The socialist and political liberal conceptions form the first group, the transpolitical liberal, the Christian, and the principal version of the conservative conception form the second. The democratic socialist interpretation is the specifying one, the communist interpretation is alone in postulating complete antithesis. Even the political liberal interpretation tends to equate fascism with Bolshevism, actually the central thesis of all the other conceptions. The picture is materially supplemented, however, if we include some more recent interpretations which, although taking a narrower view, still regard the subject as a whole. First there is the Jewish interpretation, which is based on the most appalling of all human experiences. Nothing is more natural than that this conception should bring the whole weight of this experience to bear in favor of a distinction between National Socialism and fascism. Generally speaking, the anti-Semitic nature of almost all other fascist movements cannot deflect the horrified eyes of the world from National Socialism. 47 Accordingly, the distinction between National Socialism and Bolshevism ought to be the next logical step, and very often it is. However, when the nature of Stalinism is seen in its terroristic lust for destruction in contradistinction to the world conspiracy, especially to the Trotskyist one, the equation between fascism and Bolshevism can be made here too, and the link with the liberal conservative conception established. On the other hand, the psychoanalytical method of observation clearly supports the specifying interpretation. It looks primarily at the style and methods of fascism, the unshackling of primitive instincts, the denial of reason, the spellbinding of the senses by pageantry and parades. It sees all this as the emerging of archaic complexes which are older than nationality. This accounts just as much for the international character of fascism as its antithesis to the much more rational Marxism. 48 Sociology is, with its basic idea of class structure, a further counterweight to the prevailing equating interpretations. By and large, fascism and communism do not recruit their supporters from the same class substratum. This is a point of view, therefore, which, although discredited by the exclusiveness of its claim in the communist interpretation, cannot be entirely ruled out. 49 It can hardly be sufficiently emphasized that none of these interpretations has been dreamed up in an ivory tower. Indeed, the chief among them are the fruits of grim ordeals which often brought death to many thousands of human beings. We cannot, then, summarily dismiss one or indiscriminately align ourselves with another. When those of us who come after have access to living experiences from a distance only, we must try to compensate for this deficiency by attempting to coordinate the revelatory forces generated by these methods of observation. The demarcation of each will then automatically become apparent. First definition. Superficial though it may be, This survey of the phenomenon and its interpretations to date enables us to arrive at a preliminary definition which will serve as a guide and at the same time be subjected to study and demonstration within this analysis. 40. Neither antiparliamentarian nor anti-Semitism is a suitable criterion for the concept of fascism. It would be equally imprecise to define fascism as anti-communism, but it would be obviously misleading to use a definition which did not adequately stress, or even entirely omitted, this basic criterion. Nevertheless, the identifying conception must also be taken into account. Hence the following suggests itself: fascism is anti-Marxism which seeks to destroy the enemy by the evolvement of a radically opposed and yet related ideology and by the use of almost identical and yet typically modified methods, always, however, within the unyielding framework of national self-assertion and autonomy. 50. This definition implies that without Marxism there is no fascism, that fascism is at the same time closer to and further from communism than is liberal anti-communism, that it necessarily shows at least an inclination toward a radical ideology, that fascism should never be said to exist in the absence of at least the rudiments of an organization and propaganda comparable to those of Marxism. It enables us to understand the extent to which there can be states of fascism, according to the evolution of the ideology and the predominance of one of its two chief components, the pseudo-socialist, or the elite, that is, race element, according to the degree of determination in, and the more or less universal nature of, the will to destruction, and according to the energy of execution. The decisive factors, however, are starting point and direction, for this concept is a teleological one, and even the most marked differentiation of stages does not do away with the unity of its essential nature. Finally, this definition enables us to make concrete distinctions and identifications. Neither the Pan-Germans nor Sturker's Christian socialists come under it. On the other hand, there is no reason to maintain that every opponent of Hitler in his party or in the other groups of the extreme right was a non-fascist. Chapter 3. Methods and objective of study. Criteria of selection. The first question, then, is that of method. This is relatively easy to determine, since the chief consideration is the development of the concept of the era. We cannot make use of historiography in the ordinary sense, nor of typology *, hence two things are required: limitation, which permits the examination of detail, and penetration, which does not impose a definition of the phenomenon from the outside but allows that phenomenon to speak for itself in the fullest possible terms and takes its self-image seriously. This method may be called the phenomenological. Fortunately, there can be scarcely a doubt as to which of the numerous types of fascism are to be selected. The obvious choices are the two best known and most successful: Italian fascism and German National Socialism. Such limitation, however, does not imply that other forms of fascism are of no significance. On the contrary, it places them on a footing which enables them to be properly understood. Hence the main objective is to put hasty judgment aside and try to let Italian fascism and National Socialism speak for themselves. A number of factors favor this approach. The principle of selecting from a plethora of utterances is the first to claim our attention. In a leadership movement, only the leader can make binding statements. Of course, it would be foolish to omit all reference to Gentile and Rocco, Farinacci and Grandi, Rosenberg and Himmler, Goebbels and Ley, but the basic pattern must be derived from the writings and speeches of Mussolini and Hitler. Practically all the material is now available. A firm foundation has been provided for posterity by the recent publication in Italy of Mussolini's opera Omnia, and since the appearance of Hitler's Table Talk, Politisk Testament, and Hitler's Zweites we also have a solid basis for Hitler, especially as we now have access to a number of unpublished earlier speeches. Moreover, many invaluable secondary documents have come to light, in particular the diaries of Count Chano, minutes of various conferences, and the like. In short, it is possible today, in the case of both Hitler and Mussolini, to present on the strength of virtually complete documentation a comprehensive picture of their ideas, and to let them speak for themselves in a way that, due to the fragmentary nature of their utterances, they themselves perhaps never realized. There are, of course, two obvious objections. Is Hitler to be allowed to take the floor again so many years after his death, after the entire world was forced to go to war in order to silence forever the hoarse voice of the raging demagogue? The assurance should hardly be necessary that a totally different picture will emerge from his utterances when taken collectively than from a speech made on the occasion of, say, a national holiday or the annual appeal to support the winter aid program. Here the word is not the random utterance made from motives of expediency, but the meaning of the whole, a meaning which is only partially and fragmentarily present in such an occasional utterance. And Mussolini's voice must always be listened to at the same time. It is here in this counterpoint of the hidden dialogue between the two fascist leaders that one of the principal distinguishing marks of fascism is disclosed. The second objection is more serious. Is it worthwhile, is it not after all misleading, to build a structure of ideas out of ideas which are not ideas at all? Are not Hitler's ideas an aggregate of vulgar phrases lacking in both originality and discipline? Was not Mussolini merely a semi-educated opportunist who was fond of dressing up his journalistic notions with what were at best a few philosophical rags? This verdict is too harsh, arising as it does from an academic concept of originality which can have no place in politics. It is correct that Mussolini's thinking was mercurial, fragmentary, and often liable to fluctuation. But if we proceed, as today we must, from his Marxist youth, we cannot 43. Fail to perceive a continuous and highly significant thread, and we are forced to admit that never has the path of any outstanding European politician been more closely and variously affiliated with the intellectual evolution of his time. Moreover, it is of inestimable advantage to let Marxism, fascism's chief opponent, find its voice and come to life within the framework of fascism. It is equally correct that, for nearly every thesis of Hitler's, numerous parallels exist in the popular literature of German politics. Seen collectively, however, these ideas form a structure of staggering logicality and consistency. The presentation of Mussolini's and Hitler's ideas must therefore be made central to the sections devoted to Italian fascism and National Socialism, and this must be done so minutely, and they must be allowed to speak for themselves so fully, that there can be no suspicion of merely strengthening a preconceived theory with the aid of a few well-chosen quotations. At this point we are at once faced with a primary and highly significant difference. Hitler's ideas can and must be presented systematically, they remained almost unchanged from 1924 on and are in essence not dependent on the vicissitudes of the political history of National Socialism, whereas Mussolini's ideas are simultaneously cause and effect of the history of Italian fascism. Hence the history of Italian fascism must be shown in closest conjunction with the history of Mussolini's intellectual development. A systematic chapter does not need to be very long and is concerned solely with the Dottrina del Fascismo of 1932. However, our chief interest in the history of National Socialism lies not in its details but in the extent to which it assumes curious and generic aspects when seen against the backdrop of events in Italy. Equally characteristic differences are disclosed by a third chapter in each section which aim at tracing the relationship to the precursors. This necessarily occupies considerable space in the section on National Socialism. But we must not enumerate those oft-cited and purely hypothetical precursors of National Socialism such as Fichte, Ernst, or Treitschke, whom Hitler himself had probably never even read. Instead we must limit ourselves strictly to the more prominent racist writers and augment this by a description of the intellectual climate of the first post-war years in Munich, the central figure of which, among those surrounding Hitler, was Dietrich Eckart. Mussolini had no forerunners, and his evolution as a Fas. 44. Sis did not stem from a body of tradition. For him the decisive factor continued to be the early influence of a philosophy of life which, however, merely caused a curious coloration of his Marxism. In later years he acknowledged only Alfredo Oriani as a precursor, a writer of the late Risorgimento of hardly more than provincial significance. He always found it difficult to establish a convincing relationship with the powerful national tradition of the Risorgimento, and the short chapter dealing with precursors of Italian fascism is concerned mainly with his contradictory efforts to untie this knot. Meanwhile, we may ask, does not this method of observation lay too much stress on the ideological aspect of fascism? Does it not overlook the fact that we are concerned with real movements springing from real social causes? Besides, is not ideology of a secondary and instrumental nature in fascism? To begin with, it is highly debatable whether ideology in the fascist sphere really means the same thing as it did to the 19th century critique of the term. It is very doubtful whether the distinction between the real and the ideological has any absolute validity, and it is presumably unavoidable that the critique of ideology is itself subjected to criticism. The extensive chapters on history are aimed at doing justice to the complexity of human motivations. However, only blind prejudice could deny that in Hitler's case the most powerful of these motivations was the existence of certain basic concepts. That is why the enormous area of practice may without arbitrariness be reduced to the few essential traits which are most closely allied to the ideology. From among the countless punitive expeditions undertaken by the Italian fascists we need only cite a few as typical examples. From among the copious volumes of the Reichsgesetzblatt, only a few hundred pages are of more than cursory interest. But here again we encounter an important and characteristic difference between Italian fascism and National Socialism. In Italian fascism, practice represents the premise of the idea, although it is a practice determined by interests and theories. In National Socialism, practice represents the fulfillment of the idea, and without such practice the idea would have neither weight nor authenticity. In both cases, practice manifests itself as organization, style, and leadership impulse, and these are the directions in which it is to be pursued. Here 45. Again, the selection of the paradigmatic permits us to resort to a variety of details. Here again, insight into each separate example prevents us from making the common mistake of regarding National Socialism as a progressive and analogous intensification of Italian fascism. In many areas fascism actually remained the unsurpassed teacher. But here again we are faced with that fulfillment which accounts for National Socialism being so often regarded as a phenomenon sui generis. Tradition, history, practice, and system are thus the areas in which the phenomenon presents and expresses itself. No longer do we have an idea intervening from outside to set the phenomenon in motion. As in the case of the typological method, it is the phenomenon's own impulse which becomes perceptible and evident. But we must turn to a serious shortcoming. The fact that the intellectual climate within which fascism and National Socialism grew up cannot be portrayed in detail is unavoidable. Such writers as Oswald Spengler and Carl Schmitt, Gottfried Benn, and Ernst Junger, are complex figures, and their relationship to fascism is obscure and in any case ineffective. If our study is not to degenerate into the uncertain and the inconclusive, we must limit it strictly to outright political phenomena. But fascism is also underestimated as a political phenomenon if we allow it to originate with World War I, out of nothing or at best a few literary precursors. The political constellations of the post-war period were anticipated by 2 decades in the politically most advanced and turbulent country in Europe when the conservative groups in the Dreyfus Affair suffered a serious defeat and saw the state in the hands of leftist-oriented forces, which elsewhere in Europe were still in a situation of hopeless opposition, whereas at the same time liberal and socialist ideas had reached a crisis and the war was casting a shadow that for receptive minds was sufficiently noticeable. The Action Française was the first political grouping of any influence or intellectual status to bear unmistakably fascist traits. 51. The fact that it appeared as the latest form of the oldest counter-revolutionary movement French Legitimism and Royalism is its most revealing characteristic, for those modern traits which cannot be traced to this tradition stand out all the more clearly. It goes without saying that its monarchism is not enough to distinguish it irrevocably from fascism. Cotteranu and Mosley, de Bono and Ernst were also supporters of the monarchy. How? 46. Ever, it is not intended as a proof of positive equation with fascism if one long section is devoted to the Action Française and placed at the head of the study. it will probably show that the Action Française should be called early fascism, and that from certain points of view it is even more closely akin to National Socialism than to Italian fascism. The precursor here is not the narrow world of anti-Semitic writers, but the great and significant tradition of French counter-revolutionary thought in all its manifestations. That which in National Socialism seems narrow, in Italian fascism too limited to a particular period, stands revealed here on a broader horizon. The curious volte-face in liberal thought to be found in Renan and Taine offers more than a mere substitute for the lack of German fascistoid authors. In this volte-face more convincingly, because more hesitantly than in the case of Nietzsche, we can grasp that change which, intellectually speaking, anticipated the era of the world wars by nearly half a century. The history of the Action Française forms a symptomatic component of the history of a country which from 1789 to 1919 was always politically a few steps ahead of the rest of Europe. In spite of all its doctrinal rigidity, the system of Mora's ideas is of an extent, acuteness, and depth without parallel in the Germany or Italy of that time. The practice of the Action Française anticipates, in the clear simplicity of the rudimentary, the characteristic traits of the infinitely cruder and more wholesale methods used in Italy and Germany. Seen by itself, the Action Française is not an epochal phenomenon. Yet it is, as it were, the missing link demonstrating fascism as a stage in an overall and much older struggle. Only by including it in our scope can this study rest on a proper foundation and we ourselves be justified in undertaking a final appraisal of the scene. The final appraisal will not be simply a philosophical appendage. Rather, it is intended to grasp in general terms what has always been an element of the matter itself. Mora's was not guided primarily by political motives, and the metapolitical element in National Socialism found expression in a way which will never be forgotten. Hence the last chapter, by making fascism as a metapolitical phenomenon its object and preparing the ground by an analysis of certain problems as posed by Marx, Nietzsche, and Max Weber, becomes an integral part of the phenomenological study. Only thus can the era be related to the age, and fascism to the phenomena of bourgeois society and Bolshevism, and only in this broadest of all contexts can it be seen what, in the ultimate analysis, fascism and its era really were. Part 2. The Action Française. Chapter 1. The Disparate Roots. Introduction, Revolution and the Political Doctrine. If fascism is a form of anti-Marxism designed to exterminate its opponent, it cannot be satisfied with the mere political defeat of a recognizable party. It must expose the spiritual roots and include them in its condemnation. It is a curious fact that Italian fascism and German National Socialism fell far short of fulfilling this obligation. By invoking the superiority of action, Italian fascism spared itself the consistent evolution of a doctrine. Fascism has therefore at times been described as unideological in nature, representing in its day a typical antithesis to the constant efforts of Marxism to establish a relationship with a great and tangible intellectual tradition. In this vital point, therefore, their relationship to the past Marxism and fascism are not commensurable. This deduction goes too far, although it does contain a germ of truth to be demonstrated later on. At a very early stage, Mussolini instructed the thinkers and journalists of the regime to regard fascism as the categorical and wholesale denial of the French Revolution, and it was precisely this denial that formed the daily bread of the National Socialist polemic. However, the struggle against the revolution, the most radical offshoot of which was held by supporters and opponents alike to be Marxism, had a long prehistory in Germany, as well as in Italy. From Adam Muller to Paul de Lagarde, from the von Gerlach brothers to the social Darwinists of the turn of the century, the developers of anti-revolutionary thought omitted hardly a single one of the arguments which Hitler later utilized. 1. 51. 52. But Hitler was not familiar with the traditions on whose soil he stood and was thus incapable of giving broad expression to his ideas. Throughout his life his great wish was to devote himself solely to the formulation of his doctrine once his political projects had been carried out. This wish is proof that National Socialism was neither a complete doctrine nor a mere absence of doctrine, but a possibility that never came to fulfillment. The same applies to Italian fascism. This is why the intellectual significance of fascism as a total phenomenon cannot be adequately grasped merely by studying its two principal manifestations. Charles Maurras too must, therefore, be included in the study of fascism. Of him alone can it be said that he absorbed the whole stream of counter-revolutionary thought since 1789, transformed it, and gave it new shape for his time and his political party. Only by including him can fascism be compared with its chief opponent, only thus can it be clearly seen that the concept of anti-Marxism must be understood in a truly broad sense. Marx looked upon himself as the heir to German philosophy, English national economy, and French socialism. Maurras defined his forerunners with equal clarity and devoted scarcely less time to their study. The men he mentions most often are, de Maistre, de Bonald, Comte, Le Play, Renat, Taine, and Fustel de Coulanges. These men present the oldest and most important line of European counter-revolutionary thought, a line of greater independence and proximity to events than the political philosophy of the German Romantics and their successors, who were inspired by Burke and were more removed from the experience of revolution. This line is also more varied and more complete in its literature, especially if we include those contemporaries of Maurras whom he sometimes referred to as his maîtres, de la Tour du Pin, Drumont, and Bars. As far as Maurras is concerned, the question remains whether and in what sense it is permissible to speak of a uniform trend of thought, whereas in the case of Marx's precursors there can be no doubt as to a basic agreement among them despite their differences. Although Marx interpreted and carried through Hegelian philosophy, French socialism, and the English national economy, single-mindedly and forcefully, it cannot be claimed that he stripped even one of the elements of its central meaning. It is somewhat different when Maurras chooses Comte's law of three stages as the object of his critique. His relationship to his teachers is always one of conscious selection, although he never stated the nature of this selection, either in context or principle, nor did he offer his opinion as to the various basic differences among his teachers. In 1907 his colleague Louis Demire published a book called Les Maîtres de la Contre-Révolution au XIXe siècle, the title alone suggesting the existence of a series of essentially homogeneous thinkers whose common characteristic is the reactionary trend. The incompleteness of this view will shortly appear. The precursors divide into three distinct groups. As the principle of selection becomes clearer, some significant conclusions can be drawn as to the nature of the Maurras doctrine. For Demire, the fixed point in relation to which all the thinkers named are agreed is the French Revolution. But this fixed point is not enough to allow the differences to become apparent. The French Revolution is itself only one element in a total revolutionary movement which, according to long-established opinion, begins with the Renaissance and culminates in modern times. In its day this movement was regarded as a coming of age, and yet during the periods of its greatest impact it also gave rise to self-doubts. It took place in the most varied fields and as a totality has been given a host of names. To reiterate the familiar, the most important antitheses to which it gave expression may be recapitulated somewhat as follows: freedom of science versus dogmatic obscurantism, the rule of reason versus the rule of tradition, tolerance versus oppression, progress versus reaction, technology versus traditional routine, spontaneity versus rigid authority, self-determination versus despotism. The movement as a whole has been called, among other things, enlightenment, technologization, liberalism, secularization, industrialization. Each of these names implies a certain interpretation and moves on its own level. Is it perhaps a system composed of alternating and mutually supporting strata? Does enlightenment in the literary field correspond to secularization in religion, to liberalism in politics, to the rise of technology in economics? This is the obvious interpretation, but it evades the issue of the underlying common characteristic. If the definition of the whole is debatable, the relationship of the individual elements is likewise unresolved. Is political liberalism essential to freedom of science? Is technological progress equivalent to moral progress? Is self-determination identical with the rule of reason? Yet one central idea continually emerges, the concept of liberty, and it is the nebulousness of this idea that renders it so useful. Thus, in preliminary terms, the whole may be called the process of emancipation directed against an old world and liberating entire areas from a state of traditional dependence, while the corresponding process in politics may be called liberalism, which opposes an ancien regime and aims at releasing the individual from age-old dependence. Let us therefore in a broad sense call all those who are in basic agreement with both movements regardless of variations of emphasis liberals. It is highly typical of the magnitude of the process, of its complex and heterogeneous nature, that not one of the great thinkers of the 17th and 18th centuries is not in some way closely associated with it, while not one of them undertakes to formulate all its aspects in a uniform and radical manner. Althusius, for instance, was the first systematizer of the doctrine of popular sovereignty and the right to resist, yet as a fervent Calvinist he was a long way from accepting the principle of religious freedom. Bodin, on the other hand, was a champion of absolutism in political doctrine only, while in the area of religion he demanded tolerance and laid the foundation for the doctrine of natural religion. Perhaps John Locke produced the most all-embracing definition of the spirit of the Enlightenment, but he remained far removed from the accuracy of Bacon's insight into the scientific technical future, and his letters on tolerance excluded the toleration of Catholics and atheists. Montesquieu created for the European continent the doctrine of the division of power, yet at the same time he emphasized the importance of natural conditions, of climate, soil, and national character to such an extent that the universal character and liberal nature of the doctrine were impaired. All these thinkers were much too close to the old world and the ancien regime to be able to or want to develop the consequences emanating from their original ideas in all their breadth and depth. They were prejudiced and to that extent moderate liberals. They were all philosophers, speaking mainly to their own kind. The great historical significance of Rousseau is that he was a thinker whose ties with the old world were weak and, in his own eyes, always suspect a man who as a writer wielded a magnetic and immensely far-flung influence. In him we see for the first time the radical and enthusiastic liberal. With Rousseau it is already apparent that radical decision also includes the selection of certain elements of the whole trend and the rejection of others. A definite one-sidedness is already evident in the fact that Rousseau eliminates the idea of progress and interprets historical movement as decadence. In his view the chief instrument and manifestation of this decay is science. Tolerance fares no better at his hands, for it is inherent in the consistent nature of his political doctrine to deny tolerance even to Christianity, since it trains men to be inhabitants of a world beyond rather than citizens. Both starting point and goal of his thought is liberty, its original presence in each human being and the loss of it in society. The study of this enigmatic relationship is the object of his second discourse. There can be little doubt that here, from a philosophical point of view, Rousseau presupposes the derivation of human nature, by means of one single principle. That of liberty from a hypothetical prehuman original state, comparable to Condilluc's famous thought experiment with the marble statue. If the starting point is called liberté originelle, or naturelle, it is clear that we are not yet dealing with human liberty but rather with its roots, which go back beyond the distinction between good and bad, happiness and unhappiness, possession and non-possession. For these distinctions and hence human existence only become possible with the restriction of liberté originelle. The loss of it is therefore not decadence, but the essential factor in all decadence and all progress. Rousseau emphasizes that the original state never existed, that it is lost forever. 5. This first ontological construct inevitably leads to a second. What would be the nature of a state of society which on a higher plane once more produced that liberté naturelle? Since human and social conditions must mean restriction and dependence, a form of dependence would have to be found the nature of which would no longer be particular but total, and which in its very totality would coincide once again with the nature of original liberty. 6. If each person surrenders himself completely, that is, uniformly, to the law of the volonté générale, total obedience is equivalent to total liberty, since each human being no longer faces another human being, or a chance institution, but only the universality of his own self. Clearly this construct is in the Kantian sense an idea, just as the derivation of humanity was transcendental philosophy. 56. Rousseau is obviously laying the foundation for the framework of the dialectic. But he does not avoid that subreption which is the tempting fruit in the desert of transcendental philosophy. He discovers natural liberty and social liberty to be actually existing human conditions, one among the savages, the other among the Spartans and Romans and even in the city-state of Geneva, so that the abstract construct at once becomes a concrete primitivism. From this subreption flow the most powerful of his influences, the call of back to nature, the belief in natural goodness, the definition of liberty by equality, the phrase compulsion to liberty, and the idea of virtue. From this subreption flows that enthusiasm Rousseau feels and inspires, the feeling that he represents and champions the limitless in the limited, the universal in the particular, salvation where there is no salvation. Doctrines which in the past had long been familiar and widespread now gained new potency, the doctrine of popular sovereignty, the mandatory nature of public authority, the right to resistance and revolution. Thus Rousseau became the father of the French Revolution, and all the hatred which it aroused found in him a favorite target. But we must distinguish between the elements of the revolution which have merely a random association with Rousseau's name and those which in fact would have been scarcely conceivable without him, above all, for example, the Jacobinic compulsion to liberty. If the revolution as a whole is a challenge to liberal thought, it is an even greater challenge to the enthusiastic liberalism of Rousseau and the Jacobins. Without doubt the radicalization of a liberal beginning, this compulsion to liberty, menacing and unfamiliar as it is, occupies such a prominent position in the total process that from then on it was capable of splitting political thought into parties. That all future enthusiastic liberalism will accept it as a governing principle, goes without saying. For critical liberalism, on the other hand, it provides the constant incentive for discussion and self-examination. For Christian conservative thought it represents chiefly a means of refute. 57. Ing liberalism as a whole by its fruit. The position of radical conservatism can also be deduced from its relation to it, a position which we will define in the course of our study. Christian conservatism, de Maistre and de Bonald. When Joseph de Maistre uses his famous expression radically evil to describe the French Revolution and imputes a satanic character to it, 7. What can this mean except that it is to be totally condemned, in all its manifestations and in all its roots? The devil is the perverting element, the revolution aspires to overthrow the very foundation of eternal order, the rule of the authority of God and of the temporal authorities stemming from it, and to replace the regnum Dei with the regnum hominis. By dint of repeated attacks and brilliant, profound, and provocative formulas, de Maistre attempts to prove that this undertaking runs counter to both reason and nature. When he calls war divine, 8. He firmly confronts the peace-loving optimism of all liberal thinkers with the incomprehensible, superhuman reality which man feels is his unjustifiable lot because he is denied the power of controlling it. When he extols the executioner as the bond of all human society, 9. He is endeavoring to banish to the realm of insubstantial dreams the conception of the state as developed by the age of the Enlightenment. But he also attacks the divine nature of the revolution directly, human reason, that trembling light, 10. Which is incapable of creating order among men because it engenders discussion rather than the faith which is essential to human existence. Hence it is absurd for the servants of the revolution, the scholars, to claim that they can evolve rules for life, from which, by virtue of their analytical approach, they are irretrievably remote. They have the natural sciences to amuse them, what do they have to complain about? 21. The aristocracy and the clergy are the administrators of the essential truths, in defending these truths through the Inquisition, they did right. For without the authority of the binding element, all existence crumbles into nothing. That is why Voltaire, the great champion of tolerance, is by the same token the protagonist of decay and destruction, that which our miserable century calls superstition, fanaticism, intolerance, etc., was a necessary ingredient of French greatness. 12. De Maistre also does not hesitate to give liberalism the ultimate slap in the face, He praises Aristotle for having recognized that certain men are destined by nature to be slaves. 58. In so doing he reaches back beyond Christianity to find the ideal way of life in ancient times. But the reason he gives is far from ancient: man is too wicked to be free. 13. The proto-reality of original sin is enough to condemn to failure the illusory dreams of the Enlightenment. If man were by nature good, he would in fact need neither authority nor punishment. But in reality he is otherwise, unimaginable combination of two differing and incompatible forces, a monstrous centaur. He feels he is the result of some unknown offense, some abominable miscegenation which has vitiated man in his innermost essence. 14. And this incomprehensible creature lives in an incomprehensible world, under an occult and terrible law which demands human blood. 15. In his efforts to substantiate as solidly as possible the necessity of authority and rule, de Maistre shows us a world which raises doubts as to whether it is ruled by the Christian fatherly goodness of God or, as seems more likely, the bloodthirsty barbarity of the Indian Shiva. The dividing line between de Maistre's gloomy Jansenist theology and brutal naturalism seems exceedingly fine throughout. He gives himself away when he says that invincible nature 16 will right matters in France and lead to the restoration of the monarchy. In spite of his iridescent conception of nature, his conception gives him the tremendous advantage over Rousseau of being able to draw on experience, for Rousseau's état de nature, like his liberté naturelle, is an unverifiable quantity. Not only metaphysical truth, but actual experience shows that a republic is impossible in a large state. In this way the adversary is deprived of one of his most effective weapons: his metaphysical premises are exposed and attacked head-on. Can we still call this Christian conservatism? Is not de Maistre actually closer to Nietzsche than to Bossuet, since he anticipates Nietzsche's formulas almost word for word? 17. Is this not a naturalistic nationalism which, strangely enough, reveals some remarkable similarities with his antagonist Rousseau? 18. Doubts become still more serious when we consider the explanation de Maistre offers for the origin of the great conspiracy 19 of modern times. Protestantism is for him the beginning of the revolutionary monster. 20. The revolt of mere individual reason which destroys blind respect for authority and replaces obedience with discussion. Its fruit is the 59. Philosophy of the Enlightenment, whose icy breath kills all religion, every exquisite emotion, every sublime élan. 21. Does not de Maistre at this point come quite close to Mauras's words, beneath the cross of the suffering God, night spread out over the modern age? 22. He needed, so it seems, to take only one more short step, to see in Protestantism the reawakening of the true, original, anarchistic Christianity, which could only become the protagonist of authority in the enforced form given it by imperial Roman paganism. But perhaps this step is not so short after all. In any case de Maistre is a long way from taking it. In spite of his utterances regarding France's greatness and the value of national dogmas, the fact remains that his heart belongs completely to the unity of Christian Europe. He sees the great battle of the age as the fight to the death between Christianity and Enlightenment. 23. The object of his considerations sur la France is to recognize the rule of Providence in this stupendous happening. He counters Bacon with the classic objection of Christian philosophy that it is absurd to look for causes in nature alone, since nature as a whole is merely an effect. There are enough indirect turns of phrase to show that, in spite of the provocative thesis on slavery, his conservatism is not without that liberalism which forms an ingredient of Christianity itself. 24. The fact that his conservatism is extreme does not necessarily make it radical. Radical conservatism casts doubt on its own historical roots, because it believes it can see in them a connection with the enemy. But neither is de Maistre a theocrat. For him, as for the whole Ancien Regime, state and church remain distinct although closely linked entities. It was Hobbes and Rousseau who had suggested reuniting the two heads of the eagle, 25, and who thus prepared the way for a secularized theocracy, in other words, totalitarianism. De Maistre is a reactionary. But the dazzling complexity of his personality and thinking conceal in nous some of the most modern evolutionary trends. The basic features of this Christian conservatism become even more apparent with Louis de Bonald, who of the two men is the less brilliant but the more systematic thinker. He attempts to deal with society as the natural scientist treats of the quantitative relationships between physical objects. 26. He makes a point of placing his efforts on a parallel with Kepler and Newton, with the result that we find the 60. 18th century idea of social physics undergoing a surprising transformation. For if nature is governed by eternal, immutable natural laws, ought not society then to be subject to an eternal, universal, necessary order? 27. But how could nature society's sole legitimate lawgiver require the qualities inherent in nation-states, that mobility and variability which is so very much the stigma of a man who tries in wanton pride to detach himself from nature? The most marked characteristic which distinguishes natural power from the power which is not natural, from human or popular power, is, I do not say the duration, but the stability of the one, the mutability of the other, for there is stability in nature, mutability in man. 28. If, however, this stability also finds expression, as is natural, in human existence, it manifests itself as heredity, that is to say, in a natural society the three original social functions, which de Bonald calls pouvoir, ministre, sujet, must be the birthright of certain families. Thus de Bonald, in proceeding from the concept of nature of the natural sciences, which he identifies with the Christian conception of eternal divinely ordained order, finally derives all the features of the ancien regime, including the hereditary nature of professions, the inalienability of property, 29 and so forth as natural preconditions of true society. He strips the enemy of his favorite social concept and turns it into the herald proclaiming kingship by the grace of God. Of course he is bound to accept the presence of two very serious difficulties. Natural society has actually been destroyed, or at least shaken to its foundations, by a philosophism ignorant et perfide. 30. Although the idea of the internal enemy may 31st make sense politically, it seems meaningless in a philosophical deduction, for how could all-powerful nature have an enemy? Here de Bonald is faced with the basic difficulty of all Christian conservative thought, that of explaining the illegitimate power of the enemy in all its limitless facticity. De Maistre had spoken of the satanic nature of the revolution and tried to define its place in the plan of providence. De Bonald appears to assume the proto-power of denial which must finally deny itself. Deny the effect after having denied the cause. Deny the universe, deny God, deny their very selves. 32. In either case, adopting the concept of the natural entails the concept of the anti-natural and the crux of explaining it. Apart from this difficulty, however, de Bonald is more successful and convincing than de Maistre in his efforts to ensure 61. A place for the Christian concept of God, for, in spite of all his expounding of the forces destructives of man when left to himself, he does not draw quite as gloomy a picture of the world as does de Maistre. Even according to orthodox Christian doctrine, God is believed primarily to be also the creator of nature, therefore he is by no means entirely denaturalized. Hence de Bonald regards God as the source of all natural power, the sole sovereign from whom all power emanates. Remove God from this world, and there is no other reason for duty than violence, because there is no longer any other claim to power. 33. But a new difficulty arises when it is a matter of defining the nature of Christian society as opposed, say, to pagan society. For in that case it can only be characterized by its unconditional loyalty to the law. The evangelical, liberating, emancipatory nature of Christianity can at best be noted and admitted. 34. But within the framework of this mode of thought it remains unverifiable. Thus there are three main traits characterizing this Christian conservatism: the rejection of the revolution in its roots and all its manifestations, the rivalry with it over the conception of nature, and the difficulty of returning to Christianity from the convenient idea of naturalism. Critical liberalism, Comte, Le Play, Renat, Taine, Fustel de Coulanges regardless of Auguste Comte's predilection for referring to de Maistre, The atmosphere in which his ideas exist is different in every respect from that surrounding the great reactionary. What is his law of three stages, the doctrine of the progressive supplanting of the theological and metaphysical stages by the scientific era, if not the essence of the historical philosophy of the Enlightenment? Does not his postulate, that a reasonable and peaceful mode of government must be evolved, correspond exactly to the liberal theory of government? Does not his remark, that revolutionary ideas have become so powerful and are taken so much for granted that even their opponents are forced to make use of them, justify revolution in its deepest existence? Seen from the viewpoint of historical philosophy, his positivism is in fact an attempt to grasp the revolutions in human history and to appoint himself the voice of the greatest and most far-reaching of all revolutions. Human existence is by nature revolutionary since it is a continual evolution. What evolves is the specifically human, the capacity for abstract. 62. Thought, reason. Since reason is essential to all human behavior, all revolutions, although the various fields overlap and exert a reciprocal influence, are primarily spiritual. The transition from the theological to the metaphysical stage, which replaced the gods as the living, active forces of nature by abstract and lifeless entities, was such a revolution. Such a revolution, the scientific, is the transition from the metaphysical to the positive stage, which replaces the absolute by the relative, and the chimerical, the speculative, the nebulous, the fluctuating, by the factual, the useful, the definite, the precise, to move finally from purely negative criticism of the existing to the positive organization of the new. 35. The culmination of this stage will mean the supremacy of morals emancipated from theology and metaphysics, uniform education of all classes, the political unity of Western Europe as mankind's advance guard working with a deep sense of brotherhood toward the development of the backward races, reverence of mankind as the grand etre, in short, the regnum hominis, envisaged by Bacon and rejected by de Maistre as satanic. How was it ever possible to detach Comte from this unmistakable atmosphere and place him among the counter-revolutionary thinkers? The explanation lies clearly in the fact that Comte was severely critical of the French Revolution. Comte called the revolution a negative phenomenon which could criticize and destroy, but not construct. For it sprang from Protestantism, the purely critical character of which is implicit in the very name. And finally it gave rise to an era of senseless social strife in which the heartless selfishness of the employers and the blind utopianism of the workers were of equal folly. Critical anarchy is responsible for the attacks on the nature of marriage, the inability to grasp that it is not the individual but the family which represents the social unit. He regards Rousseau as the originator of the revolutionary utopia, which is actually metaphysics, the secularization of the doctrine of the fall, a sinister attack on the ideas of progress and civilization. To the same kind of visionary primitivists belong those who refuse to acknowledge the inescapable nature of the division of labor and who dream of social conditions in which it is abolished. The only reasonable positivist reaction against fatal specialization is that which strengthens the sense of the universal. For Comte, the revolution is a critical era which he contrasts with organic eras, not the least of which are the Catholic Middle Ages. The positive age will have several features in common with this medieval period: stability of social conditions, and the independent existence of spiritual power. There are three ways of finding Comte's counter-revolutionary tendencies in this critique. Marxists will see in it an attack on its basic and esoteric doctrines. But it would first have to be proved that Marxism alone is revolutionary and that it is revolutionary in all its elements. Until that is done, the use of the term counter-revolutionary is not convincing. In any case, it is a matter of a divergence of opinion within the revolutionary school. Political liberals, in the narrowest sense, might feel some concern over Comte's apotheosis of a stable condition of society, his dislike of the parliamentary system, above all his conception of spiritual power, which seems to smack of a new kind of theocracy. But from Fichte via Hegel to Marx, the great historic thinkers have, independently of their party affiliation, thought of the present as strife and of the future as stability. And the independence of spiritual power is the very antithesis of theocracy. Its task is to preserve the West's most valuable achievement, the distinction between the spiritual and the temporal. The term spiritual power is admittedly misleading. For Kant it is not a question of the existence of this power. It can, for instance, take the form of the rule of the press, but of its independence, authority, and modernity. In other words, expressed in modern terms, its only task is to be a safeguard against totalitarian and ecclesiastical tendencies or the corrupting power of a venal intellectual class. Despite the singularities evinced by Kant's later development, in its beginnings even his doctrine of spiritual power is thoroughly liberal in nature. Finally, anyone who wishes to use Kant for reactionary purposes must disregard the most obvious fact of all, the positive significance of the negative in a philosophy which is in fact, although not in name, dialectic. Only willfulness, which tries to usurp rather than understand, can fail to grasp the meaning of Kant's own words. It is our task to bring to completion the far-reaching spiritual undertaking begun by Bacon, Descartes, and Galileo, then revolutionary upheavals will be a thing of the past. 36. Kant is the first critical liberal. In the midst of the total process, which he endorses, he criticizes the claim to absolutism of certain manifestations of the revolution, that is, he criticizes enthusiastic liberalism. Morris isolated this dialectic element and used it as an absolute to serve the purposes of 64. Counter-revolutionary thought. This speaks for the incisiveness of the critique, but not necessarily for the validity of the separation. That Frederick Le Play might also be called a critical liberal is not at first sight readily understandable. This outstanding social thinker, who exerted an enormous influence in France, is hardly known elsewhere except as the originator of the doctrine of auto-right sociales, of Homs d'élite, 37, on whom all social salvation depends and in whom the chief claim and asterisk self-awareness of the French notables were reflected. A number of characteristics justify numbering Le Play among the Christian conservatives. He, too, speaks of the false dogmas of the Revolution, 38, and stigmatizes the terrible levelers, 39, who with pouvoir paternel have attacked divine law, the most natural of all hierarchies. The statute of the Code Civil, which deprives the testator of testamentary freedom, signifies a perpetual hostile attack on the stability and order of social relationships. It destroys the clan la famille, that type of patriarchal family around which family property accumulates like the shell around the oyster, germ cell of authority, continuity, and health in the life of the nation. It divides society into isolated and envious individuals who base their hopes on the death of the progenitor and carelessly tear the work of a lifetime to shreds. The restoration of paternal authority and hence of testamentary freedom is the demand constantly reiterated in the first volume of Le Play's principal work, La Réforme sociale en France, first published in 1864. According to Le Play, the father is the model for both the landowner and the industrial employer. Just as it is a father's first duty to subdue the original sin of his offspring, 40, so it is the duty of property owners and employers to guide the imprevoyance of their subordinates, for whose welfare they are responsible and from whom in return they may expect obedience and respect. Reform of life can only mean the restoration of an order moral in which these natural relationships are taken for granted. Side by side with these highly conservative, paternalistic features there are in both Le Play and de Maistre conceptions and emotions which give the impression of being more modern, although they stem directly from the underlying conception, the aversion to littérateurs, the recalling of our former greatness, 41, the emphasis on the value of the clan in terms of population policy as a bulwark against the decay and paralysis of the race, 42, the proud reference to the peasant imbued with the national spirit. 43, all these reactionary features are in fact to be found in Le Play. But in order to assess them correctly it is essential for us to look at his life. Le Play did not belong to the landed aristocracy, like de Bonald, which might have made it possible to regard his paternalism as a reflection and sublimation of his own position in life. Instead, like Kant, he was the product of one of the great technical colleges of Paris, he was himself a professor at the École des Mines, and as a young man he was the chief mining official under Napoleon III. Counselor of State and Senator, Commissioner General of the Paris Exhibition of 1867, he was one of the great technologists and executives of the 19th century. Traveling tirelessly year in year out, a fanatic for detail, a master of compromise, a promoter of scientific teamwork, Le Play could draw on observation and facts with far greater authority than de Maistre, de Bonald, or even Comte. His book on the European worker, first published in 1855, is based on an immense amount of empirical research and a vividness of presentation unparalleled in social research up to that time. From the semi-nomads of the Urals, to Turkish blacksmiths, miners from the Harz Mountains, blade manufacturers from Zolingen, watchmakers from Geneva, cutlers from Sheffield, and rag pickers in Paris, he takes individual examples to depict ways of life and working conditions down to their smallest details. Thus it is incorrect to say that Le Play is a reactionary because he is not acquainted with modern and industrial conditions. Indeed, we see on closer inspection that the reaction of his doctrine derives from his admiration for England, the most advanced Pupil model. Here he finds that stability of the ordre moral, that power of custom, that faith in the Bible and the Ten Commandments, which he so sorely misses in the turbulent unrest, the revolutionary tabula rasa, the skepticism, of France. Here he encounters a leading class which, attached to the soil, incorporated in the people, identified with all the country's interests, 44 has managed to avoid those mistakes which have caused the downfall of France's aristocracy, the mania for privileges, the arrogance, the absence of a function in society. Here he discovers a lively regional life such as had long since been killed in France by bureaucratic centralism, and all this is permeated and upheld by the spirit of liberty. Tolerance, free discussion, private enie. 66. Tithe, are clearly the basic requirements in England for the unprecedented well-being of the nation. It is the picture of liberal England, therefore, and not a nostalgia for the French Ancien Regime, which leads Le Play to his reactionary conclusions. One more proof that great care must be taken in using the word reactionary. Reaction and progress are indeed often related and sometimes even identical. In the eyes of the theoretician of absolutism, the English parliamentary system was bound to be reactionary, a relic of the Middle Ages. Yet it became the protagonist of modernity. It is England that teaches Le Play the French error of confusing the spirit of liberty and the spirit of the revolution, 4R, and it is England that makes it clear to him that is more closely bound up with restraint than with liberty. 46. These are the underlying theses of critical liberalism. In the light of these theses, Le Play's other ideas also acquire a new look. In point of fact, the clan is not an anachronistic patriarchal community. Its task is rather to combine the advantages of the patriarchal system with those of the new famille instable. By auto-right sociales, Le Play does not mean simply notables, but rather those men in authority who have resisted the powerful temptation toward decadence and dereliction of duty. The revolution is not the satanic cause of all France's ills, it has merely carried on the mistakes of the Ancien Regime. Hence Le Play is far removed from the favorite demand of the true reactionary, the demand for the restoration of the corporations. On the contrary, Libéry de travail is in his view one of the few advantages of our era of instability and antagonism. 47. His critical liberalism is the precondition for those of his ideas which represent new and vital contributions to social theory. There is first of all his theory of the accidental nature of the proletariat. 48. Admittedly, he did not lack that perception or feeling for the whole forsaken mass of humanity, 49, which during the same period led Marx to his theory of the essential and eschatological nature of the proletariat. But, in contrast to Marx, he was convinced of the quality and indispensability of the European leading class, and he regarded it as a utopian idea that the proletariat could lift itself up without its help. 40 years before Bernstein, but conforming to the tradition of French socialism and also to Comte, he thus devises the image of a reformism whose aim is to serve liberty by making revolution superfluous. Finally, there is his theory that bureaucracy is the most in 67. Timid threat to the future of Europe, that it tends to complicate business, to carry government intervention further and further, to stifle private life and private initiative to an ever-increasing degree. 50. This is the point at which Le Play's theory most often shows wholly modern characteristics. His influence was considerable. The Unions de Paix Sociale which he founded did not, to be sure, directly achieve very much against the growing social antagonism, but a Le Play school arose, and it is impossible to imagine the evolution of Catholic social doctrine without his books or his journal, La Réforme Sociale. One of the most enthusiastic contributors to the journal some years after the death of the master was Charles Maurras. Ernest Renan represents a turning point in the development of French critical liberalism. The element of criticism emerges in more plastic and varied form. For the first time the possibility arises of critical liberal thought turning against liberalism itself. Renan was liberal from deep inner necessity, and he never failed to describe himself specifically as a liberal. In Protestant countries, criticism of the Bible did not necessarily preclude loose ties with the Church, but when the young theologian of the St. Sulpice Seminary took up this criticism, it meant a complete rupture with the Catholic Church. His liberalism, therefore, began by being merely the preservation of his own independence and his own course, the battle against the intolerance of the Church and the Church's hostility toward emancipation, the faith in the transforming and corrective power of science, the hope in a free, individual, undogmatic Christianity, and the belief in the superiority of the Protestant nations and their freedom-loving principles. His early work, U Avenir de la Science, is typical of 19th-century faith in science. His great work on the origins of Christianity made him among Catholics the most hated man in France. A brilliant career, which soon led him to a chair in the Collège de France, gave him the status of spokesman for intellectual France. However, even before 1870 his ideas on revolution reveal some surprising emphases and shades of meaning and give some indication of the potential development of this sensitive spirit. It is, of course, quite according to tradition for him to separate liberalism and revolution, to defend Turgot and Montesquieu against any and all accusations, and to reserve blame solely for the actual so-called revolutionary school, which was associated chiefly with Rousseau and which gave the French Revolution its final character, that is to say, its tendency toward abstract organization, without taking either former rights or liberty into account. 51. In the same way he remains within the scope of traditional thought when he admires the Germanic world, its science and its virtue, and that feudal spirit which gave birth to it. And it is equally natural that he should prefer the Greek philosophy of Socrates and Plato to the narrow, fanatical spirit of prophetic Judaism. One discordant note makes itself heard: to achieve perfection, Christianity must move further and further away from Judaism, in order that the spirit of the Indo-European race predominate in its bosom. 52. Religion as an expression of race? Is this the influence of Count Gobineau, with whom Renan was linked by family ties? Is it not reminiscent of Nietzsche when Renan says in 1864 that all advanced culture is in certain respects an out-and-out aristocratic affair? 53. Would the young Comte have agreed to the statement that, although it was no longer possible to believe in the supernatural, religion remained a necessity? The day it disappears, the very heart of mankind would shrivel up. 54. For this reason Renan's famous critique of the revolution in Questions Contemporaines is more extensive, more dramatic, and more effective than anything comparable, regardless of how little its content goes beyond Le Play, for instance. It gives one the impression that this man might be capable of attacking the very core of the revolution. In point of fact, a year later he expounds the surprising thesis that the great virtue of a nation consists in enduring traditional inequality. According to him, the monarchic system is for specific reasons a necessity for France. The Liberal Party in France does not realize that every political structure must have a conservative basis. Yet in the fluctuating and tension-filled relation between liberalism, republicanism, and democracy, even this represents an extreme but nonetheless feasible constellation. It was the Franco-Prussian War that brought all the contradictory possibilities of Renan's thoughts and feelings to full maturity. As late as September 15, 1870, he wrote an article appealing for reason and moderation. His French and liberal self-esteem remain unshaken, albeit driven very near to that radical, democratic position from which he had until just then remained aloof. Democracy does not want war, does not understand war. The progress of democracy will be the 69. End of the reign of those men of iron, survivors of another age, whom our century has watched in terror emerge from the bowels of the ancient Germanic world. 55. But only a few months later, after the final defeat, the Paris Commune, and the loss of Alsace-Lorraine, Renan draws quite a different picture in La Réforme intellectuelle et morale. Prussia was victorious because it had remained in the Ancien Régime. Ancien Régime means the preservation of virility. The virility of a people is founded in its blood, the blood of the aristocracy, which stands at its head. This aristocracy had once been Germanic everywhere, obstinate, proud, inaccessible. It had been the procreator of all great things. France, on the other hand, had got rid of its aristocracy in the Revolution, thereby committing suicide in a very real sense. Yet in England too, this peaceful and thoroughly Christian school of economists 56 was pushing aside the aristocracy, in English public opinion the resurrected Celtic spirit, which is more gentle, more pleasant, more human. 57. Was making itself felt. Only in Prussia had the elements of strength been preserved, the aristocracy, the hierarchy, the harsh treatment of the people. France was bound for hopeless extinction if it was unable to save itself by a reform along Prussian lines. 58. However, the main obstacle in the way of a reform of this kind, besides retrogressive Catholicism, was democracy, which is responsible for France's political and military weakness and which fails to grasp the superiority of the aristocrat and the savant. 59. And indulges in feeble dreams of a universal state of peace. Such a condition, however, should it ever come about, would entail the direst threats to morals and intelligence. 60. This has long ceased to be an internal liberal critique. 61. Of the narrow-mindedness, the brutality, the fervor, of the revolution, it is the despair of liberalism itself, the apotheosis of counter-revolution in principle, a symptom of the new alliance between abdicating intellect and triumphant force. From now on there are many such symptoms in Renan's work. Almost without effort, and with more emotion than thought, he anticipates the great topics of the next half-century and thus also a large part of the far-reaching criticism of liberalism, the essential injustice of nature and society, the separation between verum and bonum, the lowest and highest of men, the fatal quality of progress and the perpetual presence of inequality. But at the same time this astonishing personality, appearing between Marx and Nietzsche, can pursue theses of the Enlightenment to their most radical and bias. 70. Famous conclusions, reason. After having organized mankind will organize God. 62. In spite of all this, Renan remains a liberal to the very end. His famous speech of 1882 is one long panegyric of human liberty and its power even over the natural conditions of individual existence, such as race. In an address to a Christian Jewish society in 1883 he said, "Judaism will render services in the future. It will serve the true cause of liberalism, of the modern spirit. Every Jew is a liberal. He is a liberal by nature." 63. And even in his last statements he shifts the emphasis of his earlier criticism from the revolution to the revolutionaries, and calls the revolution a natural phenomenon in harmony with what is desired by the nature of things. 64. The strange, well-nigh incomprehensible vacillations in Renan's thought are not merely an isolated phenomenon. They are also an indication of the fragile nature of all liberal thought, that is, of the essential weakness of all liberal thinkers. Hippolyte Taine was a less rich, varied, and sensitive spirit than Renan. But his work also signified the typical progress of one impulse of the emancipatory movement in the 18th century, of that science which became increasingly materialistic and naturalistic the more it was obliged to remain armed against possible usurpations on the part of the miraculous and the lawless. Taine's famous statement that virtue and vice are products like vitriol and sugar, belongs in this context, as does his claim to be able to develop a human botany in his research. A more modern note is struck by his explanation of causes. Race, environment, and moment are the causes of all human manifestation, but race means the innate and hereditary positions and is the primary and richest source of historical events. 65 Until 1870 Taine could be regarded as the prototype of the non-political savant whose sole faith is in science. Then came the war and, above all, the Commune, to subject his existence as a natural scientist to the acid test. He wrote his great work on Les Origines de la France contemporaine 66 and painted a fuller and more accurate picture of the revolution than any known description up to that time. In a work covering 6 volumes, the revolution is mercilessly dissected, but the dissector also stands revealed. What is exposed is not a telescopic lens, far above the human level, merely reflecting that which is, but a human being, assessing, fighting, aspiring. The 71 images he uses betray the stages and divisions of this struggle. He attempts to describe France's great metamorphosis as that of an insect shedding its skin. 67 But then he goes on to depict the Ancien Regime, its exploitative nature, its inconceivable inequality, its inhuman hunting laws, but above all, a mental outlook which allows the aristocrat to regard the peasant as belonging to another species, and sees the king as the private owner of a great domain, not the mandatary of the people, an outlook which enabled Louis XVI in the midst of the revolution to give more thought to his hunting and the number of animals killed than to political events. Taine comes to the conclusion that the central point of government is the central point of evil, here is the peak of the public abscess, and here it will burst. 68 Indeed, the first volume is an excellent exposition of the vital question: are there social conditions which differ so radically from the subsequent condition that transition by mere reform is unthinkable? If an affirmative answer can be given to this question, then the next and for the critical liberal crucial problem arises: in pro-liberty revolutions, which anti-liberty elements can, actually and morally, be considered inevitable and acceptable, and which not? Taine contents himself with reference to England's supposedly organic evolution. But then the same man who has so excellently presented such a number of factual reasons proceeds to search for the causes of the revolution in purely non-factual manifestations, and finds them in the 18th century scientific and classical spirit, which, with a preposterous petitio principii, he calls poison. Despite his efforts to rescue himself by the sophistry that each of the two elements is beneficial and dangerous only in combination, it remains a fact that this theory of his casts doubt upon the whole emancipatory movement. The incompatibility of the images indicates the incompatibility of the concepts. Either the court and its usurpation of all the lifeblood of the nation represents the abscess, in which case any point of view can only be judged according to whether it acknowledges or denies the abscess, or the classical spirit with its fondness for abstractions is the causative poison, and in that case the Ancien Regime is justified in its basic character. Taine's fear, which is actually his fear of the Commune, is so strong that he prefers the second thesis: any kind of government is better than the eruption of the domestic barbarians. Whereas he begins by depicting the French aristocracy as a dead and useless branch on the tree of society, as time goes on he compares it with a costly essence, and the main accusation he levels 72 against it is that too much refinement and culture had prevented it from girding itself for a determined resistance. 69 In 3 powerful volumes he describes the torrent of mud which the revolution brings in its wake. He is continually horror-struck at the barbaric monster in man which pierces the thin veneer of reason and ferociously raises its bloodthirsty paw. And suddenly he sees the revolution as the abscess feeding off the body of society, with a festering discharge of the most noxious passions and the basest motives. The sins of the aristocracy are now quite forgotten, and all Taine's sympathy is directed toward it, toward the cultured, kind, trusting minority, 70 persecuted by the brutal masses but in reality the nursery for the nation's political leadership. Taine's real hatred, However, the natural scientists' absurd and uninhibited hatred is aimed at the Jacobins. These are neither barbarians nor children, but mediocre minds filled with a few abstract ideas, which have reached a state of exaltation. Using a biological image, Taine tries to present them as being in a state of puberty, but the phenomenon outgrows this inoffensive metaphor. The abstraction emerges more and more as the archenemy of life. An absolutist principle seems to be at war with reality and to have taken possession of the Jacobins, in whose heads it exists as a monstrous parasite. 71 From Taine's severe and substantial criticism of the Jacobins' primitivist conception of men and government, of their despotism, their totalitarian tendency toward the subjugation of the soul, it is quite clear that this is the criticism of a liberal. Like a dangerous wolf, the state must be kept at bay. But on the whole it is debatable whether with Taine's work critical liberalism has won its battle against the revolution. In his work, a high unscientific partisanship is all too clearly apparent. Political postulates are indicated which transcend the boundaries of traditional liberal policy, alliance of the new with the old elite, armed civil resistance to the threat of the mob, distrust of humanitarianism as a debilitating and possibly even life-inimical force. Shortly before his death, Hippolyte Taine paid a visit to the young Moras, one of whose publications had caught his eye. At his death he demanded a Protestant burial. Thus, symbolically, the two poles emerge between which critical liberalism moved in Latin countries. It might be supposed that the ground of critical liberal thought has now been sufficiently covered, were it not for the fact that Moras, for reasons not immediately apparent, also counted among his forerunners Fustel de Coulanges, the great historian who in some ways, however, contrasts oddly with the four pioneering thinkers. The reason is not to be found in Fustel's famous work, La Cite Antique, with which he joined the ranks of the rediscovered of the religious and cultural foundations of life in ancient times. This rediscovery took place entirely within the spirit of liberalism and not without a horizon of practical and relevant considerations. We have deluded ourselves as to liberty among the ancients, and for this reason alone liberty among the moderns has been jeopardized. 72 It is also hard to find adequate explanation in Fustel's wartime essays, in spite of the ardent patriotism that pervades them and the important token they offer of the profound perturbation of the French spirit in the face of Prussian-German reality. 73 What was significant to Moras, however, was the Institutions politiques de l'Ancienne France, in which Fustel hoped to uncover a long-neglected truth which would at the same time render his country an important service. His subject is that proud self-appreciation of the French aristocracy, taken by the Revolution and given negative form. The aristocracy, so the Revolution claimed, were the descendants of the Germanic conquerors, its blood was of a different kind and it ruled by virtue of conquest. Fustel regards this revolutionary doctrine as one born of hatred which will go on engendering new hatred. He believes he can show that the principles on which it is based are illusory. According to him, it is but a latter-day explanation of the class antagonism between aristocracy and bourgeoisie. It is entirely mistaken to imagine that the Germanic invasion had been a race war. Fustel's thesis remained disputed by scientific inquiry, but it is easy to see what it must have meant to Moras. He might have felt justified in extracting and isolating the counter-revolutionary aspects of Renan's and Taine's doctrines from their context. Their doctrines were obviously nothing but an acute form of the Germanism of the two thinkers and pointed in the direction of Gobineau and Nietzsche. In other words, they were the very antithesis of an anti-German French nationalism. It was only with Fustel's exposition that Renan's and Taine's counter-revolutionary theses were deprived of their Germanophile poison. He was the indispensable factor enabling Moras to dissect the two most ambiguous representatives of French liberalism for the purpose of making them his forerunners. Radical conservatism, de la Tour du Pin, Drumont, Bars was this method of dissection also necessary in the case of Moras' immediate predecessors and contemporaries, de la Tour du Pin, Drumont, and Bars. That they are not liberals, even in the broadest sense, is clear enough. But why should they be regarded as a special group of radical conservatives and thereby separated from the Christian conservatism of de Maistre and de Bonald? Can we deny the Marquis de la Tour du Pin who, like his friend Albert de Mun, is prominent in every history of the Catholic social movement, his roots in Christian traditions and his sincere Catholic conviction, even if later on, unlike de Mun, he did not join the Ralliement and finally became a contributor to the newspaper Action Frangus? Was not Fiedward Drummond, the originator of organized anti-Semitism in France, also a man of profound Christian feeling? And had not even Bars a more spiritual relationship to Christianity than Maurras? However, the question here is not of personal faith but of existing public conditions and the individual's position in them. De Maistre and de Bonald had personal experience of the revolution, but scarcely of the Republic as the institutionalized revolution. In 1871 France found itself with a republic just as fortuitously and unintentionally as it had in 1792, but until 1885 no Napoleon had appeared on the scene to provide the transition to a normal form of government. The republic proved durable but by no means stable. The insecure structure became a proving ground for the modern relationship between politics and economy, and it was not only to conservatives that the manifestations were repugnant. It was the aristocracy that intrigued against the First Republic. In the Third Republic it was the masses who shouted down the parliamentarians with the cry, "Ahas les voleurs!" De Maistre and de Bonald were familiar with the rabble, but not with an organized workers' movement whose goal was the complete overthrow of the existing order of society and which was further from, and at the same time closer to, the conservatives than was bourgeois radicalism. For de Maistre and de Bonald, the revolution was satanic, but so far there had appeared no one to associate it. 75. Negatively with a familiar phenomenon, as Marx had done on a popular level with his indictment of the capitalists. Under the conditions of the Republic, therefore, radical conservatism tended to take the wind out of the sails of the workers' movement by emphasizing its own battle against the bourgeois world, and by substituting the hate image of the capitalist with its own hate image, the Jew. It was by nature rabble-rousing and anti-Semitic. Its very radicalism gives it a more modern look. The final direction radical conservatism would one day take had not yet been decided, but its state of tension with the bourgeoisie, which had long since become the modern conservative force, is obvious, and the consequences of its anti-Semitism harbored a conflict with the old conservative force of which it was a radical offshoot. The guiding principle of all de la Tour du Pin's efforts is the break with liberalism, in religion, in economy, in politics. 74. This break signifies the return to the corporative social structure of the Middle Ages, that is, the uniting of property owners, managers, and workers of a branch of industry to form corporations which preclude class struggle, possess officially recognized functions, render competition intrinsically impossible, abolish private judicial rights in labor relations, and endow each member with an official character. It is remarkable what an inward affinity this proposal, which Le Play would no doubt have called reactionary, reveals with socialist ideas and concepts. It does not aim only to dull socialist postulates by partial fulfillment, elimination of the antagonism between capital and labor, of the commodity nature of labor, and so forth. By resorting to the patristic idea and labeling capitalism usury, de la Tour du Pin arrives at the doctrine of the value of labor and surplus value, at the theory of exploitation and social polarization, at the condemnation of all idleness, at the demand for co-ownership on the part of the proletariat. 75. In the tools of production. It is his familiarity with the world of labor and the infectious power of its spontaneous ideas that makes de la Tour du Pin turn so sharply against the social egoism of the property-owning classes, with the result that unmistakable signs of an internal conservative conflict begin to emerge. But it may already be assumed at this juncture that in the final analysis this conflict is fictitious. For from a political point of view, corporatism is clearly intended to deprive the individual of his democratic participation in sovereignty and to lead him from the plight of the citizen to the secure existence of a co. 76. Worker. Because of this common intention, a unity can be restored which would have suffered from pure consistencies. And the same applies when in 1898 de la Tour du Pin takes up an old anti-Semitic theme and maintains, it is the Jewish idea which has led the rich to exploit the poor by means of the modern form of usury, capitalism, the poor to hate the rich by means of the proletariat. 76. It is already possible to foresee on whose back conservative unity is to be restored. It will not be long before the thesis is advanced that the revolution was the work of the Jews, and that the false ideas of liberty and equality were essentially Jewish in nature and incompatible with the Christian spirit and Christian civilization. 77. But how long can this midway position be held? Are there not always signs of a new and more serious internal conservative conflict in which the issue is no longer one of material interests but of the consistency and purity of the specific conception? It is to Ward-Drumont's credit that he did not evade the more difficult of the two issues. It was to his shame that he persisted in the unsophisticated outlook of his early days. It would be wrong to present as a rabble-rouser and a violent agitator the man whose two-volume work, La France Juive, made history and, in one readily verifiable sense, denoted the start of the Dreyfus affair. 78. He was actually a shy, extremely cultured writer and journalist who had achieved some prominence with his sensitive book on Old Paris 79 and who, as he admits himself, would have preferred to spend his life in libraries or monasteries. It would be equally wrong to form too simple and undifferentiated an idea of anti-Semitism. There are Christian, liberal, democratic, and socialist forms of anti-Semitisms, all of them a long way from being radical anti-Semitism. There must be one method of judging the anti-Semitism which sees itself faced by a Jewish group that appropriates all the advantages of emancipation without assuming its disadvantages, and another method of judging a form of anti-Semitism which swiftly and skillfully takes for its target a Jewish group in the process of disintegration. Anti-Semitism in Germany after 1945 takes one form, the same thing in the France of 1886 takes another. The number of Jews at that time was, to be sure, not very large. But the number of German Jewish names in banking especially, but also in the intellectual professions, was legion. The activity of Jews as agents in almost every important 77. Action and upheaval was particularly striking, in the Panama Scandal, the negotiating role, although by no means the initiating one of two Jews of German origin, caused the greatest public scandal. Moreover, this role coincided with a period of profound unfathomable changes which threatened the status of every individual, every profession, every people, and which could have been felt nowhere more strongly than in France, a country that, unlike the others of Europe, was not equipped with the apparently solid armor of traditional forms of government. Drumont was therefore merely expressing a general sentiment when he said, "They feel caught up in something disquieting and obscure." 80. And it is not the calculation of the demagogue but the transparency of a highly personal and moral conviction when he postulates, in our era of universal lies, one must speak the truth. 81. The truth which he believed he discovered was that the Jews were not simply the manifestations of present unrest but its cause. As soon as you attack the Jew, you engage in hand-to-hand combat with reality, you pit yourself against your true enemy. 82. Thus, from feelings that merit attention and insights that are partially accurate, there arose the first modern anti-Semitism worthy of serious literary consideration, which was to be absorbed all too quickly, to a greater or lesser degree, by every radical conservative endeavor of the day as its most vital component. 83. Yet La France Juive is a shapeless work, a chronicle of historical events, culture, manners, and modes, and society, in one vast collection of barely verifiable anecdotes, an orgy of Parisian gossip devoid of either plan or firmly structured thought. Nevertheless, it contains nearly all the themes of subsequent forms of anti-Semitism, from the contrasting of the creative, idealistic, justice-loving Aryan race with the parasitic, exploiting, cunning Semitic species, via the friend-foe Jewish brothers, the capitalist and the socialist, to undisguised threats of murder and the announcement of impending revolution. This revolution is to wipe out the work of the other revolution in which the Jewish spirit and Jewish people destroyed the happiness of old France. As with de la Tour du Pin, the image of old France approaches the idyllic, it might even be said, the paradigmatic, whereas all liberal criticism of the revolution had also been a criticism of the ancien regime. Drumont's book shows élan and stature. It is a criticism of modern civilization as a whole, a civilization which had 78. Impoverished and degraded man and robbed life of its poetry and truth. And then at times he knows exactly why the Jew can play an important role in this society. At a time when one lives only by the intellect, he has the necessary daring, the boldness of the intellect. 84. However fond he is of denouncing the modern Judean civilization, his book as a whole must lead to the conclusion that it deals with fundamental characteristics which could not possibly have been created by a handful of Jews. In fact, Drumont's indictments of the conservatives and the bourgeoisie become increasingly bitter. It might even seem that by 1889, la fin du monde, Judaism was no more than a secondary phenomenon for him, included in the larger and equally odious world of the bourgeoisie. Here French socialism probably receives the highest accolades ever accorded it up to that time by a conservative writer. Drumont calls the socialist goal very noble, the work very necessary, 85, and specifically states that socialist ideas are the inevitable outcome of the reality of the modern world. Moreover, he adopts the socialist conception that the revolution was a bourgeois undertaking to the detriment of the people, and he goes one better by stating that in the Paris Commune the proletarian element was very noble, while the bourgeois element had been barbarous. It will remain the eternal crime of the conservatives 86 that they participated in the shameful reprisal actions after the Commune. He predicts, these victims of the bourgeoisie will soon form the advance guard of the socialist army. 87. As early as 1889, therefore, Drumont brings to a climax, although only verbally, the revolutionary anti-bourgeois element in radical conservatism. It would be easy to prove that this turnabout was not to be taken very seriously and was the result of frustrated love rather than a growing understanding. But it cost Drumont the confidence of the French bourgeoisie forever. Even at the time of his greatest journalistic triumphs, during the Dreyfus affair, indeed when he was elected deputy for Algiers in 1898, he never had the slightest chance of political success. However, it speaks for the seriousness of his emotions that he did not lead the second internal conservative controversy in the same general direction as his successors. He sided with the minor clergy against the bishops and openly attacked Rome. The new church had, he claimed, abandoned all the teachings of the church fathers concerning matters of interest. 79. And money and had allied itself with the Jewish system. 88. This did not help him to make friends. But he brought to light a further characteristic of radical conservatism, potential universal hostility. By his example he demonstrated to all who came after him that the friendship of the mighty must on no account be imperiled if political influence and power are to be achieved. When Drumont died in 1917 he was lonely, deserted, and forgotten. But at the end of World War II the two most opposite and talented figures of the Maurras school, Bernanos and Brazil Lach, recalled Drumont as the father of a French National Socialism. Maurice Barrès did not essentially enrich the two basic characteristics of radical conservatism, the pseudo-revolutionary anti-bourgeois trend and anti-Semitism, thereby avoiding their potential inherent conflict. He conducted his early election campaigns on the platform of a national socialism, interpreting socialism as the endorsement of economic changes and the transformation of the upper classes. As a reporter during Dreyfus appeal trial, he formulated some memorable anti-Semitic phrases. But this is not where his importance lies. In some ways de La Tour du Pin and Drumont had been internationalists. They found themselves facing an international phenomenon and had visions of worldwide alliances for their own side. For Barrès, who was born in Lorraine and whose childhood memories were filled with images of the Franco-Prussian War, the great neighbor state to the east was the chief enemy. To that extent he was the father of French nationalism, to that extent he represented merely a transitional step toward the integral nationalism of Maurras, who succeeded in uniting both trends with the thesis, the revolution comes from Germany. Barrès had to keep his distance from Maurras, in spite of their personal friendship, because in Barrès' eyes, nationalism was the acceptance of determinism. 90. He could therefore not consent to the strange refashioning of the fatherland which Moras undertook, to the elimination of the revolution from the nation's history. It is true that Bars emphasizes the national character of the revolution to the utmost, but since he tries to embrace all the nation's history with the same affection, he cannot sympathize with Mora's stern narrow-mindedness, especially as this was incompatible with 80. His own remarkable sensitivity. This explains why he was afraid Moras would create hard little souls. 91. And why he asked whether Moras did not want to enslave. 92. That is why his book, Les diverses familles spirituelles de la France, may be broadly understood as the climax of his life's work. But, as with Drumont, so with Bars we find traits which seem more modern than the Morasian doctrines. The soil and the dead, blood and soil, uprooting and rooted in as to content. These expressions can easily be deduced from Taine and Le Play, but as formulas and indications of an atmosphere they are a symptom of something new. They led to the battle against the intellectuals as the logicians of the absolute. 93. Who no longer feel a spontaneous identification with the indigenous group. 94. And thus to one of the most fascinating phenomena of the 20th century, the battle of intellectuals against intellectuals. A relativist irrationalism. Obviously a position of decadence glorifies instinct and blood and thus creates one of the most remarkable characteristics of future fascism. Nor is Bars ignorant of the concept of race, a terrible consequence for certain people. The question of race has opened up. 95. Although Bars' idea of race is thoroughly French and he regards it as a historical and vigorous group unit, could he ignore the fact that Taine had already formulated the idea much more naturalistically, as the mysterious primal cause behind all manifestations of life? Did he not suspect that this concept contained the definitive potential of radical conservatism, a potential which was never fully realized and was in sharp contradiction to the Bars type of nationalism? Conservatism is too broad and nebulous a concept for it to remain undifferentiated. There is no clearer picture of its significance at any given time than that provided by its attitude toward the revolution, its logical and historical prerequisite. But it never becomes identical with that mode of thought critical liberalism which, while combating the revolution, cannot help acknowledging it as one of its consequences. France was the land of revolutions. It was inevitable that it should also become the land of the counter-revolution. But there are at least three fundamentally differing trends in the intellectual counter-revolution. Each had to undergo a radical amputation before it could become one with the counter-revolutionary doctrine, the Morasian ideology and the Action Française. The new conservatism consists simply of old ingredients and is therefore completely conservative. But it only acquired these components by the iconoclastic destruction of what had formerly been homogeneous. In this sense it is revolutionary. Revolutionary reaction. This is the underlying characteristic of fascism. Even on the initial level of its relation to its roots, the Action franchise displays this distinguishing mark. Chapter 2. History. Introduction, the Dreyfus Affair. The story of the Action franchise begins with the Dreyfus Affair. This most bloodless of all revolutions, one however, also gave rise to socialist participation in the government, to the separation of church and state, and to the de facto subordination of military to civil power. The distinction between socialism and communism, 3. The birth of Zionism, 4. And the formation of the final intellectual consequences of antisemitism, 5. Are all more or less obviously associated with this affair. Indeed, there is some justification for the view that, in France, the Dreyfus Affair marked the beginning of the 20th century, while elsewhere in Europe it did not begin until World War I. 6. It would be strange if the Conservative Party, defeated but by no means destroyed in this struggle, had not precipitated a new pattern of thought pointing the way toward the future of post-war Europe. In the same way that the Action franchise is insignificant when viewed apart from the horizon of fascism, so the Dreyfus Affair 7 is incomprehensible if it merely represents a lawsuit in which some wicked people persecute an innocent man, and some brave people appeal to the public and eventually free and rehabilitate him. Rather, the Dreyfus Affair ceases to be a purely legal matter at a precise moment in time. This moment in time was determined by an act of the future founder of the Action franchise. To some extent, therefore, the Dreyfus affair and the Action franchise stand in a mutual cause and effect relationship. Certainly the Dreyfus affair was one of the strangest and 83. 84 The Action Française. Most dramatic legal cases of all time. But it did not start out like that, nor did it maintain that level throughout. Neither the arrest of Captain Dreyfus, despite the extraordinary circumstances surrounding it, nor his sentence to life imprisonment on Devil's Island, despite the questionable evidence on which the sentence was based, was sufficient in itself to constitute an affair. They represented a miscarriage of justice, possibly even a gross violation of justice. The determination of the Dreyfus family to effect a rehabilitation was necessary to create the affair, even though at first only in a negative sense. In association with some influential Jewish friends, the delicate business was approached as if it were a dubious financial transaction. They went to work furtively, bought documents illegally, made large donations to newspapers, and did not even avoid the appearance of attempting to bribe important persons. Was it any wonder that the public began to be alarmed, that there were rumors of a Jewish syndicate which was conspiring to liberate the traitor with every means at its disposal? Yet the syndicate was completely innocent of the fact that the case finally became an affair in a positive sense. On the contrary, this new development could be attributed to the alertness of a sincere officer who, as the new head of the Intelligence Bureau, discovered the real author of the documents in question and maintained the genuineness of his discovery in the face of all opposition. But the rumors of a syndicate offered the best possible support to that opposition, and Colonel Piquart, the real hero of this affair, seemed to be pursuing a lost cause. There is no doubt that Zola's famous letter, J'accuse, appearing in Clemenceau's paper Aurora, marked a turning point. It transformed the legal matter into a public affair in its full sense. It summarized all that the syndicate's investigations had brought to light over the years, and enough dubious and suspicious material existed to put the General Staff in an awkward position. But this letter did not yet turn the affair into a true political issue, the kind that sets great masses of people in passionate motion against one another. The details were too numerous and the hypotheses too bold to convince the masses. Moreover, it was not hard to ascribe discreditable motives to both Zola and Clemenceau. In the summer of 1898, public opinion and Parliament were still almost unanimously opposed to the appeal and hostilely inclined toward the handful of Dreyfusards. No con. WFFLSTORY 85. Vincing new evidence had been brought forward. The only thunderclaps which the so-called syndicate had been able to produce were the rustlings of papers. The sudden flash which casts a new and ominous light on the nocturnal landscape was lacking. When it finally struck, the Dreyfusards were as surprised as everyone else. Early in September, 1898, the public learned with astonishment and alarm that on August 30, on the orders of Minister of War Cavaignac, Lieutenant Colonel Henry, Piquart's successor as head of the Intelligence Bureau, had been arrested. It was reported that he had admitted having forged a secret document classified by the Minister of War. The next day he had committed suicide with a razor blade in his cell on Mont Valérien. Paris, France, the world, held its breath. It was patently obvious that this was the new evidence needed for the appeal, and it was in truth very decisive evidence. Henry had played an important role in the affair right from the start. If he admitted his guilt, and how else was his suicide to be interpreted? The whole edifice of the accusation of Dreyfus must be shaken to its foundations. An immediate appeal was the least that could be demanded now. And in fact, according to expert witnesses, for 48 hours there was not a soul in Paris who did not believe that an appeal was inevitable. Then, in the midst of the confusion and consternation, a newspaper article appeared which altered the situation. Its author was Charles Maurras, a 30-year-old writer hitherto known only in limited circles. The article was entitled, "The First Blood." It looked at things in a way which no one had thought or dared to look. It summoned the colonel as a blood witness. "This blood smokes," and it will cry out until its spilling is avenged, not by you, who have yielded to a noble despair, not even by the troublesome coterie at the ministry, but by your chief executioners, whom I publicly name, the members of the syndicate of treason. In the state of confusion in which the national parties find themselves, we have not been able to give you the great funeral which your martyrdom deserves. We should have flourished the blood-stained tunic on our boulevards, as well as the blood-stained blades. We should have borne the coffin in a procession and worshipped the shroud as if it were a black flag. It will be to our shame that we did not attempt this. But patriotic feeling, although diffused and multiplied against itself, still incapable of action, has nevertheless been resuscitated. 9. For the rest of his fife, Mora's opponents accused him of 86. Having glorified the person of Henry and of having represented his forgery as a faux patriotique. 10. In actual fact, what Mora's did was of far greater and direr significance. He submitted a reinterpretation of extraordinary scope. No thinking person could mistake the issue. Either Henry considered himself guilty, or his superiors considered him guilty. If Henry had been of one mind with himself, his brother officers, and his superiors concerning the status of an ultra-secret document, he would not have needed to carry out such a pathetically clumsy forgery and would, if necessary, have been able to brave all the storms of public opinion. Whoever took the guilt from Henry's shoulders transferred it to his superiors. And indeed Mora's did not shrink from accusing the coterie ministeriale, but was he not the very one to cut the ground from under his defense of the army and the former ministers? It was possible to regard the Dreyfusards as capable of bribing deputies and inciting soldiers to mutiny, but to regard them as sufficiently powerful to place a razor in the hands of the head of the intelligence bureau, without him being conscious of having committed a serious crime, was to credit them with superhuman powers, of which there is no evidence. At the same time Mora's endowed this desperate claim with its myth, the most occult and sinister of all myths, that of blood shed by the hand of the enemy, unexpiated. Not only does it cry out for revenge, but it is also the first drop in a sea of blood that a treacherous and dangerous attack, both from without and within, will demand of France. A blood spell destined to unite the clan for the dernier Bouteille 21. This is what the myth-creating eye of Mora's, the so-called rationalist, beholds. Yet at the same time he plunges onto a path which is hardly the predestined one for the lyricist and the Philibra, the friend of Morias and Mistral, and the literary critic and storyteller. To his dying day he will have to vindicate the article which he always claims to regard as the best, in any case most useful act of his life. 12. There can be no doubt that this article was a lie, and that Mora's had no illusions about that. But it was not a lie in the ordinary sense. Had there been an appeal at that time and in those circumstances, the Dreyfus affair would have concluded as a purely legal matter, presumably without any significant political consequences, but for the army, it would have meant an enormous loss of prestige and respect in the 87 eyes of everyone. Mora's could not seriously believe that the behavior of all branches of the army had been blameless in the affair. But he was sufficiently convinced that the very life of France was threatened both from within and without, and that in every respect the army represented the ultimate guarantee of France's existence. To this extent the Dreyfusards, particularly if Dreyfus was innocent, were dangerous enemies. They were trying to drag the army before a tribunal in whose judgment it could not possibly pass muster, that of the individual who insists on his human dignity. If one were to follow up all the letters of treachery in an army, sheer reading would prevent one from taking action. Clemenceau forgets this, and since he limits himself to the case of Captain Dreyfus he must have been bribed by the syndicate, even if he has never received a sou for his paper. Mora's underlying thought process can be reduced to the following formula: justice kills what is vital. That is why in a deeper sense his lie is for him the truth. With the legal affair becoming a political affair, indeed the focal point of all French politics, army and church find themselves exposed to fiercer attacks and greater dangers than had ever been thought possible, but the conservative element among the people, the only one which really counts, closes its ranks all the more solidly around the threatened institutions, thus ensuring their survival. A lie which the intellect sees for what it is but which is at one with the deeper motivations of life, may be called a living lie. There are living lies not only of the individual, but also of a class, an era, or a historical trend. Mora's article on Henry represents the living lie at the core of the French army. In politics its result was the Action Française, and it was no accident that the Action Française enjoyed more sympathy in the army than anywhere else. The living lie of a morally, profoundly threatened army marks the start of Italian fascism, the lie that the Battle of Vittorio Veneto decided the World War. The living lie of a morally and factually, profoundly threatened army is one of the preconditions for German National Socialism, the legend of the stab in the back. This common factor must be kept in mind as pointing up the inadequacy of the categories of a mere history of ideas. Meanwhile, it would be doing Mora's an injustice to believe that he, too, could find a simple and arrogant solution in collective expediency to the problem of truth. For him, truth and reason remain linked. This explains how, for him, the 88th living lie of the Henry article can become the continuing spur and driving force behind justification and rationalization. Bars once said that Mora's had evolved his theory in conformity with his instincts. 13 Bars is thinking, rightly enough, of a level below reason, but he overnaturalizes it by using the word instinct. A metaphor seems more appropriate, just as a tree which has been cut produces resin to close the wound, and the deeper the cut the more resin is produced, so Mora's weaves over the living lie of his best, in any case most useful act, a web of theories which justify, explain, and substantiate. It is true that they seldom refer directly to that article, most of them probably stem from earlier beginnings and more recent experiences, and it is true that they combine to form a structure of imposing consistency. At times one might believe that the great goal had been achieved, that of writing a contra-encyclopedia and even of countering the envied and hated doctrine of Karl Marx with a work of comparable stature. To a certain extent this ideology is the political movement of the Action Française. In fact, within the space of 25 years two of the most typical and intellectual personalities of their wartime generations, 14 called him the outstanding political thinker of his time. But when in 1945 Mora's, an old man of 76, faced the revolutionary court at Lyons, infinitely more guilty toward his country than Dreyfus but from a formal and legal point of view equally innocent, he called out, after the verdict was pronounced depriving him of freedom and civil rights for life, "C'est la revanche de Dreyfus." 15 No matter how far he had advanced beyond his beginnings, he was still their prisoner, and perhaps this was really the revenge of that living lie that to the end of his days he never succeeded in understanding it, hence himself and the role he had played. Mora's * development to 1898 16 Who was Charles Mora's? What course did he follow before he stepped forward at the age of 30 into the front line of French politics, to remain one of its most remarkable figures for the next half-century? His development is in some aspects highly individual, in others typical of his generation, and as a whole so complex that it cannot be described with a few sociological or psychological formulas. To begin with, it is not quite accurate to say that Mora's came from a lower middle-class family. Admittedly, his fa. 89. There was only a local tax collector, and living conditions at home were cramped. But his maternal grandfather was mayor of the old port of Martigues, in Provence, and there were numerous ties linking the family with the broader and freer existence of seafaring people, ship owners, and sea captains. As a boy, Charles's first and dearest wish was to become a naval officer, and later he liked to think that it was only the fact of his deafness that led him to literature, philosophy, and politics. As in countless French families, the father was a non-believer, the mother devout, but even she inclined to some degree toward liberal ideas. Within the wider family circle there was a considerable variety of political belief, and Mora's rightly said that it was not due to family tradition that he arrived at his political doctrine. However, one important reservation must be made. His mother, of far greater influence in his upbringing than his father, who died young, had seen her own mother faint on hearing the news of the revolution of 1848, and horror of the revolution left a permanent mark on her son. This fundamental bourgeois fear of revolution is perhaps the most important element in Mora's makeup. It provides a remarkable similarity with Nietzsche and a marked antithesis to the proletarian Mussolini. This fear was preceded by another terrible fear. When the Franco-Prussian War broke out, young Charles Maurras was barely 2.5. Fixed forever in his earliest memories were the terror and excitement of those days. When he asked who were the Prussians that everyone was talking about, he was told, wicked men, barbarians wearing spiked helmets. 17 Side by side with this dual terror, the consolation and charm of books filled the imagination of the precocious boy. Homer fascinated him, especially the Odyssey. The glory and grandeur of the Greek gods lighted an inextinguishable flame in him. After the death of his father in 1876, the little family moved to Aix-en-Provence, where Charles attended the Collège Catholique, which was run by priests. He made swift and intensive inroads into the spiritual world. Lamina's ideas on revolutionary theocracy took hold of the 12-year-old boy like a fever. The next wave to engulf his interest was that of the Romantic poets, 18 Musset and Baudelaire, and later Verlaine. Then came disaster, the incomprehensible, the irrational misfortune. At the age of 14 his hearing began to deteriorate progressively, he became practically deaf and could 90 The Action *Française no longer follow lectures. He had still been dreaming of becoming a naval officer. This possibility now vanished, as did the more concrete prospect of a normal course of study. A young abbé, who later became a bishop and for whom Maurras always retained the utmost respect, became interested in him. However, it was not religion but philosophy that occupied first place in his mind. The magnificent, hopeless gloom of Lucretius' poem on the nature of things gripped his gloom-encircled soul. Confronted brutally with the origin of evil, he looked for and found in Kant nothing but skepticism, and still more intensive and desperate was his meeting would be the sinister Pascal. In short, Maurras lost his faith, and his physical disaster was followed by the profound upheaval and transformation of his spiritual life. Then came a surprising turn. In 1885 Maurras, then 17, went to Paris and, unprepared and inexperienced as he was, gave himself up entirely to literature. He became a regular contributor to various Catholic and conservative periodicals. But this was the accidental result of some letters of introduction. His mental and spiritual state was anything but settled, and for years the most disparate elements existed side by side within him. In later years he spoke of a period of anarchy, but it is impossible to define the boundaries of this period clearly. It was probably more of a substratum, an ever-present contingency over a number of years, but never for a moment did it turn into sympathy for the political movement of anarchism or of the revolutionary parties. Therefore it is not correct when Maurras says, literature led us to politics. 19 On the contrary, politics, that is, the counter-revolutionary position on the non-royalist right, was the least affected by his crisis. It was in literature that he overcame his crisis, and it was then that Maurras, with his good grounding in the classics, discovered a new synthesis which in turn formed the basis for his political theory. However, regardless of the passionate single-mindedness with which Maurras at first devoted himself to philosophy in Paris, he was denied any comparable success. In aesthetics, in politics, I have known the joy of grasping original ideas in their most lofty evidence, but in pure philosophy, no. 20 His encounter with Comte marks the end of his philosophical search. Here he met with a thinker whose philosophy renounced God and all metaphysics but who nevertheless promised to salvage and vindicate that human order which Maurras, even in the hours of his deepest despair, had never questioned. But although Maurras found a spiritual home in 91. Positivism, he first eliminated all elements which might still be considered metaphysical in Comte. The law of three states, the concept of progress, the religion of humanity to retain merely an empirisme organisateur, which cannot seriously be called a philosophical home. From among all these impressions of the first 10 years, a few experiences stand out which finally become basic to Mora's spiritual and political development. Some of these are quite new, others relate strikingly to childhood impressions, confirming and radicalizing them. During the very first days of his stay in Paris, he was struck, moved, almost hurt, 21 to come across so many names on the boulevards, names which were distinguished by the abhorrent letters K or W or Z. Therefore it is an aesthetic impression that causes him to take the first step toward his later anti-Semitism, as well as the naive confusion and xenophobia of the young provincial in the metropolis, rather like Hitler's experiences 20 years later in Vienna. During the following year he no doubt read, like everyone else, Drumont's La France, Bovie, and the Panama Scandal must have provided him, like so many others, with material for new insights. Yet his anti-Semitism is far from being intransigent or a matter of principle. In 1889 he voted in an election for the first time in his life for General Boulanger's advisor, the Jewish senator Nolte, and in 1895 his first book was published by the Jewish firm of Common Levy. Meanwhile the cardinal experience of his childhood was confirmed and strengthened when he met with vivid reminders of the 1871 Commune. Characteristically, only the thought that the Louvre had been in danger agitated him, 22, and this thought filled him with apprehension and horror both for the past and for the future. Unlike Drumont, he disregarded the mass shootings, the terrible repression. Nietzsche's reaction had been very similar. This evidently accounts for the basic feeling, common to both men, that culture consisted of apple peel over glowing chaos 23 and a tiny lost island in the sea of endless chaos. 24. This feeling was strengthened yet again when Maurras was told soon afterward that, at the time of the Commune when attempts were being made to save the Louvre, a voice from the crowd was heard shouting, "Let it all burn, why not? All the better. Down with the slaves of the dead, long live life and its flame." 25. Not only was barbaric ignorance at work, therefore, but a false philosophy and its diabolical lust for destruction. 92. The Action Française. How was such a terrible thing to be countered except by a new doctrine of the preciousness of all that is fragile and of the essentially preserving nature of man? In retrospect, Maurras called this story the starting point of the reflections which were to lead me to where I now am. 26. But there is no doubt that even at that time a living phenomenon served to strengthen the impression of history, the propaganda of Marxism, which he soon came to consider German and Jewish. 27. Once again his provincial origin had a political consequence. What had once been the breath of life to him, his native province, became in Paris something he sorely missed. This nostalgia drove him to learn the Provençal language and to approach the Félibres who were trying to carry on and further the work of Mistral in Paris. Finally in Petrarch's Valley at the spring of Vaucluse he met the master himself, and it was then that the meaning of the Latin expression multa renascentur became clear to him. Unlike the Félibres in Paris, however, Maurras and some of his friends were not content with a mere aesthetic and folklorist program. They made far-reaching political demands: decentralization of the government, restoration of the old provinces, official recognition of the Provençal language. Indeed, there was some talk of sovereignty for the provinces, and certain government quarters began to be alarmed. There is no denying that Maurras began with a program that appears to run completely counter to all fascist endeavors. But again it must be realized that his aim was a reaction not only against uniformity as such, but against Jacobinic uniformity. Thus when all appeals directed by him and his friends at the country and local traditions met with unshakable indifference, the idea gradually ripened that necessary reform could be instituted from above. Once again it was probably the reawakening of his childhood experiences, of his love of Homer and the shining world of his gods, which finally enabled him to take a firm stand in the realm of aesthetics too, that of neoclassicism and its inclination toward the eternal, the essential, the enduring, as against the romantic blandishments of the ephemeral and the fashionable, of its attention to meaning, syntax, and orderliness of expression, as against the romantic emancipation of words and picturesque sound portraits, of its sense of simplicity and clarity, as against the rambling, agitated, confused style of the Romantic. Mora's friend and master in this development, Jean Morias, and the École Romaine founded by FFLSTORY 93. Him are known today only to the history of literature. Mora's own great critical works on the Romantic era date from the time after 1898. From this period of change only one book is still known, the artistic merit of which is disputed but whose political and ideological importance are very great, Le Chemin de Paradis, published in 1895 but written partly in 1891. Outwardly it is nothing but a series of myths and fables, about Phidias and Crito, about Sybaris, about Ares during the late antiquity, about fishermen and seafaring people. The preface sets out the purpose of the fables, to demonstrate the need for harmony by showing the destructive power of the narrow-minded and the extreme, of unbridled lust or fanatical religions. But the preface also states directly what Mora's means by fanatical religions, chiefly, monotheistic Christianity which destroys the living harmonies of classical paganism and under whose emblem the cross of a suffering God. Night has spread over the modern age. 28. This night, however, is due mainly to the unrest and revolt of masses of slaves, who during ancient times and the Middle Ages had their place, their order, their purpose, but who now move restlessly, aimlessly, unhappily under the leadership of fools who refuse to acknowledge that inhumanity does not begin with shed blood but originates in the disturbance which is knowingly brought to the hearts. 29. In the famous story Les Serviteurs, the slaves who were separated from their masters in the underworld and did not know what to do with themselves understood this. The souls of men have not all been drawn from the same source. The daughters of potter's clay will not rise to the rank of those whom the gods begot in beds of purple. The book abounds in remarkable epithets, whether the infinite is called an obscene chaos, or whether the subject is the Hebrew Christ, the madness of the anti-slavery Congress, or the poor Protestant and neo-Christian geese. Nevertheless, the outstanding fact is not that Mora's arrived independently at formulas of radical conservatism which are ordinarily associated with Nietzsche, but which were in the air ever since the original, that is, Christian conservatism appeared to have become outmoded and inadequate. Rather, the decisive factor is that Mora's calls his view sufficiently heathen and Christian to merit the beautiful title of Catholic. 30. To him Catholicism is merely Christianity divested of its poisonous content by its Roman heathen form. Mora's therefore takes that radical and pseudo-revolutionary conservatism which in its pure form, as developed by 94. Nietzsche, can only exist on a literary level and turns it into a politically active quantity. If Mora's succeeds in giving it modern methods and in preserving as a mere means the old tree in whose root system the new plant is growing, then he has created an entirely new political phenomenon for which there is as yet no name. But at the same time there are indications of a profound and crucial ambiguity. In line with its innate character, the new party is dedicated to the battle against the universal revolt of the slaves, hence it must be equally universal. In this context Nietzsche had dreamed of a future party of life, whose goal would be the destruction of all that is degenerate. 31. But was there some international manifestation in whose protection and shadow the new entity could grow? Neither Catholicism, science, nor industry was a suitable starting point. What was available was the only group which was empowered to act and was unmistakably aware of itself, but which, of course, was not universal, the nation. The paradox might remain hidden for a while. At some time or other it was bound to come to light. The fact that to Mora's the object of politics might be his own nation was already inherent in his most important childhood experiences. The national enemy, Germany, had indeed never ceased to preoccupy him. 32. And one day, in 1894, he read the recently published translation of Fichte's Reden und die Deutsche Nation. It acted on him like a thunderbolt. Now he understood the enemy. What had obscurely oppressed him became coherent, the dark doors opened, he held the key. This was the heart of the mysterious creature, the German obsession with I, the intoxication with self, the monotheism of the national I. This was the sinister threat, and from that day forward, on every platform to which he had access, his comments are to be heard on the preacher-philosopher of Berlin, his work, his action. 34 It is at one and the same time example and promise, henceforward Mora's dearest wish is untrübte Junsficht. 35 And the German rebellion against Napoleon becomes for him a model and a standard, although a totally misleading standard, for the analogy with Nietzsche's revolt of the slaves, and hence the specific distinguishing mark of the century, is entirely absent from Fichte. One last, completely new experience enhanced the importance of the nation in Mora's mind. In 1896 he attended the first Olympic Games in Athens as a reporter for the Gazette de France. He observed the harmony of the opening. History 95. Ceremony, but he also observed the delirium, the unbridled passion, of the crowd during the contests when it came to urging on or cheering a compatriot. Was not Baron de Coubertin's noble idealism a cloud, while the irrational behavior of the masses was reality? Was not the peaceful contest, which disclosed such abhorrent traits to the observer, actually the proving ground for warlike conflict? There in the Pan-Athenian Stadium the competing nations stood revealed to Moras as the fundamental reality of the age. This graphic experience was to remain with him for a long time as something much more powerful than his theoretical horror of revolution, which, after all, he was never to see with his own eyes. Yet at the same time he saw how small France was in the world, how it was surpassed by Germans and Englishmen. His classically educated mind was flooded with analogies. Did not France resemble Athens weakened by democracy in the face of the barbarian power of Philip of Macedon? Had it not once, under its kings, been the leading power, had it not set a standard for the world? Moras returned to Paris a passionate opponent of democracy and a determined supporter of monarchy. His years of apprenticeship were over. At last he had found his harbor. 36 But it was still to be seen whether he would serve his country as a writer or as a politician. It was the Henry affair which first drove him out onto the high seas aboard a man of war. We are now in a position to summarize Mora's youthful development as a whole. In it, social, national, religious, aesthetic causes and motives blend indistinguishably. Neither his bourgeois fear of revolution, nor his national sensibility, nor his aesthetic impulse toward the finite and the perfect, nor the loss of his faith, can be isolated or looked to alone for elucidation. This complicated medley of factors does not achieve direction and completion until faced with the challenge of events. In Athens Moras perceived the truth, even if perhaps only part of it. Not until he had finally become a man did events cease to shake him. From then on, he used them instead merely to confirm his theories. However, one further crucial fact remains to be considered. Moras for whatever reasons did not, like his school friend Henry Bramant, become a theologian, although for the gifted son of a Catholic family, educated at an ecclesiastical college, this would have been a natural course. Nor did he find a home in philosophy, as his teacher Renan did at 96. Certain times. Also, he was not satisfied with being just an author, like his opponent André Gide, since literature, while not shirking political issues, does avoid lasting political involvement. Politics became for him the most extreme and vital synthesis. Thus he ran the whole gamut which distinguishes the Occident as a self-secularizing society. This sets him clearly apart from all the random short-term politicians who are only outwardly affected by the contexts of social evolution as a whole. Not every ideologist is in this sense an integral politician. But integral politics is perhaps the most ambiguous and dangerous manifestation of the European trend. Looking back, Moras said of the Henry affair, "I entered politics like a religion." 37 Seen in this way, Moras can only be compared with Marx. For both men, politics cannot be separated from theology, metaphysics, and aesthetics, even when the proponents themselves deny the connection. This must be borne in mind above all else when we turn from Mora's inner development to political events. The Action Frangus to the founding of its newspaper. To call Moras the founder of the Action Frangus is not literally correct. It is true that the Henry article transformed and greatly accentuated the Dreyfus crisis, which was apparently on the verge of being resolved. If, in the eyes of their opponents, the Dreyfusards had hitherto been members of a conspiratorial syndicate, they were from now to be charged with a criminal plot that seemed to threaten state and society, indeed France itself. Vice versa, the supporters of the appeal now expressed rage and indignation at being confronted by people who dared to justify a forgery. The warring parties ceased to be opponents, they became enemies, with no quarter given or expected. But Moraz was not alone in seeing what now had to be done. The main battle lines had been drawn. All those who supported army and church, the whole powerful group of the conservative bourgeoisie, were ranged solidly against Dreyfus. All those who were anti-clerically inclined, especially the masses of the socialist workers, gathered in the opposing camp. An astonishing about-face had taken place. In 1894 Jors had attacked the government in the chamber because its class justice had not sentenced the rich Captain Dreyfus to death. The originator of the affair, General Mercier, was an anti-clerical Republican. Leo XIIF's ralliement policy had split the Catholics into two groups, one progressive and one reactionary. But now the fine nuances disappeared. Society B. W97 came polarized in two hostile blocs accusing each other of criminal plots. The decision must be handed down by the intellect, by the ever-important French intelligentsia. It appeared to be siding more and more with the Dreyfus cause. The university professors and elementary school teachers declared themselves almost to a man in favor of Dreyfus. The enseignement secondaire still hesitated. Clemenceau joined Renac in founding the Ligue pour la défense des droits de l'homme and had published a Manifeste d'intellectuels. Support of Dreyfus appeared to be in itself an intellectual act, thinking people and individuals versus cold-blooded reasons of state and the blind frenzy of the masses. If this impression were to gain the upper hand, the cause of the Dreyfus opponents was lost. What must be done, therefore, was to gather together the anti-Dreyfus intelligentsia, and Moraz took an important part in this. On December 31, 1898, the Ligue de la Patrie Frangue saw the light of day. The result was overwhelming. Almost the entire Académie Franguiste joined, and within a very short time there were 100,000 applications. It seemed that France's intellectuals did not after all side with the traitor and against the fatherland. But the League's declaration was a half-hearted affair of little consequence, shaped by a host of considerations for conflicting views. Of an entirely different caliber was the manifesto published a few days earlier in the newspaper L'Éclair by the young writer Maurice Pujo in the name of some friends. It bore the title Action Frangus and set out with vigor to combat the considerations humanitaires, the anarchists, the abstraction of the droits de l'homme, the parliamentary system, and individualism. It ended with the demand that internally France be organized and externally it become as strong as it had been under the Ancien regime. Without, of course, reverting to forms of the past. 38 Thus two trends toward an anti-Dreyfus rally existed side by side, the one academic, many-faceted, successful, the other radical and full of initiative, championed by unknown young men. When the second group was finally constituted in the summer of 1899 under the name Action Frangus, it was with the legitimate conviction that the great Ligue de la Patrie Frangus was not equal to its task. Moraz had been in touch with this new group since January, but he never hesi. 98 The Action Française. Tate to give credit for its founding to Maurice Pujo and, above all, Henri Vaugeois. 39 Vaugeois was professor of philosophy at the Lycée in Coulommiers. Like Pujo, his background was one of radical liberalism. Both men had been members of the Union pour l'Action Morale, a center of Kantian and Protestant ideas which naturally enough very soon adopted a position on the Dreyfus side. Vaugeois and Pujo rebelled, but their leftist origin remained apparent for a long time. Vaugeois was moved by the desire to reconcile progress and stability, to unite the truth of the monarchy with the truth of the republic to form a higher, third, entity. 40 He was not without sympathy for revolutionary socialism, yet he opened the first issue of the Little Grey Review, Action Française, with an article entitled Reaction d'abord. Within 2 years he let himself be convinced by Maurras that monarchy was the indispensable condition and culmination of the required reaction, that only the basic struggle against the principle of republic could avert the deadly dangers manifested by the Dreyfusards. Vaugeois was not the only one to surrender to Maurras' tireless and fanatical powers of persuasion. In 1899 Maurras was possibly the sole monarchist in the group. By 1903 the entire Action franchise was monarchist. To this extent, then, he can rightly be called its founder. The Action Française was constituted, almost to the day, simultaneously with Waldeck Rousseau's government simultaneously, that is, with the political triumph of the Dreyfusards. This triumph was accentuated and confirmed from year to year. In 1906 Clemenceau was to become Prime Minister and Piquart Minister of War. The Action franchise was at first merely a small group of young intellectuals, quite without influence, whose sole asset was a tiny review and who met regularly for long discussions in the Café de Flore. Its members had varying intellectual backgrounds. They included positivists, Spinozists, one Protestant, a few practicing Catholics. But they were fanatically convinced that it was their task to found a new political doctrine and that thereon depended the salvation of the state. Indeed, they stood at the crossroads of ideological directions and political opinions. The Dreyfus affair had been chiefly significant for the fact that segments of the population and positions which had formerly been united were now divided, and those which had formerly been divided were now united. Ever since their birth during the French Revolution, the concepts of nation and fatherland, and of humanity and human rights, had belonged together. In the Dreyfus affair, however, the Ligue de la Patrie Francaise and the Ligue pour la Défense des Droits de l'Homme faced each other in opposition, although in actual practice the mutual hostility was mitigated by the fact that Clemenceau did not cease to be a patriot, nor did Barrès deny his close ties with the revolution. But, ideologically speaking, dissociation was now on the agenda, especially as the socialists had long been pressing forward in the opposite direction. It was clear that the new nationalism would not become complete, integral, until it dissociated itself entirely from the ideas of the French Revolution. However, in France the counter-idea to revolution since the execution of Louis XVI had been that of the monarchy. Only a monarchistic nationalism, therefore, would be an integral, that is, anti-revolutionary nationalism, although for that very reason not, in the ordinary sense of the word, conservative. By the same token, the affair brought about the uniting of convictions, trends, and parties that had been hitherto mutually unsympathetic or even hostile, atheists and assumptionists on the one hand, bourgeois radicals and socialists on the other. It cannot be denied that the young men of the Action Francaise brilliantly discharged their duty of digesting, justifying, and radicalizing the experiences of the Dreyfus affair and thus creating for the right a coherent ideology adapted to modern requirements. They invented nothing, but they analyzed the system of counter-revolutionary doctrines and frequently combined its elements in new syntheses of far-reaching consequences. It has been rightly said that, in the years preceding World War I, nowhere was there an intellectual political general staff of such high caliber as in the youthful Action Francaise. Maurras, Vaugeois, and Pujoulx were joined by Jacques Bainville, 41, a marvel of precocious intelligence, and Léon Daudet, 42, son of the novelist, a rhetorician and polemicist of unbounded vitality. Louis Demire, 43, wrote his book on Les Maîtres de la contre-révolution au XLXe siècle, in which he attempted to claim even Proudhon among the forefathers of the Action Francaise. Pierre Lasser, 44, followed up Maurras' studies of the Romantic period and made a name for himself as a literary historian. The most active of all, however, was Maurras. As early as 1899 the Little Grey Review published his essay, Les Monopeintes par Memes, 45, in which he traces the history of a Protestant family and advances the 100 thesis that liberalism is the ideological disguise of the will to power of certain groups which in themselves could not be less liberal. Out of this essay grew the famous doctrine of the Conf Juifs, Protestants, Frankmagons, Meetkays, which divided the French into two groups and denied one of them the right to call itself French. In 1900 there followed une enquête sur la monarchie, in an enormous range of questions, answers, and comments, the neo-royalist doctrine was developed and substantiated. The short work, Les Amants de Venise, Georges Sand et Alfred de Musset, made the Romantic era and especially the Romantic idea of love the object of an attack of enduring effectiveness. L'Avenir de Vie Intelligence offered the intellectuals the alternative of entering either into an enslaving alliance with abstract and cosmopolitan financial powers, or into a liberating cooperation with the aristocracy of blood. The first completely political polemic was directed against Marc Sangnier and the beginnings of Christian democracy, and attacked both mercilessly as being excrescences of the revolutionary spirit, and more or less openly challenged the ecclesiastical authorities to intervene. In 1906 the little group dared to do what no party had ever undertaken, it founded a kind of party college, l'Institut d'Action Frangus. It thereby emphasized its intellectual character and underlined its claim to have evolved its own, entirely new doctrine. The year before had seen the founding of the Ligue d'Action Frangus, the basic organizational structure of its supporters. By its very name it renounced any claim to be a party and ranked itself in the tradition of the great mass and street movements such as Derolde's League of Patriots. 46 In their oath of loyalty, the members swore to further the cause of the monarchy par tous les moyens. At the beginning of 1908 the Action Frangus could hardly be said to be a political force, but it did represent an intellectual potential of considerable effectiveness whose influence made itself felt throughout France as well as here and there in Italy. From the founding of the newspaper to the end of the war with the founding of the daily paper in March, 1908, the Action Frangus entered upon a new phase. It could now no longer be ignored. For the next 20 years it marked the position of the extreme right in France, and its daily news. 10. Paper, with Léon Daudet as editor-in-chief, was the most aggressive and vociferous political organ in the country. Although isolated by its royalism, it was precisely this feeder asterisk that caused it also to be feared. The Republic could still by any means be sure of the army. In 1910 it was possible for more RAS, together with two high-ranking officers, to carry on in full view of the public a detailed discussion of the possibilities of a coup against TH regime. These were TH right's counterparts to Réflexions sur la violence, and even though they became less well known than Sarl's famous Es says, they are actually of far greater significance for the time. They are aimed unmistakably at the seizure of politica power, they present the first outlines of a blueprint for TH march on Rome, while Sarl's violence is at bottom quite unpolitical and is aimed at maintaining alertness and vigilance and at countering the degeneration of capitalism. It is true that a helpful general, like Monk, for Juan Moraz was keeping so anxious a lookout, never materialized. Nevertheless the new violence did not remain purely verbal. During the winter of 1908-09 a series of public lecture was announced at the Sorbonne, to be given by a lycée professor by the name of Thalhammas, who was said to have insulted Joan of Arc. At the first lecture a group of the newly formed Camelots du Roi appeared, led by Maurice Pujo. They drowned out the professeur with catcalls and bombarded him with various objects. Finally one of the group jumped onto the rostrum and brutally slapped the defenseless professor. For the next few weeks the course had to be given under police protection. But the Camelots were always finding new ways of creating a disturbance. They started brawls under the windows of the auditorium, got into fights with students who did not share their views, and bewildered the police with silent marches. Pujo made his way with some of his companions into another auditorium, dismissed the astonished professor, and gave a speech in praise of Joan of Arc. The punishments were minor, they were regarded partly as martyrdom and partly as adventures. On the next to last day of the course, using a strategy requiring military precision, they managed to enter the auditorium, in spite of the heavy police guard, and beat up the lecturer on the rostrum. Both state and university yielded, the course was not completed. 102. This was no longer a student's prank, despite all its opera bouffe features. And this violence was not an isolated case. Right up until the war, the Action Française carried on a fierce campaign against what they called the illegal rehabilitation of Dreyfus by the Court of Appeal in 1906. 47 In the midst of a session a Camelot shouted traitors at the judges of the highest court in the land. The Comédie Française wanted to put on a play by Henry Bernstein. But he had been a deserter. So the Action franchise used force to prevent the performance. All over France statues of the most prominent Dreyfusards were destroyed or mutilated. The police either could not or would not protect them. A waiter who sympathized with the Action Française slapped the President of the Republic on the street. With keen logic, Maurras proved in his paper that, viewed correctly and with insight, the head of state had been the aggressor in the incident. It is impossible to ignore the fact that in all these frivolous, or apparently harmless features, the basic structure of fascist violence was becoming clearly discernible. It is organized, not elemental, brutal, not wildly passionate. It aims not merely to wipe out the enemy but to subject him to physical humiliation and moral defamation. It even attacks, immediately and directly, the very cornerstones and shrines of bourgeois life: justice, science, and art. Whenever they seem to jeopardize a higher interest, it always comes post festum, when the enemy's first wave of attack has subsided. It represents revenge and a punitive expedition rather than a means of survival. It incurs no great risks and occurs only with a certain amount of condonation on the part of state and police. In their interrelationship these elements are without parallel. They cannot be compared with either the completely different violence of the left or with the turbulent, instinctive, and anarchistic mass movements of the Bull Anger crisis, or with anti-Semitic agitation. A further unprecedented element was introduced into politics by the Action Française with its attitude toward religious issues. It is true that secular parties had long been attempting to improve their position by supporting the Catholic Church. The most typical example was the anxious way in which the anti-clerical bourgeoisie gave ground under the impact of the Revolution, and the promulgation of the pro-ecclesiastical school law of 1850. 48. But it was totally without parallel for a political group headed by atheists and agnostics to go all out in praise of Catholicism as France's most valuable basic element, and with skill and determination to defend the syllabus, the Church's declaration of war on modern society, which even good Catholic were not very readily disposed to discuss. 49. But the Church was engaged in a stubborn and difficult battle against modernism, and it had few allies. The Vatican was the only world power actually to take the Action Française seriously as far back as 1910. Maurras had friends in higher places among the Roman and French hierarchy. 50. Pius III himself did not conceal his sympathies. When he granted an audience to Maurras' mother, he said to her of her son, "Je bénis son sauveur." 51. The condemnation of the Sillon forerunner of the Christian democratic movement, found a 52. This clearly meant that throughout his life Clemenceau remained full of sincere admiration for the Action Française. Maurras, never particularly bashful when it came to self-appraisal, said later that Clemenceau had carried out the policy of the Action franchise and thereby, that is, by anti-democratic and monarchistic methods, achieved victory. 62. To a degree this is no doubt correct. But Maurras did not ask himself whether, in the final analysis, that form of constitution was not the stronger which in certain circumstances was able to transform itself into its very opposite while its opponents seemed destined to remain unaltered, similar only to themselves. From the end of the war to the condemnation by Rome after the Allied victory, which seemed to many people a French victory, the reputation of the Action Française was at its zenith. No one could deny or belittle its participation in the triumph. Even its position on the extreme right within the now decidedly rightist-oriented country was bound to ensure that its influence would be considerable. 107. Yet there is little doubt that the end of the war sounded the death knell for development in the direction that the Action Française itself was inclined to regard as paramount. A monarchist restitution could have come out of a defeat, but the victorious Republic seemed to refute Mora's theses so palpably that a royalist restoration never again became a real possibility. Royalism, therefore, paralyzed the strength of its position and became an insurmountable barrier excluding the Action Française from any participation in political power. Furthermore, even the overall significance attributable to the Action Française as the paradigm of a supranational trend was now forfeited. Its younger cousins in Italy and Germany were developing with astonishing energy and soon left it with only a place in the shade. What did it signify, after all, that Léon Daudet now and again tyrannized the right in Parliament and frantically called for a court indictment of Briand? At the same time in Rome a successful anti-parliamentarian ironically congratulated Parliament on the fact that he had not commandeered the chamber as quarters for his victorious black shirts. What, after all, did it signify that in 1925, when some followers of the Action Française were assassinated or killed in brawls, Moras threatened the Minister of the Interior by open letter that he would shoot him down like a dog if the police did not take effective protective measures? 63. Soon the world would be witnessing very different instances of unpunished defiance of government authority. And what, finally, did it signify when, led by the Action Franchise, the law students at the Sorbonne used force to impose their will on the Minister of the Interior in a minor issue? What had 15 years earlier been the first rumblings of distant eruptions and had thus had a legitimate claim on public interest, was in the stormy post-war period a trivial event of purely local significance. Without a doubt, the Action Franchise was losing ground because it was no longer advancing. Yet it would be mistaken to regard the Action Franchise as being merely a local French phenomenon for the rest of its existence. The situation in which it functioned remained of a paradigmatic nature, and the fact that they were mainly intellectual situations, remote from considerations of national political objectives and responsibilities, makes their analysis all the more valuable. The Action Française still had to contend with the following issues. 1. The victory of its own people over the hated archenemy. This is a situation which never confronted Mussolini's Italy. 108. Or only in an incidental and spurious way, and one which National Socialist Germany experienced momentarily after its initial successes in the Soviet Union. 2. The resistance of conservative forces, in the shadow of which it had grown up. In similar situations, Mussolini was ousted, Hitler triumphed. 3. The fact of being drawn into the center of gravity of a stronger power, at once related and hostile, the fate of Italy after 1935. 4. Its own victory, which from start to finish coincides with the nation's defeat. This is an exaggerated foreshortening of the character of both fascist and National Socialist rule. 5. Its own glaring and hopeless defeat. It is the final stage of the Action Française, of Italian fascism, and of National Socialism, and only of these three among all the trends which can in a broad and provisional sense be called fascist and regarded as original phenomena. This issue is faced only by the Action Française, because only the head of the Action Française survived the defeat. Mussolini was for a short time in a comparable situation during the Repubblica di Sede. Its confrontation with the nation's triumph in 1918 contained the seeds of its future defeats. From the very first day, the Action Française had protested vehemently against the use to which the government and the Allies wanted to put the victory bought at the price of so much French blood. It believed that the bad treaty rendered France's sacrifice useless in that, although it harassed and tormented the defeated enemy, it did not strike at his very mainspring, his national entity. To France's undoing this entity was declared by democratic tradition to be inviolate, but out of it must necessarily grow the great war of revenge. Jacques Bainville's Consequences politiques de la paix contained a masterly popular analysis and political prophecy. As always, Moras expressed himself more violently and more radically. 64 He demanded the immediate partition of Germany into its 26 states and did not hesitate to regard a Bolshevism bienfaisant 65 as desirable for Germany. He denounced what he called the Germanomaniac feelings of the French socialists, radicals, and Jews, proposed measures which included the transformation of Germany into a military colony, and missed no opportunity of emphasizing that the partition of Germany was the only way of preventing a war of revenge being waged with overwhelming ferocity. This intelligent man was dazzled and defeated by his own mania. Did he not realize that he was paving the way for France's defeatism, self-doubts, and moral disarmament against the impending moment when the unreality of the partition plans was to become evident? Was he not aware that he was giving advice which was factually and morally impossible for France to implement, but which virtually anticipated Hitler when he shouted in a frenzy before the Geneva Conference, "Act, act, act, before the windbags get together"? 66. Condemnation by the Vatican. Moras had no sense of his own inconsistency. Even after 1925, when German unity was assured and its political and economic rise were well underway, he did not switch to a policy of alliances, of collective security, or even reconciliation with Germany. His idea was still to rely entirely on France's strength, and to regard the action franchise as the chief pillar of this strength. This partially explains his behavior during the worst internal shock ever experienced by the action franchise, its condemnation by the Vatican. 67. The history of this condemnation is fraught with many obscure features, despite the quality of inevitability inherent in the events themselves. Seen in detail, the letter of the Archbishop of Bordeaux, Cardinal Andrew, to the youth of his diocese, marking the first stage of the condemnation, is anything but a masterpiece of a fair, thorough analysis. Seen as a whole, however, it defines the point at issue with perfect clarity. Catholics by calculation, not by conviction, the men who lead the action frangus use the Church, or hope at least to use it, but they do not serve it, since they reject the divine message which it is the Church's mission to propagate. 110. Indeed, the Church found itself in a very strange position vis-à-vis the Action Française. The latter did not espouse an anti-clerical doctrine to be condemned from without in open conflict, like liberalism and socialism, nor was it a sect in the bosom of the Church itself, representing deviationist doctrinal opinions. Where doctrine was concerned, it was almost impossible to come to grips with it. The well-known demand, politique d'abord, did not necessarily have to be interpreted axiologically. The equally well-known postulate, par tous les moyens, même les causes, could be rendered harm carried less by distinguishing between the terms illegal and illegitimate. With a polite gesture, the whole supernatural doctrinal edifice of the Church was left unmolested. What radical hostility toward Christianity appeared in Mora's early writings could be regarded separately as mere private opinion. The Church, then, was in an awkward position. It was continually having to fight unbelievers who were fighting the Church. In this case it was confronted by unbelievers who supported the Church and whose support it had long accepted. It now had to pay for Pius X's distinction between damnabilis and damnandus. If it abstained from condemnation for reasons of policy, would not final condemnation then have to be regarded as policy pure and simple? This accounts for the Church's difficulty in disembarrassing itself of these new friends. This accounts for the condemnation taking place in stages and for its final formulation being based on events which took place during this very process. In the first place, in September 1926, Pope Pius XI sent a letter to Cardinal Andrew congratulating him on his initiative. In it he emphasized the ambiguous atmosphere within the Action Française which threatened to alienate the faithful imperceptibly from the true Catholic spirit. The faithful were not permitted to follow the leaders of the Action Française blindly in matters of morals or faith. It still seemed as if it might be possible to come to terms. Jacques Maritain, a rising star in the firmament of neo-scholasticism and a long-time admirer of Mora's, made some proposals for mediation in his book, An opinion sur Charles Mora's et le devoir de catholiques, which were welcomed by a number of bishops. But between the Osservatore Romano and the Action Frangus there arose a polemical controversy in which Mora's, who never minced words, saw the whole problem solely in its political aspects and vehemently denounced what he called a German Briandist conspiracy to dupe the Holy See. Thereupon the papal address of de 111 Sember 20 pronounced the unequivocal condemnation. Catholics are not permitted to adhere to the school of those who place the interests of parties above religion and make religion the servant of those interests. 68 Now it became apparent what the hierarchy and 2,000 years of wisdom meant to Morris when they contradicted his own insight and his own will. The reply is as unequivocal as the papal declaration, the father who demands of his son that he kill his mother or, what amounts to the same thing, that he have his mother killed, can be listened to with respect, he cannot be obeyed. We shall not betray our country. Non possumus. 69 This reply was as redolent with bad taste and total lack of respect as it was of boundless self-conceit. It was the final rupture. From now the Action Frangus became the most anti-clerical newspaper in France 70 and one which did not shrink from attacks on the person of the Pope himself. The Church drew the final line in March of the following year. The French episcopate almost unanimously approved the Pope's action. 71 The unrepentant members of the Action Frangus were threatened with the Church's direst punishments. A series of individual tragedies followed, many instances of furtive disobedience within the Church, and, above all, within its orders, but on the whole the operation was successful. The Church proved itself to be the only established and conservative power capable of breaking with its neoconservative friends on its own initiative, and of freeing itself from the dangerous parasitic plants which had grown up in its shade and from its own roots. The unsatisfactory and ultimately brutal elements of the process of condemnation were the price the Church had to pay for its long hesitation and waiting. From the Vatican *S condemnation to the defeat of France, thus once again the situation of the Action Frangus underwent a profound change. If royalism, its teeth drawn since 1918, prevented it from extending over the entire right, so the condemnation deprived it, if not of its whole body of Catholic followers, at least of a coming generation from among young Catholics as well as of a powerful moral support. New rightist organizations shot up. The example of victorious Italian fascism was a stimulus. But the Action Frangus was the least able to profit by this example since 112 the Action Française. As the older organization, it had itself set the example for fascism. To many lively young minds, the Action Française now seemed an ancient, rigid, desiccated relic. What did Maurras masters Renaud, Taine, Comte mean to the world of youth? This world felt liberated by Bergson, fascinated by Gide, inspired by Proust. Had not positivism become dusty and obsolete? Was not Maurras closing his eyes to all that was vital and mobile in literature and life? Georges Valois left the Action Française and, following in Mussolini's footsteps, founded his Fascism. Pierre Taittinger's Jeunesses Patriotes had an overwhelming mass success. During the 30s Colonel de la Roquecroix de Faux entered the spotlight. Astonishing successes were achieved by the Parti Populaire Français under the inspiring leadership of Jacques Doriot, a renegade from communism. 72 The former socialist Marcel D took his first independent steps on the right. Finally there arose under the Popular Front regime the Cagoule, a terrorist organization which was founded by an erstwhile supporter of the Action Française and which had the temerity to deride its origin as Inaction Française. All these movements 73 display more fascist traits tie the Action Française itself, if the basic characteristics of fascism are taken to be turbulence, uniforms, military maneuvers and an expression of determination, in the manner of Mussolini, on the face of a dynamic leader. In the midst of this young new world the Action Française stood like some random monolith from ancient times. It cannot, of course, be seriously maintained that it had become old and inert. It triggered the Stavisky scandal, had its due share in the attempted rebellion of February 6, 1934, and its league was dissolved in 1936 by Leon Blum along with all the other leagues. But it no longer held the position of the extreme right in the political world and had ceased to have a monopoly on impassioned speeches and violent gestures. As one among many it saw itself confronted by the crucial problem of what attitude to adopt toward the most successful movement of its own kind toward fascism and later toward National Socialism. Admittedly there were but few who took the easy path of the newly formed little group of Marcel Bucard's Francists, who in 1934 sent Mussolini and even Hitler telegrams expressing their solidarity. 74 But the Action Française had the most difficult task of all, for it alone was not an imitator. In his diaries, Bainville had unreservedly welcomed the victory of fascism because to him it meant the defeat of the Rev. 113. Revolutionary socialist and communist forces. 75 Maurras expressed himself with greater caution. He regretted that the idées justes had not triumphed in France but instead had now led to the strengthening of Italy. 76. But he did not hide the fact that he felt sympathy not only for the salutary ideas of fascism but also for its champions, the Italian nationalists, for whom the Action Française had indeed often been a model and a stimulus. However, he was apparently prevented from giving all his sympathies because of the person of Mussolini himself, who, as a former revolutionary, always remained suspect in his eyes. The ambiguity became manifest when Italy conducted its colonial war against Ethiopia. Together with the entire rightist press, Maurras plunged into a fierce opposition of the sanctions decided upon in Geneva. When 140 leftist deputies demanded a further tightening of sanctions, Maurras publicly and explicitly threatened them with death. 77 He always claimed that national motives alone, and no preference whatever for the fascist ideology, were the determining factors for him. Only France's alliance with Rome could have subdued Hitler, only the ideological blindness of the left could have overlooked this fundamental postulate of national policy. But the so-called Manifesto of French Intellectuals 78 of October 4, 1935, published in a roundabout way by the Action Franchise and also signed by Maurras, speaks another language. Here an out-and-out preference for the social system of Italy and an undisguised aversion to all forms of anti-fascism are voiced. The war against Ethiopia is not only accepted, it is specifically vindicated as being the struggle of civilization against barbarism. There is one still clearer proof that national interest was not the sole decisive factor in Maurras' attitude. When the Spanish Civil War broke out, he supported Franco without reservation. He made a personal visit to Spain, long before the French Republic had assumed relations with the rebel military regime. His report 79 of his journey is an enthusiastic, mythologizing paean of praise. This enthusiasm obviously does not spring from national considerations. At that very moment France was being threatened on two fronts by countries with related systems. To encourage the rise of a third related system on the third and last frontier bordered on treason. His enthusiasm sprang from a social, wholly supranational emotion. 114. From the joy of seeing the powers of darkness overcome by the champions of light. However, toward Hitler and Germany Maurras knew no such ambiguity of emotion and thought. As early as 1933 he had issued warnings, later on he called National Socialism an Islam of the North. 80 In 1937 he published a book called Devant v alla Magna Eternal, the preface to which contains some valuable insights. 81 Although, generally speaking, it is merely a collection of earlier articles. This is yet another example of that narcissism by which his own history was becoming his main concern. No matter how often the Action Française printed its Armands, its opposition to Hitler remained strangely weak and ineffectual. The reason was obvious: in order for Maurras' opposition to be imbued with strength and energy, he would have had to join forces with anti-fascism, which he actually detested as an enemy of society no less than as the enemy of the nation. The result was a paradox at once typical and tragic. Germany's oldest and bitterest enemy was pursuing a policy which in practically all respects was tantamount to a support of Hitler. 82 He is against an alliance with the Soviet Union. He not only delivers up Czechoslovakia but defames it. He is against living up to the obligations toward Poland since it is in any event beyond aid. His Que pouvez-vous pour la Pologne? Is a worthy counterpart to Dietz' famous Mourir pour Danzig. Together with the entire French right, out of hatred for the internal enemy Maurras pursued a policy of cowardice and defeat. but Diet, Doriot, and Laval later acknowledged that their chief concern was that of social order and cultural traditions. Maurras never ceased to detest Germany as intensely as he detested communism. And that is why by the eve of the war the defeat of Maurras was already the most certain defeat of all. Vichy 83. It is characteristic of this defeat that it bore the illusion of victory. Although the Pétain regime was the fruit of defeat, it was in no way comparable to any of the Quisling governments which proliferated in Europe, all of which were stigmatized by their remoteness from the true feelings of the country concerned. On the contrary, Marshal Pétain's assumption of responsibility met with his country's almost unanimous approval. In fact, the view was practically universal in France. FFLSTORY 115. That the military defeat was equivalent to the defeat of the parliamentary system. How else then under the pressure of overwhelming public opinion could Laval have managed to induce the vast majority of deputies to make the voluntary renunciation which ensured not only legality but a new kind of legitimacy to the Pétain regime? For several months everyone in France was talking about democracy and parliamentarianism the way, 40 years earlier, Maurras had been talking almost alone. Marshal Pétain had always been sympathetically inclined toward Maurras' ideas. Now his immediate environment consisted of men who were Maurras' pupils. 84. Soon after taking over the government he called Maurras le plus franchise de franchise, and Maurras in turn extended Pétain his full and enthusiastic support. René Benjamin said at the time that France had two great men, one was the power of action, Pétain, the other the power of thought, Maurras. Maurras did not hide his jubilation at the triumph of his ideas. When will this agave blossom finally burst through the hard shell? Sometimes it needs less than 25 years. Ours needed 40 years. But here it is at last. 85. In almost complete disregard of the cautions necessitated by defeat, he spoke of Pétain's appearance as a divine surprise *Q. Indirectly it became quite clear that he was prepared to welcome the defeat if it meant the triumph of his ideas. For now his country would find its way back to its own identity and at last embark upon a swift ascent. This was the hope that gave the Révolution Nationale its initial impetus and its initial optimism. In the land of the oldest tradition of counter-revolutionary thinking it would be possible, and Maurras was not alone in this belief, to endow the national rebirth with that conservative, moderate, and reasonable character which fascism and National Socialism transcended to the point of the extreme and the radical. But even the brief upsurge of Vichy and the National Revolution sufficed to show the true state of affairs regarding two of Maurras' basic ideas, monarchy and federalism. Pétain became the object of all the elemental monarchistic emotions still existing among the French people. Women held up their children for him to touch, the provinces of France ceremoniously presented their savior with gifts. And Maurras did not dissociate himself. He led the country in this total surrender to the person of Pétain. The man who criticized the Pope and offered resistance to his king when their ideas seemed to him mistaken, now preached blind submission when Pétain led France onto the path of Calabria. 116. A path which almost inevitably meant France's ultimate downfall. The man who for 40 years had championed the House of Bourbon, now uttered no word of protest when Pétain and Laval agreed to give the Count of Paris a cool reception. The man whose best-known early work outlined to the intellectuals their liberation through an alliance with the aristocracy of blood, now spoke in words of the most grotesque self-emasculation of mind and spirit in favor of the most hackneyed military regime. Thus the old suspicion is borne out that Maurras' monarchism was no more traditional and genuine than his Catholicism. Because of this, as early as 1931 Waldemar Gurian defined it as Caesarism freed of its momentary character. 88. This is not entirely correct because Bonapartism was also a Caesarism of this kind. Maurras' monarchism is better described as a Caesarism detached from its revolutionary origins. If this definition is correct, the distance separating it from fascism and National Socialism is once again considerably diminished. The same applies to federalism, that oldest and most respected item in Maurras' program. The fact that steps were taken to restore the former provinces filled him with deep satisfaction. But for the time being these steps were without practical significance. Of the utmost practical significance, however, was the fact that government regulations deprived the organs of local administration of all independent status, that henceforward the mayors of even small towns were appointed by the central government, that the tremendous administrative power of the prefects was further increased. And in the face of all this Moraz was not merely silent, he welcomed it. He actually stated that the principal points of his earliest federalist program had been illusory. 89 He slapped his face with his own hand and proudly displayed the red mark for all to see. Other fallacies were exposed one after another as the star of Vichy and the national revolution began to set. It must have been clear to every thinking person that, at the very latest with the occupation of all France by German troops in November, 1942, an independent French existence was a thing of the past, even in name. The clandestine rebuilding of a national armed force in which Moraz, misled by the analogy of Germany in 1813 and 1918, had placed such great hopes, turned out to be completely ineffectual. Pétain Vere. 117. Touilly left all governmental power in the hands of Pierre Laval, and Laval was firmly counting on a German victory, as were Diet, Doriot, and the other collaborators, while increasingly large segments of the population joined the resistance and the French schism assumed its newest form. Moraz continued to publish the Action Frangus in Lyons. As if France were still an independent state, he preached a steady and unswerving devotion to the long-since powerless Maréchal, and persisted in his hatred of the English and the Jews. Around him the atmosphere had become cold and lonely. Jacques Bainville had been dead since 1936, and Léon Daudet changed very much before he died in 1942. The most gifted of the younger ones were now traitors and collaborators: Drew La Rochelle, Lucien Ribetet, Dominique Sordet, Robert Brazil-Lach. 90 He was the only one, it seemed, who remained what he had always been. But circumstances having intrinsically altered, features were now exposed which had hitherto been concealed. The first to be uncovered was the true nature of his anti-Semitism. He had always claimed that his antisemitisme d'état differed essentially from the German antisemitisme de peau. He was concerned, so he said, not with the destruction or even the exclusion of Jews, but with turning pernicious and illegitimate masters into useful servants of the common weal. But when Vichy's first laws affecting Jews made them second-class citizens, and barred them from all access to public office, Moraz doubted the wisdom of letting them retain even their money. 91 When the Jews in occupied France were forced in May, 1942, to wear armbands with the Star of David, this provoked silent and bitter indignation among nearly all Frenchmen, but Moraz did not deem the German antisemitisme de peau worthy of protest or even of silence. On the contrary, he regarded it as a suitable opportunity to rid France, too, of the Jewish scourge. 92 When in 1944 a Jew proposed that some of the Eastern European Jews under threat of extermination be settled in deserted French villages, he was so indignant at the thought that Cuilya de plus crasser dans les ghettos de vie Europe centrale might come to France that he named the Jew in question publicly and in such a manner that he was bound to fall into the clutches of German or French authorities. 93 So much hardness of heart and coldness of thought make it unlikely that between Moraz and Hitler's anti-Semitism. 118. The basic difference existed which Moraz was always so keen to emphasize. Above all, however, it was during those years of supreme test that the true nature of Moraz nationalism was revealed, that is, of his motivation and his real as opposed to ostensible aim. Immediately after the capitulation, Moraz had proclaimed the watchword, Unite Frangus d'abord, the routine formula of traditional nationalism. But it very soon became clear that powerful forces were at work to dissolve it. In the very first days after Pétain took over the government, Moraz had been obliged angrily to break off relations with his pupil and colleague Dominique Sordet because Sordet wanted, instead of the half-hearted and hesitant support of Germany by France which was now inevitable, a sincere and determined cooperation, thus paving the way for collaboration. At about the same time he had to brand as treason the famous appeal of General de Gaulle, of a man who had been far from unsympathetic toward the Action Française. No attitude could have been more correct and legitimate if it were a case of the problems confronting a sovereign and independent state. No attitude could have been more blind and foolish in a case of life and death in a conquered country in the throes of a confrontation between two mighty blocs where there could be no compromise either politically, militarily, or ideologically. The best and most moving aspect of Pétain's activity, his desire to protect the French people, to remain with them as a living consolation, as a hostage prepared to sacrifice himself, 04 sprang not from political but from humane motives. He could not defend himself against becoming a pawn of German policy. Moraz, on the other hand, became precisely this on his own initiative. Of course, he continued to attack the collaborators, among whom were so many of his most outstanding pupils, but here censorship obliged him to exercise caution and discretion. On the other hand, the Action Frangus inveighed long and loudly against Englishmen, Jews, and Gaullists. This made it in a twofold sense an asset to German policy. It advocated highly desirable foreign political ideas, and corresponded exactly to the directive given to Abetz, that of sowing discord among the French. Moraz was no less subject than anyone else to the overriding law of the extraordinary situation, which Pierre Laval had once put into words with the apt remark, "There are two men who can save our country at this moment, and if I were not Laval I would like to be General de Gaulle." 95. WFFLSTORY 119. Perhaps Moraz's error is more tragic and more deserving of respect than Laval's obsequious insight, but only for a limited period. Why, even in 1943–44, did he have to persist in his campaign against the Communo-Gaullists, although nobody could seriously doubt any longer that the small, traitorous secession of 1940 had become France's sole hope of liberation, and all the gloire of French history had meanwhile attached itself to its banners? Why did he so passionately oppose the invasion, when France was feverishly awaiting the liberation forces and did not count the inevitable sacrifices? The grounds for his opposition to Gaullism and the resistance were presumably social. Because to him the resistance was primarily a social danger, 96 he opposed it to the bitter end, although obviously national interest had, at least for the time being, become inseparable from it. His hostility to the invasion, his absurd accusation that, out of hatred for France, the Anglo-Saxons had desisted from the possible landing in Germany itself, is at first sight incomprehensible. The answer is to be found by looking at certain places in some of his very early writings, where he reviews the blood and soil novels of Philippe Villain and presents the dubious thesis that the firm foundation of all patriotism is the love of one's own native place, one's own church tower. 97 Evidently it was this local patriotism which caused him to give priority to the stones of his native place over the honor of his country. For 50 years Moraz had claimed that he represented the pays real as against the pays legal. When this distinction finally assumed tangible shape, when a regime vanished like smoke before the will of the nation, he was the ultimate defender of the powerless pays legal. For 50 years he had been the foremost figure of nationalism. But the nation's hour laid bare the roots of his nationalism. The one was supranational, the other pre-national. He was truly an utterly defeated man when early in September, 1944, he hid from the troops who were marching into Lyons and a few days later was arrested. Charles Moraz * trial, imprisonment, and death. This brings the history of the Action franchise to a close. No issue of the paper ever appeared again, no political organization bears this name. But as an epilogue, Moraz's trial, imprisonment, and final years are inseparable from it. From its very outset the Moraz trial 98 showed extraordinary 120 nary similarities with the Dreyfus trial. Like Dreyfus, Moraz was brought before a special tribunal outside the ordinary administration of justice. A revolutionary court took the place of a court-martial. Moreover, no motive whatever could be found for the crime of which Moraz was accused. Intelligences avec venimeux en vue de favoriser ses enterprise. The indictment itself was compiled hastily and carelessly, the most copious incriminating document, a collection of quotations from the Action Française, was prepared by a man of doubtful integrity and contains so many inaccuracies that in carried places it is tantamount to a forgery. Of the weightiest accusations that in his paper Moraz had denounced French members of the resistance by name or with so little concealment that they were arrested by the militia or the Gestapo and in some cases killed. Only the first half turned out to be warranted, the second and more serious half could not be proved with certainty. The old man of 75, against whom the entire press was conducting a violent campaign, defended himself with a strange mixture of pride, independence, and insolence. He called the public prosecutor Monsieur le Procureur de la Femme sans tête, dashed to pieces Claudel's very superficial indictment, described his political evolution with monotonous verbosity, and remained completely unshaken and devoid of self-doubts. However, he was not facing judges desirous of objectivity, but enemies whose purpose was an act of political annihilation. He was sentenced to life imprisonment and degradation nationale. There is no doubt that jurisdically this was a miscarriage of justice, since no intention to collaborate could be proved and, moreover, certain documents in his favor were withheld from the court. All this had a great deal of similarity with the Dreyfus case. But the overwhelming difference is that in a metajuristic sense the indictment was correct, that, seen objectively, Moraz did collaborate with the enemy, and that the sentence was the expression of a higher justice. It excluded him from that France which from the very beginning he had dismissed from his France. Did Moraz mean with his cry, "C'est la revanche de Dreyfus"? Why, that he wanted to go over these strange and confusing circumstances once again in his mind? Would it not have been natural for him now, in the light of this parallelism, to ponder the problem of the guarantee of rights in the state and the multiple threats to them? Could one not expect from him, a man who was more than just a politician, something? History 121. More than memoirs and vindications. Was there to be no final reckoning with half a century of political experience and thus with himself a redefining of that part of his own thought which was enduring, and of that part whose weakness had been exposed by failure? Although his years in prison proved to be the richest period of Moraz's literary productivity, they contained nothing of all that which might have been anticipated. The inflexibility of old age and the peculiar rigidity of Moraz's classicist thought combined to produce an almost frightening phenomenon best typified by processes of nature, the crystalline hardness of flint, the fertility of the tropical jungle, ever renewed but ever the same, the monotony of falling raindrops. 100 Moraz discourses, he discourses ceaselessly on his life, which also means on the story of the Action Frangus, and for the historian this is often very revealing. But even the most interesting sections bear the mark of a monomaniacal narcissism which cannot shake off either Thalama's or Marius Plateau, 101, and which imprints the stamp of the absolute on persons and events that are at best significant as symptomatic manifestations. Thus the central idea of his book, Les Bien Heureux Pays, Sauveur de la France, is that Pius X condemned Marc Sangnier. Marc Sangnier had been a kind of Christian Georges. Georges had wanted to destroy France, hence Pius X was the savior of France. This thesis implies the existence of two others. Moraz paved the way for the salvation of France, and the present Christian democracy would lead to communism. The first thesis is doubtful, the second incorrect. They are wrapped up in a highly partisan presentation of history. In those places where Moraz's historiography is not self-glorification, it is self-vindication. He justifies the continued publication of the Action Frangus after November, 1942, by saying that it was intended to prevent worse things from happening. 102 But all those whom Moraz called traitors, headed by Laval, have claimed this argument and had good reason to do so. He seeks to justify his policy before World War II by a whole series of conjunctives, an idyllic world history of unrealities, 103 culminating in the supposition, the forces of democracy had followed my advice and had avoided war in 1939. France's prestige would have increased enormously, and Hitler would soon have voluntarily offered himself up for execution. 122. As for his nationalism, this he explains by the most insincere argument of all, nationalism is so far from being outmoded that even the USA and the Soviet Union are national and nationalistic phenomena. 104 Yet this was the very thing of which he continually accused the French Revolution, that it had aroused a national awareness among all peoples, thus sacrificing France's unique priority. The most naive argument of all backfires on its originator. If the Soviet Union is nationalistic, then nationalist ideology in Mauras's sense is a quantite negligible, then conceivably even the struggle against Jaurès was superfluous and foolish. Ultimately, therefore, it is not surprising that in the fundamental matter of the Action franchise's relation to fascism and National Socialism, Maurras has little to say that is pertinent and nothing that is revealing. In typical propagandist fashion, he tirelessly reiterates the thesis that National Socialism is a Hitlerism and as such a new form of fictinism, in other words, the exact opposite, the very antithesis, of the Action française. 105 Hence he claims that denazification must mean degermanization, or it will amount to nothing. 106 The second thesis throws light on the actual value of the first. It is the outright expression of the inclination toward genocide, which links him with Hitler. As for fascism, he does not deny a certain ideological kinship for the period up to 1943, but he immediately takes the contrasting attitude toward the problem of centralism and raises it as an insurmountable obstacle in this temporary marriage. 107 A quite different impression is gained, however, by recalling some of his books written during the period of triumph. Here he does not hesitate to place the Action française, fascism, and National Socialism in one positive parallel. 108 Here he uses the term fascism in its broadest sense. 109 Here he claims for the French counter-revolutionary tradition an ideological leadership vis-a-vis not only the Portuguese and the Italians but also the Germans. 110 In March, 1952, the President of the Republic released Maurras on account of his great age. As if to carry through the similarity with the fate of Dreyfus up to the very end, a revisionist movement had meanwhile grown up in his favor, but Maurras accepted his freedom without insisting on prior rehabilitation. He never saw Paris again, however, as he had to go to a clinic in Tours. The Catholic Church had never forsaken Carrad. History 123 Him, so now they sent him a priest who did not shirk the last uphill struggle. 111 He died, on November 16, 1952, reconciled with the Church, reconciled perhaps even with the Christian God. There is a beautiful poem of his in La Balance Intérieure, his last collection of poems, which bears out this assumption. 112 It must have been more than accidental that his end differed so greatly from the death of other leaders of fascist movements. Maurras was the first man in Europe who as a thinker and a politician drove conservatism beyond the limits dividing it from incipient fascism. But his environment, mode of life, and level of thought prevented him from burning all his bridges behind him. He did not succeed in destroying the conservative power, on which he leaned, as Mussolini destroyed the monarchy and Hitler destroyed the army. In spite of all his intellectual extremism, he nevertheless also gave new form to age-old insights of the conservative tradition in a manner both brilliant and convincing. That is why it was not merely for him personally that a way back remained open. The history of his ideas also did not come to an end with his death. Freed from his personality and rid of their most radical features, they still form an element of the present day in his own country 113 as well as far beyond its borders, thereby constituting a root of the future. Chapter 3. Practice as Consequence. Introduction, the place of practice and its motivations. Political practice can be the consequence of a doctrine. The Action franchise is an outstanding example of this. Doctrine can be the ultimate formative power, but it can be also adroitly flourished and manipulated by a completely self-centered individual, or it can be the immobile pillow under the head of an organization which has grown complacent. But the union of doctrine and practice does not mean they are identical. On the contrary, their relationship harbors a remarkable diversity. It is possible for doctrine to outweigh practice to such a degree that the latter becomes a mere consequence. Practice is thus denied all the countless compromises which generally go to make up the history of a party and the day-to-day existence of politics. This practice knows nothing of the many roads that lead to Rome, it knows only the one, laborious road, one which, however, opens the way to paradise. The best example is Marxism. Never before had a political movement declared war so uncompromisingly on all existing conditions. Never had a radical declaration of war met with such a response. Never was there a great thinker and writer who showed such a will to fight and such a talent for organization as Marx. But the only reason he was able to carry out his union of theory and practice so smoothly was because it hovered in the void beyond reality and had no need of compromise. However, when youthful Marxism was faced by its first really significant political act, and the amalgamation of the Eisenach Group and the followers of Lassalle into the Social Democratic Party was being arranged, Marx wrote his 125, 126 ruthless critique of the Gotha program, which unhesitatingly placed the purity of doctrine ahead of political expediency. But Bebel went his own way, and it was with this very inconsistency that he created the conditions necessary for a mass party and for a new stage in the consistent policy which, despite all reformism, remained officially valid until the outbreak of the war in 1914. It was not until 40 years after its founding that the German Social Democratic Party ceased to be a paradigm for the priority of doctrine. The opposite alternative is that of practice as premise, of which the best example appears to be Italian fascism. Fascism in Italy in 1919, in its earliest form and in line with Mussolini's own development, was a revolutionary nationalist socialist movement whose domestic political program was one of extreme radicalism. But it did not meet with success until, after the failure of the socialist attempts at revolution, it became the protagonist of reaction and of the allegedly still threatened order. Ideological justification followed but slowly and hesitantly in the vigorous footsteps of practice. Finally, the priority of action over theory actually became one of the cardinal points of Italian fascist doctrine. But even if this interpretation required neither correction nor reservation, the question must arise of whether this is an underlying trait of all fascist movements, or whether such a sharp difference exists that it is legitimate to separate Italian fascism completely from the Action Française and from National Socialism. For as far as the Action franchise is concerned, it is obvious that, in its view, doctrine was of primary significance, and whatever opinion we may have of Hitler's Weltanschauung, he unquestionably regarded it as the most important element in his political activity. Yet to Mora's and Hitler doctrine and practice never possessed that unbroken unity that they did to Marx and the young Mussolini. It was only in their earliest days that they could risk presenting their doctrines openly and unreservedly. They were soon forced to subterfuge and caution out of consideration for their allies. And Mussolini for his part had much to hide, namely, the 15 Marxist years of his active life. In all forms of fascism, therefore, in complete contrast to Marxism, the relation between doctrine and practice is complex and obscure. It is not easy to distinguish between consequence, premise, and opportunistic adaptability. This is why the study of practice is so important. In the case of the Action Française it is very difficult because of the scarcity of material, but it, too, promises disclosures of a par. Practice as consequence 127. Particularly interesting kind. The organization and fighting methods of the Action Française can no more be interpreted as consequences of World War I than can its doctrine. Until 1914 they were clearly defined in their basic outline. Although, compared to what came later, they may seem unimpressive in their proportions, they nevertheless have the unique significance of the rudimentary and the initial organization of the Action Française. By the very choice of its name, the little group founded by Voggios and Pujol let it be known that it was determined on a course of political activity and did not intend merely to represent a group of intellectuals. Its modest beginnings and Mora's role in them have already been discussed, as have the initial successes, the founding of the Ligue d'Action Française, the setting up of the Institut d'Action Française, The founding of the daily paper, the earliest deeds of the Camelots du Roi. The close relationship between the chief components of the organization and the rapid expansion of each of them characterize the course of events until the outbreak of war. From the start, the daily paper was entirely at the service of its political organizations. Under the heading Ligue d'Action Frangus it announced all coming events, a roll of honor listed the wounded and the arrested, and considerable space was devoted to the lectures at the Institut d'Action Frangus. By the same token, the League could be regarded as a kind of sales organization for the paper, this object being implicit in the name Camelots du Roi. The Camelots were not the only branch of the League, there were also the Étudiants d'Action Frangus, the Dames Royalists, and the Jeunes Royalists. The newspaper did not long remain the sole journalistic tool at the disposal of the Action Française. The Nouvelle Librairie Nationale, under the management of Georges Valois since 1912, published numerous books of the school and the Revue Critique des Idées et des Livres, a kind of philosophical, belletristic subsidiary of the newspaper. But there were also other channels through which the influence of the Action Frangus spread. Before the war, for instance, a group of sympathizers bought up the well-known Catholic paper L'Univers and gave it a new direction. Perhaps it was an exaggeration to say, as did one of Maurras' bitterest opponents in 1928, after the war Maurras and his 128th school had complete control of everything vaguely or closely connected with French Catholicism, and directed it as they pleased, but the statement contained a grain of truth. And even in the few years preceding 1914 the Action Française had achieved an organizational expansion and intellectual penetration which in comparable circumstances is unique. The formation of its own trade unions, however, was something it never attempted. It never went beyond a certain flirting with syndicalism, and the Cercle Proudhon remained, more than any other of the organizations of the Action Française, a group of intellectuals which never achieved practical significance. Among all these bodies, three principal ones deserve closer study: the Institut d'Action Frangus, the First Party College of the Right, the Camelots du Roi, the First Storm Troopers, and the Nouvelle Librairie Nationale, the First Party Publishing House. Unlike subsequent party colleges, the Institut d'Action Frangus possessed neither its own building nor full-time lecturers. All its meetings took place in the rented rooms of the building of the Société Savante, two occupants of the professorial chairs, most of which had been named after the movement's forerunners, consisted of the principal contributors to the Action Frangus, yet very few institutes of this kind have had such a high intellectual level. Maurras himself held the chair Saint-Beauvais. In the chair Rivarol Louis Demire gave the lectures which were published in his book on 19th-century counter-revolutionary teachers. The chair of Léon de Montesquieu was named after Auguste Comte and dedicated to the study of the reactionary in positivism. In the chair Maurice Barrès Lucien Moreau lectured on his Philosophie du nationalisme français, and the chair du syllabus, always occupied by priests, was devoted to the discussion of the true relation between state, church, and politics. Finally, the occupant of the chair Amoretti was the most brilliant lecturer of all, Jacques Bainville. Students and leaders of society right up to the Cardinal III crowded into these lectures. A few salaried employees and workingmen, probably members of the Camelots du Roi, were also present. These were not mass meetings, but their influence on the nation's educated class and, through many ramifications, on the Réveil de Vorgile Frangais, was considerable. The Camelots du Roi started out in the most meager and *+ practice as consequence 129. Anonymous way imaginable. A young man had collected a few friends who sold royalist newspapers at church doors, without, however, attracting the attention of the Action franchise leaders. Some time later a young student interrupted a session of the Supreme Court and hurled violent abuse at the judges on account of what he called the unlawful rehabilitation of Dreyfus. In the ensuing uproar a number of students went to his aid. The two groups then amalgamated through the agency of Maurice Pujout, who as a member of the Comites Directeurs de Vie Action Frangus took over the political leadership while Sardi and Lyons formally headed the combined group as president and secretary respectively. The young group won its first spurs through the affaire Thalamas, and by dint of stubbornness, discipline, and precise planning as well as ruthlessness and brutality it introduced a new note into the turbulent riots and demonstrations of the Latin Quarter. The price of these battles was many days of imprisonment, which were carefully totaled and triumphantly published in Action Frangus. Hero worship and the spell of bloodshed had existed in the Action Frangus before the Camelots. Witness the blood-stained handkerchief of one of the students who had been wounded in a clash with socialists, which had been preserved in the editorial room as a precious relic. 5. But now the Camelots started assembling a veritable collection of trophies and later decorated a hall in the new building of Action Frangus with captured flags and emblems of their opponents, as well as other mementos. 6. After the victory a vigorous reorganization was undertaken, the Camelots du Roi joined the Ligue officially, unworthy members were removed by purging, the first regular committee of 9 members was constituted, strict regulations were issued regarding membership, and, in Maurice Pujol's words, the Camelots, students, minor employees, workers, united in brotherhood in their great task, a body of knights without fear and without reproach. 7. Thus the Camelots regarded themselves as a kind of order, classless in origin, 8. Hierarchic in structure, soldierly in spirit. They were the elite troops in the acts of violence which occurred during the Holy War 9 waged by the Action Frangus against the French Republic, in the disruption of theatrical performances, the demolition of statues, and the attack on Brian's Ministry of Justice. In the idyllic pre-war days, this war was not, of course, without its humorous and harmless features. No deaths were reported on either side. 130. Nevertheless, there is reason to doubt the correctness of Dinner's opinion. The Camelots du Roi were greatly dreaded at the time, fear went before their name. 10. By 1911 their reputation had already penetrated as far as the Italian provinces to the young Mussolini, whose then Marxist heart overflowed with angry contempt. 11. Nothing provides a clearer picture today of the spirit of the Camelots than their long-forgotten songs. The Camelots were born out of indignation over the methods of justice. They had grown up before the barriers of the courts, amid catcalls, riots, and the receiving of their sentences, and that is why they sang. 12. Long live the Camelots of the King, mother mine, long live the Camelots of the King. They care not a fig for the laws of the land, long live the Camelots of the King. 13. Where in Christian conservative Europe of those days could such a deep-seated aversion to law and order have found its voice except, perhaps, among the anarchists? But in no socialist or anarchist song do we find such a rabid hostility to ruling forms of government as in the refrain. Long live the King, down with the Republic. Long live the King, the tramp will soon be hanged. 14. And here in sedate and reasonable pre-war Europe is there evidence of such personal animosity for a political opponent as in the image of Parliament being thrown into the Seine. Briand will swim as he always does. And George will drink till his belly is full. And the members will sink from sight like the carcasses of dogs. 15. However, it would be a mistake to regard the Camelots as 3 ut and out enemies of the state. When obliged to do so, they managed to get along very well with certain Republicans, notably the conservative nationalists. When Bartho presented Parliament with plans for a 3-year conscription period, the Camelots took part manfully in the street riots and then even appropriated for them. Practice as consequence. 13. Selves the honor and glory of having been responsible for success of the legislation. In any case Pujol now proudly it effered to his men as gendarmes supplementaries. 16. Flautii. Of the law as auxiliary police, a strange union with more than a hint of things to come. It is hardly surprising that in the official battle song see the Camelots du Roi hostility toward state and authority and treated markedly in favor of relatively safe anti-Semitism with its mass appeal. Moras together with Pujol composed the song, there has scarcely ever been an instance of respected author devising such a concoction purely from motives of political fanaticism. The Jew having taken all, having robbed Paris of all she owns, now says to France, you belong to us alone. Obey. Down on your knees, all of you. Refrain. No, no, France is astir. Her eyes flash fire. No, no. Enough of treason now. Insolent Jew, hold your tongue. Behold your king approaches. And our race runs ahead of him. Back to where you belong, Jew. Our king will lead us. Refrain. 1, 2, France is astir. Her eyes flash fire. 1, 2. The French are at home. Tomorrow, on our graves, the wheat will be more beautiful. Let us close our ranks. This summer we shall have wine from the grapevines. With royalty. 132. Refrain. 1, 2, France is astir. Her eyes flash fire. 1, 2. The French are at home. 17. The Nouvelle Librairie Nationale was not strictly speaking an action franchise enterprise. It did not have a monopoly on all action franchise writers, nor did it receive financial aid during difficult times. 18. Yet the term central publishing house is not unjustified, for, unlike such firms as Flammarion and Grasset, which also published Maurras and his friends, the Nouvelle Librairie Nationale based its entire program on the action franchise. It also published the Bible of the New School, the Enquête sur la Monarchie. Around the Nouvelle Librairie Nationale a publication list developed of monumental single-mindedness, and yet of astonishing wealth and startling diversity. Side by side with de la Tour du Pin's standard work, Vers un ordre social chrétien, stands Bainville's Bismarck et la France, and beside Précis de l'affaire Dreyfus we find Valois' Enquête on the Monarchy and the Working Class, series on the history of the French Revolution, military problems and matters of nationalism, allowed experts and lesser-known authors to express their views. Regional authors contributed to the series Les Pays de France, and even novels indicated their ideological stance by their subjects. The Institute's lectures were published here, and the careful cultivation and documentation of the history of the action franchise began at a very early date. After the war, Valois displayed superlative skill in expanding his own empire and that of the Nouvelle Librairie Nationale by publishing successful collected works and by establishing promising new publishing firms. His rupture with the Action Frangus in 1925 put an end to this development. But this did not eliminate the previous success. The great potential for publishing enterprises of this kind in the 20th century had been revealed. And the foundations were all laid before 1914. The leadership. However many offshoots the Action Frangus managed to produce, the newspaper always remained the operative scene. Practice as consequence 13 carat. Ter. And by the same token the determining factor within the movement was not the director, not the polemicist, not the mass orator, but the superior intellect Maurras himself. Although his responsibility for the monarchism of the Action franchise could not be doubted, it was equally certain that in 1905 he was not yet undeniably the supreme leader. He began by writing in the daily paper more often than NOI under his pseudonym Cretin. But because of the appearance of the Enquête in book form, the attacks made on Hire by some theologians, and the publication of Kiel et Tanger, his prestige mounted steadily. Years before the war he was already the undisputed maître, possibly even the chef. But he gave no orders. All decisions were made by a group known as the Comites Directeurs de l'Action Frangus, in which the Comite Director of every importante organization was represented, usually by the President ANC, Secretary. Resolutions were passed by a majority vote after detailed discussion, but were always announced as being unanimous. This ostensibly democratic principle of committee and majority, which shows up strangely in an organization dedicated so completely to authority, was nevertheless radically modified by two circumstances. On the one hand, the boards of the various organizations were not elected by the members of the organization in question, rather, the candidates appointed themselves on the basis of services rendered. 19. This clearly constitutes a very imprecise method of appointment, permitting plenty of latitude from above. Furthermore, it soon became impossible in the General Bourg to undertake anything which ran counter to Mora's will. His jealousy of authority 20 was notorious and often allowed a good deal of scope for personal rancor. For instance, he kept as prominent and influential a member as Georges Valois out of the Comite's directeurs for many years because he did not care for him. 21. The fact remains that, in the early history of Fascism and National Socialism, democratic methods still played the part, and that there, too, the editorial office of a newspaper was the first headquarters of an embryonic movement. After World War I, the Führer Princip became more and more of a determining factor in the Action Française. When, following on the assassination of Marius Plateau, a demonstration of sympathy for the murderess was organized by political opponents, Moraes ordered the principal ones among these shameless persons to be beaten and purged. 22. 2 years later, in his letter to Schrammek, Moraes pointed out to 134. The minister that in the Action franchise his orders were unconditionally obeyed and that there would not be a moment's hesitation in spilling the dog's blood of a Jewish alien even if he were among the highest dignitaries of the Republic. 23. Moreover, the Vatican's condemnation, which undoubtedly put an end to the political chances of the Action Française, turned Moraes its principal target into a charismatic leader among its faithful followers, and the sole hope of a France persecuted from without and within by enemies and false friends. Daudet's book, Moraes et son temps, in its fulsome praise of the great man and his mission, scarcely lags behind corresponding Italian and German panegyrics. But it is doubtful whether this can be regarded purely as a further development of the original era of the Action Française, or whether it does not to a large extent already represent a reflection of conditions outside France. On the other hand, it was after World War I that the strongest doubts as to Mora's qualities of leadership were voiced. The great movement of desertion from the Action Française starting with Dreux-La Rochelle and continuing with Demier, Valois, Bucard, Brazil-Lach, Delinquel up to Ribatet did not, after all, go toward the left or the center, but toward the right in the direction of what was generally known as French fascism, toward unfettered authority and a determined will to power. That he was a great political teacher, but not a leader, was the criticism first publicly leveled at Moraes by Valois, 24 and one which met with increasing support on the radical right. Valois maintained that, in moments calling for decision, he had heard Moraes discuss useless theoretical distinctions by the hour, and for the rest of his life Moraes never found an opportunity of rebutting these doubts other than theoretically and polemically. The political failure of the Action Française is not solely due to objective circumstances, it also derived from a crisis in leadership. Its organizations, impelled by a strong and confidence-inspiring sense of leadership, functioned excellently so long as it was a case of disseminating beliefs in a conventional as well as unconventional manner and of arousing respect among its opponents for its own doctrine and existence. But these impulses broke down whenever it was a matter of shaking the opponent internally as well, and of imbuing potential friends with unlimited confidence in a capacity for victory. This breakdown was not just an individual occurrence, it was eminently French and bourgeois. Practice as consequence 13f. In intellectual France there was no one who could have dismissed Moraes as a mere fanatic or semi-literate Carbonaro. In contrast to Germany, this fact was essential to whose success. But at the same time it rendered Moraes incapable of those primitive simplifications which are the daily bread of the agitated masses. The compactness of his system did not allow him to make the opponent's legitimate demands his own and ostensibly transcend them. In Germany Hitler did not merely play the part of a man of the people, to some extent he was one. For here there still existed old democratic demands which were not yet realized. In France the only dream for the great masses was that of socialism. But this was too remote from any attempt at realization for it to become, as in Germany and Italy, an object of hatred for the masses. Anti-Semitism by itself was not enough. And more as an outstanding intellect, a member of the middle class was as little suited to become a man of the people as were circumstances in France to promote his transformation. Although Daudet was a greater orator and far less intelligent, he was much too fond of the good life and beautiful Womer to be able to take the master's place. It is intensely characteristic that the few real leaders of French fascism headed by Jacques Doriot did not emerge from the circle of impatient renegades of the Axier Francais, but rather from the rigid and not particularly French discipline of the Stalinist Communist Party. The style. Style is the visible essence of a political phenomenon. It too not merely a composite resulting from doctrine, organization, and leadership impulse. Over a period of time it becomes the framework from which no new initiative can emerge without destroying the whole structure. A political movement can more readily deny parts of its doctrine, make changes in leadership, or modify the organization, than arbitrarily transform its style. The more original the trend, the more unmistakable * the style. It is the living past. It cannot therefore be set apart merely as one component. To understand a doctrine require, above all reason, to have a grasp of an organization is a matter of will, to recognize its style requires above all else discernment. Style may be manifest in a single photograph while in thousands of speeches it may only be present to vague outline. Since the style of the Action Frangus wa1 of an organization centered entirely around a newspaper. 136. It would obviously find its chief expression in the literary style of the leading editors. Mora's own style was anything but serene. How could it have been when his doctrine asserted that, whereas the majority of Frenchmen were imbeciles, the country's political leaders were a band of unpatriotic traitors and profit-hungry intriguers? Even when his polemic remains relatively dispassionate, the words he uses expose icy abysses. In 1915 he was still calling Clemenceau l'adversaire du pays. Venemita. Tout sage ct de tout raison. 25. Not infrequently, however, his style becomes intensely personal and defamatory, especially in the case of former political friends. When the Pretender's political agent spoke out against the Action franchise in 1909, he became a bandit and a friend of the Jews. When Georges Valois left the Action Française in 1925, Moras did not consider it beneath his dignity to put forward the most pernicious accusations, 26 accusations which, if they were correct, were bound to discredit Moras himself. By and large, however, Mora's style is one of utmost restraint when compared with that of Léon Daudet. The novelist's imagination provided Daudet with such a wealth of disparaging, caustic, and scornful epithets and adjectives that, just as the medieval Romans took their building material from the Colosseum, whole generations of polemicists and pamphleteers could afterwards draw on Daudet as an inexhaustible reservoir of inspiration except where, as in a great many cases, the expressions were untranslatable. A political opponent from the Christian Democratic camp by the name of Danaus turns up as Pied Danaus, Monsieur Georges Hugues as Kittle Hugues. 27. A learned man of the stature of Georges Goyot is called Petit Tartuffe Goyot, Plurnichard, Nain Moral et Physique, Plat Pied and Tout Saison. 28. It is not surprising that, to Daudet, Briand is le traître, but even the most conservative of the Republican statesmen does not fare much better. Delcas is le nom de facota, Milrand is le defenstre, Poincaré le ploder. 29. A man who wrote like that, who had his battle group sing the tramp will soon be hanged, must have either complete power or none at all. For such a man the area of compromise and negotiation was out of bounds. However, the Action franchise was driven by its premises not only to an absolute policy but also to useless and mean practice as consequence. 137. English outbursts which cannot in any sense be called policy. Late in the fall of 1923 Daudet wrote, I had applauded the disappearance of Matthias Ertberger, that of Rathenau. I shall likewise applaud the disappearance of Ludendorff T. of von Seeckt, and I applaud the German famine. 30. It is difficult to imagine a more utterly blind delusion. But perhaps it is not after all a delusion, This furious outburst of hatred demonstrates that Nolte had no faith in the relatively feasible solution to partition Germany, and gave way to uncontrolled emotions of no practical significance except that they provided avalanches of grist to the propaganda mills of the other side. Violence on the home front, however, was not limited to the verbal. It has been shown that in the initial undertakings of the Camelots du Roi the basic traits of fascist terrorism were already clearly discernible. There is no ignoring how smoothly the songs fitted into the pattern. What was lacking were certain post-war features: mass demonstrations in uniform, pre-military training, dedication of banners, and parades. Also absent was that deadly seriousness which comes only when men offer their lives for a cause. In its place was much youthful enthusiasm, a cheerful confidence in the cunning ruses as, for example, when, shortly after the war formed, the Camelots managed by an ingenious telephone maneuver to have their arrested comrades released by the minister himself. 31 Even after the war they still clung to the style. Their private intelligence service tapped the GE telephone lines, and when Leon Nolte was arrested in 1927 after a dramatic siege of the Action Frangus building, the master stroke was once more successful. A telephone call from the ministry ordered the warden of the Santé to release Nolte immediately, and somehow the check back was mysteriously switched through to the same ministry, so that the prisoner had the pleasure of escaping with official blessing. The government mobilized enough police reinforcements to cope with an attack on the Élysée Palace. In spite of this, Nolte made his getaway to Brussels, and all France laughed at the escapade. 32 It must be admitted that the saga of the Action Française had its humorous side. But the fact remains that the new style, a judicious combination of brains and brawn, 33 was something quite without precedent, and that this groping, incomplete quality was the very thing that testified to its originality. If France was spared the whole desperate bitterness of Germany's and Italy's social strife until 1942, it is none the 138. Less true that this strife was anticipated in France by the Dreyfus affair at a time when in Germany and Italy the impending earthquake was as yet barely perceptible. True, no photograph exists exposing the character of the Action franchise as dramatically and graphically as is so often the case with pictures from the Italian fascist and National Socialist era. A group of peaceful citizens, the Comites directeurs of the Action Frangus, are walking in the procession in honor of Joan of Arc, among them Moras, short, grey, and unobtrusive, carrying an umbrella. 34 But do not Marx and Engels in their frock coats look in photographs like harmless citizens? Was not Marx, when his daughter wanted to get married, the image of a worried bourgeois father? Taken by itself, a photograph can be as misleading as style. The total political phenomenon is manifest only to the total view. Chapter 4. The Doctrine. Introduction, the Hidden System. The stronger the element of doctrine in a political movement, the less it is grasped in its totality when the historian restrict himself to unearthing the spiritual roots, recounting the history, and expounding the practice. Doctrine must be examined for its own sake in its entirety and with its claim to thought still shines over Marx, but what discrepancies, leaps, and gap there are even with him. Das Kapital presupposes throughout an anthropology whose rudiments he described in unpublished early works. A discussion of the materialism of natural science is foretold to the introduction to the Critique of Political Economy, but I never takes place. The relationship between science and productive forces is at best indicated as a problem in the Broad's generalizations. The most important chapter on the class was never written. Nietzsche even made a virtue of the lack of a system, and yet he could not suppress the wish to write crowning work. Anyone who wished to live and think face to face with reality had to write as aphoristic ally. 139. 140. Nietzsche, or be as great a servant of expediency as Lenin or Mussolini. Moras was also a servant of expediency. The enormous number of his articles bears this out, still more his books, the great majority of which are mere collections of articles. What he claimed to be the counter-encyclopedia, the 5-volume Dictionnaire politique et critique, was compiled by a pupil, of the book which might best be called his crowning work, Mes Idées Politiques, only the introduction had been written systematically and at leisure. However, Morris is not for an instant to be mistaken for a journalist. The word system in its Greek origin means placing together. Everything Morris wrote fits together and has an unmistakable identity. In this sense, an original, all-embracing, compact system of feeling and thought underlies all his utterances. It is ever present, but only by implication, and even lengthier. Works as a rule develop only certain aspects in detail. Morris is an unsystematic systematizer, and in this he resembles all the outstanding thinkers of his era. An attempt to reconstruct this hidden system might be made by following the example of Hegelian philosophy and placing Morris' views on nature, man, history, civilization, and so forth, side by side on the ascending steps of universality and trying to deduce one from the other. The result would be something amounting to a traditional philosophical system. But it is no accident that Morris himself did not evolve any such system. What must be aimed for is not a system in the sense of a pictura mundi, but rather the systematic quality of his thought. Fear as the origin. We shall take Morris' basic emotion as the main thread of our study. The merest glance shows that this basic emotion, present in even the most subtle intellectual operations, is fear. At first sight it has little in common with the much discussed central concept of existentialist philosophy. Morris' fear, or dread, is not metaphysical and does not imply a slipping away of being in the whole. In accordance with the usual meaning of the word, Morris feels fear for something and of something. He fears the objects and conditions of the past and present world. Since the emotion is being continually translated into thoughts, certain manifestations are rationalized and justified, others criticized and rejected. The net result is a comprehensive doctrine of political good and political evil in which the main emphasis is on the intimate. 141. An hate-inspiring enemy, an enemy which Morris pursues to its very earliest historical manifestations. Instead of a historical philosophy, the outcome is a prescription for practice, an appeal for political struggle. Fear has been an underlying element of the intellectual history of Europe for the past 100 years. Perhaps it has never been so dominant as in Morris' case. It is hard to find a clearer example of those admixtures and concretizations which make dread as questionable an emotion as it is legitimate. The existence of beauty brings forth Morris' undisguised fear. For it is in Morris' nature to equate beauty with the fragile and the threatened. If a thing as such is a miracle in face of the delirium of the original confusion to which to the son of Martiguz is ever apparent as the gloomy stagnation of the swamp and to the reader of Lucretius as the senseless whirling of atoms, how much more do mystery and unfathomable mercy constitute the beautiful and the enduring? Did not a Venetian bomb suffice to demolish that supreme example of beauty, the Parthenon? Is not the Parthenon threatened just as much today as at any hour of its existence? Any inadvertence, the greedy earth, the deep sea, children's destructiveness, human ignorance, the damp hot climate could all too easily reclaim and wipe out this treasure. 3. Morris does not believe that beauty is situated in the inmost heart of the world and hence invincible. For him it springs, as it were, from a random chance of being and can only endure as long as the world's primeval brutality does not turn against it. Fear for what is beautiful and fear of its destruction are therefore inseparable from his existence. Tour if long ages, methodical and persevering effort, almost divine intentions, are required to build a town, to set up a state, to found a civilization, there is nothing easier than to destroy these frail structures. A few tons of powder quickly reduce half the Parthenon to ruins. A colony of microbes decimates the population of Athens. 3 or 4 base ideas systematized by fools have managed quite well during the past 100 years to render 1,000 years of French history useless. For we see, then, that to him beauty consists not only of temples and statues but of social phenomena, states, peoples, religions. But if Morris regards temples as being threatened by the destructive forces of nature, the enemies of beautiful ideas appear to be other ideas which are evidently comparable, in the parallelism of his sentence, to elementary inhuman forces. 142. This constitutes an important metabasis. The commensurable is interpreted by the image of the incommensurable. An interpretation of this kind cannot be called thought, it is the direct expression of emotion, and it is emotion which sees all order within the state threatened by the assault of the barbarians from the depths with their paradoxical battle cries of freedom and equality. Again, it is emotion which regards France as hemmed in, repressed, crushed between Anglo-Saxons and Germans, Northern Slavs and Southern Slavs, Islam and China. What can little France do among all Theseus giants? Can it have any other fate than that of ancient Greece? 5. And it is still emotion when the young man of letters traces foreign influences in syntax, word sequence, and style, and comes to the conclusion, the very foundation of our ethnic and linguistic personality has been ruined or is threatened with being ruined. 6. Whenever he mentions the monarchy, fear is the underlying factor. France needs the monarchy. If it does not satisfy this need, this will be the end of France. 7. The possibility that this end might be a reality, that the Jewish ideal of a mankind no longer divided into nations was far from being a mere dream, is so deeply embedded in Mora's emotions that the most powerful arguments he can think of must always first be employed in allaying his own doubts. There was a Jaws in Mora's too, and he had to write vast quantities in order to drown out that powerful voice. But what was cause for an optimism on a planetary scale for the great politician from Castor's, becomes for the lyricist from Martigou's a nightmare of fear. An imperceptible degeneration has come to Florence, to Italy, to this whole planet, which day by day becomes colder, uglier, and more barbaric. 8. This trend toward ugliness in the world is due to the increasing dissolution of those beautiful inequalities 9 which make beauty beautiful, the state strong, the people healthy, the victory of the swamp and its catabolic, dissolving, concealing power. Curiosity is curious about everything, tolerance is tolerant of everything, the one or the other to an equal degree. All things receive, if they remain in a state of mutual balance, a uniform value, an equivalent price. The primary and the secondary, the more valuable and the less valuable, the torch of freedom will never distinguish among all these things. 10. For Moras, the swamp, the power which destroys life and beauty, and liberalism, the dominating thought pattern of 143. The modern age, are identical. And at this point it becomes clear that in his fear, a fear which may seem purely political, Moras is in the last resort concerned with himself and mankind. Should the liberal lie spread over the earth, should anarchism and universal democratism spread, the panbiote announced by Renan, should the barbarians from the depths, as predicted by Macaulay, appear at the appropriate time, then man will disappear as a human being, just as he will have disappeared in the form of Frenchman, Greek, or Latin. 1x. State and Sovereignty. DSE France. In the dark night of barbarism, a chosen kingdom, a shining island, 12 the greatest of nature's realities, is holding out. 13 The patrie, the DSE France, as Moras calls France, a unique treasure without parallel in human history. 14 These epithets are enough to suggest the primary characteristic of Moras nationalism. Above all else it is aesthetic. France corresponds first and foremost to what is beautiful, it is the wonder of wonders. 15 The unique creative heritage that makes a human being of a human being, and an artist of an artist. But this nationalism is also metaphysical. It established itself in a vacuum which was once filled with metaphysical convictions regarding the absolute. As a goddess, the patrie becomes the final absolute, thus simultaneously satisfying the age-old need for worship and the modern desire for security and demonstrability. There were few people who formulated this well-known process as early and as clearly as Moras. For those who think naturalistically but who wish to bring order into their thinking, a goddess France presents none of the difficulties inherent in other formulas. It satisfies reason, for, since it represents the fatherland, it resides, as Sophocles would say, in the great laws of the world. Yet this God who is so rational is by no means abstract. One sees and touches France. It has a body, it has a soul, its history, its arts, its charming natural beauties, the magnanimous society of its heroes. But since the goddess may perish, she appeals to our devotion, and since her superhuman life may nevertheless be extended infinitely, she shares in the eternal majesty. Among such diverse spirits, only one good could exist, the cult of the fatherland. 16. Every goddess is absolute in her sphere and demands absolute devotion. This is an intrinsic part of her nature. Because 144 The Action Française. Mora's nationalism is absolute, his first political demand is one of absolute sovereignty for his country. This accounts for his deep dislike of any system of alliances which would transcend the cool chess game of a superior intelligence. He has a deep-seated fear that France might become a dependent nation and thus have to cease being a goddess. Here also lie the roots of his hostility toward a unified Germany. The political weight of 66 million Germans was forcing France into an irrevocable alliance with the Anglo-Saxons in which it was the weaker partner. The postulate of absolute sovereignty drove Moras to a decisive step which makes the distinction between his nationalism and that of the Jacobins quite clear. The latter had never differentiated between nation and mankind. The revolutionary formation of the nation out of the ruins of the Ancien regime is itself an element of human progress, and it is up to France as the most advanced nation to bring this message to all peoples. Without this achievement on France's part and without this message, the nation would indeed be nothing. Jacobinic nationalism is not narcissistic but missionary. It is here that Moras draws the fateful dividing line. Monsieur Hervé is a patriot, only he believes that, politically speaking, there are greater interests than national interests and that above the fatherland exists the human race. We will swear, by God, fatherland and mankind. But if events say, fatherland or mankind, what is one to do in that case? Those who say France first are patriots, those who say, France, but are humanitarians. 17. This dissociation of fatherland from mankind is of the utmost significance. It is the guiding principle of fascistic nationalism, which is always anti-humanitarian and narcissistic. Moras did not develop this principle to its final extreme. As a rule he tried to mitigate and conceal it. But by so doing he does not eliminate it. And if his nationalism is not Jacobinic, it is also not legitimate. A legitimate nationalism would be loyalty to the person of the king and the blood royal, an emotion essential to patriotism. To Moras, however, and here he is quite Jacobinic, the king is the functionary of the nation. 18. And he regards heredity as a matter of political expediency. Moras' nationalism is without precedent in history. He is the first to conceive of nationhood as a privilege, and to deny other peoples the right to nationality. He is the first to transform, while fully conscious of what he was doing, the Kantian categorical imperative into the pseudo-absolute imperative of France. The Doctrine 145. D'abord, if you want France to live, you must want this or that. 19. The fatherland refashioned. However, the goddess France is certainly not the country as it appears to the eye, with its factories, taverns, schools, and its millions of people. When Moras speaks of the DSE France, he is thinking of the most perfect society Europe has ever known, the society of the Ancien regime and of the first city of the world, 20. The Paris of the 18th century. While Taine had at least tried to point out the unchanging features of the past with his phrase esprit classique, Moras specifically rejects this and works out a mythological history of ancient France. 21. Which merely proved how France had meanwhile moved away from the Ancien regime. A historical chart in which he sets out to contrast the consequences of monarchy and republic approaches an infantile naivete. Under the monarchy ordre et progrès constantly prevailed, under the republic disordre et diminution with equal regularity. 22. The inevitable result of letting himself be led astray by history was the refashioning of the fatherland. Whatever failed to correspond to the immaculate image of the goddess had to be exposed as un-French and, if possible, traced to a foreign source. This chiefly applies to the so-called French Revolution and its allegedly French ideas. The fact that the majority of Frenchmen supported these ideas is immaterial. For just as the hunting field may have to be protected from the hunters, so France is not identical with the French population. The revolutionary disorder, based on an individualistic philosophy, numbers, furthermore, almost as many accomplices as there are mediocre and envious people, fools and scoundrels, in France. And of those there are plenty. If a generous elite does not intervene, the curing of this national ataxia can be regarded as a beautiful dream, but as only a dream. 23 Like a sculptor, Maurras blithely chips away from his statue of the patrie the bits of national history that do not correspond to the harmonious image of his goddess. Like a surgeon, he amputates one limb after another from the living body of the nation, leaving intact only the heart, the elite gene reuse. The result is a profound cleft within the nation, comparable to that schism produced by Marxism. Liberalism is excluded by Maurras in its entirety, just as it was by Marx indeed, even more uncompromisingly. 3 Large mutually op. 146. Opposing groups are formed, of which each rejects the other two and declares them to be related. Trotsky tells the story of how, while walking with Lenin in London, Lenin pointed to Westminster Abbey and said, "This is their famous Westminster." 24 In much the same way Maurras uses a dissociating pronoun. Now that it has become a satellite state in a system of superior powers, your republic is less able than ever to resist exterior forces and their movement. 25 Maurras' goddess is a martial goddess. She cleaves history, divides the people of th nation, and her battle cry is, civil war. Indeed, says Maurras, a force which resulted in an anti-national government would deserve to be received like the army of the King of Prussia. 26 As the goddess is known only to the elite, and only the elite knows the actual meaning of national, the life of society becomes a state of Cold War, and only the strength of the elite can determine the moment at which the hot civil war begins against what it considers to be the anti-national government. This is precisely what the refrain of the battle song of the Camelots du Roi says. Long live the Camelots du Roi. They care not a fig for the laws of the land. 27. The look of envy. Since the goddess is so little to be identified with the everyday fatherland, it is impossible to understand another characteristic of Maurras nationalism, one which also distinguishes it strikingly from Jacobinic nationalism, the look of envy which he is constantly directing toward other nations and other parties. More than all others, Imperial Germany fills Maurras with envy as much as with fear and hatred. Its discipline, its industry, its order, are in his eyes the pattern for a better and a stronger France. 28 Maurras attributes these qualities to the difference in forms of government and declares the Germans to be mere imitators of France. This thesis is, of course, not entirely incorrect. The national and centralist monarchy of the Hohenzollerns was presumably more closely related in character to the Bourbon monarchy than to the German tradition of the Reich. But the explanation is nonetheless manifestly inadequate. This type of monarchy was neither a possession nor an invention of France. Moreover, what Maurras admires most in German politics is the very thing which proved the most disastrous mistake of the German Empire, its naval policy and the authoritarian demagogic methods by which it was pursued and the doctrine 147 popularized. 30 years later he will also not deny Hitler his envious admiration of German political methods, division of labor, economy of means, energy of attack. 30 At the very time when these methods were on the point of bringing about the most astounding result, the destruction of his own state. But Maurras had not yet had his fill of examples of the paradigmatic enemy. On countless occasions he recalls the memory of the German Tugendbund. He desires a troop of young figs for France. 31 And not the least of the accusations he levels at the Republic is that it renders impossible the Bismarck policy of government against Parliament and public opinion. 32 But he looks enviously toward England too, all those countries which have resolutely maintained these relics of the past tradition, authority, subordination of the masses to natural leaders, manufacture more products than we do, sell them at better prices than we do, even produce more children than we do. Look at monarchist and feudal Prussia, at aristocratic England with its community life. 33. This is not a masterpiece of political analysis. He does not ask whether the relics of the past are similar in England and Prussia and have a corresponding relationship to social movements. But Morris is obviously not concerned primarily with the analytical quality of his statement. He seeks to beat and to chastise, to heap the whole responsibility for France's lack of progress on the revolution. Morris counters the abstractions of the revolution with an equally abstract method of observation, a method which is interested only in the formal aspect of state structure and equates monarchy with monarchy, aristocracy with aristocracy, and the masses with the masses. But if the France of his day lacks determination, direction, and willpower, the champions of the goddess are also aware of a serious deficiency in her early days and cast envious looks at their political enemies at home. Recalling former times, Morris says, absolutely no common political education. The enemy possesses the language of the revolution. We have neither a nomenclature, nor a method, nor corresponding intellectual resources. 34. Morris' nationalism is therefore not only aesthetic, metaphysical, and narcissistic, it is primarily and emphatically reactive. For this reason, too, the missionary streak is lacking in him, and Morris was fond of making a virtue of this. 148. Fasciency. But his claim to propound political truth is continually at odds with his self-limitation, and it is with a curious mixture of regret and pride that Morris followed the victorious advance of his ideas in Italy. Critique of democracy. Morris' chief claim to truth concerns his critique of democracy. No other part of his work has had such an effect. Democracy is the wasting disease from which the goddess suffers, the deadly threat to her existence. One has only to open one's eyes to perceive this truth. It is an empirical fact that France has sunk from the position of the world's leading power, a rank it occupied in the 18th century, to one which is now barely more than secondary. It is an empirical fact that in France matters are openly discussed which in other states are the concern of secret resolutions. It is a fact that parties are subject to influences beyond control, not least to those from abroad. The face of democracy is not beautiful, its gait not steady, its hand not firm. It is the disease which makes of the goddess the very antithesis of herself. Democracy is the form of government which offers public interest neither abode nor voice. It believes that public interest will spring automatically from the forces and pressures of private interests, instead of which the state becomes the prey of the blind greed of countless individuals. Public interests have no resonant voice. But private interests bark from morning till night. 35. The idea of government is thereby actually abolished. Democracy is not really a form of government but a kind of anarchy. The rule of the sum of individual spontaneity means the paralysis of the spontaneity of the common will and its voice. That is why Morris calls the French Republic a constant conspiracy against the public will. 36. This, of course, shows to what extent Morris' empiricism is based on general assumptions. To have such a view of democracy, one must be at the opposite end of the scale from its basic conviction that public interest has its main abode in the heart of every single citizen and thus cannot be particularized once and for all in one voice. For Morris' abysmal pessimism, which sees even the monarchy as a guarantee of public interest only because the trivial private interests of the monarch must be identical with public interest, the Republican virtue civique does not even merit serious discussion. The people's representatives can no more have this virtue than can the people themselves. There. 149. Regime of windbags. 37 paralyzes the activity of a government whose counterpart in Berlin is a government detection. Their most vital interests, those of re-election, compel them to flatter the banal instincts of the masses and to neglect reality for the sake of outward appearance. 38. Outward appearance in its most concentrated form is Opinion, public opinion. It is inconstant, vacillating, temperamental, superficial, in all things the antithesis of truth. But it has the power of the lie, for what opinion does the individual absorb more greedily than the one which makes out that he is the victim of injustice, that he is being exploited? To create this opinion is precisely the business and raison d'etre of radical politicians in a democracy. Let us repeat that democracy is the great creator, the stimulator, the promoter, of that collective movement known as class struggle. 39. The outward appearance that injustice exists in society overlooks the cardinal truth that the area of peace as represented by the nation in the planetary struggle is the greatest essential and the greatest blessing for even its poorest inhabitant. But class struggle weakens the rampart separating the abode of peace from the outer turmoil by undermining even military discipline. Morris has never quoted anything by Rousseau or Marx with the same deeply felt horror as these lines by Pottier. If these cannibals insist on making heroes of us all, they will soon find out that our bullets are for our own generals. 40. There is good reason to believe that this is where the very core and origin of Morris' critique of democracy lie. We shall return to this later. In any case, his practical political critique is summed up in a demand as naive as it is radical. There is only one way to improve democracy: to destroy it. 41. The practical political point of view, however, is not the only one. It is frequently joined by a kind of psychological definition aimed at demonstrating the anti-human nature of democracy. A typical epithet, as striking as it is repulsive, is, for example, the apodictical phrase, "democracy is forgetting." 42. Is this merely an image, a transference of category, to which only the artist may be entitled? The meaning becomes clear when one looks at the thesis: the flourishing state resembles the human soul, sui conscia, sui memor, sui. 150. Compass. 43. This truly Platonic parallelism of the structures of soul and state already contains the rejection of democracy not in its consequence but in its premise, since in the end it is organizational and likens human beings to cells in reference to their aims. Nevertheless, its analytical value may be considerable. That a modern democracy does not usually favor tradition, that is, the uniform grasp of tradition, is obvious. It remains to be asked whether in certain situations forgetting can be more important to man and state than remembering. To Morris, however, remembering means above all the authority of a solid interpretation of political experiences, the rule of a long-standing traditional style in politics. Because democracy lacks this style, it resembles the barbarian in a famous passage in Demos. Thence, in a fist fight the barbarian reacts only to the blows dealt him by his opponent, whereas he himself has no idea of how to seize the initiative. It follows that Wilhelm II is actually the monarch of the Third Republic, for it is always his actions that dictate its reactions. In this respect the Republic is like a woman: it lacks the male principle of initiative and action. 44. Yet the final goal of Morris' interpretation is the total banishment of the irresponsibility, anonymity, unconcern, instability 45 of the parliamentary regime from the sphere of human activity, and all he will allow is a comparison with an irrational animal. The Third Republic has at its center no organ capable of assuming this task, neither intelligence, nor willpower, nor sense of leadership, nothing human. 46. Morris brings yet a third big gun to bear on democracy, a point of view no longer limited to empirical statement of fact or graphic comparison, but essentially unanswerable: the logical metaphysical standpoint. According to this, organization can only mean the creating of inequalities and aristocracies. Democracy with its leveling tendency is necessarily a destructive force, equality being sterile and even deadly. Time and again Morris returns to the incompatibility of progress and equality. All progress complicates, creates differences, differentiates. 47. This is indeed an irrefutable argument as long as it is based on the concept of mechanical equality, and as long as the potential distinctions within the individual himself are taken into account as little as are the various areas in which equality can occur. But Morris, it would appear, has always the most primitive opponent in mind, and so he arrives at the great metaphysical. The doctrine 151. And mythicizing drama of the famous sentence from the Inquit: democracy is evil, democracy is death. 48. His critique is a political empirical critique of the weakness of democracy, a psychological critique of the anti-human nature of democracy, a logical metaphysical critique of the absurdity of democracy. There can be no doubt whatever that in its absolute form it is untenable. Two facts form an insuperable barrier. One is the very existence of More's critique. The absurd needs no criticism. The second is that the genesis of his critique is so readily understandable, so patently obvious. From 1899 to 1914 France was the only true mass democracy in Europe. Caught between a severe political defeat of the conservative forces and World War I, its very foundations assailed by anarchism, Marxist socialism, and revolutionary syndicalism, agitated by anti-Semitism, mourning its lost provinces, in a perilous foreign political situation, helpless in the face of the unprecedented fusion of politics and economy it would have had to invent. A more as if he had not already existed. But, aside from his claim to absoluteness, much of More's critique of democracy remains valid, merely because, of course, criticism is a necessary part of democracy and hence renders even the worst enemy worthy of attention and his most radical opinion useful. It would no doubt be interesting to examine the actual relevance of More's critique. But it is more important to outline its philosophical political significance by looking at his two most hated enemies, Rousseau and Marx. Strangely enough, in the matter of democracy these two men seem to agree almost word for word with More's. Do we not find in the Contrat Social, there is no regime as subject to civil wars and internal unrest as democracy or the people's regime because there is none which tends so strongly and continuously toward change of form. 49 And does not Marx specifically confirm More's thesis that democracy is the instigator of class warfare when he maintains that it is in this most recent form of government of bourgeois society that the class war is once and for all to be fought? 50 This agreement is indeed a strange proof of the old saying that extremes meet. But Rousseau and Marx, of course, being enthusiastic liberals, are aiming in exactly the opposite direction with their critique of democracy. In Rousseau's opinion, every state is lost in which the citizens hand over their social rights and obligations to representatives, instead of al. 152. Ways gathering in the marketplace, like the polita of ancient Greece, to exercise their sovereign rights. In other words, he criticizes representative democracy because its abstract nature is opposed to the primitivism of his ideal freedom of the people. 51 Marx, the heir to the Hegelian doctrine of evolution, regards bourgeois democracy as still being the state, as still representing oppression. Indeed, to him it is the most severe oppression because it is the most recent form. The fundamental problem of the difference between public and private interest is solved for both men in the model of either a remote past or a radically altered future, by the fusion of the general and the particular in the bosom of either the universal being or the reborn human being. Thus the two trends, after meeting for an instant, immediately diverge again toward opposite ends of the pole, and it remains doubtful whether they are capable of tempering and teaching one another. State and war. Defense nationale. In More's view, the internal weaknesses of democracy are related to the problem of the defense of the state. It is, of course, possible to imagine a state which, though possessed of absolute sovereignty, does not need to make outward use of it because it is not threatened. Even in Thomas More's utopia this is only approximately the case. In the world as we know it, the most important of all rights of sovereignty is the right over peace or war. 52 But democracy always forgets the first duty of the state, to hold itself in readiness for the tragic constellation. 53 It refuses to acknowledge the vital connection between state and war, and even less the fact that the statehood of a state increases in proportion to its determination to be prepared for war. Only on this condition can it preserve peace. How could democracy acknowledge this law in view of its own obvious inferiority in the central sphere of the state? Through the ages military and diplomatic operations have been subject to three conditions: speed, continuity, secrecy. Through the ages the assembling of large numbers of people could be neither very speedy nor very safe nor very discreet. That is why through the ages it has been kings, leaders, who have conducted diplomacy and war. Through the ages parliamentary democracies have understood no more about war than they have about diplomacy. 54. Soldier king and border areas. The man who is skilled in. Asterisk. 153. War is the king. In Mora's view he is absolute master of his army, his navy, and his diplomacy. 55. He is the united will of the nation, so independent of all subordinate impulses that he can plan and desire at the longest possible range. Mora's devoted the best known of his books, Kiel et Tanger, to an attempt to prove that a republic is incapable of those virtues of foresight, continuity, and determination without which national survival is impossible in the modern world. That is why he prints the following eternal and fundamental law of political existence in capital letters: thus those peoples who are governed by their men of action and their military leaders win out over those peoples who are governed by their lawyers and their professors. 56. The meaning of monarchy to Moras is perfectly clear: it is a military kingdom, in uvenir de vie intelligence, Moras already frankly equates royauté with government militaire. The soldier king is the leader of his people in war and into war, the absolute supreme commander who, like Richelieu, prepares for war by stirring up civil war in the enemy's country. 57. And who then knows the right hour at which to strike. It could not be said of war waged by such a man, as Moras said in 1920 after what was, after all, the victorious war of the Republic: instead of submitting to it, we ought to have chosen it, begun it at our own hour, at our own moment, and in our own interest. 58. This might seem to make Moras too much the warmonger, the forerunner of Hitler. Was not peace the highest task of politics? Did he not constantly condemn Napoleon, the supreme soldier king? But for Moras, the master stroke was the wholly advantageous peace, the Richelieu-type treaty modelled on Munster and Osnabrück. Besides, he did not condemn Napoleon for waging wars but for exhausting French vitality in useless campaigns for the sake of principles which were bound to be disastrous for France. Although Mora's monarchism contains a reactionary idyllic element, its fascist quality is much more significant. It was above all a call for a leader, the leader of the counter-revolution and sovereign of war. We lack the man at the helm, we lack him, the man, and that's all. 59. Admittedly, defense is Mora's primary concern. But this defense does not exclude offensive action and a policy of annexation; on the contrary, it renders them indispensable. France must not border directly on the enemy, it must surround itself with quasi-colonial areas, border areas, which 154. The action franc-poundais bear the traces of its spirit and constitute vital defense barriers. Although he obviously does not envisage colonization areas and living space, he is thinking of more than zones of cultural influence. He sees d'Alsace as possible. 60. Along the lower reaches of the Moselle, provided France does not despair of its vitality. And after the war he worked out a detailed plan La Part du Combattant, designed to make the individual French soldier the financial beneficiary of the war and to turn the Sarre territory into a kind of military colony. 61. In the absence of the king, the army is his deputy, the precious guarantee of national existence. The cult of the army was for Moras the chief motivation in his attitude toward the Dreyfus affair, the reason behind his opposition to Georges and Marc Sangnier. To him this cult is the hallmark of conservative France. He claims that, among even the most modest members of the lower middle class, the sword is the most hallowed sign, symbol of both honor and nobility. 62. In 1905 we find him using a very remarkable expression when he describes the army as ce prêche or phasio de forces nationales. Trademark: the army is indeed the phasio. If it is headed by a soldier king as envisaged by Moras, it becomes the paradigm of fascist society. Critique of pacifism. One prejudice stands in the way of Moras' views: the belief that the era of European war was at an end and that outside of Europe the colonial powers could reach an amicable understanding. 64. This prejudice was based on Saint Simon's belief that the industrial age was directly opposed to the military age, but it was also the burden of Napoleon's testament, the conviction of Auguste Comte, and the axiom of all European liberalism until the deep cleft made by the Franco-Prussian War. The reasons which Morris advances to oppose it have been confirmed by experience. Industrial competition would give rise to industrial wars, colonial rivalry was bound to engender colonial disputes. 65 But it is quite plain that his reasons are grounded in a more comprehensive conviction, a conviction which believes itself to arise out of insight into eternal laws. Material wealth, since it is divisible, must produce envy and hatred and ultimately war. The greater the wealth, the more certain the war. This is how, in Antonia, he explains the grim, gloomy face of Florence in the midst of the sweet serenity of the surrounding countryside. War is destined to live as long as humanity. 66 But war is not only eternal, it is also good. Asterisk. 155. Without this beautiful crossfire of hatred and love, 67 man's lot would be nothing but a vegetating existence. Life and war are identical and good. And here again Morris is closer to Rousseau and Marx with his critique than to some of his teachers and paragons in this case, for instance, Comte. 68 Of course Morris proved too much. For his empiricism also encounters the revolution, and his axiomatic method also justifies social war. Hence by means of complicated maneuvers he has in turn to restrict the right of war. It is the essence of civilization, he says, to channel warlike instincts and turn them outward, against external enemies. Class war is blasphemous, since it violates the nation's sphere of peace. Although wars are terrible, they are creative, while the days following upon social revolutions are gloomy. 69 All these arguments are obvious sophisms or petitions principii. But they reveal the ambivalence of Morris' attitude to war. Morris is at the same time a national warrior and a social pacifist. The reason he opposes Georges so bitterly and so desperately is not only because Georges disarmed France and delivered it up to German attack, but because he believes Georges and his ilk forbid war between state and yet they cold-bloodedly prepare it between house and house. 70 The bourgeois pacifism of Saint-Simon and Comte, which applied equally to national and social conditions, is swept brusquely aside by Morris. Of far greater importance to him is the quasi-pacifism of the socialists, diametrically opposed to his own pacifism. The clarins of the Défense nationale are mingled with the more sonorous instruments of the Défense sociale. In France one may state the axiom, no army, no public order. The radical, socialist, and communist masters will then be masters of all. 71. State and class. Défense sociale. Again, it is theoretically possible to imagine a state which is sovereign and martial but internally classless. Again, modern reality is otherwise. It follows that even a nationalist movement must, like any other party, have an internal political program and a definite social relevance, even though it may, more than any other party, be inclined to hide this aspect under moral postulates and, compared to the demands of foreign policy, to keep this program in the background. Since a nation is the sum of its differences, every far-reaching political decision entails power shifts among the various groups. Even a nationalist seizure of power under the 156th Action Francpondéise banner of national unity cannot eliminate these differences. To the problems of internal policy with which it is faced, it offers a certain solution which is henceforth beyond discussion. Morris' doctrine, which did not become the official state ideology, offers an incomparable opportunity of studying the class nature of the movement. Generally speaking, Morris' statements on this subject are quite elementary and spontaneous. Let us defend ourselves against the barbarians. 72 These barbarians are not the Germans or the Russians, they are the barbarians from the depths, the enemies at home who would start their socialist or anarchist revolution tomorrow if the army did not prevent them. 73 But he is not thinking merely of a brand of revolutionaries and the crowds which follow them. Even the movement that later became the Popular Front is far from being the left which Morris has in mind. For the past 27 years, so he stated at the beginning of the century, the forces chiefly represented by the National Assembly of 1871 and forming the nation's elite, had been regularly defeated and governed by the forces of the enemy. 74 All Republicans, all liberals, were therefore regarded by Moras as Reds, champions of egalitarian barbarism, and a barricade had to be raised against them. Over and over again, and with no false sense of discretion, he names the strata on which he wishes to rely. At the top are always the church and the officers' corps, in other words, not classes in the true sense. They are followed by landed gentry, peasants, old aristocracy, old and new bourgeoisie. 75 The last definition is the broadest and is obviously imprecise. In L'avenir de vie intelligence Moras had already banished cosmopolitan finance from the national bourgeoisie, and no doubt one must also eliminate the anti-clerical urban petite bourgeoisie, which had been the real pillar of the revolution. It is of great significance, however, that Moras can attempt to drive a wedge not through this class as a whole, a class of such vital importance to France, but through that section of the intelligentsia which could be considered the voice of that class. For he divides the freethinkers into anarchists and bourgeois, and proposes an alliance between the latter and the Catholics on account of their common love of social order and stability. I do not maintain that it must necessarily come to this, but if it does not come to this, we are lost. 76 In other words, Moras pays the utmost attention to the relatively classless intelligentsia, and this is natural, since after all. 157. He regards socialism not as a spontaneous class movement of the workers but as a phenomenon artificially created by revolutionary intellectuals. Yet it is quite plain that Moras has some unmistakably bourgeois reactions. All through his life he regards socialism primarily as looting, and he believes that the Jews are chiefly attracted by French fortune. They want to denationalize us in order to plunder us. 77 He even let slip the dubious remark that the two most powerful forces in man are religious faith and the sense of property. 78 He quite logically sets out the unity of the three defenses, religious defense plus social defense plus national defense. 79 To paraphrase Mora's own words, this can only mean national defense, but... And for this limitation he has not even the excuse that he is concerned with ideas. Again, a specific feature of Mora's monarchism is exposed. Plebiscite Caesarism with its revolutionary origin is suspect because it favors defense nationale too much, whereas monarchy guarantees the unity of the three defenses, to patriots, to Catholics, to traditionalists, to men of order. We say, if you wish to preserve such of your possessions as still remain, if you wish to avoid the excesses of opposing evils, then create the monarchy, which will syndicate the defense of all that you love against all that you hate. 80 This might be interpreted as a remarkable confirmation of the Marxist thesis of class roots and class interests. It is a fact that history knows of no case where a leading class has voluntarily renounced what may be called its essential privileges for the sake of the fatherland. But these privileges always remain associated with the guidance and the life of society. Whether they are actually superfluous or harmful is decided by the degree of indignation and resistance they engender. It is doubtful whether a truly leading class can have a mere class interest at all. It is a sign of the strength of Mora's social self-awareness when he states, "But I am not a moderate," says Sangnier, "I am revolutionary, an anti-bourgeois." This pathetic defense does not deceive the masses. One should never deny the class of one's origin. Class consciousness is one of the factors of national consciousness. 81 But Marc Sangnier's attitude is more typical of that profound schism within the bourgeoisie itself, a schism which is perhaps the most striking stigma of European history in more than a century. For communism is almost as much of a nonentity as fascism once one imagines. It deprived of its bourgeois element. 158 The action franchise. The schism in the bourgeoisie. It is a mark of the power of this schism that Moras, despite the strength of his social self-awareness, was to become one of its most outstanding representatives. De Maistre was anti-liberal because he was a Catholic and an aristocrat. Moras is anti-liberal although he is an unbeliever and a bourgeois, and yet he does not deny his origin, thus paving the way for a situation in which bourgeoisie and liberalism can no longer be equated. It is true that he cannot help admitting that the bourgeoisie is related to liberalism, and he does not hesitate to reproach the bourgeoisie on this account. It is the disputatious class, the most individualistic and the most divided of the whole nation. 82. The energetic minority which has been called upon to save the country would destroy itself if it gave itself up to discussion. 83. To this extent, therefore, this minority is anti-bourgeois and is opposed not only to the liberals but also to the old conservative world which was always the headquarters of an insurmountable lack of political understanding. 84. And to this extent it can look with sympathy toward the left, toward the syndicalists. Even the Reds speak only of the aristocracy of labor, of the will of the elites, of their rights, of the necessity of forcing this will upon the majorities. 85. Georges Sorel, his pupil Edouard Berthe, Maurras follower Georges Valois all worked toward this rapprochement between royalism and syndicalism, while Maurras himself took the Cercle Proudhon under his wing, and no less a person than the man who was later to be the Duce of Fascism observed these attempts with all the indignation of a Marxist heart. But if the trend toward mass agitation, the veering toward the left, is typical of radical conservatism, Maurras did not allow it very much scope and generally even avoided using the Saint Simon term producer on which the Italian nationalists were trying to build up their success. By and large he contented himself with the alleged classlessness of the Camelots and in social problems invoked de la Tour du Pin. For the rest he left no doubt that he was concerned not with destroying the bourgeoisie but with strengthening it. And if some doubts remained regarding the nature of his social and internal political views, one look at his early writings was sufficient to throw light on these. The reactionary soil. For these writings develop, with calm. 159. Plot clarity, the doctrine of the revolt of the slaves, a doctrine which can no more be ascribed solely to Nietzsche than its antithesis, the doctrine of dialectical progress, can be ascribed to Hegel. The doctrine of the revolt of the slaves is the radical negation of the emancipatory process in its practical aspect. It inevitably involves the rejection of modern ideas, and is almost always nostalgic for the archaic, and it never fails to culminate in a search for the cause of evil. Generally speaking, Maurras does not see things as radically and unpolitically as Nietzsche, but in the practical assessment of emancipation there is scarcely any difference. How many men do we know who, born to be slaves, would regain their peace inside the ergastule from which modern history has been foolish enough to banish them? 86. The word banish exiler is a good indication of the gap between the optimistic and lofty concept of liberty of Hegel and Marx, and the aesthetic and pessimistic naturalism of Schopenhauer and Hartmann as translated baldly by Maurras into sociology. The direct link between the Greek mythological wording of Le Chemin de Paradis and modern reality appears in another passage from its preface. Anyone who arouses the first concupiscence in the mind and bowels of a primitive person, who reduces the venerable privilege sometimes possessed by those fortunate people, that of dying without having lived, must be greeted by the contempt of man. 87. This may sound at first like a pious indictment of concupiscentia, but a footnote makes it clear that the sense is highly topical and political. Without further comment, it quotes a statement of Lassalle's to the effect that the German worker must be taught to realize how unhappy he is. Even this wording conceals Maurras' real thoughts if one interprets them as an objection on his part to Lassalle wanting to create a false awareness. His aesthetic cosmological concept of order is required to provide the key. Seen thus, order exists as rank, hierarchy. It would be easy to grasp his concept and easier to defend it if it were merely a question of everything in its place according to its greater or lesser capacities. This is a rough picture of the Catholic doctrine of order. But it presupposes a different world picture from that of Maurras, the reader of Lucretius. It is not an inevitable corollary of their nature that atoms, the fathers of the world, are divided into those which are shut away forever in the dark heart of things and those which are fortunate enough to revel in the light. The fate of every atom is mere coincidence, but it is only out of this coincidence that the 160 unique and happy constellation of beauty and perfection can grow. the whole world would be less good if it contained fewer mysterious victims whose sacrifice contributed to its perfection. 88 Quality is rank. It is this mechanistic assumption that gives Mora's doctrine of order its unmistakable flavor. Although Mora's statements frequently assume the usual organic scale in which order and beauty are normal and victorious, one is always conscious of his underlying fear that beauty and order, which are not in the nature of things, must perish if their accidental nature and their injustice are acknowledged. It follows that workers really are victims. But when they acknowledge this, it means the end of beautiful inequalities. Hence democracy is to be regarded as that form of government which is not prepared to sacrifice anyone and hence allows everyone to have his say. It is precisely for this reason that it is le mal et la mort. Whatever the interpretation and the reasoning may be, there can be no doubt of the reactionary quality of Mora's social views. The demand for peaceful labor relations and cooperation among the classes is reactionary from the standpoint of Marxism. The preservation of a hereditary aristocracy will also be described as reactionary by conventional liberalism. But the desire to reinstate as the axis, as the strong main body of the state's leadership, a hereditary aristocracy which was overthrown long ago and which has virtually disappeared from political life is reactionary in a more general sense. 89 Every radical conservatism, however much it may incite the masses, reveals obvious reactionary traits. Nevertheless, the reasoning is generally clear enough to average human understanding, and even if Mora's goes further than usual in the matter of hereditary aristocracy, his arguments are quite simple. The evil which must be eliminated is competition, competition of earnings, competition of talents or ambitious aspirations. 90 Although this applies primarily to the ruler, it also essentially concerns the leading class, whose quality consists in its rank. Mora's even extends this principle downward and arrives at some very far-reaching conclusions. By means of the triple play of physical, political, and economic heredity, nature produces a businessman or a diplomat with greater ease and at less cost in a race of businessmen and diplomats than in a race of wine growers or soldiers. 91 Although certainly correct in many cases as an empirical statement, as a principle and postulate in a society such as the present one, it is grotesquely reactionary. It may be maintained that a Cor. 161. Purative, non-competitive society with a hereditary monarchy and aristocracy means a better, or at any rate more tranquil, existence than a capitalist competitive society with all its unrest, but not even the most skillful pen can demonstrate that it means progress. Mora's has to pay the price of never really developing a doctrine of society. By invoking de la Tour du Pin and le play, he has always felt justified in devoting his attention exclusively to governmental and political forms. De la Tour du Pin's anti-capitalistic corporatism is, of course, compatible with Mora's hereditary aristocracy, but how the dynamics of the capitalist social structure are supposed to tolerate the age-old repose of a non-competitive aristocratic class as its political head remains unexplained. For in actual practice Mora's never manifested an anti-capitalist attitude beyond his anti-Semitic aversion to finance. In fact, after Inquit he hardly ever returned to this pivotal question of hereditary aristocracy, and in its place he put forward the more nebulous concept of the elite. He never achieves a clear solution to the problem of an aristocracy exempt from the people's sovereignty and from intellectual and economic competition and thus, to a certain extent at least, hereditary. His polemic against the abolition of the Décret de Messeter sur les Présences, which was proposed by Clemenceau in 1907 and was responsible for the defining of the precedence of civilian over military authority even on the lower levels, was also quite plainly reactionary. But even though during his long lifetime Mora's never saw the reinstatement of a hereditary aristocracy either in France or elsewhere, he might have flattered himself for a brief moment during the Vichy period that he had finally triumphed over Clemenceau after all. Similar treatment can be extended to a third reactionary theme. The idea that for woman the single goal is man 92 is deeply rooted in popular sentiment, and in the majority of cases it is doubtless true. Yet it contradicts one of the most remarkable phenomena of modern times, the emancipation of women. Ambiguity of defense. All three themes are reactions to similar and universal processes: the retreat of heredity, the threat to the social precedence of the military, the undermining of the unconditional juristic domination of the man. There was no more urgent task than to make the resistance to these end. 162. Similar manifestations as international as they themselves were. In all countries their political form of expression democracy did not lack for sympathy and support for similar aspirations, and the socialists had even managed to create an international organization. Hence the stronger the element of defense sociale became in nationalism, the more it was bound to tend toward an alliance of all threatened interests on an international level. In France, however, this obvious assumption did not apply. On the contrary, it was the most demagogic and, from the conservative aspect, the most questionable trend that of Drumont which worked with the greatest vigor toward an anti-Semitic international. Moraz remained aloof from all tendencies toward an internationale blanche, apparently because, by the use of a doubtful thesis, he ascribed the revolution to Germany, thus overemphasizing the national element to a degree not necessarily inherent in the basic structure of this thinking. But to him, too, the Jew, along with the German, remained the prime cause of evil, and even he could not readily identify one figure with the other. Hence the trend toward an international alliance with similar social forces remained as an undercurrent to his ideas, and he did not hesitate to express this when after the war France was in a position of military and political hegemony over the continent of Europe. In his view, the Treaty of Rapallo, dangerous though it might be, opened up positive aspects. The entire European counter-revolution could now join together in resistance to it. 93. The practical demand was as follows: there is one road to salvation. There is only one, the International of Order, proclaimed by the French army in Berlin. 94. The more removed the possibility of the French army marching on Berlin, the further Moraz also moved away from that idea which for a moment had seemed to him the only appropriate answer to the universal revolutionary threat. But he never lost sight of it entirely. And hence he was wrong in dismissing as traitors those of his pupils who declared themselves in favor of the International of Order proclaimed in Paris by the German army. They had decided to extricate themselves from an ambivalence which challenged Moraz just as much as any other thinker of radical conservatism and fascism. Critique of socialism. Moraz's critique of socialism lacks the acuteness, trenchancy, and acrimony of his critique of democracy or pacifism. 95. It is true that from the very beginning socialism forms the 163 darkest foil to Moraz's social philosophy. It also supplies the background to his critique of democracy. Those who desire democracy in government, he says, must also desire it in industry, that is, they must have socialism. Communism is no less than the logically extended republic. But throughout all this the black sheep is socialism, for whom liberalism and democracy are to be made responsible in order to discredit them. The blackness of the sheep is assumed but not proved or analyzed. The arguments consistently reflect the social structure of France which, despite all political agitation, remained firm and strong and which never offered any real opportunity for Marxist revolution until 1944. Although Moraz did once say that Marx, not Rothschild, was the greatest Jew of the 19th century, 96. The section on Marx in the Dictionnaire politique et critique betrays a picturesque ignorance. His contribution to the fundamental critique of Marxism is limited to casual remarks without much content. His emphasis of the role of the democratic republic is merely a shift of emphasis in Marxist concepts. Do you wish to put an end to socialism? Attack the elective system. Your plight stems from that and will only come to an end when it does. 97. A more original and significant fact is that Moraz did not take the internationalism of the Marxist movement very seriously. He soon regarded the German Social Democrats as rabid nationalists and believed that only the French socialists were internationally minded. Even here he was mistaken, as future events showed. The critique of facts, which he pursued in 1902, was more powerful than he imagined, and I in turn will add that, Far from forming a vast economic community among the nations in which all members are to be united, the European worker profits from the economic progress of his own country, just as he benefits from the economic deficiencies of rival countries. 98. Mora's critique of socialism, then, is only significant insofar as it involves the discovery of the reality of the proletariat, which at that time was breaking forth on all sides and which only a few years later was to lead Lenin to form his doctrine of the workers' aristocracy, a discovery which, however, only acquires its tragic and moving emphasis when viewed against the background of Marx's and Engels' theses and aspirations. But if it is true that this critique cannot be called the focal point of Mora's work, it is equally true that all signposts point toward it. No doubt anti-Marxism is only the potential back 164 ground, as it were, to Mora's anti-liberalism, but already in his case one element cannot be separated from the other. The enemy as a whole. Democrats, pacifists, socialists, are enemies, they are not the enemy. The enemy is a complex of enemies and causes which, although often varying in phenotype, are imbued with one uniform spirit. The examination of this tissue, the clarifying of its elements and interrelationships, constitutes the most striking part of Mora's efforts. The attempt to define the spirit of the enemy in its primordial meaning is the very heart and soul of his philosophy. No related doctrine attains the trenchancy of Mora's doctrine of the enemy, none is very far removed from it. In some cases a different stand is taken, or the actual philosophy may be neglected, but the basic description is the same. Present enemies. The tangible enemies of the present day are like icebergs, whose main bulk remains beneath the water. They form three ranks which at first sight appear to be quite far apart. The first rank is composed of exponents of certain political doctrines. Liberalism, democracy, socialism, communism, anarchism, are varying manifestations of the same essentially individualistic revolutionary idea. They are linked together in a coherent chain which makes it possible to trace the absurdity of its most radical link, anarchism, to its beginnings, liberalism. To Mora's this theoretical coherence is more important than an empirical examination of the actual behavior of these forces. According to him, democracy obscurely reveres anarchy, the franker, bolder, and purer expression of itself. Kropotkin's ideology is latent in Montesquieu's assumptions. 100. This is why Keel et Tanger is aimed more at the moderate Republicans than at the red radicals surrounding Clemenceau. This is why he claims to detest Mirabeau and Sieyès more than Robespierre and Saint-Just. The doctrinarian, motivated by principles, hates more than anything else blindness toward ideological coherence. He thereby eliminates for his party the important chance of achieving cooperation with the conservative wing of the liberals. The predominance of the ideological standpoint in the formation of even practical political friendships is one of the chief criteria for distinguishing radical conservatism from the empirical opportunistic variety. 165. The second rank seems to be of an entirely different kind. Jews, Protestants, Freemasons, aliens are not primarily political entities. They can be traced back to the sphere of Catholic dogma and only there do they have tangible meaning. When Maurice Paléologue visited the Vatican during the Dreyfus affair, pity for France was expressed there because it allowed itself to be ruled by Freemasons, Protestants, atheists, and Jews. 101. Moras replaces the atheists by the Incan Gruis term Meatcase and creates with his Coderata Conf editors a new political concept, one which might be acceptable to the positivists but which brought in its wake all the hatred of religious warfare. Since the Dreyfus affair it had been possible to advance many empirical reasons for this concept which were convincing not only to Catholics. Those things which spoke empirically against it were less obvious and were speedily dismissed, and the propaganda was facilitated by a further simplification. For the four terms are not of equal weight. Moras did not emphasize the problem of the Meatcase too greatly, for there were plenty of sons and grandsons of immigrants among the best men of France. He also avoided becoming involved with the obscure history of the Freemasons. The chief accusation leveled at Protestantism is that it was Jewish. In other words, the attack is of necessity concentrated on the Jews. A characteristic not inherent in the Catholic series of Freemasons, Protestants, atheists, Jews. The third rank is composed of two neighboring nations, the Germans and the English, together with the most remote and abstract power in the world, high finance. The juxtaposition seems odd, but it is substantiated in many ways. For instance, Morris maintains after World War I that France's sovereignty is being attacked by a combination of Anglo-Saxon finance and Judeo-German finance. 102 It is not surprising that here, too, Jewry must provide the connecting link, but Morris is a long way from identifying finance with Jewry. His attack on world finance is the most sporadic of his battles. It often subsides for years, only to start up again suddenly. It reached its peak during Morris' youth, in Juvenir de intelligence. Here he tries to prove complicity between international finance and international revolution and claims that personal and national wealth are the target of both. 103 He regards London and Frankfurt as the headquarters of international finance, thus providing the link with the two most inimical nations. 166. England is the land where the Bible reigns, where the parliamentary system was born. Its naval supremacy represents a standing threat to France's colonial possessions. Germany is the home of the Reformation, the birthplace of Kant, the robber of Alsace-Lorraine. Both are Germanic, that is, barbaric, countries, hostile to sunshine and clarity, as remote from the discipline of Rome as from the moderation of Greece. The more the liberal school had made paragons of them, the fiercer became Morris' contempt and hatred for them. But his contempt is accompanied by paradoxically envious looks toward power and prestige, population strength and discipline, industry and prosperity. 104 One important distinction, however, must not be overlooked. The English invasion took place 500 years ago, the German invasion in the immediate past. If England gave the world the parliamentary system, Germany developed socialism. If England took the French colonies in America, German unity was born of France's defeat and hung like a sword of Damocles over the heads of yesterday's conquered. If England sent travelers, Germany sent its Jews. The scales of aversion sink in favor of England, and Germany reigns supreme on the horizon of hatred. Thus from each rank one element comes to the fore, and the three combine to form the vanguard of the enemy of today: anarchism, Jewry, Germany, the barbarians from the depths, the barbarian from the east, are demos flanked by its two friends, the German and the Jew. 105 They are the protagonists of a European and planetary conspiracy against Catholicism and France. In their combined efforts a diabolical plan comes to fruition. But plan and conspiracy are not an invention of the day. Their historical roots reach deep into the past until they become indistinguishably intertwined. The historical roots. It is surprising to note that Morris finds those roots which are closest to the present to be in the Romantic era. In Germany the Romantic era is considered the literary embodiment of the conservative and reactionary spirit. Nostalgia for the Middle Ages seems just as much an invention of this era as a sense of history and respect for historical data. But in France it is less easy to overlook the fact that the Romantic era is inconceivable without Rousseau, and it is here that those other elements soon make themselves felt: the lawlessness of Romantic subjectivity, the Romantic fondness for innovations, the hostility toward a classical tradition which, in contrast to Germany, was also a political 16. Dition. It was with the heirs and successors of the Romantic * era that the young Morris fought his first literary battles, and in these skirmishes it was already apparent how closer, related aesthetic and political categories were in his mind. For example, he charges a symbolist author with being a theoretician of the anarchist republic in the field of art, with Neve writing two words which are not at each other's throats and which do not accuse each other of infringing on the sacred rights of their individuality. 106 He writes his Les Amnesties if Rome had succeeded in rendering the poison of the Magnificat 112 harmless, If medieval society had been able to restrict and exploit the Jews, Protestantism and the Revolution have torn down the barriers, and the rebellious barbarian stands menacingly within the walls of a deeply convulsed society. Moraz once presented this Manichaean black and white image in the form of a historical tale from the early days of his native province. 113 The Phocians, the founders of Marseilles, were led by a cultured Ephesian lady, Aristarch, who faithfully nursed the worship of Artemis and Athena on the heights of the newly founded city and transplanted Greek culture, the taste for the perfect, the cultivated, the complete, to the new Greece. Centuries later Marius the Roman brought his Syrian soothsayer Martha to that part of the world. Repulsed by the Greek inhabitants, whose city religion naturally excluded the free priests and the wandering priestesses, she settled in the marshes, close to the Confucian primitive, in order to practice her magic arts, communicate with the spirits, exorcise, drive out and call up devils, and make herself indispensable to the primitive people in the vicinity. She confused the heart of man. She isolated him, led him astray. She was welcomed as a benefactress. Then in a great vision Moraz links up this first barbaric invasion of his country with all subsequent barbaric incursions and finally declares, all the great periods of distress in history for our own Occident as a whole as well as for its little market towns are accounted for by the emanation of this same Jewish and Syrian miasma. Nature and significance of the doctrine of the enemy. This is something more than a most remarkable reversal of liberal historical thought. The imagery betrays its unprecedented character despite the adoption of familiar elements. 114 The age of the Enlightenment had always depicted its relationship. 170. To the preceding era of blind religious faith by contrasting light with darkness. The battle against darkness can be carried on grimly, obstinately, even fanatically, but by its very nature it proceeds without acrimony and without despair, for it seems that darkness must of necessity precede light and finally yield to it. Miasmas, leprosy, 115 microbes, 116 are insidious, unassailable, lethal enemies of the healthy body. Unlike light and darkness, the enemies are incommensurable and resistance to them is grim and desperate. This unmistakable mentality becomes as clear with Moraz as the quite extraordinary direction which the struggle will later take in the field of practical reason. The enemies are great in number, but one among them stands out, the one who furnishes the world conspiracy with its spiritual background and its most gifted personnel, the Jew. However, since it is almost impossible to grasp him directly, he must be attacked in that power with which he has most closely allied himself. That power is Germany. Although even before 1914 Moraz always associated Jewry and Germanism, now after the victorious ending of the war he makes use of every opportunity to denounce Germany as the center of world revolution. Germany is the stem and root of Russian Bolshevism. 117 German Jews are the masters in Moscow. 118 Berlin is the head of the worldwide conspiracy whose branches cover Moscow, Bucharest, Tiflis, Ankara, Athens, and Tunis. 119 There is only one effective way to eliminate this world threat: destroy German unity, which is desired chiefly by Jews and socialists, and restore those German liberties which had for so long ensured the peace and well-being of Europe. 120 There can be no doubt as to who is the enemy in Moraz's eyes. It is the emancipatory process itself in all its manifestations. Moraz undertakes the same reassessment of the course of history that led Nietzsche to his concept of the attentat, but he has none of Nietzsche's non-political radicalism, archaism, the repudiation en bloc of Christianity, the Dionysian cult. His humanism is exaggerated to the point of radical classicism. 121 But it leaves the way open to the _Periclean Athens. His Catholicism is anti-Christian, but it does not quite bar the way to the true Rome. 122 His classicism may appear rigid, but it allows him to remain in positive contact with the rationalist universalist philosophy of Europe. 123 That which on the intellectual level appears as a tempering of the hostility to history toward 171. Which every radical conservatism tends, is precisely what makes his political effectiveness possible. As a politician, Nietzsche could at Basel have established a sect, although there is no doubt that his thinking defines a borderline which practical politics can approach asymptotically. It would be easy to pick holes in Mora's theses, they are there for all to see. But with all their weaknesses, these theses demonstrate that the contrary axioms of the liberal theory of history could no longer be taken for granted. A profound critique would be one which pointed out that the contrary theories exhibit the same elements but give them a contradictory interpretation. Whether this is a sign of weakness or necessity can only be established by examining the philosophical significance of the two doctrines. For the time being, all is required is the pragmatic presentation of the relevance of Mora's doctrine to the French self-image. It is easy to underestimate the difficulty of France's intellectual position since the middle of the 18th century. This difficulty arose from the fact that France was the most slow progressive of the Catholic countries. The entire body of liberal thought, however, regarded progress as synonymous with anti-Catholic, and took it for granted that the Reformation had been the essential precursor of freedom of thought. This accounted for the curious Germanophilia, which was actually nothing but the despair of liberal thinkers over France's Catholic past and present. The revolution did not do away with the tormenting problem. It succeeded too well, and yet did not succeed enough for friend and foe to have been filled with gnawing doubts. France, it seemed, was too progressive to be Catholic, and too Catholic to be truly progressive. Joseph de Maistre eyes were turned toward Rome. Michelet pinned his hopes on Germany, whose democratic revolution was to give the French Progressive Party its final consolidation. It was clearly the mission of critical liberalism to see moderate violent contrasts and to enable France to achieve a new self-respect on the soil of a new synthesis. Comte contributed notably in this direction, but Renaud and Taine, under the pressure of events, developed a nationalism which actually radicalized and embraced their Germanophilia as a vital element, the result being a highly dubious synthesis of the Catholic and the progressive trend. Moras ignored any such synthesis. By rejecting Germanophilia he also eliminated liberalism, although he retained the positivist interpretation of ca. 172. Catholicism. By so doing he consolidated one of the two opposites on another level and infused it with new young life. He thus restored France's self-respect as a Catholic and Latin power, but at the cost of refashioning, that is, crippling, his own country, and at a moment when for the first time a reconciliation with the other side had become possible. The battle. Intellectual struggle and purging to paint a picture of the enemy which renders him as hideous and repulsive as possible may constitute a victory, but it does not do away with the necessity of fighting for each position. When Voltaire called the Church vingame, the battle had scarcely begun. The opponent whom Moras challenged was formidable. The enemy's claim to represent the modern point of view had hardly yet been disputed. Progress, liberty, science was not merely the inscription above the literary side door to the spacious palace of Europe, it was blazoned across the political and official main entrance. But fissures and cracks had long been visible in the splendid edifice of the liberal continent. They had first begun to show in the differences between Voltaire and Rousseau and had really come to light in Marx's critique of Hegel, whose system had been the most impressive and consistent definition of Christian Protestant ideas of liberty. When the inhabitants of the newly built servants' wing ran up their own flag and began to speak threateningly of storming the rooms of their masters, those who lived in the central portion were inclined to view with greater sympathy the ramparts of the oldest section, which till then they had derided for their inconvenience. Some even decided to move and eagerly widen the old embrasures in order to be able to mount new weapons in them. This, then, might be a picture of the battle of the various trends in liberalism and conservatism. Mora's strongest resource in the intellectual battle, however, was his ability to turn his enemies' weapons upon themselves. They had prided themselves on the critical and scientific spirit and had dedicated it to the battle against obscurantism and superstition. Now in defending tradition, Moras boasts of his method as being the most modern and the most appropriate. The critical spirit, the positive methods of science, a naturalism stripped as much of all anti-religious as of all religious intentions. These are the essential causes of recent intellectual events. 124 Republicans and Democrats had always claimed progress. 173. Civeness as their hallmark. But Morris gives their principle of equality a purely abstract interpretation, deduces from biology the law that all progress complicates and differentiates, and comes to the conclusion, this democratic-republican principle is therefore in direct opposition to the scientific laws of all progress. 125 Unity of theory and practice was declared by the Socialist Party to be its own special achievement. But was it really invented by Marx? I have never been able to make much out of this distinction between action and contemplation. That comes to us from the Orient. The master of Western philosophy said, to know, in order to foresee, so as to make provision, to induce, in order to deduce, so as to construct. 126 The parliamentary regime considers itself modern as against the reactionary monarchies. Morris says, the parliamentary system, according to Montesquieu a product of the Teuton forests, is a barbaric machine, too slow and too cumbersome to respond to the conditions of the new order. This Merovingian chariot must make way for the automobile. 127 Unity of the nation was the battle cry of the French middle class against the arrogant aloofness of the aristocracy. Classlessness was what the proletariat demanded from a privileged bourgeoisie. But the Action franchise boasted of a proud youth recruited from all classes in the land. 128 In this way it lays its claim to the future and relegates its enemy to the side of the moribund and the rigid. All over the world, it said, the old Republican attitude was dying out. 129 The seizing of the enemy's weapons is often contrived and by no means altogether convincing. It always bears the stamp of reinterpretation. At this point we come up against the fundamental fact that it is not just a case of determining which realities are to be subclassified under which incontrovertible concepts, rather, it is precisely this relation to the primary concepts of progress, liberty, and science that is ambiguous. A few examples will bear out the forced nature of this reinterpretation. For instance, Morris deals with Marx's confrontation between capitalists and proletarians, but reinterprets it to give it exactly the opposite meaning by calling the rich the active and fortunate producers and the poor the greedy consumers. 13 degrees It is not surprising that he tries to imbue the conservatives with a new self-respect by saying, you were treated as 174 stragglers, and you stood for progress. 131 For if progress had till then necessarily been thought of in terms of the future, with Morris it acquires a new and surprising relationship. To the radicals who say we do not wish to go back to the past, the evidence replies that behind, in the past, there were advantages. Superiority, progress. 132 It is obvious that Morris isolates only certain subordinate elements of the great emancipatory concepts of liberty, progress, and science with the positive intention of being better able to deny the overall meaning. The meaning of Morris federalism 133 is to provide a climate for individual spontaneity, to create liberties within a local setting which are concrete and feasible. The revolutionary concept of liberty, however, with its gigantic demand that each individual be responsible for the whole is to him the greatest threat of all. The demonstration of the fatal quality and the absurdity implicit in this interpretation of liberty is the pivotal theme of his entire life's work. He sees progress primarily as differentiation, the establishing of inequalities. But the important thing is not so much empirical differences as the atmosphere surrounding and defining them. A king is a king and different from the people, but whether slaves kiss his feet, or subjects show their devotion, or fellow citizens shake his hand, is a difference of the utmost significance. Progress in the liberal sense is emancipation, progress in the knowledge of liberty, which is synonymous with the progress of the unity of the world. And Marx's position is not so far from this Hegelian definition as might appear. To Morris, however, this rising and intelligible historical line of liberal thought is a barely secularized messianism. 134 But Messianism is oriental and mystical. The effrontery of Jewish Chiliasm has spared neither the secret of the grave nor the secret of the cradle, yet in 3,000 years of speculation it has deceived only itself and the simple-minded. 135 And just as he criticizes the determinism and rationalism of the idea of progress, so he also criticizes its vision of a goal. Centralization and unification are not by any means predetermined. All through the universe there is a superabundance of disintegrating tendencies. 136 But the critique of the component parts is clearly also intended to include a critique of the basic concept, that such a thing as progress of liberty exists and, moreover, that it is the unum necessarium. Morris ascribes a scientific character to his natural laws. 175. Of social existence. But his attitude toward science is far from being positive. There exists today a kind of scientific fanaticism which threatens to spell the doom of science. It would blow up everything in order to test an explosive, it would ruin a country to extract an interesting document from the archives and bring it to light. This anarchistic and revolutionary system derives from a metaphysical source. 137 These extreme examples reveal his obvious intention, to attack the supranational objectivity of science whose lifeblood is that ruthlessness which refuses to subordinate itself to any thing else and is in that sense indeed anarchistic. It is only logical that Morris very soon began to make demands that science submit to a national cleansing process. Even before the Dreyfus affair he denounced the historian Gabriel Monod as a German outpost at the university 138 and vociferously demanded the elimination of German influence in the academic field. The end of this kind of university scandal will mark our rehabilitation. 139 Naturally the war gave great impetus to this intellectual police action 140 and to the Purge 141, which paved the way. Even the most harmless and well-worn lines of international scientific communication, the system of correspondence in the great scientific institutions, were attacked with vindictive arguments. Why was the Institut de France permitted to retain as correspondents the colleagues of the arsonists of Louvet and Reims? 142 But it is not only against the Germans that he calls for police action. In his earliest political essay he demands that the theoreticians of political anarchy be watched, and that this surveillance should also include religious sects inclining toward anarchy. He does not actually say anarchism, he obviously means everything to the left of the positivist conservatives. This three-quarter totalitarianism he calls the most complete spiritual freedom. 143. Power and inferiority of the enemy. But Morris does not manage to hide the universal hostility which makes it impossible for him and his movement to enter into an alliance with any but stronger powers or suicidal ones. His dislike of England was scarcely less than his dislike of Germany, but he also opposed the Russian alliance before both World War I and II. For American nebulous aggregate of population 144 he felt little but contempt, and even his espousal of Mussolini's cause before World War II was bound to appear suspect in Italian eyes, coming as it did from a man who had consistently disparaged Napoleon III because the emperor supported. 176. The idea of Italian unity. Was not Morris' ire over the foreigners in Paris aimed not only at the Russian, Galician, and Romanian Jews, revolutionaries all of them, 145 but also at the harmless Italian restaurants in the heart of the city? 14 He did, to be sure, try to ally himself with separatist forces in Germany, but it soon became all too clear that he regarded the Bavarian and Rhineland Catholics merely as coldly manipulated tools and a long way from being fellow soldiers in a great and common cause. How the alliances with the Pope and with the pretender to the throne ended is well known. His only ties which so it seems remained sincere and free of ulterior motives were those with the army. Yet there are probably very few men who have been as outspokenly critical of high-ranking officers and army functionaries as Morris. 147 The facts of the overwhelming strength of the external enemy and the weakness of his own country remain to torment him. They cannot be explained away by any intellectual deduction, any desperate calumniation. The strength and arrogance of the internal enemy, the steady defeats of order and tradition, remain constant. Maurras was no stranger to doubt and perplexity, even despair, in the face of these facts, although his cultural self-confidence was never shaken. There would seem to be nothing left for him but the usual cultural pessimism or the extolling of rejuvenating barbarism, but Maurras extricates himself by a thesis of remarkable boldness: the enemy, despite unfavorable natural conditions, is powerful by virtue of sound principles of organization which, however, properly belong to France and the classical tradition. Thus he makes the enemy's superiority ground for an enhanced French pride, not because they broke with Rome, but because they plagiarized certain great Roman and French ideas. Did London and Berlin become powerful? 148. The handful of Jews, Protestants, Freemasons, and aliens come face to face with 40 million Frenchmen who are atomized by the laws of revolution, yet they themselves in collective unison penetrate and dominate the sandpile at will, like iron bodies. 149. This interpretation enables Maurras to stress the essential inferiority of the enemy. The German race is one of the most depraved. 150. The German nation is bad by birth, has come off badly, is in every respect badly equipped, with a heavy spirit and a base heart. 151. Even his most serious comments on the Germans never fail to add gratuitous insults to his potential insight: eternal candidate for civilization, the German only becomes civilized when he does. 177. Not feel powerful, the idea of his weakness is the condition for progress toward perfection. 152. The internal enemy fares no better. The booklet Les Mono Paints Par Memes contains a curious chapter headed The Mono State People's France with Apes and Madmen. 153. Here Maurras tries to prove half-jokingly, as he admits that the Protestant Mono clan exhibits unusually numerous instances of mental illness and physical ugliness. In a violent diatribe against Clemenceau he calls the leader of the Dreyfusards Attala's Revenge, and as an added proof cites his physiognomy: those Hun's whiskers, that nose, that Mongol skull. 154. If even a doctrine emphasizing as strongly as Maurras does the formal character of politics, approaches so closely to a race doctrine, how strong must be the inclinations of the radical conservative mentality toward this simplest of all ideologies. 155. The elite to the rescue, and the supported revolution. The democratic republic is more than an existing fact, a bad existing fact, it is above all a method by which foreigners rule France. Maurras regards it as axiomatic that within this framework the French elite cannot achieve supremacy, this elite being the antithesis of the people, of the masses. If the people are delinquent, distracted, and frivolous, in France there exists an elite which understands and does not forget. 156. Of whom does this elite consist? Maurras provides the simple answer: the best. The best, in all the arts, professions, and classes, the best officers, the best philosophers, the best writers, the best administrators. 157. The first half of this definition is possibly an imitation of Saint Simon's famous parable and perhaps not a very successful one. The second half expresses something concrete and revealing, namely, this elite is primarily an alliance between the officers' corps and the national intelligentsia. This elite exists, but it is not yet aware of itself. It does not yet realize that its numerical weakness and its constant defeats under the democratic system constitute no objection to its political potential. For the natural relationship is this: will, decision, enterprise emanate from the small number, consent, acceptance, from the majority. It is to the minorities that virtue, boldness, power, and conception belong. 158. But one condition needs to be fulfilled. Unity of will and doctrine are the first essential to the power of the minorities. 159. The French elite is still a long way from this. 178. Unity. To create it is the task of an elite within the elite, the Action Française. It must concentrate its propaganda on the active classes 160 and instill in them the conviction that it is only the monarchy which, as the antithesis of the democratic republic, can conquer once and for all the anti-French forces and which, combined with the serviceable segments of the old aristocracy, can form from the elite that new aristocracy which will be the strong framework and the ruling class of a new France, this boon let us create. It. This determined minority which will make history, which the masses will follow. 161 The legitimacy of this minority consists in its inner strength. It does not allow itself to be duped by the democratic distinction between might and right. Like all monarchies and aristocracies, it knows that the world belongs to power, that is to say, to quality. 162 It knows that power is good in itself. 163 Hence it does not desire to establish the monarchy otherwise than par la force. 164 But power is not muscular strength or the blind thread of a purely material force. Power is above all organization. Since democracy is by nature unable to organize itself, it is powerless, even though it may have the support of millions of votes. The overcoming of a powerless government by a determined and well-organized minority is a kind of revolution. Despite his deep-seated aversion to the term, Maurras does not shrink from using it in this connection and from speaking of conservative revolution. 165 Revolution for the king. 166 Radical reaction is revolution against the revolution. What it is not is a blind and elemental popular revolt. It aims from the outset at the focal points of power. The praise which Maurras accords Guesde and his Marxists is highly typical. They were not intimidated by the apparently insuperable difficulties which a country of small and medium-sized property holdings such as France presented to the socialists. They had chosen the good method and striven above all for the winning of power, as they were rightly of the opinion that what today seemed impossible would then become possible. Maurras is convinced that, faced by a group of resolute individuals who know what they want, where they are going, and where to break through, the rest gives way, yields, is led, and carried away. 167 At this time, during the first decade of the century, European socialism's classic Marxist concept of revolution was supplanted by two extreme theories: reformism, and Blanquist-inclined Bolshevism. In conservatism two very similar trends were occurring, and they could only really come to fruition in France, since it was only in France that conservatism was not in power. While the Ralliement policy supported the idea of a republic in principle, the Action Franquiste was the chief proponent of the use of violence in opposing those principles. Its position can be termed a conservative Blanquism. But there is one vital distinguishing mark between Blanquism of the left and of the right. The latter relies on elements of established authority, and its original trend goes so far as to limit itself to educational efforts toward the French General Monk. 168 Toward the revolution from above. 169 And for the rest to leave the overthrow of the Republic entirely to a military coup. Maurras' ideal conservative revolution was always the restoration of the Bourbons in 1814, for which feminine perseverance and cunning had been just as essential as Talleyrand's diplomatic skill. History's great hours are determined not by mystical necessity but by the will and resolution of individuals. A small squad, 4 men, a corporal, can gain control over a whole regime if they have properly chosen the moment and the point of attack. 17 degrees But in his SILE coup de force est possible, Maurras discusses a second possibility. Actions of mass violence may be indispensable in modern times, and a monk or nationally minded prefects are replaced by somewhat reckless and daredevil partisans. 171 But an uprising does not yet signify the actual seizure of power. Here again, the aid of those holding key positions in the police, in politics, or in the army, remains decisive. One relies on the master of the minute or the second, on the possessor of any segment of public power, during one of those days of ebullition and tumult when, as Drummond says, there is electricity in the air. 172 Maurras' apparently unbridled voluntarism. 173 is therefore not without limitation after all. For one thing, a difficult and somewhat obscure relation exists between it and the theory of society's natural laws. For another, it is moderated by that attitude of respectful courtship toward established authority which later paid off as an essential ingredient of the successful revolution of the popular leaders, Mussolini and Hitler. 180. The vision of the future. The product of the conservative revolution, the monarchy, is by no means the idyllic pattern which many of Mora's utterances appear to depict so fondly. At home it means restoration of the army, consolidation of public opinion, punishment of traitors, silencing of those with a mania for political parties, resurrection of authority. 174. Abroad it means a diplomatic system, a general plan of action in Europe and elsewhere. Unity, stability, secrecy. The ability to grasp the offensive at a given moment, to survive defeat or victory without revolution. 175. To judge by these words, it might look like a good conservative program. But only at first sight. This monarchy is not a living and reconciling tradition. It is an innovation and can be understood by the great bulk of the people only as the most recent and emphatic expression of defense sociale. And if that is how it is understood, that is what it is compelled to be. It is in no way reconciled with the liberal trends of the preceding century, in other words constitutional. On the contrary, it is, as Moraes has stated repeatedly, absolute. This absoluteness must inevitably entail absolute hostility. In foreign policy it does not acknowledge the most important result of the revolution, the crystallization of the principle of nationality. Its ultimate aim is the reduction of its principal neighbor to a state of weakness and partition, a state which centuries ago had actually been achieved by a French monarchy. But a central aim cannot be hidden. It can at best be denied, and this monarchy is capable of many subterfuges since it has a general plan of action and can wait patiently for the favorable moment, but in the long run it will not deceive its victim, it will only force him to the uttermost exertion. Hostile to the outcome of history, hostile to its neighbors, basically hostile to its own people, this state will have to live in a condition of constant mobilization. The soldier king will turn the state into an armed camp. The traitors will be many, and every punishment must act as a deterrent. 176. Consolidation of public opinion will inevitably mean its total manipulation. 177. The war, which is unavoidable, will be a life and death struggle, and it will not be possible to count on reliable allies since the state has never learned to value, honor, or cherish anything other than itself. 181. How insubstantial, when confronted by the reality of these implications, are the fine speeches about the free and spontaneous life of the provinces, about the security of existence in a state which has eliminated competition in politics. Within the framework of its essential conditions, although not by intention, Mora's doctrine of state is fascist through and through. Despair over the unique. But now the subjective motivation underlying Mora's political thought, insofar as it is only political, is also definable. It is his despair over that which is unique in recent European history. Certainly Moraes would never have become a political thinker had it not been for socialism and the anarchist trend in democracy. We do Moraes an injustice if we regard him as only a champion of bourgeois class interests. This criticism comes all too easily if we overlook how unstable, how threatened, and how threatening the political system of the Third Republic actually was. It is a self-deception not to acknowledge how much naive optimism and enthusiastic utopianism were exposed in the democratic socialistic movement of the time. Yet all this was merely an extreme and early form of that which stands out in all modern European history. The cry of the tormented is not stifled, even the radical adversary has his say, even antisocial utopia turns out to be the vehicle of an unprecedented progress. This historically unique development is not good and not beautiful, it is inexpressibly hard. When it isolates individuals and makes them feel powerless, it is ugly beyond measure in that it ousts, drains, and destroys all traditional beauty. But the good and the beautiful are not historically unique, they were the rule up to the beginning of the new Europe insofar as they were synonymous with the simple and the natural. Technical progress and economic development have long ceased to be unique. But the fact that they are taking place within the framework of political institutions, which appear to be weakness itself, is without parallel in the history of the world. In 1901 Morris said to his vision of Monk in an imaginary conversation, "General, give us a king such as the other nations have." 178 At that time it was only the French political fate which seemed unique. Morris despaired of it. But in reality the kings and their kingdoms were not as strong, united, and resistant as Morris imagined. They, too, already bore the mark of that uniqueness on their brows. Even if 182. They were not destroyed by it, they yielded to it to such a degree that France became merely one country among many. But the more unmistakable and universal this unique element became, the deeper and more widespread became the despair which it engendered. Morris was simply one of the first to put a very common reaction into words. The philosophical basis. Eternal nature. We have seen how in his political thinking Morris contemplates the threat inherent in his primordial fear and how he evolves a therapy. However, his entire thinking is permeated at the same time by certain philosophical convictions that now need to be examined. We are concerned with three levels which do not, of course, represent differing stages in time, as if there had originally been only one undefined fear which then found articulation in political thinking and was finally resolved in a philosophical conception. On the contrary, the fear is constantly being interpreted, and this interpretation confirms and intensifies the fear. The philosophical interpretation in turn forms part of Morris' earliest work. Nevertheless, in a systematic study it is permissible and desirable to separate these levels, since only thus can we arrive at that summary which Morris scarcely ever attempted. The idea of nature is fundamental to Morris' conception to an extent far beyond mere political polemic and disarming of the enemy. He sees nature, in what seems to be an entirely Platonic sense, as a unity of immutable laws of existence. As long as what is, the laws of existence succumb neither to the ravages of time nor to the oscillation of the universe. That our world is not eternal, that its materials pass away, evidence tells us this, but that its form endures, that its essential relations are fixed, and that they exist as long as it does, the evidence for this is no less clear. 179 The doctrine of the immutability of essence applies also, and above all, to human nature. This immediately gives rise to a sharp conflict between Morris and the historical philosophy of German idealists and Marxists who, although far from abandoning eternal necessity, nevertheless wish to regard it primarily as a complex of evolutionary laws and thus get away from the static quality of Platonic philosophy. They tend toward the idea of the transformation of human nature and hence attach such extraordinary importance to history, since history constitutes the area of the transformation. What Morris offers in its place seems to be either B.A. 183. Nality or petitio principii. According to him, history knows no essential changes. Men steal, kill, and rape in an airplane as they do in a carriage or an automobile. 180 The great material and moral laws of human nature could not have been changed by virtue of 1789 or 1848. 181 Now, of course, one is justified in asking whether Hegel and Marx really tried to envisage a transformation of human nature or a transformation in human nature. However, Morris does not evolve his contradiction along the lines of fundamental considerations, but hastens instead toward concrete applications which throw a harsh light on the questionable nature of his interpretation. Just as it is impossible for black to be simultaneously white, so it is impossible for anarchy to contain foresight and wisdom, for egalitarianism to be a match for nature. 182 The laws of the consulate violated all the laws of nature and regarded the differences among Frenchmen as non-existent, without, however, having actually been able to eliminate classes, for what system could eliminate nature itself? 183 It is consistent with this alleged immutability that blood must play an important role as the most vital of all substances. As long as men are begotten by blood, and blood is shed in battle, the truly political order will be administered by blood. States are dependent upon hereditary leading strata. 184 There is no doubt that either all these laws must be formulated so abstractly and generally that they lose their political application, or that they are mere statements made during a given political situation. This becomes quite evident when Morris gives a lively description of the spontaneous and unconditional acceptance by Englishmen of their government and king, and adds the postulate, one ought only to imitate here, not England precisely, but the true nature of the universe. 185 In the area of human relations, Morris' ontological basic principle, the tendency of being to persevere in being. 186 means primarily, self-preservation of the natural groups which within themselves are necessarily differentiated. Morris would like to unite the self-preservation so indissolubly with the nature of the universe that he has recourse to a Greek or even Oriental image which is in sharp contradiction to the entire traditional European understanding of history. The great wheel that turns and turns has made no progress, although nothing halts it. 187. The anti-natural. But is Morris a true Platonist? Where is 184. The delight in beholding the divine and harmonious cosmos? Where is the profound confidence in eternal laws? Morris' life is one long impassioned struggle in order to preserve something perishable which no inviolable law can secure from moral danger, which no turn of the everlasting will can bring back. His life is a grim, fear-ridden struggle against the anti-natural. For Plato the anti-natural does not exist. Plato recognizes the principle of kara, in which ideas must of necessity attain only partial realization. He deals with sin and guilt, error and death. But he knows nothing of an active asterisk principle inimical to beauty, order and truth. Yet this is precisely where Morris' thought leads. He uses the term denature in a purely derogatory sense, attempting in this way to express a condemnation, democracy, as a denatured state. Is a denial of eternal laws, its call for liberty and equality is against nature, which requires subordination and hierarchy. However, a glance at some of Morris' less stereotyped phrases is more revealing. In a very early article reviewing Philippe Pauvelin's Blood and Soil novels, he remarks that for the past 100 years French testamentary laws have been contrary to nature and the deepest instincts of the peasants, instincts which, however, these laws have been unable to destroy. 188 He regards monarchy primarily as a regime of flesh and blood, animated by a human heart, illumined and guided by human reason. 189 It is the antithesis of the denatured anonym of democracy. France, Hervé and Georges are not real enemies of the patrie to Morris. They have simply more or less detached themselves. 19 Degrees Patriots, alarmed by this detachment, will restore natural order by subordinating all their political ideas to the existence and salvation of the nation. In these instances, then, natural means for Morris the primitive instinct of the individual, the personal character of the apex of the group, the unconditional allegiance of the individual to his group. But whatever evaluation is arrived at, one thing is certain, even such fundamental natural realities are not to be taken for granted, nor are they impervious to attack. In the realm of humanity, something exists which renders even the primitive instincts of the individual uncertain. The anonymity of the exercise of power in the Republic exists, intellectuals who strive for a point of view beyond their group exist. The anti-natural exists. Above and beyond any obvious Platonism there. 185. Arises the essential question in Morris' philosophical thought, what is the true nature of the anti-natural? Monotheism. Morris never had any doubts as to the most prominent indication of the anti-natural in man. For man, his state, and his world, the greatest danger is not plague, famine, or war, it is his own heart, which is capable of dedicating itself to a single absolute and thus of transcending and destroying the beautiful unity of the manifold, its true domain. This basic conviction is already quite evident in Le Chemin de Paradis. It is a certainty even at the point where it is merely cautiously formulated as a query, it is a case of knowing whether the idea of God, of a single God, present in the consciousness, is always a beneficent and politic idea. If, in this naturally anarchist consciousness, the feeling is allowed to germinate that it can establish direct relations with the absolute, infinite, and all-powerful being, then the idea of this invisible and distant master will quickly deprive the consciousness of the respect it owes to its visible and nearby masters. It will prefer to obey God rather than men. 191 Thus the inmost meaning of Mora's battle against liberty and equality is revealed. Liberty is not an empty idea, it is the primordial capacity of man's very soul to turn the gaze away from being and toward the invisible, non-being. It is not refuted by a demonstration that the invisible is an illusion. It is detachment itself and is indeed anarchy insofar as all rule is being and visible and as such can be transcended. This liberty, however, also means equality, for every man is as such defined by it, and it cannot by nature be split up into degrees and steps, however much differences may become palpable in real life. Liberty puts everything, as it were, in brackets. If, however, primitive instinct and group allegiance are natural, then that which puts them in brackets is anti-natural. Mora's is fighting the aggressive reality of history because it represents the ultimate threat to beauty, being, and the finite. There is no hope of destroying the anti-natural, but it must be channeled if finite and natural human existence is to remain possible. The delicate nature and the difficulty of the task consist, then, in rendering harmless the infinite and absolute principle which is introduced into human relations. Perhaps the solution is to be found in the establishment of terrestrial authorities whose task it is to channel, reacti. 186. Vat, and moderate this formidable intervention of the divine. This is what Catholicism does. 192 What are the ideas and forces which have aroused and developed man's most mysterious potential, freedom toward the infinite? First of all comes Jewish prophetism, which in a way is the inventor of monotheism. But Greek philosophy is also not without blame. Mora's praises Aristotle because he refused to reduce the universal to the one. Without specifically saying so, he thus rejects Parmenides and the Eleatics, who reduced the entire visible world to appearance in honor of the one and solely existing whole. Then comes Christianity in its very essence, the glad tidings of the Heavenly Father, man's only Lord. Mora's has made little effort to hide the fact that he really wants to attack Christ and regards Catholicism as unchristian precisely because, to him, Catholicism is the incomparable masterpiece of pagan and secular wisdom which by a hierarchical system of mediators makes the Church the spokesman of man and eliminates both Father and Son. The encapsulated poison was not released again until the advent of Protestantism, and one look at Milton beside Shakespeare 193 is enough to reveal what has happened. Gloomy preachers have darkened the world and have clouded man's gaze. 194 German idealism merely represents the ultimate stage of Christian monotheism. Kant's ethic is hostile to the world and to man. There are duties. Pagan wisdom seems to be in complete agreement with the Catholic Church. I fear that your austere duty, in the singular, is either very inhuman or very base. If, without discrimination and without circumspection it tries to control this troubled ocean of our human situations. 195 The romantic religion of love is destructive, the gloomiest and narrowest of human monotheisms. 196 Science is destructive, when it does not adjust to the service of higher interests. Its system consists of replacing the God of the Jews by curiosity, inappropriately known as science, set up on an altar as the focal point of the world and accorded the same honors as Jehovah. 197 These spiritual entities are not only older than the phenomena against which Mora's directs his political attack. The French Revolution, liberalism, democracy, German nationalism, socialism, they are more universal in meaning, and only in the light of this meaning can we understand what. 187 In the final analysis these phenomena are. They are secularized monotheisms and thus a deadly threat to human existence. which has its being in the natural rhythm of the manifold and the beautiful. In their totality and unity with their roots, they are the negative intention of primordial fear, the enigmatic quality which in man himself sets out to destroy man. Thus Mora's oft-repeated comforting assurances vanish into unreality, assurances that humanity does not change, that whatever perishes returns. But against their true background appears that real philosophy of Mora's which is not speculation but artistic and political action, the fruit of a desperate passion for the finite, the here and now, the being. This is the mystery of art. Art which unties also ties up. Art which liberates also excels in winding the chains which, hard or soft, hated or blessed, with or against our will, maintain us as true citizens of our world and acclimatize us to its sons. 198 But only once did Mora's attempt to expound this philosophy and to superimpose it over the apparent ontology of being and form. This occurred very early, in connection with the review of a book by Jules de Gaultier with the fanciful title of L'Ibavarisme. Under this heading Gaultier, connoisseur and popularizer of German philosophy in France, evolves a mixture of transcendental philosophy and psychological analysis which uses the term Bovaryism to indicate the capacity for discontent and insatiability, 199 and to clarify such phenomena as alienation, deracination, misunderstanding. On the whole Mora's agrees with him and expresses his own opinion as follows: there exists in us. There exists in everything, even in the tiniest atom, an extraordinary tendency to emerge from ourselves. Call it the spirit of the eternal migration, if you need spirits as in the Arabian Nights, but is it not, properly, love itself? 20 degrees. This is what he called antinatural, the very element of being, self. Destruction of form, the reverse of that tendance to persevere dans vetri, the fatal excess in the heart of what exists which the thinking entity, man, can support in extreme monotheistic delusion, the true basis of primordial fear in which the occidental certainty of transcendence 201 is confirmed and at the same time reverts radically to the negative. But even without this fortuitous interpretation, the meaning of Mora's thought can now be defined in its broadest significance. That which arouses his fear, the fundamental capacity for distinguishing between being and that which is, between God and world, between ought and is, can be 188. Understood philosophically as transcendence. Through the centuries it has been understood under a variety of names as the ultimate hallmark of human nature as such, until in the 19th century its association with the progressive and fundamental changes in human life became evident, and finally an anxiety, which was by no means exclusively political in nature, began to replace an excessively optimistic acceptance. What Hegel called progress in the awareness of liberty became for Nietzsche total degeneration. But if Nietzsche 202 formulated his conception in a non-political radicalism, ******************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** indeed in political reality. Mores represents the literary and political resistance to transcendence, 203, and at the same time the unconditional defense of the autarchic, martial, aristocratic state of the Ancien regime as a pattern for France at all times. Failure and tragedy. But did this grim campaigner belong at all to the world for which he was fighting? It has been pointed out that, with his vehemence, his narrow-mindedness, and his intolerance, he was the very opposite of a man of the Ancien regime. His nationalism has been the subject of analyses which reveal a close relationship with Jacobinic nationalism. It should not be overlooked, so it has been said, that, as a human and political type, he belongs completely to the democratic age of the powerful press and the supremacy of opinion. But the strength of these observations might possibly be impaired by saying that in war the enemy and the terrain rightly determine the cut and color of the uniform. However, there are more incisive and weighty factors to consider. More's nationalism, too, is a form of monotheism. It is true that he tried specifically to contrive a formal contrast between it and monotheistic German nationalism. The hubris of the latter aimed at making its own nation a Peuple Dieu, 20*. while Mora's doctrine contained a variety of positive references to the Latin cultural field. These references are not convincing, however. Even if Mora's does not regard France as a peuple dieu, he certainly sees it as a peuple humani 205, and he often took pains to clarify the meaning of the expression France d'abord. No aestheticizing sophism regarding the difference between Dieu and déesse can disguise the fact that in his eyes neither a god nor a goddess existed besides and independently of the goddess France. His attitude toward the unite de conscience brings us even 189. Closer to the fractured core of Mora's thought and emotion. He believed that this precious possession, the unity of faith among his people, had been lost, and that this fact had to be endured. 206. With all the force at his command, he always maintained the right of his heterodoxy vis-a-vis Catholicism. Any number of difficulties would have been avoided if the leader of the Action franchise had made even only a formal avowal of Catholicism. Why was Paris not worth a mass for him? There is only one convincing explanation. Not only did he acknowledge a basic consequence of a development which he always described as disastrous, but in the obstinacy with which he defended his heterodox convictions he stood squarely on the shoulders of Protestantism. A model of the conservative tragedy, in the heart of the man who, of all Europeans, fought transcendence with the most vigorous and effective words, this transcendence never ceased to live on. But as a conservative tragedy, the most paradoxical of all syntheses is the beginning of fascism, and this remains one of its basic characteristics even at that point where it can no longer be called a tragedy. Part 3. Italian Fascism. Asterisk. Chapter 1. History. Fascism and the Action Frangus. The relationship between the Action Frangus and fascism must not be regarded as one of cause and effect. Direct influences do exist, but by the same token even Italian nationalism, which of all the elements of fascism had the most contact with the Action frangus, is not to be genetically deduced from it. On the other hand, they are certainly not merely parallel phenomena. If it is true that the practice of a small political group hardly bears comparison with that of a victorious mass movement in the 20 years of its unrestricted rule, it is also true that the precise, self-contained doctrine of the Action frangus, and the often wavering, continually evolving doctrine of Italian fascism, do not move on the same plane. For the same reason the relationship cannot be considered one of design and realization. Perhaps only in the area of practice, organization, and style can the rudimentary design be perceived in the completed edifice. The doctrine of the Action frangus as against that of fascism should rather be looked on as attracting, but not originating, the movement of the less coherent, less logical doctrine. Hence the Action frangus is to fascism, however much both are simultaneously practice and theory, what philosophy is to life. Just as life is more colorful, rich, and complex, so it is also less equipped with, and more needful of, direction. How the European knot was tied in Italy. In Italy the relationship between national state and anti-feudal. 193. 194. Revolution, which was basic to the internal constitution of all European states, had been quite different from that in France. In France the revolution followed the national state. In a sense, the revolution endangered the state by destroying its solid foundation through the elimination of its state form, power, the monarchy, and by jeopardizing its outward supremacy by proclaiming the principle of nationality. In Italy the national state was the result of the revolution, and in spite of all internal tension, the motivating factors of this revolution never disintegrated as they had in France. Gioberti as Sardinian Prime Minister in 1848 was no Mirabeau, and Mazzini as Triumvir of the Republic of Rome was far from being a Robespierre. The people as a whole were never really aroused, and what were called mod popolari were directed against the foreigners who for centuries had obstructed Italy's path to unity. No royal assassination struck terror and discord into men's souls, yet the triumph of Cavour and Victor Emmanuel opened up a freer path for the future than the French Revolution had been able to do. The pre-revolutionary leading class did not, as in France, continue to play a prominent role in spite of its defeat. Papal administration in the church-state disappeared forever, as did that of the Bourbons in Naples. No bond of continuity linked the officers' corps of the new state to that of the old, although for decades the black aristocracy of Rome continued to regard the House of Savoy as infamous brigands. With his non-expedit the Pope had removed himself and his followers more thoroughly from political life than the bloodiest work of the guillotine could ever have done. On the other hand, the state was astute enough not to jeopardize the authority of the Church in the life of the people. In France the Ancien regime and the various revolutionary factions split up in hatred and yet remained associated in an inconclusive battle, whereas in Italy they lived side by side as more or less good neighbors, either no longer associated or not yet separated. Admittedly Mazzini and Garibaldi had wanted to fight not for the Savoy monarchy but for a democratic republic, but they put up with the fact that their victories and defeats benefited the opponent, who was nevertheless fighting on their side, and they did not die as outcasts in irreconcilable hatred like most of the German revolutionaries. On the other hand, the liberal Count Cavour and the semi-bourgeois royal house did not need to outlaw the bourgeois revolutionary party, as happened in Germany. The creation of the national state by a double-headed revolution gave the nation 195. A unity and spiritual consistency which neither France nor Germany possessed. Thus the Italian Risorgimento was the last successful spiritual and political trend in Western Europe to have a continuous and positive link with the great emancipatory movement. Both Mazzini and Gioberti agreed that the law of life is progress, that this progress is to be regarded primarily as the trend toward the equality of all people in liberty, that it is only within this trend that the principle of nationality can find justification. And however much the two most outstanding thinkers of the Risorgimento diverged from each other in the metaphysical substantiation of these principles, they approached each other again in the criticism of certain manifestations of the French Revolution, its individualism, its hedonism, its emphasis on rights instead of duties. In this sense the Risorgimento is the first and only political victory of critical liberalism in Europe. But it was a highly precarious victory. Had not Gioberti himself written a book in 1843 on the Primato Morale e Civile degli Italiani, basing his proof largely on the existence of the Church? Yet can primacy be compatible with equality, and might not pride in the Church override service to the Church? Do we not find in Mazzini the concept of mare nostro, too, as well as a very dubious reference to natural boundaries when he deals with border disputes? 3. Does not this theory that Austria must be destroyed by the liberation of its oppressed peoples bear the unmistakable mark of duplicity? If Taine and Renan bowed and turned before the pressure of new realities, we also find in Gioberti and Mazzini a few rudimentary indications of new trends. Another point to be considered is that, if the politically active bourgeoisie revealed such an unbroken relationship to liberalism, it was only because it was conscious of being the undisputed protagonist of the changeover and because there was no imminent popular rebellion threatening its position. The Commune was not, as it was in France and Germany, experienced as a deep divide. If there were riots in Rome in 1870, their aim was to demand the new monarchy's annexation of the Leonine city. For Italy as for all Europe, the entry of the masses into politics and the testing of liberal ideas was to be the problem of the coming decades. The sons of the heroes of the Risorgimento solved it skillfully but unspectacularly, with a slowness of pace that could only have been called wisdom if it had been able to preclude the unforeseen. The franchise was X. 196. Pondered very gradually, and it was a long time before Italy entered into rivalry with the great powers over colonial territories. The defeat at Adoua in 1896 represented the first send-us injury to youthful national pride as well as the moral defeat of one of the last survivors of the Risorgimento, Francesco Crispi. At the same time it kindled the beginnings of nationalism, even if at first this occurred more in the minds of individual men than in the visible form of publications or organizations. But its significance cannot be even remotely compared to what the defeat of 1871 meant for France. At roughly the same time, socialist and anarchist agitation met with their first successes. Severe repressive measures availed little, and the general strike of 1904 generated such alarm among the bourgeoisie that Pius X virtually revoked the non-expedit, thus opening up the way for the formation of a Catholic mass party whose ideological attitude toward the Risorgimento was bound to be more negative than that of the socialists. However, it was precisely the association of socialism with liberalism that led the first nationalists to look askance at their party of origin and consider the possibility of an alliance with the Catholics. Although this unrest was far milder than that caused by the Dreyfus affair in France, it had greater prospects inasmuch as it was directed primarily against the socialists and only secondarily against Democrats and liberals. But by this time socialism had already become a card in Prime Minister Giovanni Giolitti's political game. His aim was to strengthen the reformist wing of the Socialist Party and then draw the PSI into the government as bourgeois democracy's left wing. In 1910 he seemed to be on the verge of success. The revolutionary faction surrounding Costantino Lazzari had sunk to insignificance. The only remaining point of dispute between Filippo Turati and Leonida Bissolati was the timing of collaboration. Moreover, the Prime Minister had made such excellent diplomatic preparations for the planned colonial campaign in Libya that, as far as could be judged, it would be possible to conduct it without seriously impairing the political and intellectual stability of the country. Hence the intended introduction of universal suffrage did not appear to entail any danger. If Giolitti's plan had succeeded, he would have brought Italy in one leap to the forefront of political developments in all of Europe and simultaneously completed the great task in THIRD from the Risorgimento. In looking back, observers *197 might have found no more convincing example of historical determinism. But the war roused more resistance in the Socialist Party than Giolitti had envisaged, and at the party conference at Reggio Emilia in 1912 the hitherto totally unknown four-party secretary of Forli, Benito Mussolini, succeeded in having the right-wing reformists led by Bissolati and Bonomi expelled from the party, thus creating a definite ascendancy for the revolutionary faction. Shortly afterward he became managing editor of Avant U, and it was mainly due to him that the Socialist Party, now again unquestionably anti-government, emerged as the chief gainer from the first general elections in 1913. Thus Giolitti, although he won the war, had lost the political, battle. He had actually set the course that was to lead him and Italian liberalism to their downfall, because the victory of the intransigent socialists had resulted, on the opposing side, in the strengthening of the nationalists and conservatives led by Salandra, and because the first disturbance to the peace of Europe had proved impossible to control and therefore became one of the prime causes of World War I. But this whole development, at least in its early stages, was by no means inevitable. It was to a marked degree the result of a temperament and would presumably have taken a different course had this temperament been absent. However, why it should have taken this direction and no other, why it was able to arouse emotions and to convince, will become clearer from a number of contingent circumstances, and not least from a study of the intellectual climate as a whole. Here, too, the unforeseeable has an important place. The fact that the survivors and descendants of the Risorgimento employed bitter words of reproach during the colorless period of transformation and the Giolitti era, that in the face of the triumph of a hard-hearted positivism they turned nostalgically to former times and antiquity, is as readily understandable as that this criticism was not directed in principle against the liberal character of the century. It is true that Alfredo Oriani, whom Mussolini saw with doubtful reasoning as Italian fascism's sole precursor, sang the praises of the heroes and warriors of old, but he never went so far as to condone war per se, nor did he ever forget that Garibaldi was a warrior who did not like war. 5. It is also true that Giuseppe Carducci condemned the wretchedness of the times and attributed its beginnings to that day when a red-haired Galilean mounted the steps of the Capitol. 6. Yet 198. The old Republican was far from using the theory of the revolt of the slaves to place his paganism in a polemical and reactionary relation to the social movements of his time. But it was impossible to foresee that a man with almost no associations with the Risorgimento, Gabriele D'Annunzio, should achieve a position of the utmost influence over Italy's intellectual youth. For Italy's younger generation he was Nietzsche and Bars rolled into one. He eluded the difficulties inherent in his concepts through the captivating melody of words, of which he was a master like Baudelaire or Rilke. He was far removed from the philosophy and the agony of Nietzsche, but, like him, he praised the terrible energies, the sense of power, the instinct for battle and domination, the abundance of productive and fructifying forces, all the virtues of Dionysian man, the victor, the destroyer, the creator. 7 Like Bars he proclaimed the fatherland as far back as the early 1890s, but all he ever saw in the nation was the most desirable scope for his own personality, whereas the objective aggregate of experience such as underlay the work of the Frenchman, who had looked at the defeat of 1870, was foreign to D'Annunzio. D'Annunzio was in fact a Dionysian man of modern and highly original stamp, more so than almost any other man in Europe. His influence in Italy was incalculable. If the common European endeavor around the turn of the century toward rejuvenation often took on a more markedly irrational character in Italy in spite of contrary native traditions, then in France and Germany, this was in great part attributable to D'Annunzio. The oldest of the Florentine avant-garde publications, Leonardo, founded early in 1903 by Giuseppe Prezzolini and Giovanni Papini, devoted most of its attention to this change in the intellectual climate, the defeat of positivism, the rebirth of spiritualism, the reawakening of faith and mysticism. Its program was the formulation of a vague pressure, and finally it opened up its columns to magical idealism and the occult. 8 The young contributors to Hermes, led by Giuseppe Antonio Borghese, paid homage to an aesthetic imperialism, while in Regno, expansion of life was the watchword of Corradini's nationalism, not the defense of traditional values as in the Action Frangus. Clarified and matured, but not abandoned, all these beginnings appear in La Voce, Prezzolini's and Papini's second and more important publication founded in 1908. The chief thing to be clarified is nationalism, it is detached from Corradini's. 199. Roman imperial rhetoric, removed from its sharply anti-socialist objective, and led to a more mature understanding of social phenomena. It is not surprising, therefore, that the journal opposes the Tripolitanian War. The philosophical basis is also clarified in detail, although not formally defined, by Benedetto Croce and Giovanni Gentile, who at the time scarcely suspected their future antagonism and closely cooperated to make their journal Critia a subtle organ of intellectual rejuvenation. Also clarified is the relationship to futurism and syndicalism, to Giolitti and Bergson, to Bars and Moras. Nevertheless, when World War broke out, the desire for the new, for action, was for La Voce and most of its contributors more powerful than considerations of expediency or obligation. In combination with all young forces, it worked toward that decision which set Italy apart from all other European nations, the decision to enter the war voluntarily. And Prezzolini went to Rome as political correspondent of the only daily newspaper which was founded for the specific purpose of bringing about intervention, the Popolo d'Italia of Benito Mussolini. Digression on method. The rejuvenation movement as such was not the source of fascism but merely its precondition, and it also produced some of its principal opponents, Giovanni Amendola, leader of the Aventine opposition, Gaetano Salvini, the first of the anti-fascist historians, Giuseppe Antonio Borghese, the outstanding poet, literary historian, and political writer. The springs of fascism were, the nationalists led by Enrico Corradini, the legionaries led by the D'Annunzio of the Fiume enterprise, and the former Marxists who had split off from the Socialist Party and were led by Mussolini. 9. These three groups gave Italian fascism the leaders, the ethos, and the ideas. Hence it is impossible to understand fascism without a look at the nature of Italian nationalism, the events in Fiume, and Mussolini's socialist period. Of these three elements, Mussolini's development is at one and the same time the least familiar and the most important. Thus, for this period, and even more so for later times, Mussolini's intellectual biography must be our principal guideline. It also offers the inestimable advantage of presenting us with that very Marxism which as the cause of middle-class alarm became the main precondition for fascism. 200. This does not mean that fascism is identical with Mussolinism. Yet even when Mussolini appeared to be excluded from the fascist movement for a few months between 1920 and 1921, nothing could be settled in the party which did not in the end obtain or compel his consent. This applies, of course, still more to the period of his rule. We should not ignore the objection that there can be no intellectual biography of Mussolini, that with his superficial education and what was at best a journalistic flair, he sometimes sought to cover up his strivings for power with a veneer asterisk of incoherent thoughts, while in actual fact he was merely led by arbitrary contingencies. 10. But it would be manifestly unfair to judge Mussolini by the standards of Benedetto Croce or even of university scholarship. It is true that his love of Greek philosophy always turns out to be an unhappy one when he displays it in any form other than the wholly abstract. 11. But the oft-repeated claim that the only work of Marx he had read was the Communist Manifesto is as false as the argument that he knew scarcely anything of Nietzsche beyond his live dangerously. 12. His command of contemporary philosophy and political literature was at least as great as that of any other contemporary European political leader. So it would seem best not to cast doubts on Mussolini's sincerity without good reason, and not to be skeptical in our approach to his self-interpretation. The great difficulty remains of containing a widely ramified historical phenomenon within the narrow circle of a single life. Interpolations and hindsight will be unavoidable, and the serious problem of periodization permits no completely satisfactory solution. There were no such difficulties in the case of the Action franchise, because political history and the significance of the doctrine could be separated relatively easily and Morris did not experience any notable personal development. But Italian fascism is its history, and this history is indissolubly linked to the biography of Mussolini. Mussolini the Marxist. To call Mussolini a Marxist is to evoke surprise. 13. Even today, friends and foes alike have generally credited him with a mere vague revolutionism, a feeling which had been widespread in the Romagna since papal times and which after 1870, due to the activity of Bakunin's emissaries had assumed an anarchist character. The determining 201 factor for Mussolini, it was said, was his lower middle-class origin. To this he owed his legacy of protest which, because it was ambitious, was of a purely personal nature. 14. His father was a small property owner and a farrier and his mother a schoolteacher. But if the family were badly off, this was due mainly to the father's political ardor, which too often kept him from his work. But then, where in all Italy at that time were there, in the strict Marxist sense of the word, proletarians, where in all Europe did a socialist leader emerge from this class? At the time his son was born, Alessandro was no more an anarchist than his revered model Andrea Costa, who, although Bakunin's secretary in former years, had meanwhile come a great deal closer to the German Social Democrats and to Marxism. 15. Reliable reports, and reminiscences of Mussolini himself. 16. Depict the sturdy lad as a kind of gang leader disp ording himself on the slopes around for Limpopoli and in the gorges of the nearby river. At the age of 10 he was separated from the other schoolboys at mealtime in the Salesian college at Faenza and made to eat with a few others of his kind at the poor table. There is no reason why rage at injustice should not become a legitimate starting point for lasting socialistic feelings. If Mussolini was continually being called Duce, 17 even in the early stages of his socialist period, this fact did not necessarily predestine him to be the Duce of fascism. The fact that from childhood on he possessed the temperament of a condottiere is a precondition for his later life. 18 But it is not sufficient to determine its direction. A second, equally important motivation in his life is the fact that from his earliest days his father filled him with socialist ideas and introduced him to socialist literature. It is not the tales of heroic deeds or imperialist dreams, 19 invented or adapted by fascist biographers, that reflect the spiritual atmosphere of Mussolini's youthful years, but a simple report such as the following, originating from Mussolini himself in 1912, "We acknowledge our heresy. We cannot conceive of a patriotic socialism. Socialism is truly of a panhuman and universal nature. Ever since our earliest years, when socialist manuals large and small passed through our hands, we have known that there are only two fatherlands in the world, that of the exploited and that of the exploiters. 20. The early possession of a political faith jed, is no less decisive for Mussolini than the psychic disposition to be a condottiere. Throughout his life Mussolini was a condottiere in posses. 202. Scion of a faith or in search of a faith. The relationship between the two basic elements is what constitutes his history. The only time they were wholly united was during the first and longest period of his political activity, dedicated entirely to service in the Socialist Party. Mussolini only practiced his profession of elementary, later high school, teacher of French language and literature for a very short time. Even during his emigration period in Switzerland he was already living chiefly as a propagandist and as a contributor to socialist journals. During his second sojourn abroad, in the Austrian Trentino, he was secretary of the Camera del Lavoro and editor of a weekly paper. After his expulsion he was secretary until 1912 of the Provincial Federation of Forli and publisher of the weekly journal La Lotta di Classe. The Congress at Reggio Emilia brought him into national prominence. As managing editor of Avant U, he was, although not the Duce, probably the party's most influential, colorful, and compelling personality. In spite of the objections and misgivings he often caused and of the dubious nature of many of his theses, not only in the eyes of his opponents we can detect no consistent trend away from the party. No less an event than World War I was required to bring about a rupture that was certainly not a personal whim. No other period in Mussolini's life was so uniform, or so shaped by the idea and the preaching of a doctrine. It is the only period in which it is possible to make a comprehensive analysis of his ideas, instead of merely setting down chronologically, and psychologically explaining, his unorthodox and confusing utterances. Mussolini himself undoubtedly wished to be regarded as a Marxist. Whenever possible he extols the memory of the father and teacher 21 who alone represents the compass of the proletarian and Marxist movement. Even the master's most disputed doctrines, the theory of progressive pauperization, for example, finds in him a stout defender. 22 And there is scarcely one concrete political decision which he does not justify by invoking Marx. Even in his demand for Italy's entry into the war he uses Marx as a key witness. 23 His Marxism is, of course, neither theoretical nor philosophical. Unlike Lenin, he never undertook extensive economic research, nor was he ever interested in the differences between Hegelian and Marxist dialectics. But the basic elements of the doctrine which have practical relevance emerge. 203. With great clarity in Mussolini's thought, the doctrines of class warfare, final goal, and internationalism. Class warfare between capitalists and proletarians is to Mussolini as to all Marxists the fundamental reality of the time and its universal characteristic. It has priority over all other warfare and even determines what seem to be independent intellectual attitudes. Its origin is the separation of the means of production and producers in bourgeois society, a separation which must necessarily result in a clash between capital and labor. 24 The proletarians produce wealth, yet are excluded from it. 25 The aim of class warfare is the expropriation of the bourgeoisie and collectivization of means of production and exchange. The enemy of the proletariat in class warfare is primarily the state as the defense committee of the ruling classes. 26 The army is primarily an internal political means of oppression, hence anti-militaristic propaganda. 27 Is a necessary part of proletarian class warfare. The characteristic of class warfare is violence, where possible, for a class does not give up its privileges, even when it is forced to do so. 28 Attempts have mistakenly been made to attribute Mussolini's concept of violence to Sorel. His relations with Sorel were not nearly as close and cordial as was later claimed. There was, of course, a time when he called him our master. 29 But when Sorel made the famous switch to Mora's, Mussolini broke vituperatively with the Pensionide bookworm 30 and did not refer to him again until 1914. It is not Sarl but Marx whom he calls the magnificent philosopher of working-class violence. 31. It cannot be denied that Mussolini soon acquired the reputation of a barricadero and a blanquist. His reputation was due less to certain theoretical convictions than to his temperament, when he conducted an anti-clerical campaign of unparalleled fury in the Trentino, or when he pursued social warfare between farm laborers, sharecroppers, and property owners to the point of bloody excesses in the Romagna, or when he was the only prominent Marxist to defend the wild popular uprising of the Settimana Rosa in 1914. Wherever it was a matter of taking a theoretical stand, he remained well on the Marxist track. He demanded that the Italian proletariat become less of a people and more of a class. 32. He violently opposed the syndicalists' mania for general strikes. 33. And he called continually for preparation. His antiparliamentarian, therefore, does not indicate anarchist and syndicalist abstention. 204. For him, as for Marx, class warfare takes many forms. What is indicative is not that he is in favor of violence but that he insists on letting violence have the last word. But the class war saw itself threatened. Within the party itself, the socialism of the lawyers, with its preference for parliamentary procedure and its emphasis on spontaneous development, was leading toward the complete rejection of Marxism. 34. And thus to decadence. The emigrants of the bourgeoisie. 35. Were seeking to replace class warfare with class collaboration. The pragmatism of daily work threatened to supplant revolutionary zeal. If class collaboration is permitted, scruples fall. One goes further. Into the Quirinal, into the government. But Karl Marx is relegated to the attic. 36. Thus Mussolini's position in the European clash between revolutionists and reformists was one of the utmost clarity and success. Nowhere else in Europe were socialists so close to official participation in the government. Mussolini's victory in Reggio Emilia was not only over Bisalati and over Turati, but above all over Giolitti. If communism is described as the splitting off of the intransigent wing from the reformist section of the Socialist Party which is willing to cooperate, Mussolini may with good reason be called the first and, from one standpoint, only European communist, for in all the other European countries this rift occurred under the influence of Russian Bolshevism, which formed in 1902 as well as in 1914 in entirely different circumstances. In any case, at that time Mussolini laid the foundations not only for Italian post-war communism, 37, but also for the impotence of the embryonic social democracy led by Turati, and this impotence was perhaps the most immediate cause of the fascist victory. His voluntarism, which some have mistakenly tried to play off against his Marxist orthodoxy, 38, is only the theoretical expression of his intransigence. For this voluntarism is direct polemically against the evolution theory of the time and corresponds precisely to Lenin's battle against the doctrine of automatism. This conception banned will and violence from the world, it denied the revolution. Yet Marx, when speaking of a revolutionary evolution, taught us to distinguish between slow economic evolution and the sudden collapse of the political, social, and juridical superstructure. Positivist evolutionism had banned disasters from life and his 205. Tory, but behold, modern theories belie the overtaxed natura non facit saltus. 39. When Mussolini says will, we see that all he means is dialectic. When he speaks of idealism, he is thinking of the independence of political awareness and will as opposed to the pressure of direct economic interests. Terms that sound alike can have very different meanings. To Engels, idealism means a definite epistemological position, to Lenin, a position of the theory of cognition. To Mussolini the same term is a weapon in the struggle against trends in syndicalism which strive for the establishment of an independent position vis-a-vis the Socialist Party. Union as such is not strength. Union becomes strength only when it is conscious. The worker who is merely organized becomes a petit bourgeois who only obeys the voice of his own interests. Any ideal demand finds him deaf. 40. Revolutionary idealism alone can prevent the Socialist Party from degenerating into a kind of corporatist and egoistic workers' trade unionist movement. 41. Here again, then, Mussolini thinks along exactly the same lines as Lenin, who had spoken of working-class spontaneity and the trade unionist consciousness which only the knowing will of the professional revolutionists could set on the right track. Mussolini, too, wanted the party to be an organization of warriors, of soldiers. 42. Mussolini participated with equal vigor in the dispute over the method of class warfare. What made this dispute necessary was the fact that nowhere in Europe in 1914 did conditions display that maturity which according to Marxist doctrine was essential to the proletarian revolution, namely, the polarization of society into a small number of exploiters and the enormous majority of the industrially exploited. Marx himself had been by no means disposed to wait idly for economic prerequisites to mature. He had written to Engels, for example, about the possibility of supporting the proletarian revolution in Germany by a second peasants' war. 43. This proposal, born of impatience, is nothing but an anticipation of the Bolshevik answer, their victorious prescription, alliance of workers and peasants. In a doctrinal sense, of course, it remains a paradoxical and temporary alliance. Even Lenin, up to the time of his rule, did not wish to call such a revolution a socialist one. No less than Marx and Lenin, Mussolini grasped the importance of propaganda among the peasants. The system prevalent in northern Italy, by which labor and profit were very unequally distributed among property owners, share 206. Croppers, and day laborers, offered singularly favorable conditions. By supporting the Braccianti to the hilt and declaring the total abolition of sharecropping to be his next goal, Mussolini made the province of Forli a stronghold of socialism and pushed the hitherto dominant Republicans into the defensive. But he intends to make use of democratic institutions solely in order that our hour shall come sooner. 44. And he works among the Braccianti because the revolution must break out simultaneously in the towns and in the country. 45. The socialist revolution is the deciding factor in class warfare because it eliminates it. But for this very reason it cannot be a peaceful transition. The utmost intensification of class warfare is essential to its elimination. Instead of deluding the proletariat as to the possibility of eradicating all causes of bloodbaths, we wish to prepare it and accustom it to war for the day of the greatest bloodbath of all, when the two hostile classes will clash in the supreme trial. 46. In this sense, Marxism and disaster consciousness are for Mussolini identical. 47. Just as Lenin's sober language becomes dynamic and forceful when he speaks of the revolution, 48. So Mussolini is capable of images of great power and penetration. When we begin the great symphony, our orchestra will have instruments of steel. 49. And if Marx and Engels are afraid that a war, that penultimate and by now almost outmoded form of disaster, might delay the revolution, Mussolini on the eve of the World War expressed the confidence. With the unleashing of a mighty clash of peoples, the bourgeoisie is playing its last card and calls forth on the world scene that which Karl Marx called the sixth great power, the social revolution. 50. Rarely has a political doctrine ever frightened so many people, endowed so many people with what was till then a totally unknown self-confidence, as the doctrine of the revolutionary class war of the proletariat. Rarely has a doctrine ever had such overwhelming success in its early stages, such a stubborn series of failures in its continuing realization. Born originally of a philosophical construct, it seemed to correspond to the historical process as long as no new relative condition of social stability had been reached, and it always became powerful again wherever exceptional events jeopardized this condition. Otherwise it became apparent all too soon that the proletariat, while it might permit a uniform conception of itself, possessed no uniformity whatever as a political phenomenon. The two basic components of the conception were 207. Already proving contradictory. For Marx, the purpose of the proletariat was on the one hand to render the bourgeoisie superfluous and on the other to sweep it away in a storm of indignation. Marx overlooked the fact that the proletariat, in the sense of the propertyless class, differentiated within itself in a highly differentiated society and no longer stood in revolutionary opposition to conditions of which it had itself become a part, while the proletariat in the sense of the manual labor class, which retained its revolutionary outlook, stood outside society and was therefore incapable of leading it. He also neglected to write a phenomenology of the proletariat. Generally speaking, Marxism had no idea of how to cope with the true state of mind, that is, a state of mind determined not by the economic situation alone but by a whole complex of historical conditions of the various groups of the proletariat. It was like a Chinese puzzle. Scarcely had the hitherto reactionary masses got rid of the influence of the priest and veered toward the revolutionary doctrine than they were already drifting into the bourgeois, or social democratic, camp. This trend also had to be called reactionary. All over Europe the revolutionary party was caught between two reactionary fires, and nowhere did it find itself in undisputed possession of the proletariat, yet it urgently needed this possession, since every serious revolutionary threat was bound to unite the bourgeoisie into a single compact bloc. The inevitable result was the emergence of such questions as, what was the proletariat actually? Who represented it? How was the tendency toward the bourgeoisie within the proletariat itself to be explained? Where was an alliance, so essential to victory, to be sought? Marx's and Engels' reply to the first of these questions was the rather vague concept of the avant-garde. The tendency toward the bourgeoisie was something they noted as an English phenomenon rather than something they tried to explain. 51 And they took for granted that in the democratic revolution, the progressive section of the bourgeoisie would be their allies. 52 However, they never asked themselves the obvious question, whether a party which, from the outset, loudly proclaims itself to be the future gravedigger of its allies is a fit partner in an alliance. Lenin allotted the avant-garde the role of organization core. 208. Of the professional revolutionists, chose the peasants as his partners in an alliance, and attributed the entrance into the bourgeoisie of a section of the working class to the fact that imperialist monopolistic capitalism had succeeded in some Western countries in bribing a workers' aristocracy by turning over to them some of their excess profits. Naturally, these replies could not but lead to a profound transformation of Marxism. The spontaneity of the masses had to be replaced by the authority of leadership. The international struggle between capitalists and proletarians had to become the struggle between exploited and exploiting people. The victorious revolution must cease to be anything but a prelude to the decisive clash of the two unequal partners. Indeed, international Marxism before World War I did not lack for problems. Mussolini's answers were mainly in the form of practical actions rather than theoretical considerations: struggle against reformism, syndicalism, undialectical positivism. To this extent they may legitimately be placed on a level with Lenin's words and actions. However, there are two significant characteristics which distinguish him from Lenin. Nowhere in Mussolini's writings do we find a parallel to that staggering statement, "The doctrine of Marx is all-powerful because it is correct." 53 On the contrary, he claims to be against an idolatry of Marx. 54 He is prepared to enter into a discussion with his opponents on the subject of the living and the dead in Marxism. 55 He gives consideration to the idea, expressed by Pasolini, that Marxism might be a reflection of the special conditions in England. 56 He seems to admit the existence of a new, young, industrial, daring middle class as distinct from the decade-old conservative bourgeoisie. 57 In contrast to this is his view that the social struggle in Italy was often only prelude de classe, a preliminary class struggle. 58 But is it possible, taking Marxist premises as a basis, to justify leading the people to war against a bourgeoisie that has only just assumed its industrial task and function? Mussolini does not raise this question. But filled though he was with Marxist faith, he was not a dogmatizer whom nothing can deflect from the course on which he has embarked. Equally open to doubt and astonishing insight, this man will not be proof against a severe attack on his feed. It appears possible to separate his fundamental impulses, for to Mussolini's power of insight is added an extraordinary impressionability, which does not allow him to cut himself off from or remain indifferent to intellectual trends or accept. 209. Tional events. This clearly emerges when he interprets class warfare with the aid of categories which, although not a priori un-Marxist in meaning, flow from a different intellectual world and atmosphere. Thus he sets off abruptly, that is undialectically the small, determined, bold nucleus, which is supposed to be the real protagonist, against the mass which, although numerous, is also chaotic, amorphous, and cowardly. 59. He frequently speaks of the elite proletaria, which he looks upon as the dynamic minority forming an opposite pole to the static masses. He sees it as the group of the strong, the heroes, who are capable of victory. The revolution, with the swiftness of lightning, distinguishes between the strong and the weak, between the apostles and the artisans, between the courageous and the cowardly. 60. Before its historic day. 61. Revolutionary idealism has the power to will and imagine it, and hence serves to distinguish organization from organization, and cattle from human beings. 62. Certainly all this is not said in the sense of Pareto. 63. Whose theory of the cycle of elites is directed against the idea of the classless society. Certainly it would be foolish to overlook the fact that with this phraseology Mussolini is not far removed from the feelings of Marx, Engels, and Lenin. What do Marx and Engels despise more than the drooling impotence 64 of communists by sentiment? 65. Did not Lenin write the harsh words, an oppressed class which does not strive to gain a knowledge of weapons, to be drilled in the use of weapons, to possess weapons, an oppressed class of this kind deserves only to be oppressed, maltreated, and treated like slaves? 66. Indeed, Marxism is far from being unwarlike, unheroic, tender-hearted, philanthropic. But it will never become an ideology of victors, of heroes, of the hard, of the young. Nor will it do so in Mussolini's case. Nevertheless, the change in terminology reveals that instability which may lead to surprising developments. Like the young writers centered around Leonardo and La Voce, Mussolini could not avoid the influence of that powerful universal European trend of thought which, anticipated in large part by Nietzsche, had shot up, as if by spontaneous generation, in innumerable places in a variety of contradictory forms, the life philosophy. Mussolini did not hesitate to invoke it specifically. The classic conception of revolution finds in today's trend of philosophic thought an element of vitality. Our conception rejuvenates. Reformism, on the other hand, the wise and duly evolutionary, positivist, and pacifist. 210. Reformism, is henceforth condemned to decrepitude and decay. 67. It is the spirit of this so-called life philosophy which causes Mussolini to say that socialism must once again become movement, struggle, action. 68. It must rid itself of the idyllic, Arcadian, pacifist conception of the reformists. 69. It is the spirit which causes him to utter, more often than anything else, Guyot's words, vivre, si etiest pas calculer, c'est agir. 70. This is far from being un-Marxist. For Marxism is also a kind of life philosophy and is concerned with the struggle of expanding life against the immovable bonds which it temporarily needs. But Marxism centers its conception of life not, like Bergson, on the idea of the creative development of biological life but, like Hegel, on the perfectible rise of history seen as transcendental. The dividing line becomes clear when Mussolini states, "He who says fecundation says laceration. No life without shedding blood." 71. The idea of the classless society cannot be derived from the conception of biological life. Classless society means the transition from the realm of necessity into the realm of liberty. It is in fact anti-nature, if nature is to be understood as the rule of the principles of organic and animal life. Indeed, nothing is easier than to deduce the eternal and natural necessity of war from the essence of life. It is true that Mussolini approaches those logical life philosophy conclusions which as a Marxist he is not at liberty to appropriate. But he never oversteps the bounds. There is no doubt that the main principle of reformism, Bernstein's movement is all, the goal is nothing, is an inevitable conclusion of this approach. It is his unshakable clinging to the final socialist goal, to the finalita, which never quite permits Mussolini, despite all his proximity to the new trend, to become its disciple. The final socialist goal is not a freely conceived ideal, it is the outcome of a fatality which is independent of the comings and goings of individual human beings. If Mussolini did not emphasize this element as often and as strongly as the founders of scientific socialism had done, a ready explanation is to be found in the altered intellectual climate. The opposition had long ceased to represent utopianism and the philosophy of liberty, instead it now comprised positivism and the bourgeois doctrine of evolution. Why carry coals to Newcastle? Nevertheless, the concept of necessity remains for 211. Mussolini an obvious requirement, and wherever he formulates this concept he does so radically. The ideal is merely the meaning of the historical process itself, revealed in the enlightened will of an exceptional class. This meaning transcends the movement of its realization in that it leads to a condition which differs in principle from all former conditions. Mussolini is therefore defending socialism's chief characteristic when he says, in attacking the reformists, "We are not concerned with aims," shouts Bonomi. "For us movement suffices." But what kind of movement? Delirium tremens is also a movement. 72. The sum total of socialist aims, which alone makes it possible to define the natural process that produces them, is always described by Mussolini in a highly orthodox manner. Socialism is first of all the transition of means of production and of exchange to proletarian collectivity, 73, thereby removing the absurdity of private appropriation of the products of collective labor. 74. Without the slightest reservation Mussolini upholds the demand for the expropriation of the bourgeoisie. This remains for him the prerequisite to an association which excludes classes. 75. Only a classless association can bring about the happiness of all mankind, because it represents the society of the free and equal. 76. It signifies the final disappearance of the exploitation of man by man. 77. And thus the end of the prehistory of mankind. The bridge between animal man and humane man, the bridge between prehistory and history, the bridge leading mankind from the struggle for life to an affinity for life, will be built by socialism. 78. If Marx's image of the future is strangely diagrammatic and colorless, he was undoubtedly motivated by the fear of being led astray onto the paths of such excessive dreamers as Fourier. His dryness is the expression of his respect for the unknown. Where Mussolini does augment Marx's outline with some vivid colors, it is to express a keen sense of the dawning world of technology. He enthusiastically greeted the first attempts at flight by Latham and Blériot because they proclaimed a quickening of the rhythm of our life. 79. Although he interpreted the event from a strictly Marxist point of view as being a sign of peace and as proclaiming the end of the fratricidal domination of man over man, 80. A strange new note becomes audible when in the same breath he praises the pilots as a futura rasa di dominatori and spiriti inquieti. In many places it is possible to detect a shift in emphasis. 212. Italian Fascism, which seems to lead away from Marx's fundamental humanistic feeling to an enthusiastic recognition of the new technical world as such. Mussolini no longer speaks of man's domination of the machine, instead he describes socialism as a society in which life will become more intense and frenetic, ruled by the rhythm of machines. 81. The hope that leads him on is not a wondrous blossoming of art in the society of the future, rather he predicts, as an out-and-out technocrat, the downfall of the muses, the pale inhabitants of Parnassus in the new world of nature-dominating titans. 82. But this shift in emphasis can be attributed more to the character of the times than to the person of Mussolini. A similar situation exists regarding the meaning of the ideal, a question which Marx never specifically posed. But then he did not find himself confronted by reformists. He could still believe that the situation of the proletariat did not permit of ideallessness. For Mussolini it was the possession of the ideal that distinguished the revolutionary from the reformist. It is the ideal, it is our final goal that gives us an unmistakable stamp. 83 Only the ideal permits and justifies resistance to those sirens of immediate expediency who call mockingly. Ignore the Gospels, descend from the clouds, hold fast to reality. 84 This is precisely the meaning of ideallessness, the adapting to reality, to the conditions of the moment. One may flatter oneself that one can master and alter these conditions, in actual fact one becomes their slave, one surrenders to their inexorable law. That is why Mussolini, in his paper, attacked Bissolati's speech at the party conference in Milan as lacking any emphasis on the future. 85 That is why after the outbreak of the Libyan war he depicted with unparalleled animosity the renegade who justified this war and who was now committed to a course of consenting to all realities of this society. He takes as an example Paolo Orano. Paolo Orano finds the Italo-Turkish war beautiful, good, clarifying, well-nigh sacred. Paolo Orano feels it necessary to concur with Tartarinusque Italian nationalism. Paolo Orano swallows with the ingenuous grimace of the experienced farceur all that he has said and written against militarism during the 15 years of his subversive activity, and raises his voice in a hymn of praise to the murderous scimitar. Before long Paolo Orano too will be a great philosopher, honored and recognized by the 213 powers of the monarchy. I leave him lying in the cemeteries of spineless men. 86 The fact that Mussolini emphasizes the ideal with a vigor unknown to Marx and Lenin does not, however, place him outside the framework of Marxist orthodoxy. The unclear form which Marx gave his being consciousness statement avenges itself everywhere in Marxism, and if Marx and Lenin dramatically show idealism the door, it finds its way in again through the back door under such disguises as revolutionary ardor or determination of the working class. The difference becomes apparent when Mussolini claims that what divides the parties is not a table of laws but their mentality. 87 It becomes unmistakable when, again resorting to life philosophy categories, he seems to detach faith from all reality, indeed, even to declare it as the foundation of all reality. And is socialism perhaps reducible to a theorem? We want to believe in it, we must believe in it, mankind has need of a creed. It is faith that moves mountains, because it gives the illusion that the mountains move. Illusion is perhaps the sole reality of life. 88 Thus emerges the myth, the late European myth, which presupposes the existence of skepticism by the desire to overcome it. But in Mussolini's case it does not spring from the restlessness of the unbeliever seeking a faith as a sick man seeks medicine. Instead Mussolini transposes his basic conviction into the myth or the illusion in order to move it out of the reach of scientific critique. Half a century of history and critique had not passed over Marxism without leaving its mark. Yet Marxism had displayed a vitality which no scientific doctrine was ever able to approach. To paraphrase Searle's words, Marxism might be called the last faith in Europe. But it reached a crossroads when it began to be aware of this characteristic. At this crossroads, like Searle, stood Mussolini, but Lenin and Trotsky made their decision too. Once again Mussolini comes close to the borderline where Marxism ends and life philosophy begins, when he says, "Every finality is an act of faith." 89 This very confidence most clearly reveals the possibility of a sudden change of course. What life, what enthusiasm, what force in our ranks. 90 What would happen if one day, more life, more enthusiasm, more force were to be found in the ranks of others? Would intensity of faith then become the measure of validity? If some other party showed the greater vitality in street fighting, would its cause then be the right one? Here again Mussolini approaches the borderline, but he 214 does not overstep it. Isolated utterances must be seen in relation to the whole, then we see that his Marxism is solid enough to cope with these sallies toward the borderline. Neither his concept of class warfare nor that of socialist finality stands alone, there is always his internationalism, and only the mutual penetration of the components gives us the whole. Like class warfare or finality, internationalism is more than a political program item. It is contained in the reality of conditions no matter how often the mere reality of the day may hide it. Industry, trade, Science eliminate borders. Even the bourgeoisie has no native land. In the economic field, capitalist activity has broken through the boundaries and everywhere imposed its production methods. In the cultural field, the internationalism of thought has long since been achieved. 91 In his earliest stages, Mussolini drew from these premises the conclusion that war, at least in Europe, had become impossible, but soon he demanded that war be transformed into civil war. A transformation of this kind cannot represent an isolated occurrence. The socialist revolution must be an international one. In the idyllic Europe of the beginning of the century, few men attempted any reasoned criticism of the pacifist conception, in which both liberalism and socialism concurred. Of these, mainly Moras and Corradini, with their disciples, fell within Mussolini's scope of knowledge. Mussolini followed the development of nationalism with great attention, and without any furtive sympathy. He saw in it the betrayal by the bourgeoisie of its own creation, a bourgeois means of distraction for the purpose of delaying the socialist revolution. He was astute enough to realize that the nationalists' hymns to war had an internal political and class warfare meaning. He took issue with loud-mouthed Italian nationalism immediately after it made its first public appearance in 1910. No one could have done so with greater disdain or contempt. Monarchy, army, war. Behold the three spiritual, ideological lighthouses around which have gathered the moths, the stragglers of Italian nationalism. 3 words, 3 institutions, 3 absurdities. 92 Bourgeois nationalism is associated with all the old worn-out forces of society. These are to be the first to be removed. Their stronghold in Italy is the Vatican, the Vecchia Vaticana lupa cruenta, as Mussolini says with Carducci. 93 But without the support the Vatican receives from the feudal clerical imperial power of Austria, it would be powerless. Mussolini's abiding and profound aversion to the imperial pact of the 215. Drabund is therefore sufficiently explained by his Marxist background. There is no need to have recourse to ex eventu alleged irredentist feelings of which there is no evidence in his public activity. He counteracts bourgeois betrayal with the proletarian answer. This consists first and foremost in resisting the blandishments of the bourgeoisie and in recognizing the smokescreen of patriotic romanticism 94 for what it is, a weapon of the class enemy. In the eyes of proletarian anti-patriotism, the fatherland is a deceitful fiction whose time has run out. 95 The proletariat overcomes the concept of the fatherland by a different concept, one of class. 96 Again Mussolini invokes Marx, who with his battle cry of proletarians of the world, unite, has become a destroyer of the old patriotic ideology. 97 But moral resistance is not enough. The bourgeoisie is not content with propaganda. It proceeds to action, and that means to war. For Mussolini there is no doubt as to the answer of the proletariat. In case of war, instead of hurrying to the frontier we will unleash rebellion at home. 98 Thus when the war in Libya began, he made a serious attempt to turn his words into deeds. The province of Forli was almost the only region in Italy where the war met with resistance from the people. That Mussolini was among those chiefly responsible is certain, although his actual share in the events may have been a matter of dispute. Undoubtedly the failure was a bitter disappointment to him. But he did not give up. I will create the anti-war feeling which is lacking today. 99 Although one illusion collapsed, he looked ahead to the next historic day when the bourgeoisie declares not merely to conduct a colonial enterprise but to light a world conflagration. Then, however, we hope to be prepared. 10 degrees It is indeed a desperately difficult matter to try and argue away Mussolini the internationalist, or to regard him merely as an ardent nationalist in disguise. Nevertheless, fascist literature devoted itself tirelessly to this task, but despite all manner of stratagems, from the repetition of unverifiable stories to outright falsifications, it never succeeded in drawing even a halfway convincing picture of Mussolini's socialist epoch. 101 The difficulty, the borderline element, in Mussolini's internationalism does not lie where all the panegyrists and apologists try to find it. It is to be found in the abstract radicalism and naive youthfulness of his internationalism. At 19 he proclaimed, "Socialism knows no nationality." 102 The 216 young teacher of French language and literature in Oneglia writes, "The oppressed have no fatherland, they regard themselves as citizens of the universe." 103 The editor of La Lotta de Classe, following in the footsteps of Hervé, calls the national flag a rag to be planted on a dunghill. 104 And a little later, in words which sound like treason, he opposes the patriotic enthusiasm of the Libyan war. "We proclaim loud and clear that the Arab and Turkish proletarians are our brothers, while our irreconcilable enemies are the Turkish as much as the Italian bourgeois, without subtle distinction or hypocritical consideration." 105 As the managing editor of Aventilli, he fiercely opposes a French socialist's idea that a socialist state must also be military in character. "We are of the opposite opinion. We believe, in view of the economic, political, cultural interdependence of the nations and the steadily growing proletarian internationalism, that, when the socialist revolution breaks out in one country, either the others will follow suit or the proletariat will be strong enough to prevent the national bourgeoisie from any armed intervention." 106 What stands out sharply and pregnantly against these naive utterances is not some obscure rhetoric about the grandeur and glory of Rome, but one of those simple insights of which Mussolini was always capable: Italy is still fragmented as in the time of Giusti. There are no national problems, but only regional problems, not a national policy, but only a regional policy. 107 His faith in Marxist internationalism and his insight into the immaturity of Italian conditions still stand side by side in unproblematical unity, but will a dubious unity be equal to a serious test? It is, therefore, quite untenable to call the early Mussolini a revolutionary syndicalist, a follower of Sarl, let alone Pareto. That he was a Marxist is beyond doubt, yet it seems legitimate to cast doubts on the orthodoxy of his Marxism. We must of course realize that only a very small minority of Marxists occupy an unassailable position. Has not even Lenin been accused over and over again of Blanquism? Are not the Frenchman's impatience and political violence to be found ultimately in Marx himself? Strangely enough, it was precisely the Italian socialists who were fond of accusing Mussolini of incoherence, confusion, and intellectual inferiority, without realizing what light they were thus throwing on themselves, since, after all, they had allowed themselves to be led by this man in crucial years and not much later to be completely defeated by him. It is always easy to select ISO 217 lated quotations and arrange them effectively. It is more just, and not toward Mussolini alone, to present his Marxism as a whole in order to come to a conclusive judgment. So we must ask, what position does Mussolini assume within the framework of Marxism as a whole? Where do we find the beginnings of a possible estrangement? Are these beginnings merely external? As far as the attitude toward class warfare is concerned, both reformist and revolutionary views are to be found in Marxism. We have only to remember that Marxism is a thought system that was evolved by its two protagonists over a period of 50 years, and that Engels' foreword to Marx's class struggles in France is the very Magna Carta of reformism, worlds apart from the Communist Manifesto's spirit of the barricades. But even in Das Kapital itself, revolutionary protest stands shoulder to shoulder with the affirmation of lengthy reform work. We might call the will to revolution the spirit of Marxism, the exhortation to be patient and wait for circumstances to ripen, the meaning of Marxism. As for finality, by comparison with the utopians, Marx is a cool realist who plunges rash, exaggerated hopes into the icy waters of resisting, tumultuous reality. Beside the mere practicians, however, he is a believer imbued with impatience, who hopes in the near future to see the realization of the quite other, the new aggregate state of the world. The abstract internationalism of the Communist Manifesto is far from being Marx's and Engels' last word on the problem of contradictions in the world and the significance of the nations. The articles in the Neue Rheinische Zeitung during the Revolution of 1848-108 give an entirely different picture. They are permeated through and through with the passionate conviction that the large and progressive nations have a greater right than the little nations, that the theory of the brotherhood of nations is nonsense if it disregards the different levels of civilization among the various peoples. And from Marx's essays on British rule in India 109 it is still possible to deduce that his nearest will would have to affirm colonial compulsion, while only his furthest will could oppose all forms of oppression. Mussolini decides in favor of the spirit, the faith, the furthest will, as against the meaning, the realism, the nearest will, of Marxism, and in so doing makes the equivocal unequivocal. However, this choice is neither random nor arbitrary, nor merely personal, it is the choice of leftist Marxism as such, it is also the choice of Lenin and Rosa Luxem. 218. Berg, of Trotsky and Liebknecht, of Geste and Hervé. It corresponds far more to the mood of Marx's life, far less to actual conditions as they existed in Western Europe at the beginning of the 20th century, than does its antithesis. Undoubtedly the beginnings of a possible estrangement from Marxism are much more marked in Mussolini's thought than in Lenin's. They stem, as has been shown, from the adoption of certain categories of the life philosophy. Thus we find that with Mussolini the Marxism which had become unequivocal has in the same breath become ambivalent again. That which for Marx and Lenin had been an obvious, unspecified element in the cause, bravery and strength, courage and heroism, vitality and separateness, becomes for Mussolini independent and self-aware. It even tends here and there toward general concepts which are no longer compatible with Marxism. That which Marx and Lenin regard as scientific insight into the necessary course of history and its self-elevation in the realm of liberty, represents for Mussolini a faith, and this faith tends in turn to become a mere element in the advancing élan vital. The abstract radicalism of his internationalism is finally linked so curiously with an unproblematical enthusiasm for the progressive power of technology that here too an estrangement does not appear impossible. This potential estrangement finds its sharpest expression in Mussolini's preoccupation with Nietzsche. 110. Although this preoccupation was sporadic in nature and frequently encapsuled, as it were, for years, Mussolini's impressionability leads him not only to attempt a series of interesting and questionable syntheses of Nietzsche's and Marx's thoughts but to place the totally incompatible side by side. He, the very man who countless times extolled the various stages and epochs of emancipation, does not hesitate to present Nietzsche's concept of the revolt of the slaves with obvious sympathy. He actually seems unaware of the fact that he is bringing the two opposite interpretations of history, the Hegel-Marx realization and the Nietzsche-Morris attentat, into a paradoxical and untenable proximity. This is undoubtedly an extreme state of affairs, the first and most radical example of the kind of things that could continue to coexist so mystifyingly in Mussolini's mind. On the whole, however, the adulteration of Marxism by thought processes of different origins is not an isolated occurrence. As long as Marxism forms part of a complex and var. 219. Each society, an analysis which also involves synthesis remains an element and criterion of its vitality. A comparison of the writings of Gramsci and Stalin makes it clear what Marxism owes to liberal society, whose sharpest and most perspicacious critic it was. Mussolini's penchant for Nietzsche may show to what degree of jeopardizing Marxism such an analysis may lead. But this jeopardizing is more than an external one. It is capable of saying something about the object itself. The ideas of the freely developing individual who is no longer subject to division of labor and exploitation and of the peaceful universal association of industrially producing human beings were, after all, by no means inventions of Marxism. They had already been unfolded in all their clarity by Fourier and Saint-Simon. Nor was it Marxism which produced the insight into the fundamental significance of class warfare or the thesis of the conditioning of consciousness by social station. Marx found all that in bourgeois French history. The only thing peculiar to Marxism is the proof that class warfare must from inherent necessity end in a classless society. 111. Marxism too is a synthesis of the great dispassionate designs of the Age of Enlightenment with the realities and necessities of the 19th century, just like Hegel's Prussian state philosophy, Kant's critical idea of progress, and Mazzini's national idea of humanity. It, too, cannot avoid a potential disintegration into its elements. When Mussolini interpreted it with life philosophy categories, he laid the foundations for a dissociation which was only waiting for a catalyst. The war as revolution. This catalyst was the war. It subjected Marxism in every country to an acid test, and in no country did Marxism emerge inwardly or outwardly unscathed. In Mussolini it encountered not an editor of Avanti, 112 who played no leading role, 113 but the most influential and at the same time the most self-willed personality of that European Socialist Party which of all parties found itself in the most difficult situation and which was the only one able at first to act according to pre-war ideas. The fact that the Socialist International proved incapable of preventing the war by a general strike is not to be attributed simply to failure. The reason was that the countries of Europe did not regard themselves as socially homogeneous, and 220. It was mainly the Marxist doctrine which had contributed to Ward emphasizing the differences. The French socialists had good Marxist reasons to regard the war as an attack by a feudal military power on a progressive, albeit bourgeois, democracy. As a result they had no compunction about becoming soldiers of the patrie, and the best known of all anti-militarists, Gustave Hervé, took this step with the greatest possible show of determination. For them no abyss opened up between the demands of reality and their socialist conscience. For Lenin and Trotsky, on the other hand, there was from the very beginning no question whatever but that the Tsarist monarchy must be defeated, for all Marxists looked at Tsarism as the most reactionary and medieval power in Europe. In accordance with their conviction they came to a remarkable decision against reality, which even a man like Georgy Plekhanov had not been able to shun, and they needed all their revolutionary determination to carry it through. Thus they did not really remain apart from the bloody world of the War 114 which according to Lenin spared only the petty conditions of a few minor states, 115 leaving them to the indifferent enjoyment of their insignificance. The German socialists were in the most ambivalent situation. Reactionary in comparison to the Western democracies, progressive when placed next to Russian autocracy, Germany found itself in what was to Marxist eyes an untenable middle position. Marx's solution to the dilemma had been to revolutionize Germany and then to have Germany wage war against the eastern enemy of European liberty. But the German Social Democrats felt their conscience to be salved by carrying out half the plan, and the disappointment generated by their behavior among all European socialists has actually never been overcome. Even Rosa Luxemburg's and Karl Liebknecht's no did not satisfactorily solve the dilemma and approached the abstract negation of pacifism. Nevertheless it permitted them to fight and finally to die for their cause. Italy was bound by the Drabun to the Central Powers. This meant that at the start of the war there was a danger of Italy being drawn into it. Mussolini was the only leading socialist in Europe who resolutely threatened his government with rebellion, 116 and indeed the declaration of Italian neutrality soon followed. But this lone triumph of Marxist orthodoxy in the European disaster was dubious enough. Even he was not actually playing the government's game, his MO. 221. TIV certainly did not cause him to run counter to public opinion. The securing of neutrality drove the socialist ship into windless corners full of brackish water. This neutralism was bound to become indistinguishable from bourgeois pacifism and have the practical effect of allying itself with the Austrophile Catholics and Giolity's conservative bourgeoisie against the most active forces of the remaining left, which were all urging war, whether for reasons of friendship toward French democracy or as a result of irredentist strivings for the Trentino and Trieste. How could such a situation have been tolerable to a man like Mussolini, whose first reaction to the war had characteristically been to regard it as a judgment on the struggle between revolutionaries and reformists? What is happening today proves to us that those predictions on which evolutionary, gradualistic, possibilistic, and positivist reformism based so many of its hopes were vastly exaggerated. The possibility of war remains, and history is full of the unforeseen. 117 If, however, revolution proved impossible as the answer to potential war, then war itself was the form of revolution in this period. Not every war, of course, especially not war for war's sake, but this particular war inasmuch as it seemed destined to further pre-revolution developments. Even the most principled Marxist could hardly withdraw with a clear conscience from this war into an ivory tower of abiding truths. For Marxism had always recognized the national war of defense. Was one not, as a Marxist, at liberty under an obligation, even to go to the aid of a victim of aggression? But the national war of liberation also had its place in Marxist doctrine. Was not Austrian rule in the Trentino and Trieste the last heritage from the period of Italy's servitude? Not to resist evil had never been a Marxist maxim. Did not a German victory threaten democratic freedoms in all Europe? A Marxist such as Mussolini, who wanted to make history, not endure it, 118 to whom, more than any other, deed and action had become characteristic values, could not stand aside and quietistically withdraw into a corner as a mere spectator. For a Marxist who took a concrete and historic view of himself, the decision to intervene on the side of the Entente was possible in the Italian situation. For a Marxist who had been influenced by life philosophy and Nietzsche it was necessary. All Mussolini's premises culminated in the decision which he took in October, 1914, and which he substantiated with 222. The last words he wrote in Avantil: "We have had the unique privilege of living in the most tragic hour of the world's history. Do we wish to be as men and as socialists passive spectators of this grandiose drama? Or do we wish to be its protagonists? Let us not salvage the letter of the party if this means killing the spirit of socialism." 119. But Mussolini did not readily give up even the letter of the doctrine. The months of August and September were a time of wrestling with himself, and there is no doubt this was a solemn and serious struggle. He who at other times attached so much importance to being right or having been right, was now not afraid to confess his doubts and difficulties openly. I am not ashamed to admit that during these 2 tragic months my thinking has known vacillation, uncertainty, and trepidation. 120. The attempt has been made to cast doubt on Mussolini's struggle with his conscience and the importance of his decision by claiming that at the beginning of the war he showed sympathy for Germany and that it was not until after the Battle of the Marne that, with the skilled perception of the opportunist, he threw in his lot with the winning side. There is no documentary evidence of this. From the very first moment he ranges himself unequivocally against Austria and Germany on account of their rapacious ultimata to Serbia and Belgium. Shortly afterward he passionately attacks the unprecedented and rapacious events in Belgium and soon finds that the German threat is no mere phrase. By September 5, that is, before the end of the Battle of the Marne, the outcome of the war in favor of the Entente was in his eyes a certainty, because of the Anglo-French-Russian agreement not to enter into separate treaties. His rejection of war was not based on humanitarian considerations but again on the principles of the revolutionary faction, which held that war was the most extreme form of class collaboration. 121 and that even the war against Austria was not compatible with socialist principles. As early as August 16 he commented on an intransigent letter by Amadeo Bordiga, 122. Although basically in agreement with it, he distinguished between logica pura dei principi and posizione storica del socialismo, a distinction aimed at justifying the attitude of the Belgian socialists and substantiating the different estimations of the Juncker regime and of French democracy. 123. He evidently wished to get rid of his own doubts and difficulties when he polemicized violently against the delirium trem. 223. Mens Nationalista, against those professional warmongers who in July were still in favor of the Drehbund and who wanted war for war's sake. 124. Indeed, on September 22 he published, in the name of the Directorate, a radical manifesto against the war and on his own initiative introduced a kind of members' poll which probably contributed more than almost anything else toward setting the party on an unconditional anti-war course. Yet in the meantime his misgivings about the lifelessness of pure principles had increased, and reality reached out to him with 1,000 arms. Those patriarchs of socialism whom he most revered were openly in favor of Italy's entry into the war: Amilcare Cipriani, Edouard Vaillant, Peter Kropotkin. The young ones of his own generation were also working toward intervention, Gaetano Salvini, Giovanni Amendola. In La Voce Prezzolini apostrophized him as follows: "Dear Mussolini, either hound or hare. But you still have time to run away. Come out of this ambiguousness. Let your warlike soul emerge entire." 125 Everyone who sympathized with France, and hated Germany and Austria, as he did, had long since joined the camp of the Entente. 126 Garibaldinian legions were already fighting on the French front. There were increasing grounds for fearing that the maintenance of absolute neutrality might deprive the party and Italy of their freedom of movement and represent a calculable advantage for the Central Powers. One seems to hear the cry of a drowning man when he writes on October 1, "Who would dare maintain today that the Socialist Party has not made tremendous concessions to historical and national reality? What more did they want? That we become the court jesters of the democratic war? That we suddenly throw all our convictions onto the rubbish heap merely because a new reality surprises us?" 127 The historical reality retained the upper hand, but it was clear that Mussolini was still hoping to bring it into a new relationship with his principles. On October 18 appeared his article Dalla neutralità assoluta alla neutralità attiva ed operante, which restated and combined all the arguments of the preceding months and which should have led to a reorientation of the party. 128 The party would henceforth no longer have held an unassailable position in the absolute but instead would have paid tribute to the iron necessity of space and time. However, the fact that Mussolini had no intention at all of betraying his principles, that, on the contrary, he merely wanted to render them more flexible and historic. 224. Can be confidently assumed. But why was it he who led the party to make the most irreconcilable statements? What effect was it bound to have if the perhaps unavoidable adjustment to reality was actually introduced with the recommendation for a war of aggression? Indeed, this article was the last which Mussolini wrote as managing editor of Avantiv. The very next day the directorate of the party met in Bologna, and Mussolini's standpoint did not find a single supporter. Although the way to reconciliation was left open for him, he resigned immediately as editor of Avanti. The statements he made on this occasion permit a deep insight into his motives. "I would understand our absolute neutrality if you had the courage to carry it through to the end, and that means, to provoke insurrection, but this you reject a priori because you know you will meet with failure. Then say in all sincerity you are against war. Because you are afraid of the bayonets. If you want, if you feel like it, I will stand at your head, neutralists outside the law. Very well, a decision must be made. But absolute neutrality within the law, from now on this has become impossible." 129 No cogent reason is advanced. There is no mention of democracy, of Italy's necessities of life, of the unredeemed territories. The impossibility of radical coherence leads the revolutionary onto a path which he must share with his bitterest opponents. He evidently hoped in spite of everything to draw the party or large sections of it to his side. Not many days were needed to show him how mistaken he was. On October 25 he wrote to his friend Torquato Nanni, "I tried to open up the blind alley which the party had got into, but in the clash I fell." 130 Mussolini was not the man to subordinate himself to party discipline. But he might have been expected to keep silent or at least not to write anything against the party, and he evidently did make such a promise to his colleagues in the party leadership. But he could not bring himself to hide what he felt to be the truth, and within a few weeks an abyss of misunderstanding, contempt, and hatred opened up between him and his former friends which was never again to be bridged. Toward the end of October, apparently, it occurred to him to create his own organ, and by November 15 the first issue of //Popolo d'Italia had appeared. Nothing was more natural than for the socialists to suspect a sellout and a betrayal. It seemed impossible that a man completely without means should be able within a few days to conjure up a daily news. 225. Paper unaided and out of nothing. It was true that while still managing editor of Avanti, Mussolini had had a few conversations with the editor of a Bologna paper which was considered the organ of the agrarians, and it was from this man that he obtained valuable aid in technical problems. But where the capital came from has to this day never been satisfactorily explained. It was not long before there were rumors of French funds, but this could never be proved. 131 The most likely hypothesis is that certain government departments saw to the obtaining of funds, for there were many circles in Italy which were interested in a weakening of the Socialist Party. There is no doubt, then, that Mussolini, in allowing a newspaper to be created for him, became a card in some game. But there are absolutely no grounds for assuming that money, his own newspaper, were the motive behind his going over to interventionism. But this was what Avanti hinted when, after the appearance of the new paper, it kept reiterating the question, chi paga? Within a few weeks the one-time darling of the party had become Vengeto alla Borghesia and a transfuga who merited the righteous hatred of the Italian proletariat. 132 When on November 24 Mussolini faced the members' assembly of the Milan section, which had to decide the matter of his expulsion, his speech was swallowed up in a storm of curses, whistles, and threats. The Socialist Party morally lynched the traitor, not a single one of Italy's papers stood by him, he had been unable to bring over to his side even a small section of the party. It was his first and most momentous defeat. He was alone. But he had good reason for believing that he was a victim of injustice. The hardest won decision of his life concerned an issue which actually split all socialism into two camps, and it was the very spirit of Marxism from which a good deal of justification for his decision can be derived. In his eyes this decision must have seemed not only misunderstood but slandered when it was attributed to a base opportunism. How dared they call him a renegade? The man who goes over to the enemy is the man who no longer wishes to endure the trials and tribulations of his own position and looks forward to a better life on the other side. What was unendurable in Mussolini's position? What was he to gain by going over? With that touching naivete which shows how very much socialism was a world apart, Mussolini later asked whether at 28 he had not possessed all his heart could desire. To a socialist, the editorship of Avanti was worth more than 226. The bourgeois prime ministership. His former comrades did not understand Mussolini. Neither did Mussolini understand the attitude of his former friends. He had little feeling for the humanitarian tradition of socialism that is compelled to reject as monstrous a way of thinking which was prepared to sacrifice hundreds of thousands of young lives for the sole purpose of having been there. All he saw was lack of revolutionary zeal and personal cowardice. Out of this mutual misunderstanding there arose a polemic of utmost vehemence and often rank hostility, a polemic, in which the groundwork was laid for the socialist conception of Italian fascism and the fascist conception of socialism. In any case, the estrangement was now a fait accompli. Mussolini was now a general without an army, a believer without a faith. However, a small group of men to whom he was duce soon rallied round him again. By October, while Mussolini was still wrestling with himself, interventionist fasci, led by such men as Filippo Corridoni, Michele Bianchi, Massimo Rocca, and Cesare Rossi, 133 had emerged from the ranks of the syndicalists and socialists. In December they joined forces with Mussolini's followers to form the Fascio di Azione Rivoluazionaria, the germ cell of fascism. The only vital item on their program was the intervention on the side of the Entente. For the rest, Mussolini set up a postulate which it was not easy to achieve, to reaffirm socialist ideals and review them in the light of the criticism under the present terrible lesson of facts. 134 In other words, Mussolini is assuming no less a task than an up-to-date revision of socialism, leaving its ideals intact, but adopting a new relationship to a new reality. This is a good Marxist undertaking. But will Mussolini be equal to it, being not a cool, impersonal thinker, but standing exposed to all impressions of the hour? Can he retain his feet if he lets go the hand of the powerful spirit and abandons the guiding principle of which until now not even his boldest escapades have lost sight? His very first endeavor in his own newspaper proves how slippery is his ground. The fact that at the moment it might be more revolutionary to want war than not to want it, that Marx had called upon the proletariat to assist in the solution of such bourgeois tasks as national unification, that one could not judge the war of the aggressor and that of the victim of aggression by the same standard all. 227. This is maybe granted by the socialist point of view. Yet it is surely an excessively absolute conclusion to say, life is that which is relative, the absolute exists only in cold and sterile abstraction. 135. This conclusion is stranger still if it prepares the soil for the re-emergence of ancient eternal verities which were the very things socialism had wished to destroy, if it says, for example, that the usual explanations for war are inadequate. There is the insuppressible discord of the peoples but also something else which we cannot hide from ourselves, and that is that man is a warlike animal, perhaps the most warlike animal in all zoology. 136. As chief witness he cites Proudhon who, he says, described war as divine. But Mussolini does not know that this famous remark stems originally from Joseph de Maistre, and he takes no account of the fact that thought systems are like heavenly bodies, that they are centers of gravity with a far-reaching power of attraction which give the individual little scope for the exercise of free will. Mussolini, of course, only wishes to deny Marx where the latter is outmoded, in order to return to Mazzini, Proudhon, Bakunin, Fourier, and Pisacane. 137. But it is very much open to question whether the planet which has become a comet will be free to determine its direction. From now on we can no longer divorce Mussolini's thinking from his life and subject it to systematic observation. This does not prevent us, however, from tracing certain primary motives at the various stages of his life. The war years were the only period in Mussolini's life which was not in the true sense political. After the intervention, the Fasci d'Azione Rivoluzzionaria quickly lost their cohesion. When Mussolini returned from the front in 1917, 138 he remained till the end of the war merely a journalist, and one whose influence is hard to assess. However, this apolitical period was the result of the second great political victory of his life. Although the interventionist currents were numerous and varied and became considerably stronger during the winter of 1914-15, in spite of German counter-efforts, 139 intervention would never have been achieved in the face of resistance by Giolitti and the parliamentary majority if during the radiant days of May the masses of the war-minded minority had not taken to the streets in some large Italian cities and imposed their will on the resisting nation. D'Annunzio in Rome and Mussolini in Milan were the focal points of noisy and enthusiastic demonstrations. Mussolini, backed by the endless applause of gigantic crowds, threatened the head of state, "If you, O monarch, 228 do not resort to Article 5 of the statute and declare war on the enemies of European civilization, if you refuse, well then, you will lose your crown." 14 degrees. This was, of course, an empty threat, for the king's government had just signed the London Pact. Thus, for the first time in modern Europe, through the combined action of the head of state and a mass minority, the violation of a parliament and hence the exclusion of the majority took place. A qualitative principle appeared to replace the quantitative one. But although Italy entered the war in accordance with Mussolini's will, and although the war finally ended as he wished, his inner course during this period is nevertheless marked by a series of defeats. Hostility toward Germany steps to the fore as his dominating motive. Unrequited love and a surprisingly strong sense of national weakness combine to produce an emotion of genuine sincerity. To the runaway pupil, Marxism is German and Prussian, actually nothing more than pan-German domination. No one, he feels, has demonstrated as clearly as the German Social Democrats that everything which is treason, disgrace, deceit, is genuinely German. 141. Here Mussolini shows himself to be well acquainted with the Sozialistische Minetschaft, and he levels almost exactly the same accusations against German revisionism as were later leveled at Fascism, and he does not neglect to attribute the heresy specifically to Marx and Engels. Militarist and imperialist revisionism links up again with Marxism and can invoke its founders, the aforesaid Marx and Engels, who were fanatical nationalists and convinced militarists. 142 The Germans held the Italians in subjection for centuries and were now about to rob them of their soul by means of German Kultur. 143 They exploited Italy economically and by dint of pan-German theories even claimed its poets and leaders for the Teutonic race, and they looked down arrogantly on its people as a lesser race of mere mandolinisti. Mussolini does not shrink from a personal confession of guilt. Before the war socialism had been mea culpa, mea maxima culpa, a powerful trump card in pan-Germany's game. 144 In ceaselessly demanding the declaration of war against Germany, he is carrying on a war against his own past and for the benefit of his future as defender of Latin culture and as a follower of Mazzini. As a result, all the commonplaces of war propaganda take on a highly personal coloration. Hence it was logical that in 1915 he declared himself unequivocally against Japan's entry into the war. Europeans. 229. Must cooperate with the Germans on their own, or German arrogance would become even greater. 145 But 2 years later he wrote an article entitled Avanti, il Mikado, in which he suggested that Japan intervene in Europe by marching through Russia, which had just become Bolshevist. Then in 1918 he pinned all his hope on the Americans. But did this not mean that in its deepest and most spiritual sense the war had been in vain? As if to drown out this question, his attacks on the Germans became increasingly virulent. He calls hysterically for measures against the Quinta Arma 146 which Germany carries on so skillfully within the nations, that vast, oblique, subterranean, terrible organization, which threatens to paralyze from behind the nations of the Quadruple Entente. 147. Without a qualm he stigmatizes the socialists as being internal allies of the enemy, criminals of the treacherous stab in the back. 148 Without hesitation he outlines the program of civil war, bombs in the hand against the Germans and their friends in Russia and other countries. 149 Yet obviously he does not wish to be confused with those who combine animosity toward the Germans with hostility to the socialists, that is, with the nationalists. So he resumes the old duel that he began in 1910 and continued in 1914 immediately before he went over to interventionism. 150 The starting point for him is the First Russian Revolution. Francesco Coppola, with all the rage and despair of a man who has drunk of Demaster and become intoxicated with him, had regarded the revolution as responsible for the collapse of the Russian army. Scarcely had the first reports of the Brusilov offensive arrived when Mussolini wrote an article attacking him entitled Bandiere Rosse. It also betrayed many of Mussolini's secret hopes and emotions. Here we see events loudly refuting the reactionary thesis of Zimmerwald. The red flags planted on the Galician trenches have the highest symbolic value. It is the revolution which does not fear war, it is the war which rescues the revolution. The flags with the imperial eagles, they will not withstand the red flags of the revolution. The red flag will rise on the palace at Potsdam too when the armies of the revolution and of the Western democracies have shattered the Germany of the Hohenzollerns and of Schädemann. 151 This is obviously the deepest and most cherished dream of the Jacobinic socialist that Mussolini still was, to head the revolutionary armies and to defend and spread the revolution. 230 Yet even in Russia this dream did not become reality. The disastrous activity of German agents headed by Lenin nipped it in the bud. In this regard Francesco Coppola proved to be right. But Mussolini does not yet concede defeat. His next attack is against Enrico Corradini, who had put democracy on trial and made it responsible for all the weaknesses in the Entente's conduct of the war. 152 Does Corradini intend, Mussolini asks, to set up Germany and Turkey as models? Was Tsarism then not a parasitical regime? On no account does Mussolini wish his criticism of democracy to be confused with that of the nationalists. They criticize democracy as such. Mussolini demands dictatorship as a means, but democracy as a goal. Clemenceau is to him the ideal democratic dictator, and on no one does he bestow such a claim during the final phase of the war, in no one does he place so much confidence. But he also regards Lloyd George and Wilson as democratic dictators. This phase of the duel remained for the time being undecided, and in certain minor matters Mussolini was already noticeably approaching nationalist terminology and thinking during the war, as in the question of the great power, 153 for example, in the Adriatic problems, and in the new assessment of Catholicism as a positive political power which had tamed the mysticism of early Christianity to Latin clarity. 154 We are obviously concerned with an analysis that offers many possibilities of synthesis. However, the most personal and intense instance of Mussolini's coming to grips with Marxism is his confrontation with Lenin and the Bolshevik Revolution. During his stay in Switzerland, Mussolini had had contact, if not with Lenin himself, with men around him. He had read some of Lenin's writings. 155 Angelika Balabanov, Mussolini's former tutor, was now with Lenin in Russia. At the beginning of the war the Russian had come to a decision which was diametrically opposed yet at the same time closely related to his own. But it is typical of Mussolini's prevailing interests of the moment that, like his dialogue with Marxism, even the duel with Lenin appears at first as merely one further aspect of the struggle against Germany. Lenin emerges at first as a mere shadow, barely visible against the joyously welcomed light of the February Revolution. But it was not long before the infamous treason perpetrated by extremists in the service of Germany began to cause Mussolini serious concern. 156 Above all he sees the 231 threat to FK Entente which Russia's withdrawal from the war would cause, and he consoles himself with the thought that 500,000 Americans are worth more than 5 million mujiks. 157 But beneath these external political overtones the unmistakable jealousy of the frustrated revolutionary keeps on cropping up, a jealousy which finds a moment's brief satisfaction when, after Lenin's flight following the July events, he is able to pronounce Lenin a revolutionary made of hemp. 158 But the agitation of the Leninists goes on, the Russian armies continue to crumble, and from this Bolshevik experience Mussolini draws a conclusion which leads inevitably to significant totalitarian consequences. The moral of the Russian events is clear: he who attacks the moral health of the army is guilty of treason, and he who tolerates the attack is an accomplice of the traitor. 159 Immediately prior to the victory of the Bolshevik Revolution, however, he is led by a strange pride to claim a kind of paternity for himself. He had been the first, he maintained, to preach Blanquism, which had led on the one hand to intervention and on the other to Leninism. 160 At the moment of the upheaval itself, though, he produces much more naive and emotional explanations. Hindenburg has not gone to Petrograd simply because Lenin alias Ulyanov, or, to use the true baptismal and race name, C. Orbaum has returned to Petrograd. With today's revolt of the Maximalists, Germany has conquered Petrograd without firing a shot. The other three gentlemen forming the Bolshevik tetrarchy have these names: Apfelbaum, Rosenfeld, Braunstein. We are, as anyone can see, in the midst of authentic Germanism. 161 Truly an extremely strange ambivalence of judgment and emotion. It ranges from a sympathy which almost amounts to an identification to that naive mythicizing indignation which Maurras and Hitler displayed. 162 It will stay with him till he dies, although later on his reasonable and considered judgments will gain the upper hand for some time. At first, events appeared to provide a wealth of confirmation for the thesis that Lenin had sold out. The Peace of Brest-Litovsk seemed above all to confirm for Mussolini that his behavior had been correct when he parted company with socialism, that he had correctly assessed the socialists when he pronounced them cowards. Although by this time Mussolini is a revolutionary only within the limitations of the well-worn courses of war, the Peace of Brest seems to set the seal on his triumph over Lenin, who had become a counter-revo. 232. Illusionary, a peace that murders the revolution, that is Lenin's masterpiece. 163 But affairs in Moscow take a different course from the one that might have been assumed from these premises. A mere 6 months later Mussolini was admiringly contrasting Lenin's brutal energy with the apathy of the Italian bourgeoisie which, he said, was unwilling to assume its historical responsibility. 164 And he is not very convincing when he takes over articles on Soviet terrorism from Turati's Critica Sociale and uses the grist of humanitarian indignation for his own mill, a mill that always ground much coarser grain. However, in order to cope intellectually with these events, Mussolini suddenly invokes Karl Marx again, this time to serve as star witness against an untimely revolution. 165 The duel with Lenin did not turn out as Mussolini desired and expected. The falsest accusation of all, however, was that, for Lenin, violence was not the exception but the prevailing system. Was it not Mussolini himself who had always equated revolution with war? Did he not conduct a tireless campaign in his paper for the totalization and intensification of the war? He ceaselessly takes the field against Germans remaining in Italy and German property, he demands concentration camps and confiscation, he wants to put workers in uniform and have foreigners distinguished by a badge, enquadrer becomes his favorite word, he ruthlessly demands all-out attacks on German cities and even justifies assassination. I for my part approve of assassination inasmuch as it helps me to conquer. 166 All this does not bode well for the historical position Mussolini has adopted to replace the Marxist 167 one that of Mazzina. It is in the spirit of Mazzina that he desires to operate. Italy must place itself at the head of those nations which are struggling for their freedom. 168 Undoubtedly he is more convincing than the nationalists, who demand the annexation not only of Fiume but of all Dalmatia and whose main concern seems to be the creation of a hereditary enmity toward the neighboring Slavic nations. With his socialist origin, Mussolini has no feeling whatever for that fixed gaze in the direction of coastal strips, rocky islands, and Venetian lions. His new friends had even to force him to turn his attention toward Fiume. 169 But finally he too wants Dalmatia as far down as Narenta, and it becomes very doubtful whether his friendship with the oppressed peoples of the Habsburg Empire can withstand the inevitable post-war conflicts of interest. It is only natural for him to give vent to pseudo-religious. 233. Emotion when the bells finally peal out victory and the Italian flag waves over Trent and Trieste. It is only natural for him to believe he had triumphed over the red and black priests 17 degrees of neutralism, who were creeping about dejectedly while the masses and the workers were celebrating victory. But in the confusion of collective triumph was he not forgetting too soon the spiritual defects which his disoriented path had cost him, was he not overlooking too readily the arguments which could be brought against him? Struggle for social democracy. At the end of the war Italy undoubtedly found itself in a better position than any other European power of the Entente. The nationality principle had rewarded its most loyal offspring with a cornucopia of gifts. Not only were the furthest Italian language borders reached everywhere, and Trent, Trieste, and Pola won, in addition these borders were all unassailable and Austria, the age-old enemy of national existence, was completely destroyed. Henceforth there stretched between the Alps and the sea the most contained and trouble-free national region of continental Europe. How different was the position of France, still faced by the enemy along open borders, an enemy which had scarcely been seriously weakened and whose national existence was protected by the nationality principle. How different even was the position of England, which had no idea of how to cope with the crisis in its empire, a crisis which the war had rendered incurable. Any shadows cast over this picture of Italian external affairs were simply due to the fact that it had not been possible or thought desirable to adhere to Mazzina's commandments. In the Treaty of London the Italians were granted the greater part of Dalmatia, but they had to relinquish their claim on Fiume. Although Dalmatia, the eastern Adriatic coast, was a region rich in historic memories from the time of Venetian rule, the number of Italian inhabitants was relatively small and limited entirely to the coastal towns. Fiume, on the other hand, was preponderantly Italian, but for the whole Croatian hinterland it was a vital port, and its own interests pointed to a symbiosis. 171 Nevertheless, when Austria collapsed it was occupied, like Dalmatia, by Italian troops, and Yugoslavia, not yet constituted, had only words with which to resist. It is not hard to understand that Italy now laid claim to Fiume, but it is easier still, to understand that, with this blatant infringement of an existing treaty and a much vaunted principle, it 234 did not exactly meet with a sympathetic ear at the peace conference. Why did it deny the Yugoslavs the very thing it claimed for itself in South Tyrol? Why did it not consider an exchange, which would have been the most obvious solution of all? Was not the impression inevitable that Italian policy was being laid down by the nationalists, to whom the nationality principle was a mere pretext and who were guided solely by motives of power and prestige? This tension in foreign policy overshadowed all events in Italy until and beyond the Treaty of Rapallo. 172 Yet in actual importance it was but a poor shadow in comparison with political conflicts at home. 173 The dispute between interventionists and neutralists had never been suspended or overcome in the hour of common need and common determination. The war, which was supposed to create or confirm the nation, had in fact split it more deeply than ever, since it had itself been the product of a cleavage not unlike civil war. If the interventionists could point to the war as the highest confirmation of their will, the former neutralists could equally well object that the gains might have been achieved without war, that the enormous losses had been too high a price, and that in any event those who bore the immediate and sole responsibility for the death of 700,000 young men should be punished. Even if these accusations were derived from an unheroic mentality, they were bound to find their mark with the interventionists at a point of deep-seated uncertainty and self-doubt. For despite the undeniable fact that the Italian armies had fought well, they had not achieved any convincing successes, they had not even managed to conquer as much as Austria had been prepared 4 years earlier to give up. Thus it could not even be claimed that Italy had contributed notably to a containment of hostile forces. The Austrian defense position in the Alps was too favored by nature for the use of mass armies there. It was therefore necessary, if Italy's own moral personality was to be saved, to seize upon the Battle of Vittorio Veneto, 174, an encounter which had merely given the coup de grace to the abandoned army of an already crumbling state, and to describe it falsely as the decisive battle of the World War. But the resistance met with in Paris was more easily explained by the phrase Vittoria mutilata, which closed its eyes. 235. To the treaty text and the true situation in Fiume 175 and offered a convenient clear-cut schema to sensitive consciences. Thus two lies transformed the content of true interventionism into a coin of topical politics, and the task of circulating this coin was assumed primarily by the nationalists. But the former neutralists were not content with discussing the past either. The socialists must have seen their belief confirmed that only a radical change in the social structure could cut the ground forever from under the feet of the forces of intervention. But there was no agreement as to what form this change should take. The majority of the party were victims in words, at least of the disastrous misconception that the party must take Lenin's revolution as its model. Those who held this belief were deluding themselves in nearly every point where delusion was possible: the structure of their OV/N party, the nature of society, the degree of dependence on the state, the character of the people. But they had considerable initial success because they managed to gain influence over the as yet unorganized force which was to be the decisive one. This third force was the enormous bulk of peasants, members of the middle class, and workers, who had fought through this first democratic war in the history of Italy and who now brought back to their native land not so much memories as the will to far-reaching reform of the agrarian structure, of the army constitution, of labor legislation, of election methods. But their determination would inevitably be lost and dissipated if it did not join hands with an already organized political group. Only a minority could have been willing, with the nationalists, to glorify the war instead of transforming it into tangible social results. But not very many turned with enthusiasm to the Leninists, the masses are not inclined to a radicalism which makes strong doctrinal demands. The majority supported the general mood of discontent, known as revolutionary, participated in the innumerable strikes, land seizures, and so forth, but did not achieve any political will of their own. If it had been possible to detach the reformist socialists from their ambiguous and inwardly insincere association with the Leninists in the Socialist Party and to bring them together with these masses, then presumably the great reform party of social democracy would have been born, which would have been capable of initiating far-reaching social changes from below as well as protecting 236 them from above. 176 Those apparently destined to undertake this task were the leftist interventionists, who were equally removed from the nationalists as from the Leninists. Here lay Mussolini's political potential in 1919, and it was in fact in this direction that his political will was moving. But this will was burdened by the past and weakened by that sensibility which was unable to elude the emotion of the moment. That his insight was bound to lead him onto this path is beyond question. His critical analysis of Marxism, begun during the war, caused him to alter his views so radically and so widely that we find ourselves asking how these gradualistic asterisk theses can be compatible with his restless temperament. He is now convinced that capitalism still has a long life ahead of it, hence, that class cooperation is the order of the hour. Whereas he once spoke of Giornata Storica, today he sees that world economy, so extraordinarily complex, is not to be changed by coups de main. 177 He regards the separation of bourgeoisie and proletariat as naive. In the highly differentiated and individualistic societies of the West a revolution such as Lenin's is not possible. 178 With sharp and accurate perception he criticizes the tactics of the Socialist Party, 179 which fills the masses with expectations they neither can nor wish to realize. He declares it to be his task to bring this party to reason. It is not hard to see where Mussolini believes this reason to lie. It is the reformism, once so bitterly attacked, of Turati and the model of the French CGT under João. Fascism, which was founded on March 23, 1919, at a poorly attended meeting in Milan, mainly of former leftist interventionists, 180 wishes to be regarded as the beginning of a national socialism, germ cell of social democracy, or perhaps merely its midwife. For it is envisaged as a temporary, loose association, without dogmas and finality remote, pragmatically intent on the carrying out of certain tasks. 181 These tasks are those fundamental social changes which Leninism jeopardizes by linking them with untenable dogmas: republic, agrarian reform, abolition of the Senate, confiscation of church property, partial expropriation of capital, economic councils side by side with a political parliament. In any case, Mussolini is still very much aware at this point that a revolution must affect property rights, and youthful fascism not only frequently cites Kurt Eisner 182 as a model for its program, but points 237 pridefully tend the Carattere Popolare e Sovversivo of the founding meeting. 1s3 Nevertheless, there were many good reasons even at that time for not trusting to the revolutionary character of this anti-party, and it is hardly due to coincidence or inability that Turati, d'Aragona, 184 and Boazzi 185 did not wish to trust themselves to this helper. Mussolini's extraordinary mobility in the Adriatic question must have been enough to arouse misgivings. Following some unfriendly remarks in the French press, the oppressed peoples of the Habsburg Empire, who until that very moment had been allies, became for him quest tribu against whom he musters Italy's 3,000-year-old culture to do battle, 186 Whereas those Italians in favor of a compromise solution he attacks with increasing ferocity as renunciation politicians. With excessive speed the man who toward the end of the war stood godfather to the Italian League of Nations movement and enthusiastically acclaimed the American president, goes over to a spiteful anti-Wilsonism. In a violent onslaught of rage against the Supreme Council of wolves, foxes, jackals in Paris 187 he abandons himself to the theory of the proletarian peoples, although he presumably knows what Corradini's intention had been when he established it, and assuredly does not overlook the fact that the same objections can be leveled against this theory as against the naive theory of the proletarian class. Thus, if in a remarkable phase of his duel with Lenin, he accuses his great opponent of reintroducing capitalism into Russia, it must seem especially suspicious to the Allied democratic anti-Bolsheviks to see Mussolini using the myth formulations of anti-Semitism. According to this, joint efforts of Jewish bankers in London and New York and their racial brothers in Moscow were hindering the victory of the White armies in an act of vengeance against the Aryan race and Christianity. 188 These and similar deviations from the principal course are no doubt chiefly attributable to the fact that since the end of the war Mussolini had been in a truly desperate position. For years he had controlled the masses, now practically no one listened to him. All the antipathy now being openly hurled at the detested war found its chief target in him. It glorified the Socialist Party, for which he was the Judas and traitor. He no longer had any foothold among the masses, hence all political plans which might have been worthy of him remained nebulous, while the only contact that remained for him was with a 238 military and political demi-monde. At the war's end he allied himself with the Arditi, a special body of men who, with dagger and hand grenade, performed bold exploits but were exempt from the drudgery of life in the trenches. 189 The Arditi and their friends involved him in a very ugly demonstration against Leonida Bisalati, who had dared to support an exchange of Dalmatia and Fiume and to doubt the usefulness of the Brenner border, in short, against the very man who ought to have been his most important ally in the struggle for social democracy. 190 In April the same men entered the Avanti building after a street battle and set it on fire. Musso*Lini sought to justify the incident in his newspaper 191 after he had already declared civil war on the slanderers. We shall defend the dead. All the dead, even if we have to dig trenches in the squares and streets of our cities. 192 The parliamentary elections of November, 1919, finally made him realize his position. Negotiations over a leftist bloc failed because of the danger of incurring the people's wrath by using his name. Isolated, he received barely 5,000 votes out of more than 250,000. Throughout Italy the socialists celebrated an overwhelming victory. With 156 representatives they had become the strongest party. In a coalition with the Popolari they would have had an absolute majority. No one so much as mentioned Mussolini now. Politically speaking, he seemed to be defunct. But 2 months previously Gabriele D'Annunzio with a few hundred volunteers had occupied Fiume, and when the socialists used the opening session of parliament for an empty gesture, nationalist crowds in the streets of Rome organized a hunt of socialist deputies and manhandled many of them. While Mussolini's star seems to be declining, 2 new heavenly bodies appear on Italy's political horizon, nationalism and D'Annunzio. Nationalism. Italian nationalism is no younger than French nationalism, but whereas the latter started from an internal political event which generated the highest degree of international concern, for Enrico Corradini 193 it was the very limited national defeat at Adoua that prompted his transition from literature to politics. The internal political conflict was not as marked as in France. Corradini had been a liberal, which is why the formative process took longer than in the neighboring country. But when the first issue of /Regno appeared in November 239, 1903, Cofradini and his friends immediately fell upon socialism as the chief adversary with much greater single-mindedness, but they were also much more naive in adopting its conception of problems and its terminology. The foreword itself to /Regno leaves no room for doubt. The journal is intended as a voice against the baseness of the present time. And above all against that of ignoble socialism. In place of any ordering of noble ideas, the wrath of the basest instincts of greed and destruction has been laid down. 194 But this demarcation of the front entails a second one, the front against a bourgeoisie that does not defend itself, against an ideology out of which the evil plant of socialism has grown. In other words, With surprising frankness this nationalism declares itself, from the outset, to be the mouthpiece and advocate of that section of the bourgeoisie that despairs of liberalism because it does not feel sufficiently protected from socialism, one might say, of that bourgeoisie that took Mussolini the Marxist seriously and was afraid of him. At first Corradini quite plainly regarded as an internal political recipe that which was going to become more and more the basis of the doctrine, the emphasis on foreign policy, the glorification of war. The bourgeoisie, he said, had never realized that its salvation lay precisely in what socialism most hated, in a policy of expansion and imperialism. 195 Hence the Russo-Japanese War was welcomed joyously as a proof of the modernity of war. No less a man than Vilfredo Pareto provided the most clear-cut definition of the new doctrine and its assumptions. The bourgeoisie, he said, had come to believe that it could lead the people at will through elections, but now the people, or rather, a new elite of the people which was using the intellectual proletariat that had foolishly been created by the bourgeoisie itself, were moving toward the conquest of the state and above all toward the possessions of the bourgeoisie. Only a war in which many nations were involved and which was of fairly long duration could interfere with the regular course of the phenomenon. It could, however, alter that course if the stupidly humanitarian feelings of the bourgeoisie were to change and make way for virile feelings. But of this there is not, at least at present, the slightest indication. 196 What is remarkable at this point is not that the bourgeoisie as such expresses its class interests overtly, but that it required decades before the incompatibility of liberalism and the Marxist theory of class warfare found polemical expression and was extended to the dual opposition of this theory, and it is still more remarkable. 240. That a section of the bourgeoisie should adopt the assumptions of its opponent to such an extent that it loses all worldview of its own, regards war as the sole solution, and shows a tendency to deny its own historical roots. Corradini keeps entirely to the mode of thought and terminology of the opponent when he makes the famous distinction between proletarian and bourgeois nations 197 and declares that nationalism desires to be for the whole nation what socialism has been for the proletariat. Thus the threat to the bourgeoisie is removed in that the exploitation concept is shifted one step higher. Even so, it remains a concept of far less rational content and far less clear-cut appeal than the Marxist conception. Nor is it extended to call for the solidarity of all proletarian nations in the struggle against an exploiting bourgeoisie of nations. For Corradini's dream is imperialism, and his ideal is Rome. Hence he prefers the matching concepts of static and dynamic, or old and young, nations, with their stronger biological connotation. For all Italian nationalists, the model of a dynamic nation was Germany, and Germany's world revolution against the saturated and conservative nations of the West was observed with satisfaction and admiration. The inner logic of the doctrine would have required that the two dynamic nations unite in the world war so as to replace moribund wealthy impotence with their youthful and imperial strength. Yet, after starting out loyal to the Drehbund, the nationalists later went over to the side of the Entente. This is justified by Francesco Coppola 198 with the tortuous explanation that, beside the stronger dynamic nation, Italy could have only played a secondary role, while among senile nations it had a better chance of extending its own power. 199 A stupid argument on the part of a clever man, but the characteristic expression of a desperate situation, of a daydream of world power and unrestricted autonomy, for which the elementary prerequisites were lacking and must inevitably be lacking even more as time goes on. But perhaps this was the very reason why no other European country so enthusiastically acclaimed the war as a healing, hallowing, and ontological power, and after all, Italy was the only country to enter 2 world wars without being compelled by necessity to do so. Not even in Hitler's Germany were the identification of right with might, the ridiculing of humanitarismo cristiano o democratico, 200 the reduction of history to an amoral struggle of isolated peoples for the bread. 241. Basket, ever pursued to a greater extent than in the Italian nationalism of Corradini, Coppola, and their friends. Greatly as they exceeded the men of the Action franchise in ruthless modernity, they nevertheless lagged far behind them in their depiction of the history of decay, even though the commonplaces of conservative thought, from anti-individualism to anti-parliamentarian, were manipulated by them with virtuosity. It is noticeable, however, that Enrico Corradini does not even hesitate to criticize the Risorgimento, 202, and his formulation of historical anti-Semitism is as sharp as Mora's. Rome was carried by the eagles of its will to the Roman Empire, to the Pax Romana. Judea could only dream. The first socialism is in the Bible. The first justice of the lowest is in the Bible. The first violence of the meek against the violent, the first arrogance of the humble against the arrogant, are in the Bible. The prophet is the revolution. 203 Corradini's philosophy is restricted to organic metaphysics of the eternal laws of life which man can and must not infringe. His classicist aestheticism shows traces of still being linked to the concepts of civilization and mankind. Seen as a whole, Italian nationalism is a somewhat younger and much coarser brother of the French, a boxer as compared to a fencer, free of the prejudices of a long and cultured background but also, seen objectively, free of its despair and cruelty. But it is precisely the sturdier and less logical nature of Italian nationalism, combined with the influence on it of Marxist terminology and mode of thought, that make possible a meeting with heretical socialists. For the nationalists do not hesitate to acknowledge a positive side to liberalism, democracy, and socialism, and to speak soon and emphatically of revolution, indeed at times to proclaim national democracy or even national socialism as their ideal. The concept of the produttory is just as much a potential point of contact as is their will to solve the problems of the proletariat by the conquest of settlement colonies. Even among the founders of the weekly periodical Il Dia Nazionale, which in 1911 replaced the defunct //Regno, 204, there was a former revolutionary socialist, Roberto Forges de Vanzotti. The Libyan War brought quite a number of socialist intellectuals closer to nationalism. At that point, of course, the nationalists were still regarded as mere auxiliary forces of Giolitti and the liberals, but with the World War they assumed 242 their own, unmistakable position, and in the post-war period nationalism, faithful to its traditions, became the spearhead of the imperialist and anti-socialist trend. Nationalists created their stormtroop divisions and reigned supreme in the streets of Rome. With Luigi Federzoni 205, nationalism also represented the extreme right in parliament. But it was bound to appear doubtful whether the nationalists would achieve direct contact with the masses. They pinned their hopes on the memory of the war and on problems of foreign policy that the war had left unsolved. And when the news arrived of D'Annunzio's coup in Fiume, l'Idea Nazionale gave him its unqualified support. Mussolini did the same in Milan. Thus Fiume brought together the two elements which were to be each other's destiny. D'Annunzio in Fiume. At the end of the war, Fiume had been occupied by Italian troops, joined later by French and English contingents. The Allied occupation corresponded better to the unclarified situation. Not that there was the slightest possibility of the city being simply handed over to Yugoslavia or becoming the victim of a Croatian coup, but uncertainty bred mistrust, and it was above all the nationalists who were interested in exploiting this mistrust against the government of Francesco Saverio Nitti, whose internal policy they feared more than anything else because it aimed ultimately at constituting social democracy. The agitation in Fiume led to incidents. As a result of a unanimous decision of the Allied command, some Italian divisions had to leave the city and were for the time being stationed quite close by, in Ronchi. There a number of officers conspired to seize Fiume, and they asked Gabriele D'Annunzio to assume command. During the war, D'Annunzio, as had been his dream, added to his fame as a poet his fame as a warrior. He had been decorated with the Gold Medal, Italy's highest and rarest decoration for bravery. He had lost an eye, and by the end of the war he held the rank of lieutenant colonel. Yet what he had actually been was not a soldier but a kind of privileged adventurer in assorted uniforms who in a Venetian palace thought up the most daring exploits and carried them out on land, on sea, and in the air. He was honored as the nation's greatest poet, but also as the man who in May, 1915, had made a vital contribution to Italy's entry into the war. Thus one man in Europe, over and above the disciplined and confined dying of the masses, carried on the war as the Sug. 243. Premedverfture, the gigantic confirmation of his own powerful ego. It was in him that all those whose mentality and situation permitted a similar outlook found themselves confirmed, chiefly a large number of young officers. For master and disciples alike, the end of the war meant the same, the end of ecstasy, the beginning of a workaday world. For D'Annunzio and his followers, Fiume offered a unique opportunity to continue living the great life. 206. It is hard to believe that patriotism was the primary motive of these men. They were not, after all, defending a forlorn corner of their native soil, at the cost of loss and sacrifice, from the onslaughts of the enemy. They saw to it that the troops of their own army retreated without bloodshed, and deserted in order to parade about. Legally speaking, it was in fact with a group of deserters that D'Annunzio set out from Ronchi on the evening of September 11 against Fiume. But the march of these deserters was supported in many ways by the regular army, and in Fiume the commanding general, after a short tussle with his conscience, embraced the great poet with tears and left the field to him. It was the first demonstration of what oaths of loyalty and allegiance were in future actually to mean to their champions. France and England submitted to the affront and withdrew their contingents. It was the first successful bluff in post-war Europe, and it would not be the last. For over a year D'Annunzio ruled Fiume as commandante. Never in the world's history has there been a more impressive farce or one with greater implications for the future. The government in Rome ordered a blockade of Fiume, at the same time keeping it supplied through the Red Cross. Italian troops encircled the city and remained on the friendliest terms with D'Annunzio's legionaries. Half the population were hostile toward the commandante, 207. Yet in front of his palace one delirious public demonstration followed another. The Gagliardetti vanished when the Salvatori appeared, the legionaries' daggers flashed and the death skulls on their insignia threatened. In the dialogue between speaker and masses, excitement mounted until it became a paroxysm, and to the question "Hev Italia?" 1,000 voices echoed back like thunder, and not did that not explode all traditional ideas. Here is life bursting forth. Here is life on the rampage. 208. Indeed, the legionaries and the daughters of the city paid homage to life and the unique hour in endless promiscuity. 209. D'Annunzio saw the dawn of a new age where life would be. 244. Fuller and more beautiful. Versailles means decrepitude, infirmity, obtuseness, deceit, betrayal, and cruelty, which look out on the world from eyes dilated with fear. Ronchi means youth, beauty, daring, cheerful sacrifice, broad aims, profound newness. The newness of life is not in Odessa. It is in Fiume. It is not by the Black Sea, it is by the Carnero. 10. This newness of life was simply the reawakening of the oldest culture. For as the champion of Rome and its 3,000-year-old mission, the soldier-poet was keeping watch against the advancing barbarism of Slavic tribes that have no history. Were we not to hold it, tree flood of Balkan tribes, the flood of Slavic barbarism, would advance to within 20 kilometers of the walls of Trieste. 211. But D'Annunzio's deep cultural awareness does not prevent him, in his wrath against the powers of Versailles who tolerate him but have not recognized him, from proclaiming himself the leader of the crusade on behalf of all oppressed peoples. It is the new crusade of all the poor and impoverished nations, the new crusade of all poor and free men, against the nations which usurp and amass all wealth, against the predatory races. 212. True, all that entered the port of Fiume was now and again a ship they had been lucky enough to capture. True, the wharves and factories were more or less at a standstill. Nevertheless, D'Annunzio presented his city with a new political and economic constitution, later known as the Carta del Carnero, which was drawn up mainly by the syndicalist Alceste de Ambrose, and which, if it is modern to mix, is certainly the most modern of all constitutions. From the medieval past it took the names of its two houses and the importance of autonomous corporations. It denounced the parasites and, like anarcho-syndicalism, praised the producer, it aimed at establishing a popular government as envisaged by Rousseau, and interpreted much like Rousseau the unqualified power handed over in danger to the commandanti. Like the Age of Enlightenment, it emancipated women, and, like the ancient Poles, introduced a cult of the state. For the first time in a modern constitution, music becomes an istituzione religiosa e sociale, for a great people not only makes God in its own image, but also composes a hymn for its God. A circular building, to be built shortly and to accommodate at least 10,000 people, is to serve for the celebration of the new faith. Thus, 245. Old and nev carat become the element of the new world which is destined to triumph victoriously over capitalism and socialism. 213. This program obviously contains some points which must render it suspicious in the eyes of conservatives. In fact, D'Annunzio came more and more into contact with revolutionaries, headed by Enrico Malatesta, 214, while some of his young officers developed into virtual communists. With the plan for a march on Rome was linked the will to a republic, and all this made some of the most loyal friends in Rome increasingly uneasy. Since with the Treaty of Rapallo D'Annunzio had become a serious debit item in Italy's foreign policy, and since he made his situation still worse by foolish provocations, the end of the adventure was rapidly approaching. Shortly before Christmas of 1920, Giolito gave the regular troops the order to attack. The first few dead provided D'Annunzio with the concept of Natale di Sangue, but when the first shells from the battleship Andrea Doria roared over the great square which had so often heard the cry Italia o Morte and struck the commandante's palace, the poet left his city 215 and went to Lake Garda, where for a few years he still remained a political power, then became an exalted memory, and finally died as a burden. 216. His legionaries scattered throughout Italy in 1921, the majority swelled the ranks of the fascists, although many of them could not forgive Mussolini for being a traitor. Mussolini's darkest year. Neither reaction is surprising. On the one hand, the fascists adopted the style of the Fiume enterprise with far fewer qualms than the nationalists; on the other, for the leader of the fascists the year of D'Annunzio's great adventure meant the darkest year of his political career, and his loyalty to the Commandante was not exempt from doubt. Throughout this time Mussolini seemed to be little else than D'Annunzio's personal journalist in Italy. Immediately after the march on Ronchi he declared that Fiume was now the seat of his government, and henceforth he and the fascists would obey it alone. 217. He desired to be one of D'Annunzio's legionaries. Disciplined soldier, at the disposal of the Commandante. 218. And although at first he used to address the poet in personal letters as Mio caro D'Annunzio, he soon 246 adopted a more formal address and assured the Commandante, "Sono il vostro soldato." 2w. How little this subordinate role suited Mussolini can be seen from the fact that the anarchistic and individualistic streak in his character emerged more strongly in this period than in any other. Fascism had become for him the refuge of all heretics, the church of all heresies, 220, and he was groping his way back to a thinker who was at times important to him in his younger days, when he said, "Leave the way open for the elemental forces of individuals, because there is no other human reality apart from the individual." Why should Stirner not become topical again? 221. There is no better description of the desperate mental state, no clearer example of what was apparently a permanent trait in the future restorer of the concept of state, than the following outburst of April, 1920, "Down with the state in all its types and personifications. The state of yesterday, of today, of tomorrow. The bourgeois state and the socialist one. For those of us who are the doomed of individualism, all that remains for today's darkness and tomorrow's gloom is the henceforth absurd but ever-consoling religion of anarchy." 222. But the Protestantism of this heretic of both Vaticans, in Moscow and Rome, is expressed mainly in the form of a paganism which, because of its contempt for all theologies and all Christianisms, sees modernity primarily as nature and has apparently finally abandoned Marx in favor of Nietzsche. We who deeply loathe all Christianisms, from that of Jesus to that of Marx, look with extraordinary sympathy on this new impetus to modern life, in the pagan forms of the cult of strength and daring. 223 The result is a sense of crisis that sometimes resembles that which possessed Hitler. The world today bears strange analogies with that of Julian the Apostate. Will the red-haired Galilean * conquer yet again? Or will the Mongolian Galilean of the Kremlin be victorious? Will there be a successful revaluation of all values, as there was in the twilight of Rome? 224 But myth formulations and Nietzschean radicalisms are always quickly encapsulated in Mussolini's mind. They do not prevent him from making sober political analyses and examining whatever problems are relevant to him at the moment. Hence his criticism of the Socialist Party remains unchanged and shrewd. It is obstructing one's own path to antagonize the middle classes to no purpose, repel the war veterans, and try to dress Italians in the blouse of the Russian mujik. It is foolish to glorify the manual laborer blindly, the deceptive. 247. Union of revolutionaries and reformists would result in mutual crippling. Indeed, he even speaks of two Roddies and our opinion. 225 Generally he argues entirely as a functionary of socialism. This is still his interpretation of his interventionism, for he claims to have been the one who made the present situation possible, who brought about the fall of the stage setting which was hiding the city of utopia. 226 The Socialist Party must now have the courage to hoist the flag of collaboration, for it is its duty to complete the bourgeois revolution in a country whose problems are pre-socialist and whose forces of production are in a rudimentary state. 227 It is fascinating to watch how this man, on whom these insights were forced by circumstances, in the same breath depreciates them, as again and again he expresses his contempt for them, the contempt of his temperament, which never ceases to take full credit as the founder of Italian communism. You do not have the temperament for the historic day or the bloodbath of Mussolini's memory. Do what you can do, and stop pretending to be lions when you are rabbits, and cease talking about the barricades when all you understand is how to go to the polls. 228 Typical of this mixing of elements is the form given to his relationship with Lenin. Now he no longer denies Russian communist heroism and the will to fight, but he has ceased to admit that they are fighting for the communist society. Bolshevism, he says, is revealing its capitalistic, warlike, nationalistic face, and Lenin is the greatest of all reactionaries in Europe. The fact that some communists now declare that he too has sold out, is noted by Mussolini with the utmost satisfaction. That is a little bit our revenge. 229 Horror and admiration fight in him when he says, Lenin's attempt is a vast, terrible experiment in vile bodies. Lenin is an artist who has worked with human beings as other artists work in marble or metals. There has been no masterpiece. The artist has failed. The task was beyond his powers. 23 degrees If sympathy is mixed with aversion in his attitude toward Lenin, his sympathetic movement toward the nationalists is constantly being retarded by resistance. Although Mussolini, like the nationalists, applauds the captains of industry, and in the midst of revolutionary verbalism accepts with pride the term reactionary, he nevertheless wants a distinction made between his freedom-loving and democratic anti-Bolshevism and that of the nationalists, and he objects to the national movement being confused with one part of it, the 248 nationalists. 231 When the Treaty of Rapallo is signed, his positive evaluation diverges radically from the indignation of l'Idea Nazionale over the betrayal. Unlike l'Idea Nazionale, he supports a peaceful policy vis-a-vis Yugoslavia and stresses the demand, this ambiguity between nationalism and fascism which has arisen in some centers must cease. 232 At the same time this attitude constitutes a breach, never quite healed, with the legionaries, who accuse him of minimalismo adriatico, and all attempts at appeasement have little effect. Mussolini's comments on the Natali di Sangue sound conspicuously reserved. By the end of 1920 he has regained his political independence. Nor was the drought of that year always of equal intensity. Admittedly, the first few months saw him at the nadir of his political career. The accusations leveled at him by two former editors of his newspaper, because he used money collected pro fume to finance the small private army which protected the Popolo d'Italia, would almost have finished him off morally, and it was only D'Annunzio's generosity that saved him. In those days he spoke of the remnants of fascism, 233, and felt he was lucky to be still on his feet. 234. But about the middle of the year, fascism achieved its first great successes in Trieste and Venezia Giulia in a ruthless struggle that was simultaneously a nationality and a class war. On August 21 he was able to speak of fascism's hour, even though he still believed in its merely temporary nature. 235. As the seizing of the factories by the workers 236 drew to a close, he was welcomed as a savior and was able to make a great speech in purged Trieste, the cradle of fascism. 237. On October 20 he spoke for the first time of fascism existing above the bourgeoisie and the proletariat, saying that it might become the forza dominatrice of the nation. 238. But it required the events in Bologna and the Po Valley to bring him back, after December, within a few months to a position of influence and power in high politics. This advancing wave of fascism coincides with the ebb of the socialist tide, which reached its peak in seizing of the factories and then petered out exhausted and disillusioned. The socialist face of 1920. It is a fact that even D'Annunzio's enterprise would not have met with nearly such a strong response had it not offered a 249 number of influential men and newspapers a unique opportunity to distract attention from more important events or to create new hope in respect to them. For this year was indeed the heyday of the Socialist Party and of those social movements of which it had made itself the advocate, movements whose interests it often completely ignored yet for whose excesses it was often held responsible. The year 1919 had moved quite clearly in the direction of far-reaching political and social changes, and this direction was confirmed by the result of the elections of November, 1919, and identified with certain parties, that is, with the Socialists and the Popolari. If these parties had joined forces they would have had a parliamentary majority and been able to put through almost any change except the revolution. What does revolution mean in this case? Any process can be called revolution which leads by extra-legal means to a change in the highest political leadership. In this sense, the forcing of intervention in 1915 may be called a revolution. But it only brought about that which would in principle have been legally possible, and it left untouched the political structure of the country. In a more drastic sense we can speak of political revolution only when it causes a change in the political system, that is, when no possible configuration within the system can coincide with it. In this sense fascism brought about a revolution, but it did not do so all at once. We cannot really speak of a fascist state before 1926. Since Marx we have been accustomed to apply the term revolution only to those upheavals which cause a fundamental change in the economic structure as well, and thus in matters of property and ownership. But Marx himself by no means denies that a change of this kind may be a long drawn-out process, and he therefore does not hesitate to call the bourgeoisie as such revolutionary. Revolution can, of course, coincide with a political overthrow, thus fulfilling the fourth and apparently highest conception of the term. Such a political economic revolution is neither logically nor historically an impossibility. The French Revolution was of this type, and so was the Russian. But all that the Italian socialists could think of was a revolution of the proletariat against the bourgeoisie. Its inevitability had been foretold by Marx, and no prediction is more compelling than that which signifies the elimination of the class which manifestly monopolizes the social wealth and the management of labor, and its replacement by abstract and collective direction of labor. 250 And property in a more universal society. Yet no prediction has proved more incorrect during the course of a century, if proletariat is taken to be a definite group, typified by manual labor, in contrast to all the rest of society. In the 100 years since the Communist Manifesto there has been no single instance of the proletariat as seen in these terms defeating the bourgeoisie. Nor could it succeed in doing so. For bourgeoisie must not be equated with one of its manifestations with the one described by Thomas Mann, for example. The concept of bourgeois capitalist production methods must be seen in sufficient breadth to include every type of rationalized and collectivized production of which the distinguishing feature is ownership largely private of the means of production by an undetermined number of people. In principle, it excludes neither a certain amount of planning nor the complete absence of property on the part of any particular group. The proletariat in the Marxist sense, whose rise appears for a time identical with the rise of society itself, in turn assumes a negative relationship to this development as soon as a definite and relatively high proportion of technical and intellectual labor becomes necessary in the day-by-day production process. Those who perform this work do not fit into any Marxist category, and the social movement is producing them in rapidly increasing numbers. Even in its most random and imperfect national individuality, bourgeois society will become the more indestructible the further it proceeds beyond the starting point of this development, as long as the proletariat persists in its isolation. The proletarian revolutions in Russia and China are no exceptions to this rule. The technical and intellectual cadres of industrial society need not be brought to the fore via the bourgeois liberal path, but once they are there the proletariat cannot prevail against them. It may be possible for an anti-feudal agrarian revolution to be led by a proletarian nucleus. The results will be remarkable, but will certainly not correspond to the Marxist image. Moreover, it is not permissible to speak of a proletarian nucleus without qualification. For scarcely anywhere has it occurred to the proletariat to regard itself as anything but a section of bourgeois society. It was bourgeois intellectuals who first provided it with a coherent faith in its world mission. The result is, revolution in the Marxist sense is the impossible revolution. This certainly does not imply the absurd thesis that every 251 thing must always remain as it is, or even that a sweeping upheaval is not possible. As far as Italy is concerned, the questions to be asked are as follows: was Italy already so bourgeois that the proletarian revolution was bound to be considered impossible? Was Italy still so agrarian feudal that a proletarian anti-feudal revolution was possible? Was the socialist leadership in its background and mentality able and willing to endure the rigors of such a revolution? Was the chosen moment, after a war which, although victorious, was not really desired, a favorable one? The fate of the Italian Revolution resides in the fact that all these questions must be answered with no, and most particularly the third one. At the party conference at Leghorn, which resulted in the secession of the Communists, Costantino Lazzari, one of the chief Maximalists, criticized the Ordine Nuovo group on the grounds that he had never read anything about humanity or brotherhood in that paper. 239 It was a touching remark, typical of that spirit of bourgeois humanity which more than any other determined Italian socialism and which had prompted the reaction of the young Mussolini. 240 In contrasting vein, even Filippo Turati, shortly before the march on Rome, expressed the hope that the factions of socialism which were now divided would nevertheless collaborate to weave a shroud for bourgeois society. 241 All these men were not revolutionary enough to desire blood and disaster, and not reformist enough to break with familiar thought patterns. But perhaps this was merely the mirror image of the objective situation. It may be said, in anticipation, the socialists maintained that they desired the impossible revolution, and renounced the possible one. Italy, the country with the oldest bourgeoisie in Europe, was sufficiently bourgeois to resist even a serious proletarian attempt at revolution. 242 It was not sufficiently bourgeois to face it without fear and panic. Since Mussolini was unable to make the possible revolution with the socialists and popolari, he made the total political revolution with the nationalist bourgeoisie, and this revolution was at the same time the successful counter-revolution. But these propositions are only the anticipatory extract from a long and involved history. We must begin with the fact basic to the whole post-war development that the leadership of the Socialist Party, on 252, like public opinion, did not identify itself with the demand for a constitutional assembly, but instead declared its immediate aim to be the formation of the Socialist Republic and the dictatorship of the proletariat. 243 These words remained constant over and above all the movements which, after the turmoil of 1919, were combined, utilized and forgotten by the Socialist Party in its spectacular rise in political power. But how diverse these movements were. In Turin, a group of highly qualified workers, centering around Gramsci's Ordine Nuovo, devoted themselves very seriously to the problem of factory management through the producers themselves, the basic problem of the socialists. Here the idea and practice of consigli di fabbrica grew and were tried out, but they were foolish enough to make all too frequent use of the Russian word Soviet. A unique school of politics and sense of responsibility for social classes browbeaten for centuries was provided by the administration of the socialist communes. But the new mayors and councillors not only aroused the inevitable ire of the dispossessed notables, they also frequently allowed themselves to become unnecessarily provocative. It was usually the red flag rather than the tricolor which fluttered above the municipal building. Crosses and pictures of the king were hurriedly removed from communal rooms, and here and there stamps and emergency currency were issued with the sign of the hammer and sickle. In the small community of Poggibonsi the tricolor was even burned on a funeral pyre. 245 Agricultural conditions in the Po Valley represented class warfare at its bitterest, yet not in the revolutionary sense. The surplus population and the system of braccianteto were bound to lead either to the complete impotence of the ruthlessly exploited day laborers, who were only employed for a few months at a time, or to the land workers combining and trying to fight collectively for adequate wages and equal conditions for all. It is not surprising that the leagues of the braccianti were highly tyrannical organizations. Unconditional discipline offset the weakness of their position. They tried above all to put into effect the principle of the imponibile della mano di opera, that is, the landowner or tenant farmer was obliged to take a certain number of laborers whether or not he could use them. Vice versa, the individual laborer could only dispose of his labor with the consent of the league. Anyone breaking through the solidarity was ruthlessly boycotted. No shopkeeper would sell him bread, no carpenter would do him a hand's turn, no doctor. 253. Dared visit Kiss House. The monopolistic hold of the leagues over labor sometimes went so far that a tenant farmer would have to pay a talia because he had put to work a son who was not a member of the league. Nothing was more natural than that this system should have caused enormous resentment and bitterness not only among the property owners, and that increasingly vocal demands were made to the authorities for restoring and safeguarding freedom of work. Yet another sphere consisted of the network of producing and consumer cooperatives which had been built up over decades with much determination and energy and nowhere more outstandingly than in Ravenna by the deputy Nullo Baldini 46 who had been a kind of pupil of Alessandro Mussolini and had carried the young Benito in his arms. 247 This was the only large-scale attempt in all Europe to develop within the capitalist social order an organism which could hollow out this order from within and which, after the training of new leadership groups, could eventually eliminate it. It was an attempt which sprung from a purely reformist spirit but, with its Camera di Lavoro, Case del Popolo, and cultural groups, it represented in all its institutions a revolutionary creation, a state within a state, one which the great masses saw as their true home. Again, of an entirely different nature were the turbulent strivings of the land-poor southern Italian peasants to start an attack on the latifundia. This constituted a powerful revolutionary movement, but one which was more or less ignored by the Socialist Party since it was almost without influence on these backward masses. Yet were not the urban masses also backward? Did not the party regularly lose its grip on them whenever one of the innumerable high cost of living riots took place? Did not these masses reveal a hypersensitivity which responded to even the most trivial provocation to go on strike? In any case, the absurd resistance to the introduction of daylight saving time, or the obstinate refusal to make their contributions to the newly created social insurance, showed that they were a long way from being educated masses in the Marxist sense rather than being merely intoxicated by revolutionary slogans. It was not the masses as such which undertook the celebrated occupation of the factories at the end of August, but the working class elite, which was organized in the Metal Workers' Union. The occupation of the factories had not been intended as a political revolutionary act, 248. Nevertheless, this unprecedented event has rightly been regarded as the 254 timid climax of the revolutionary movement. Mussolini had been one of the first to applaud this type of productive strike. 249. It failed because of an inadequate conception of production. The top technical personnel did not take part, delivery and sales came to a standstill, international reactions were inevitable. As head of the government, Giolitti moved very cautiously, he avoided any use of force, and finally negotiated an agreement guaranteeing the workers' rights that were hitherto unheard of, which buried all revolutionary hopes forever. 250. After September 25, all that was left to the Italian proletariat was to defend the rights and gains won so laboriously during the preceding 2 years. The only way to defend them was to exert influence on the government. But the party continued to talk about the revolution as if nothing had happened. It is just as difficult to adjust convictions and modes of thought to altered circumstances as rights and forms of property. In spite of the bloc formation of the bourgeois parties, the communal elections of October 31 placed a third of the Italian communes and provincial administrations in socialist hands. The party was still a giant, but his knees were now paralyzed. The tragedy was that he went on talking as if he were still the fastest runner. Yet the feet of those who were to carry him out were already at the door. It is true that, seen as a whole, the revolutionary movement had been remarkably bloodless. But in its complexity, in its confusion, and above all in its grand words, it had alarmed so many people and damaged so many interests that an incalculable reservoir of rage, hatred, revenge, and contempt was bound to accumulate. Enrico Malatesta saw things correctly when he said, "If we do not go on to the end, we shall have to pay with bloody tears for the fear we are now causing the bourgeoisie." 251. This prophecy came true all too soon. For Malatesta, however, the grimmest feature was that men of whom he had once thought highly had a considerable share in it. Fascist reaction. The question of the significance of fascist action in the defeat of socialism has been answered in contradictory terms by the opposing parties. Fascism claimed to have conquered the Bolshevik Revolution and saved Italy. But there is little to be said for this answer. Mussolini's early utterances, the only relevant ones, do no more to confirm it than do the facts themselves. The anti-fascist thesis is obviously much more accurate, that 255. Fascism gave the coup de grace to the revolution after its failure. 2. Various undisputed facts corroborate this. In October 1920, the number of fascists throughout Italy was still only 190, but by the end of the year there were 800. 253. Mussolini declined to take part in the communal elections because he foresaw a glaring defeat. No fascist action whatever resulted during the occupation of the factories. Thus, if it is true that the occupation of the factories was the climax as well as the last chance of the revolutionary movement, the anti-fascist thesis is absolutely correct. And from an objective standpoint there is indeed the highest degree of probability for this opinion. Seen subjectively, however, matters look different. In November 1920, it was still impossible in Bologna to bury a corpse or employ a worker without a license from the Camera del Lavoro. Even during this period many socialist municipal administrations tried to replace dealers and artisans by city-owned concerns, and at this late hour there was still no lack of revolutionary speeches in Italy. That powerful sections of the middle classes should in many regions still feel that their most vital interests were being threatened is understandable. They did not reflect on the danger to the state, they saw the danger to themselves. To expect them to see that the disappearance of the danger to the state would sooner or later entail the disappearance of the danger to themselves, would be unreasonable. If we wish to obtain a picture of the severity and agitation of the struggle which took place during the next few months, we must not take Mussolini's articles as a basis, for they always address the socialists in the voice of mentor or mocker. Rather, we should look at the impassioned utterances published by the young Dino Grandi 254 in the Assalto of Bologna: "Get away from us. Do not touch us. Spare us the effort of spitting in your ugly faces." 255 It is highly probable that the anti-fascist argument is correct, yet the fascist interpretation is understandable, for there is another aspect from which the two opposite absolute theses require differentiation. On the one hand, we must consider the remarkable differences in the situations in the various regions of Italy, since historically these regions were much more individualized and more deeply divided from each other than in any country in Europe. While in Trieste and Friuli, fascism had achieved victory before the seizing of the factories, the regions of southern Italy and the islands were scarcely aware of its existence right up to the time of the March on Rome. But this is not to say that in the various principal towns or areas socialist violence had been dominant until September 1920, to be succeeded all of a sudden by fascist violence. In Milan, a discharged officer calmly shot a red flag to shreds on the street right after the end of the war, and some young rowdies tugged Cerati's 256 beard. 257 In April 1919, the Avanti premises were burned down. This did not alter the fact that during these critical months the fascists did not move, and that in July 1922, the red flag was still waving over the city hall carrot of Italy's second largest city. In Siena, the Casa del Popolo was destroyed in March 1920, but halfway through 1922 the Reds successfully defended the city of Parma against a whole fascist army. 258 In short, instances of fascist violence occurred very early on, as a warning, a sign, a hope, for many, but, by the same token, important socialist positions of power were still in existence in 1922. Nevertheless, when the battle broke out in full force at the end of 1920, it was determined by the preponderance of one particular party in a way that could not but cause consternation and often indignation. Everywhere the fascists were the aggressors. Socialist acts of violence, allegedly the reason for reprisals, were for the most part merely a reaction to attacks by fascists. On all sides fascist violence aimed systematically and methodically at the destruction of the enemy, while socialist resistance was incoherent and sporadic, and tired rapidly. The basic outline of events is clear, although their depiction by both parties differs widely in emphasis and elucidation. 259 One of the chief advantages of the fascist squadre d'azione consisted in the fact that they had at their disposal men who were all experienced in battle and not particularly squeamish, former arditi or discharged officers. These were joined mainly by high school and university students. It is remarkable to note, using Kierkegaard's figures, for example, how powerfully these two groups delineated the face of early fascism. It was not the bourgeoisie as such that formed this front, but two highly special strata of the middle classes, strata which are typified by an impetuosity which can be defined equally well both positively and negatively. Their opponents were undoubtedly all more bourgeois in outlook than they, and this can also be defined both positively and negatively. Mussolini. 257. Spoke very early of the fascist leopard which could do as it pleased with the lazy cattle of the socialist masses. 260 The targets of the squads were all socialist institutions, no matter whether they were affiliated with revolutionary or reformist factions, Camera di Lavoro, Case di Popolo, socialist communal administrations, and so forth. They were looted, burned down, forced to liquidate, often scarcely a trace of them remained. What means did the socialists have to counter these spedizioni punitive on a comparable level? The fasci were often without proper headquarters, and to that extent they were nothing. But since they were to be regarded as the extended arm of the middle classes, indeed of the state, they were in that sense everything. These expeditions could always rely on the financial backing of powerful circles and the tacit, not to say practical, consent of the authorities. The fact that the agrarians supplied the trucks and paid for the gasoline, that the industrialists regarded the fascists as the legitimate defenders of their interests, is one of the main theses of the socialist argument, and it is confirmed by the fascist Kierko. 261 It is, of course, a thesis of supreme banality. What really requires explanation is why a large section of the middle class did not support the fascists and soon came to be regarded as a hostile power by the fascists. The attitude of the state and the authorities is another matter. Only too often the Carabinieri searched the Case di Popolo for arms before an attack by fascists and then left them to their fate, and this remains, like many similar events, an object of astonishment to the impartial observer, even when he takes into account that the socialists had done little to win the sympathy of the police. These attacks were carried out by cooperative means, trucks and telephone, as it was known. 262 When a fascist was murdered in some town by unknown hands, within a few hours trucks loaded with armed fascists came rumbling in from all the neighboring towns for a punitive expedition. 263 The socialist communities, on the other hand, allowed themselves to be overpowered one after another by the enemy, without even attempting a joint action. Mussolini's observation proved correct that the simple folk clung most tenaciously to their bit of earth and at best paid lip service to internationalism. The nationalists, accustomed to using the telephone and communicating over long distances, showed themselves more flexible and more powerful than the internationalists, who saw and loved only their own little corner. 258 So within a few months a few hundred squads of young men, supported by almost all the established forces of society, in a ruthless, naked class war destroyed with fire and sword in the principal regions of Italy all those hard-won institutions in which the process of the people's self-education had taken place, but which, after the attempted impossible revolution, seemed to large sections of the middle classes an intolerable threat. The story of this struggle is one of infinite and depressing monotony. It is enough to look at the beginning, a few typical examples, and the shift in emphasis which soon ensued and which was obviously essential to the continuance of fascism. The systematic fascist terror began as a nationality war in Trieste and Friuli. Here socialism was somewhat loosely identified with the Slavic race, because the party had retained its principles of organization from the Austrian era, that is, it did not exclude Slovenes, and it defended international peace just as vigorously as it carried on interclass warfare. However, Yugoslav circles laid claim to Istria, Friuli, and Trieste. A final settlement had not yet been made, and the national and social defense of the Italians, who were superior in every respect, developed sufficient explosive power to destroy almost entirely the whole network of socialist institutions in the country, whether Camera di Lavoro or cultural groups. Since the authorities were completely on the side of the fascists, these punitive expeditions often assumed the character of campaigns of troops and citizens' militia against Slavic villages on the Carso, in Istria, or in the Gorizia area. The destruction of the Hotel Balkan in Trieste, the headquarters of the Slovene organizations, by a joint action on the part of fascists and police was the climax of this campaign. Long before the end of the year, socialists all over Italy had started collecting for the victims of fascism in the Venezia Giulia. But this was a fringe area of Italy with exceptional conditions. The decisive breakthrough in a vital area was not achieved by fascism until 6 months later with events in Bologna. Bologna might have been called the red capital of Italy. An important industrial city, as well as the center of the Emilia with its innumerable leagues, Bologna came into almost unlimited socialist possession immediately after the war. The communal elections of October, 1920, further confirmed this supremacy. But in the meantime a nucleo nazionalista and a fascio had been constituted. The socialists had become uneasy. Riots were feared for the opening SES. 259. Zion of the newly elected city council. It is highly typical of the situation that the socialists, instead of requesting government protection, occupied with their own guards and defended the city hall, the Palazzo di Accursio, which was decorated with the red flag. This proved fatal. For when the fascists actually tried to penetrate into the crowded square in front of the building and fired off a number of shots, The inexperienced guards lost their heads and in panic tossed their hand grenades into the crowd. In the commotion of the council meeting, shots were fired by an unknown hand from the public seats at the national minority, and a lawyer, Giulio Giordani, who had been wounded in the war, was killed. Then the most remarkable thing happened. Although the main responsibility for the events obviously lay with the fascists, although the 8 dead and 60 wounded in the square were all socialists or socialist sympathizers, the death of the nationalist deputy brought all the hatred, all the resentment, all the indignation, which had been accumulating for years in the middle classes, to a primitive outburst of extraordinary violence. All those who until that moment had dared only to clench their fists in their pockets, now streamed toward fascism. Day after day new storm troops were formed, night after night socialist bases fell and burned. From one moment to the next the victors of the elections became hunted animals. The purged city also liberated its hinterland. The punitive expeditions drove out in long truck columns, forced the leagues and municipal administrations to liquidate, and restored the principle of freedom of work. Those taking part, however, and evidently a large section of the population as well, believed that all this was merely the reply to a wanton crime. The bloody deed of Empoli, which enabled Italian fascism to make its final breakthrough in Tuscany, was of a similarly complex and ambiguous nature. The rumor that truckloads of fascists were approaching had caused a commotion among the inhabitants of this stronghold of agitation and had resulted in a general, although very rudimentary, arming. When 2 trucks loaded with men actually did drive into the town, they were received with a hail of stones and shots. The first truck managed to get away. As for the occupants of the second truck, their desperate assurances that they were not fascists but army technicians in mufti were of little avail. The enraged mob descended upon them without listening and beat them to death with sticks and stones. It seemed as if furies had sunk their teeth in the flesh of their victims. 1. 260 wounded man who fled was discovered, and when he asked for a glass of water he was clubbed to death and thrown into the Arno. Here too, then, fear of the fascists bred a panic of violence, which in turn enabled violence by the fascists. Which was much more far-reaching and purposeful to achieve victory in an atmosphere of sympathy. 264 The same situation applies more or less even to the act of terrorism in the Diana Theatre in Milan. A bomb planted by anarchists caused terrible destruction, blowing some 20 innocent spectators to pieces and wounding many others. It appears that the bomb had been intended for the police headquarters as a protest against some scandalous cases of distortion of justice favoring the fascists, and that some misinformed young men took the murder weapon into the theater in a moment of confusion. 265 But at such a moment who asks about motives and circumstances? One saw only the horribly mutilated innocent bodies, and nothing was easier to understand than that. This, then, was what socialist violence was like, brought out essentially by fascism, which had set out to overcome it, sporadic, at best wild, never planned, flanked by individual terrorism and the atrocities of the mob. The Socialist Party was not directly responsible for the deeds of the anarchists and the mob, but it was blamed for them, and even though liberal society is almost insensitive to theoretical questioning of its existence, even though it can transform practical threats into stages in its development, it is still, like any other society, horror-struck when it sees the dregs of society emerge. If state violence, properly applied, achieves a maximum of effect with a minimum of actual implementation, the violence of the Italian socialists led with a minimum of reality to a maximum of false and evil appearance and gained nothing at all. Fascist violence was totally different in character, as can be shown by 3 early examples. In April, 1921, the leader of Florentine fascism, Marchese Dino Peroni Compagni, wrote a letter to the mayor of a small town in Tuscany, pointing out with seeming courtesy that the commune was no longer to be presided over by an individual such as himself. Therefore he advised the mayor to resign by a certain date, otherwise he would have to bear ogni responsabilità di cose di persone. Were the mayor to apply to government authorities, the ultimatum would expire 4 days earlier. 266 That the Marchese was not joking was something everyone knew. One might have expected him to use the services of a 261 go-between to convey his demands and threats to the mayor. As an aristocrat he disdained such devious methods. He signed his full name and address and used the official letterhead of the Fascio of Florence. It did not even seem to enter his mind that the letter was a criminal offense and a mockery of government authority. One of Italy's most famous squadrists, Sandro Carosi, entered a workman's cafe with some companions, drew his pistol and with a broad smile forced one of the men present to stand against the wall with a cup on his head. He was going to prove his marksmanship. But the bullet entered the man's head and killed him. In mock despair the marksman bewailed his unsteady hand. The newspaper reported the occurrence under the headline Uno sfortunato Guglielmo Tell, and justice saw no reason to intervene. 267 The mayor of Roccastrata refused to resign. After an agony of waiting, trucks of fascists arrived on July 24. A number of houses were set on fire, the peasants fled into the fields. Finally the fascists left, the inhabitants returned. But within a few minutes the engines roared again, the brakes screamed, the fascists jumped down ready for action. It was too late for another escape. On the way back a squadrist had been killed by a bullet from an unknown hand, and the wrath of the gods broke over the unfortunate village. Summary executions and brutal arson transformed the peaceful little place not into a battlefield but into a scene from Dante's Inferno. 2. Trademark. The violence displayed here is that of injured and threatened higher classes from lower middle class to aristocracy, cynical, systematic, purblind, devoid of any human relationship to its own people. This is why fascism was regarded by all serious contemporary observers of its beginnings as a manifestation of reaction, as Jacques Borghese 269 waging a victorious war of desperation on its class enemy. 270 But this sociological classification is inadequate. It was no mere coincidence that fascist methods made the greatest impression on the young, who in turn developed and refined them. For them these methods must have meant the transcending of middle-class society, something they yearned for in a blend of idealism, desire for adventure, and blind urge to action. Here presumably is to be found the answer to the difficult question of why such men as Grandi, Balba, 271 de Vecchia, 272 de Bono, 273 Ciano, 274 turned to fascism rather than to nationalism, to which by reason of their background they stood closer. That which was more nebulous, less rigid. 262 must have appealed to the young as being more promising, and to the former legionaries of D'Annunzio it presented a greater affinity to their social projects. But there was also the element of chance. Had Mussolini emigrated after the elections of 1919, as for a short time he apparently planned to do, those powerful emotions and feelings would certainly not have remained non-existent, and it is more than likely that they would have joined forces with nationalism. But explanations based on the psychology of generations and similar considerations do not exhaust the nature of fascist violence. It contains something of original evil, of cynical contempt for human beings, and diabolical delight in the humiliations of another human being, of a dark love of force for its own sake. We must never lose sight of this pre-bourgeois trait. 275 It was first revealed at a very early stage in the peculiar hostility of this movement toward the state, a hostility which contrasted very strangely with the movement's practical dependence on the organs of the state and with its theoretical glorification of the state. Close scrutiny shows that this hostility was not limited to an antagonism toward a particular form of state, rather it was revealed as being directed at the state per se insofar as the state constituted an impediment to its will, in other words, at legality in general. For this, 3 examples may be cited. At the beginning of May, 1920, fascists in Cittadella Veneto demanded the release of arrested comrades. A clash ensued during which 3 fascists fell. Thereupon the fascists killed the official responsible. 276. In July, 1920, a group of 500 fascists set out for the anti-fascist stronghold of Sarzana in order to liberate Renato Ricci, 277 who was incarcerated there. They advanced on the handful of carabinieri sentries at the entrance to the town with the cry of Viva Flottalia! Viva il Re! Siamo fascisti! The sentries fired when their order to halt was not obeyed. The fascists, taken completely by surprise, fled in panic, leaving a few dead behind. Their retreat was barred by anti-fascists, and without the renewed intervention of the carabinieri scarcely a single one would have escaped with his life. But the Popolo d'Italia denounced the capitano of the carabinieri as if he were a criminal, and the fascists actually managed to make the loyal man a target of a successful campaign. 278 in Medina, fascists protested against government measures. Discussions with the Commissar ensued. Understandably. 263. Enough, he had no intention of showing the Gagliardetti the usual deference and taking off his hat to them. 279. A fascist struck the irreverent covering from the Commissar's head, the indignant official drew his pistol and fired. The incident expanded, and 7 fascists fell. Thus 7 new martyrs could be consecrated and free rein given to a disproportionate indignation. That in the person of a minor official the state itself was being abused and raped did not seem to occur to anyone. Mussolini's unexpected rise and his last battle for coherence. It is highly probable that such an explosive event as the rise of Italian fascism during the months around the turn of the year 1920 to 21 was not the work of one man. Mussolini followed the metamorphosis of his creation not only with astonishment but also with alarm, and with a disapproval that first became steadily sharper and then slowly ebbed away. It was not, as legend would have it, that Mussolini led fascism to the threshold of victory in 1921, a new fascism shaped for itself a Mussolini after its own measure and image. Even the earliest manifestations of this fascism go beyond what Mussolini had originally desired. At the end of November, 1920, he wrote, "Fascism breaks forth irrepressibly in every corner of Italy, while the proletariat, nauseated, disillusioned, massacred, begins to disband." 28 degrees 2 years before he had wanted to fight many a good fight, still 281 side by side with the proletariat that had taken part in the war. Now he had to admit that the proletariat had remained in the hands of his enemies, and that the awakening of fascism ran parallel with the capitulation of the proletariat. At the same time he dug the grave for the principal fascist myth before it had properly evolved: Bolshevism is lying prostrate in its death throes, mortally wounded. 282. Does that not sound exactly as if he would like to call an alarmed halt, enough, to the spontaneous, irresistible movement? 283. The fasci should be purged, he said. Too many people had come in on the wave of success. The man who had from his early days sung the praises of violenza now made one appeal after the other to his pupils about the proper understanding of force. It should be chivalrous, only a reply to crime and challenge. Never an end in itself. One should not deny socialists the right to political manifestations. It was a genuine revolution to have dissuaded the Socialist Party from its tyrannical claims to hegemony and to have made it one party among other par. 264. Ties. In dealing with the socialists one must be able to divide the innocent from the criminals, the men cf honor from the scoundrels. 2*4 Fascism must not, as socialism had once done, lose its sense of moderation, otherwise its victory would be lost. 285. But did he really have any influence on the course of events? When on April 3 the fascists of liberated Bologna staged an enthusiastic welcome for him, he had to admit in addressing the public, half overcome, half uneasy, "Sometimes I can feel that the movement has already overflowed * the narrow confines I had assigned to it." 286. What are the confines and hence the aims which this new fascism, which conquered whole cities and overthrew firmly entrenched positions, had transcended? Presumably it is no less than the fundamental nature of the first fascism itself. This first fascism, which shared its concrete program with the socialists, was to be an instrument, a flexible little weapon, in the hands of the renegade socialist leader who at times considered himself the only socialist in Italy since the start of the war. 287 With this instrument he intended to get a new grip on the bloated Socialist Party horse which was galloping off in the wrong direction, and to guide it toward his own hard-won view. 288 The new fascism was obviously more than a temporary association for a specific purpose. But there is no evidence that at that time Mussolini wished to regard it as anything more than one new party among the others. For the time being his influence consisted chiefly in his interpretation of the phenomenon. Here the original conception is expressed just as much as the rudiments of a new self-image. When Mussolini asks, without the beatings, the revolver shots, and the arson of the fascists, when would the terrible drunken Russian frenzy of Italian Bolshevism ever have evaporated? He is obviously not claiming that fascism saved Italy by repulsing a social communist general attack. What he means is that the force of fascism has saved socialism from straying onto a path foreign to its nature. So he goes on. Fascism has therefore assisted the cause of Italian socialism. 289 He is therefore still speaking as a functionary of socialism, as the whip of social democracy, in the same spirit in which he passes judgment on the Socialist Party Congress at Leghorn and the party split. Will it be the beginning of wisdom? 29 degrees In keeping with this spirit is the positive interpretation he gives to fascism, in its concrete aspects, its programmissimi. 265. Lar, he says, to that of the Socialist Party, he wishes to carry out the only revolution possible in Italy, the agrarian. 291 Whatever the Socialists have to say about the background and financing of the punitive expeditions he refutes as turpiloquio, and in this way arrives at a peculiar method, full of deception and self-deception, of justifying the fascist enterprises. They were the merited reply to calumnies. But how little the squad leaders asked the Duce for his opinion, or even kept him informed, is shown with striking clarity by the involved, semi-ironical comment which Mussolini made on the punitive expedition against one of the Popolari newspapers in Treviso. That the fascists did not even inform their newspaper was proof of a special and complex mentality transcending the framework of the old parties. 292 It was no doubt this feeling of impotence vis-a-vis the primitive, combined with the impossibility of discussing concrete matters with the socialists, that caused him soon to escape into the myth. Fascism represents the common interest. It has proceeded from a profound need of this our Aryan and Mediterranean people who, at a given moment, felt itself threatened in its vital areas of existence by a tragic folly. 293 The ancient culture, Rome's imperial claim to rule, is reawakening in fascism. It is its task to lead Italy to the reconquest of the world, which was once its possession. 294 All this tends directly toward nationalism, but with the difference that not one of the distinguished gentlemen of Aldea Nazionale was ever capable of such coarse, plebeian language as Mussolini used, for example, in his election speech on the Piazza Belgioioso early in May, 1921. 295 Certainly not one of them would ever even have dreamed of thinking that, although one was against all forms of Bolshevism, if one had to choose one would prefer that of Lenin, because it was of gigantic, barbaric, universal proportions. 296 But outbursts of temperament on Mussolini's part are always mere symptoms, signposts, never do they represent the ultimate and decisive word. Scarcely had the new elections of May, 1921, swept him into Parliament with a triumphant number of votes and, for the first time since 1914, returned him, as leader of the faction of some 35 fascist deputies, to a serious position of political power. Then he plunged into his final battle for coherence and continuity with his beginnings. This battle brought him three of the most serious 266 defeats of his political career and was a vital factor determining his entire subsequent existence. On his arrival in Rome he granted the Gaia d'Italia an interview in which he stated that fascism must on no account be confused with nationalism, its leanings were republican, and hence the faction would not take part in the opening session of Parliament, the so-called Seduta Reale, representing as It did a dynastic manifestation. The leading forces of the nation were popolari, socialists, and fascists, and collaboration among them was not inconceivable. 297 It was not surprising that the interview caused a tremendous stir. It was a real slap in the face for all those who had voted for fascism because they wished to see socialism destroyed and conditions stabilized according to conservative ideas. Fascism as the catalyst of the dreaded socialist populary coalition against which the Vatican and large-scale industry, dynasty, and army were working so energetically, in spite of all reservations. 298 This was one of the most provocative ideas it was possible to utter, especially as it contained a direct threat to the monarchy. For Mussolini the commotion was an occasion to direct clear words to the recruits. To many new fascists, he said, the history of fascism was evidently unknown. He, Mussolini, would not permit the distinguishing characteristics of that fascism which I founded to be so altered that they become unrecognizable. 299 If words had any meaning, then the phrase Republican leanings also meant something, and it was no mere coincidence that the symbol of fascism was the Roman and Republican lictors bundle. He was prepared to defend these ideas against all comers. He would not abandon coherence, even if everyone else thought differently, for he was a leader who led, not a leader who followed. 300 But he very soon found himself on the defensive, although he cried Fascisti della Vigilia, Fascisti del Vicione, difendit il fascismo. 301 He sensed just as little sympathy among the Republicans, Socialists, and Popolari as among the Nationalists and Liberals. So he plunged into outbursts of furious, wholesale hostility. 302 And yet still placed too much confidence in his faction. At the decisive vote it turned out that, in this question which he himself regarded as the crucially important one, the majority of the group was against him. It was Mussolini's first grave defeat in the struggle with the new fascism. But he bowed to it and contented himself with compromises designed to conceal the scope of its significance. However, it is highly improbable that he was fighting a 267 battle here for the coherence of a political dogma. He had no qualms about admitting that in Parliament the fascists, together with Salandra's National Liberals, formed the National Right, and his first chamber speech revealed a strongly marked anti-democratic and anti-socialist accent. 30 feet 3 inches But it is also unlikely that it was a mere tactical chess move aimed at ensuring freedom of movement toward conservatives and nationalists. Mussolini's punctual thinking and feeling contain some key areas which never cease to be of vital concern to him, although not even these reveal an inflexible constancy. Among them is presumably his republicanism and certainly an instinctive attachment to socialismo pensante, to the men of honor among the agitators, in short, to the great chance missed repeatedly of 1919, and ultimately to the memories of his childhood. 304 In any case, during the summer of 1921 he behaved exactly as was to be expected, and there is little reason to believe in those tactical motivations which he soon had to use in order to appease his angry followers. The effort to make peace between the fascists and socialists has little in common with lordly chess moves and far more with a life and death struggle. Mussolini specifically and with unmistakable words starts it off by surrendering one of the strongest trump cards of his party, the myth of the necessary struggle against the Bolshevik menace. To say that a Bolshevik danger still exists in Italy is to confuse certain vague fears with reality. Bolshevism is conquered. More than that, it has been abjured by the leaders and the masses. 305 Force has achieved its aim. In the area of bourgeois rivalry, fascism must now prove that it can be a life enzyme of the future Italy. This future Italy was not imagined by Mussolini as fascist at all. In a chamber speech he cited the three great forces which in sincere collaboration must lead the country to a happier destiny, a self-improving socialism, the popolari, and finally fascism. 306. It was still the same old plan, adapted to circumstances, the constitution of a three-armed social democracy, and it was as far from realization as ever, yet still not far enough not to endanger powerful sympathies for fascism. Moreover, Practical measures were not long in coming, a strict order went out to all fasci forbidding them to undertake. 268. Further punitive expeditions against economic organizations and corporations. Mussolini inveighed bitterly and violently against the change in fascism. The fascism of recent times in certain areas has no resemblance at all to the first one. That was a movement of defense of the nation, not purely and simply a repressive organization for the defense of certain private interests. 307. With these hard and explicit words is combined in the most remarkable way his unmistakable sympathy for Turati and his men, whose entry into the government is to infuse new blood into the ruling class. 308. Thus Mussolini is still a long way from the idea that rejuvenation is not a political and sociological problem, but quite simply a biological one, so that conditions in a factory might be called renewed or even revolutionized the moment the impulsive youngest son takes over the management from the cautious father. But what would the young and old squadrists say to all this, equally removed as they were from unrealizable political ideas on the one hand and socialist memories of childhood on the other, and whose entire political self-confidence depended on the conviction that they had to fight the internal war with fire and the sword for the survival of their threatened native land? They protested, they won supporters, they mutinied. They called a conference in Bologna without even a pro forma invitation to Mussolini, and threatened to secede. Dino Grandi proclaimed the Emilia as the cradle of fascism, agrarian fascism. The new fascists picked up the gauntlet and it became apparent that they controlled the principal areas of Italy: Emilia, Romagna, Veneto, Tuscany, Umbria. Balba, Grandi, Farinacci, Arpinati, Calzabini, Balzan were against Mussolini. Secret meetings seemed to be preparing the way for a palace revolution. 309. Mussolini was obviously surprised at the violence of this reaction. Although at the signing of the peace treaty, he had confidently stated that, with the wand of his faith, his courage, his passion, he would either correct fascism or make life impossible for it. 310. His statement soon contained undertones of dark defiance. That the Emilia wanted to secede was a matter of indifference to him. The goals of fascism had for the most part been achieved. If fascism was no longer liberation but tyranny, no longer the guardian of the nation but the safeguarding of private interests and of the most opaque, unfeeling, pitiless castes in Italy, then it was no longer his fascism. Fascism can get along. 269. Without me? Of course, but I too can get along without fascism. 311. A week later he resigned from the executive. He who is defeated must go. 312. However, in reality it is not here that his defeat lies, but in the fact that his separation was only partial. He shrank from making the second crucial break in his political career. Not that he had no clear perception of the terms of the alternative. He knew that this crisis was not a matter of a mere problem in evolution. He knew it meant the end of one political concept and the beginning of another. Perhaps it would have been possible at this moment in time to separate Mussolini from fascism. But the socialists restricted themselves to a short-sighted triumph. 313. And the right did everything in their power to keep Mussolini on their side. There were, after all, many points in Mussolini's temperament, philosophy of life, and even insights which facilitated his taking this step. Was he still thinking of battle when he requested that the National Congress planned for early November take place in Milan rather than Rome? The refusal was a further defeat and revealed the situation to him in all its grimness. But meanwhile Balba and Grandi had realized how incapable fascism was of getting along without Mussolini, his superior experience, his newspaper, his personality which held the masses spellbound. Thus, pursuant to Grandi's thesis, the Congress buried the peace treaty without a struggle, and accepted according to Mussolini's will the transformation of the movement into a party. The two antagonists embraced, and not long afterwards the acclamation of the marching masses elected Mussolini as Duce of Fascism. 314. Of that new fascism which had little in common with the old movement beyond a meaningless name. The party which wished to dominate Italy had at last conquered the man who could rule the country. For Mussolini this meant, more than anything else, the moral capitulation to nationalism. The idea of the nation being the fixed point and the highest criterion 315 was merely one common starting point which did not exclude diametrically opposite views on all concrete matters. Nationalism can be defined as that political movement which aims at solving the foreign and domestic political difficulties of the bourgeois national state which arise at a certain point in capitalist evolution by taming instead of accepting the masses, and which tries to consolidate this turn. 270. By the utmost accentuation of the foreign political problems of the isolated nation, as well as by categorically rejecting those ideologies which have accompanied the rise of the masses. Up to now Mussolini had wanted nothing of all this. He had wanted to help create social democracy as the spontaneous expression of the masses which were penetrating the state. He had been in favor of a sensible solution to the problems of the Adriatic. He had seen himself and his actions in terms of the secular process of democratization. After the Congress of Rome he learned very quickly to abjure all this and to become increasingly at home in the ideas of the asterisk right. It is believed, for example, that war must lead to revolution. The opposite is likely, a great restoration. 316 But who was it who had based the most momentous decision of his political existence on this false thesis? Is this not a case of Mussolini slapping Mussolini? Whose is the thesis of the trial of the 19th century, whose mockery that of the ideas of the encyclopedists? Is this not far closer to Mora's mode of speech and thought than to that of Mussolini the Jacobin, the acclaimer of the Commune? Is not the speech about the betrayed brothers of the Adriatic 317 precisely the one that Mussolini had hitherto been at pains to tone down, albeit laboriously and tortuously? It is only logical that Mussolini should now try explicitly to deny the old form of fascism and its primitive armor which made it appear a leftist movement. To demand a return to its origins was, he claimed, infantile. 318. The beginnings of National Fascism. The Congress of Rome marks the end of the story of the unfamiliar Mussolini, of the orthodox and later heretical socialist, and thus at the same time the end of unfamiliar fascism. However, it would not be enough to say the new element consisted solely in the fact that Mussolini had now gone over to nationalism. The changeover of such a man is not without its effect on the cause with which he identifies himself, especially when this changeover is the expression of a supra-individual change in situation. Nationalism as it was known up to that time was represented mainly by men who, by their background, upbringing, and outlook, belonged unquestionably to the middle classes and the national tradition, whose cause they were therefore able to carry on with no internal rupture. Mussolini and his friends, on the other hand, could never unmake their early days on the far side of the barricades, with 271. The result that their new nationalism was marked by denials and circumscribed by desires not experienced by their forerunners. In addition there now appeared the nationalism of the few radical ideologists, who did not shrink from its extreme anti-traditional consequences. The alliance of these three groups constitutes National Fascism, and it is its history which begins with the Congress of Rome. In its basic outline this history is well known and to depict it yet again in extenso is not our task. It might seem to render its prehistory obsolete and superfluous. But only from a study of the prehistory can we understand the ultimate and most characteristic form of Italian fascism, the Repubblica di sede, and only when seen in the spotlights of beginning and end does normal national fascism move into the range of an autonomous critique. For in the Mussolini of this early period is to be found not only that which moderates national fascism but also that which accentuates it, that is, the tendency to see fascism as a synthesis as well as the rudiments of a political race doctrine. It is only from these particular aspects that we shall sketch the familiar history. The year 1922 was the year of the fascist seizure of power and its preparation. This preparation was a dual one. On the one hand it was supported by squadrism, beside whose new enterprises all previous actions paled. Mussolini ceased to try and control the squads. On the contrary, he supported them with the demand that force be resorted to on a grand scale to paralyze the enemy's vital centers. Entire regions were now subject to the control of the squads, who adopted the habit of simply expelling those persons who fell into disfavor, especially socialist leaders, with the result that even deputies, among them Giacomo Matteotti, had to take up residence in other cities as refugees. Towns were conquered. Mussolini himself spoke like a general in enemy territory. Rimini in our hands means the arm of the pincers which we lack to squeeze the Emilia and the Romagna, and fascist Rimini is simultaneously the bridgehead for penetration into the neighboring province. The provinces will not long resist our fateful advance. 319 There is something incredible about all this. The government permitted a party army to conquer and terrorize the country. Not only did it not prevent these actions, usually it even legalized them subsequently by, for example, sanctioning the resignations of socialist municipal administrators which had been brought about by beatings, shootings, and castor oil. Yet action by fascists was by no means directed. 272. Only against the social communists. 320 The fascists also struck at the Popolari, the democratic liberals, and the state itself. During the summer of 1922, for instance, many tens of thousands of black shirts occupied Bologna and camped for days, like an army, in the city streets to compel the recalling of the prefect. And the state actually yielded. Was it the state that was so weak? Was it a crisis of the parliamentary system? For threatened interests to cling to each other is in this system the most natural thing in the world. That on this occasion threatened institutions were unable to form a coalition cannot be regarded as normal. The squadrist actions in the streets ought, on their own, to have resulted without question in the formation of an anti-fascist cabinet, composed of socialists, popolari, and democrats, which by July 1922, would undoubtedly have been capable of putting an end to fascist terror. But Mussolini's masterly parliamentary skill was able twice to prevent such a government from forming, and thus Italy found itself facing the crisis of 1922 under a government whose leader was a man of inferior stature and excessive optimism, and whose members worked to produce a mutual paralysis. 321 The only reason Italian fascism was able to win out was that the forces for which the liberal state is both a sine qua non and also a framework within which they compete, did not combine soon enough. They acted like people who do not appreciate the air they breathe because all their attention is focused on dividing up a cake. This comparison, of course, has a flaw. The cake might represent the antagonism of Giolitti and Nitti, the hostility of Don Sturzo for Giolitti, even the opposition of the Vatican to an alliance between the Popolari and the Socialists, but more significant was a concern for their own existence, in comparison to which the fear of fascism seemed less important. The Communist Party expressed itself at that time as follows: if the bourgeoisie actually does go all the way and throttles social democracy in the white reaction, it will prepare. Let this not be taken for a paradox, the best conditions for its swift defeat at the hands of the revolution. 322 If the communists displayed such incredible blindness, such a staggering overestimation of their own resources, would not false confidence then substantiate the insubstantial quality of the fear? And on the brink of their own grave the Maximalisti also continued. 273. To talk as if they were still in the year 1912 and at the party congress of Reggio Emilia. So the dying man brandished his cardboard sword and achieved his final victory by driving his assistant into the abyss. Mussolini the Marxist had done the essential groundwork for Mussolini the fascist. In the eyes of the liberal parties, Mussolini's old fascist past turned out very much to the advantage of Mussolini the fascist parliamentarian. His desire to lead fascism by legal means to collaboration with the state, that is, to participate in a coalition government, seemed so sincere that even such a mediocre politician as Facta had hopes of being able to capture and tame fascism. Probably the reason for the success of Mussolini's tactics was that he actually had not yet made his decision, and hence by comparison with a man like Balbo could justifiably be considered a moderate. But people did not take the trouble to realize that the urge for a faith, the intoxication of greatness, and the logic of consistency, were working in Mussolini, and that the day could not be far off when by comparison with him Balba would be considered a moderate. Was not the Duce and the demigod already visible when he dramatically proclaimed, from the future fascist schools and universities the nation's new and ruling class would issue, 323 Fascism would last for at least 100 years, 324 it is now merely in its earliest stage, like Christianity at the time of Christ. 325 events were triggered by Italo Balba's march on Ravenna in the last days of July, 1922. Not content with militarily occupying a city with thousands of squadrists and illuminating it with the fires of the social Bolshevist dens, the condottiere demanded and obtained from government authorities trucks and gasoline ostensibly for withdrawal, actually to invade the surrounding countryside with a fire column and leave a trail of burned-out houses and beaten-up individuals. 326 As a reply to this, the Alleanza del Lavoro called a general strike. This was to be a lawful one, to remind the government of its duty to protect democratic freedoms. It was the most natural and yet the most thoughtless decision that could have been made. It reminded the nation, with great emphasis, of the innumerable and pointless strikes of the most recent past, the championing by the sovversivi of the state, to which they continued to deny their political collaboration, seemed incredible. The last weapon against a possible fascist attempt at an uprising was surrendered, and the adversary was handed an invaluable X. 274. Q's to prove himself the preserver of order. And indeed the mobilized fascists put an end to the general strike all over Italy shortly before its announced termination, subdued the last strongholds which were still offering resistance, and destroyed what remained of the Camera di Lavoro and socialist institutions. Police and fascists worked together almost everywhere. It was the Caporetto of the socialists. 327 The only thing now standing between fascism and Rome was the army, and possibly an energetic government, one which had not yet been formed. Once again the preparations ran on two tracks, and once again Mussolini kept all possibilities open for himself. He had the high command of the fascist militia divide Italy into zones like a military terrain, and the government made no move. Immediately before the march on Rome he held a great rally in Naples. The President of Parliament sent a welcoming telegram, schools were given a holiday, and Mussolini's absolutely unequivocal speech was listened to by all government and civic authorities seated in places of honor. 328 Of greater importance was the political groundwork. Mussolini negotiated simultaneously with Giolitti, Nitti, and Salandra, allowing each to hope that he would be the one to incorporate the unruly but promising national force of fascism into the state. He won the capitalists by promising to deprive the state of all economic functions. He got rid of D'Annunzio by masterful maneuvering. 329 He gave the Vatican his most loyal assurances. 330 Above all, he reassured the army and the monarchy by protestations of loyalty. One must have the courage to be monarchist. 331 In a series of great speeches he presented the nation with his ideas, which are best summarized in the famous words from his speech at Udine: "Our program is simple, we wish to govern Italy." 332 There were two circumstances which led to the decision for a solution by force. First, the now apparently inevitable takeover of the government by Giolitti. Second, Facta's plan to stage a great national rally in Rome on November 4, Victory Day, with a speech by D'Annunzio as the climax, aimed at paving the way for a general pacification and reconciliation. On the first point Mussolini remarked at the crucial session of the Innermost Executive on October 16, Giolitti must be prevented from taking over the government. In the same way that he gave orders to fire on D'Annunzio, he would also give orders to fire on the fascists. 333 There are thus two very strange motivations prompting this national revolution to march on the capital: the desire 275 to prevent the revolution from becoming a revolution, the wish to forestall a national demonstration of reconciliation. And the march itself was unique. Throughout most of northern Italy the fascists occupied public buildings and sometimes barracks. Scarcely anywhere did the authorities offer resistance. Where they did, the insurgents fell back more or less without fighting. On the whole the revolution proceeded in an atmosphere of great cordiality. In Trieste fascist leaders happened to be sitting with the general and the heads of the administration drinking champagne when the news of the mobilization arrived, and jokes were exchanged in the best of moods about the necessity of now having to shoot each other. 334 But why, after all? The local proclamation culminated in such phrases as, Viva v Italia! Viva il Re! Viva v Esercito! 335 or, Nel nome di Dio, della Ratria Renata, del Re Vittorio, di tutti I morti per via l'Italia. 336 The fascists and nationalists 337 were in many places under the command of former officers. One of the commanding quadrumviri was a general. It had been agreed and taken for granted that black shirts did not shoot at Grigio Verdi. Reciprocity was expected and obtained. The banner headlines of the Popolo d'Italia of October 28 proclaimed, Tutte le caserme di Siena occupate dai fascisti. I Grigio Verdi fraternizzano con le camicie nere. 338 Thus the march on Rome could begin under favorable auspices. The quadrumviri Bianchi, Balba, De Bono and De Vecca set up their headquarters in the Hotel Brufani at Perugia directly opposite the prefecture. A police lieutenant and 10 men would have been enough to deal the fascist revolution a mortal blow, but the high government official found it compatible with his duty to hand over his power. So the columns marched on the capital. From the north, the Tuscans under Marchesi Peroni Compagni and General Ciccarini. From the east, 2 army columns under Giuseppe Botti and Ulisse Gliori. 339 The reserves were waiting near Foligno and were under the command of General Zamboni. They were less than 40,000 men, miserably armed, some only with clubs, without a single cannon, altogether much more like storybook robber bands than an army. On October 28 to 29, 1922, all divisions halted some 30 to 40 kilometers outside Rome. Some of them were stopped by a handful of carabinieri, the whole lot unfed and inadequately equipped. 276 worn out by continuous rain, waiting for the order to attack which never came. For meanwhile Rome was being conquered in the salons of the Quirinal. When the first reports of the uprising arrived on the evening of the 27th, the Facta cabinet could think of nothing cleverer to do than to resign. But even this excessively weak government, which was now only provisionally in charge, had enough feeling for the nature of the state to decide upon and proclaim a state of siege. The little king, who once before, in 1915, had bowed to the mob, did not have this feeling. He thought of his family, and he feared for his safety. 340 Besides, he did not care for his parliament, and most of all he was afraid that after a break with the fascists the socialist revolution would rear its head again. So the incredible happened. The king refused to affix his signature to the decree. The state of siege had to be revoked. As a result, not only the country but, paradoxical though it may sound, also Mussolini was at the mercy of caprice. 4. It seems more than likely that he had never until this moment thought of becoming head of the government himself, not to mention a totalitarian government. He probably had a Salandra Mussolini solution in mind, like the nationalists in Rome and also all the fascist intermediaries. But in the new circumstances, whether by his own incentive or under the pressure of radical collaborators, he was no longer prepared to be satisfied with that, and from Milan he let it be known that he demanded complete power. He already had it, after all, since it had been surrendered in Rome, and this time the king could no longer refuse to sign. On the evening of October 29 Mussolini took the night train to Rome and arrived there long before his legionaries, who on the following day entered the city, paraded, and were able to prove their unslaked warlike courage by destroying subversive newspapers. 341 Thus the march on Rome was really a comedy, but a calm. 277. Eddie, where laughter dies away when we see how the knot is tied. The cabinet which Mussolini formed was a cabinet of national concentration with an extreme right-wing orientation, 342, but a long way from being a one-party government. Mussolini took over the presidency, the Ministry of the Interior, as well as temporarily the Foreign Ministry. All other important ministries were filled by nationalists, liberals, and super-party conservatives. The Popolari were also represented. The fascists got most of the undersecretary positions. 343 The hopes with which Mussolini was welcomed were high and sincere. For nothing had paralyzed his adversaries more than the belief that he alone was capable of simultaneously crushing the communists and controlling fascist extremism. Furthermore, no one doubted that the form of government must undergo a change which would create conditions of clear majority in parliament and give the head of state greater authority. The fact that such qualified men as Orlando, Giolitti, and Benedetto Croce supported Mussolini at this moment cannot possibly be attributed to faults of character on the part of these blameless men. After the turmoil of the past years, the desire for stability had become overwhelming, and people felt justified in regarding the violence of the change in government as merely a slight flaw which was not too great a price to pay for the return of order and security. In the first year and a half of Mussolini's government there actually was a great deal which lived up to the expectations of the liberals and the conservatives. In his first chamber speech the young prime minister solemnly beseeched God's help in his great undertaking. Even the left-wing deputies joined in the cry Viva l'esercito. Strikes ended as if by magic. 344 trains suddenly ran on time. Bureaucracy's leisurely pace was transformed under the eyes of the dynamic leader into hard work and enthusiasm, and when the first sod was turned for a new highway, Mussolini proclaimed, "The entire nation must become a wharf, a factory." 345 No one disputed his proud assurance at the beginning of 1924, "The whole rhythm of Italian life has been accelerated." 346 Any more than it could be denied that Mussolini solved the chief problem of foreign policy, Fiume Dalmatia, in a moderate and circumspect manner. At home neither special tribunals nor emergency laws were introduced, and the newspapers of the opposition continued to appear. 278. In fact, it is hardly possible to doubt that in those days Mussolini still saw the fascio of the nation as an articulated unit with its own internal tensions, and that his idea was merely to tame the opposition, not eliminate it, and that to that extent he was sincere in his intention of returning to the constitution. But he had neither his people nor his opponents nor his own impulsive nature under control, and least of all the inherent logic of a system. One cannot, as the liberals demanded, conquer a state with armed, utterly unconstitutional bands and then disband them as if nothing had happened. Mussolini's uncontrolled outburst in the midst of the otherwise controlled first chamber speech was to enhance the squad's self-confidence. "I was able to turn this dull grey assembly hall into a bivouac for the money, please." 34T That is why the squads were institutionalized, turned into the fascist militia, a party army, which swore allegiance only to the party leader, not to the king, and yet was regarded as an organ of the state. But is it at all possible to speak of state in the liberal sense once its chief mainstays are torn from under it? And Mussolini made it quite plain that he intended to stay in power whatever happened, and he even substantiated this theoretically with Pareto-like formulas. 348 Hence the elections of April 1924, were already a farce, even though they secured an unexpectedly strong majority for fascism which cannot be attributed solely to terror. Although the atrocities of the squadrists 349 could be regarded as spontaneous acts and regrettable lapses, it was impossible to overlook the fact that for Mussolini these were also a political card which he desired to keep up his sleeve so as to be able at all times to threaten his enemies with the unleashing of the black shirts. 350 Not only, then, was the militia the legalized infringement of the Constitution, it actually stood for legalized illegality. Its existence was thus aimed not only at the liberal state but basically at the very idea of the state. There was good reason to suppose, therefore, that the second important constitutional change of these early years, the metamorphosis of the fascist Grand Council into an organ of state, would lead not to a nationalization of the party but to a partialization of the state. After all, the course of Mussolini's thinking would have been reason enough to cause the liberals some anxious speculation. Not only did he barely hold back on the idea of a PEO 279 pi without living space and its inevitable expansion, and publicly confirm fascism's ideological capitulation to nationalism. 351 He adopted ideas on freedom, the state, and human nature. 352 which were more reminiscent of de Maistre and Moras than of Corradini, and he increased the confusion by not hesitating to refer positively to Lenin and Bolshevism. 353 All the uneasiness, all the doubts, all the misgivings which were strangely combined in the Italian people with approval and hope, were transformed into one single cry of indignation and horror when the news of the murder of the socialist deputy Giacomo Matteotti spread through the country. It was by no means the worst of the squadrists' acts of violence, and Matteotti was far from being the first deputy to die, but in his courage and nobility this man had become the symbol of the opposition. 354 And a short time previously Mussolini had uttered statements that indicated at least his moral responsibility. Overnight almost the whole of Italy became anti-fascist. Party badges disappeared as if by magic, the newspapers shrieked their accusations against the regime of murderers. Alone and despairing, Mussolini sat surrounded by the empty antechambers of the Palazzo Chigi, and many of his opponents believed, not without reason, that a dozen determined men could have arrested the criminal at that moment without any difficulty. It was a wonderful reaction doing the highest honor to the country and its people, shining like a bright light before the dark portal of the next 2 decades. But it was a tragic destiny that it should be this light which was in some ways to be the source of that darkness. Only a few days before the murder Mussolini had made an important speech in the chamber aimed at persuading the opposition, in apparently sincere words which did not spare fascism, to collaborate. He had no intention, he claimed, of abolishing parliament, but the opposition must be sensible, it must not oppose for the sake of opposing. 355 It would no doubt be wrong to interpret these words as Mussolini's conversion to the parliamentary system, but it is legitimate to assume that from his stronger position he wanted to resume the old coalition ideas of 1921 and did not wish to hand himself and the country over to fascist extremism. Hence there is no reason to doubt the sincerity of his lamentations. Only an enemy who had spent long nights thinking up something diabolical could perpetrate this crime which strikes us today with horror and wrests cries of indignation from us. I could say without false modesty that I, 280 had nearly reached the end of my labors, of the completion of my work, and then this fate, this bestiality, this crime. Not irreparably, I believe disturbs this process of moral reconstruction. 356 But the damage was beyond repair. For 6 months the opposition remained on the Aventine, the sights of their machine guns trained on Mussolini. From Mussolini came numerous almost imploring offers. He did not desire a general leveling of minds, for an Italy brought to such a state would be intolerable. The opposition could exert influence on fascism and correct it if it stayed close to it, but if it continued to fire at it from outside it would force fascists to cross *** ranks and adopt an unconciliatory tactic. 357 There are indications that Mussolini was thinking at that time of resigning and proposing Filippo Turati to the king as his successor. 358 But for other reasons it is also not unlikely that he was thinking of 1919 during that period. It is natural enough that the Aventine did not trust a man who spoke with equal sincerity, but with opposite meanings, according to whether he was facing the Senate or a gathering of black shirts. What his true face was has never been ascertained. Mussolini did not fall, because he was supported by king and pope, by Senate and industry, who feared the new confrontation with socialists and communists. But one of Mussolini's possibilities was gone forever, and among all the possibilities it was precisely that one which had been least based on his feet and his temperament, and most on his insight, that of being the head, not the dictator, of a social democracy. But even in the famous speech of January 3, 1925, which clarified the situation and marked the final acceptance of fascist totalitarianism, the undertone of sorrow, of despair even, is paradoxically and yet understandably enough just as discernible as the firmer ties with the monarchy and the conservative forces. 359. National Fascist Totalitarian Development Dictatorship. It was only now, more than 2 years after taking over the government, that the total seizure of power occurred. Even that was not carried out according to a preconceived plan. It took some years to be completed, in fits and starts, and was given a new thrust by each of the attempts to assassinate Mussolini. The last of these had the greatest consequences and has given rise to many questions. To this day they have not been convincingly answered. 360. The establishment of Fascist Italy may be said to date from the 281. Beginning of 1927, the ensuing years served to stabilize the regime, and the Lateran treaties made an important contribution to this. A severe test of endurance was the world economic crisis which, however, thanks not least to the newly developed technique of governing, was survived without serious damage. Nevertheless, it was one of the causes leading to the colonial war against Ethiopia. Had it been the only cause, this war would have signified not the end of an era but its culmination, which was what Mussolini had intended. 361. But since many factors had altered Italy's position and Mussolini's mode of thought, it is possible to fix the end of this period at the beginning of 1935. After a transitional period of some 2 years, Mussolini found himself in a situation differing radically from the foregoing one, even though to all but the sharpest eyes the glory of its beginnings hid the wretchedness of its end. The most significant event of this second longest and presumably also second happiest era of Mussolini's political existence was without doubt the institution of what is known as totalitarian rule. After January 3, 1925, Mussolini ceased to oppose the ripresa total, integral 362 of fascist action which his extremists had so long been demanding. Squadrism raised its head powerfully once more and argued with its opponents after its own fashion. 363. Farinaxi, the newly appointed Secretary General, set to work with all the vigor of his fanaticism to smattiatizer, to glorify the intransigenza rivoluzione of fascism, to threaten the opponents with the terza ondata, and quite simply to call all anti-fascists un-Italian. 364. Soon the opposition lost all freedom of movement. At first the fascists were content with ruthless sequestration of opposition newspapers, but after the attempted assassination at Bologna all newspapers inimical to the regime were banned, a supreme special tribunal was set up, the sentence of confino became a preventive measure wielded by the prefects at will, without any opportunity for protest or control. 365. Where else but on rocky islands were even potential enemies to live, since Mussolini's feroce volonté totalitaria 366 had long since denied all parties their right to existence and aimed at turning the nation into a granite or monolithic block? Had he forgotten that only 2 years earlier in Italy without opposition, without the struggle of social and spiritual forces, seemed intolerable to him? Opposition was foolish and superfluous, he now said. In a totalitarian regime such as the fascist state, he 282 could find the essential opposition in his own breast and in the resistance of objects. 367. For just as the opposition is within him, so is the state within him. The oft-quoted formula, everything inside the state, nothing outside the state, nothing against the state, is not to be interpreted in the traditional manner as an antithesis between state on the one hand and particularly of an individual or collective on the other. Rather, it distinguishes the state by the fact that it cannot be sharply divided from the party or put in opposition to the party. State apparatus and party apparatus are instruments of government in Mussolini's hands, with the party because of its greater modernity as well as its ideological dignity gaining greater significance from year to year. The body of laws which consolidated the Mussolinization of the state were the so-called leggi fascistissime. Not by accident were they created by Alfredo Rocco. The Legge di Difsa 368 introduced special jurisdiction, made loyalty to the regime a criterion in the selection of civil servants, deprived emigrants of citizenship, banned secret societies, and made administrative action possible against not only undesirable political acts but also intentions, thoughts, and speech. The Legge di Riforma Costituzionale 369 made the head of government the superior of the ministers, turned parliament into a party congress, identified for all practical purposes executive with legislative power, raised the fascist Grand Council to the most powerful organ of the state. The Legge di Riforma Sociale 37 degrees constituted the corporate state, about which innumerable books have been written and yet whose nature can be described succinctly by a single sentence of Mussolini's: we control the political forces, we control the moral forces, we control the economic forces, thus we are in the midst of the corporative fascist state. 371. Corporatism is the system of the party state which puts its labor force at the disposal of its leader as a mass which obeys. 372. In their totality these laws give Mussolini a position without parallel in constitutional history. It can even be compared with Hitler's position. Since the Grand Council had to be consulted in matters of succession, yet Mussolini was the only one who could summon the Grand Council and decide on its agenda. 373. The Duce had control of the monarchy even in its most vital interests, quite apart from the fact that the 283. King had ribbed more power of initiative than Parliament. Even the supreme command of the sovereign over the army became a mere nominal right, no different from the theoretical possibility of refusing his signature and hence the sanctioning of a law. Hindenburg had a great deal more power vis-a-vis Hitler than the Italian king beside Mussolini. The only thing Mussolini dared not touch was the institution of monarchy, and death would not come to his aid as it did for Hitler. Although it is without doubt correct that the court could provide an almost unassailable center of crystallization for anti-regime forces which were capable of emerging at the proper moment, it was only very much later that this possibility became a reality, and relatively, much later than July 20, 1944, in Germany. Stranger and more significant was the relationship of fascism to the Catholic Church, that is, to a moral power of the first rank which, itself totalitarian, seemed bound to collide violently with any other totalitarian claim. But one must not confuse totalitarianisms. The word totalitarian, in the sense of laying full claim to, and obligation on, a human being, is applicable to every religion, every outlook on the world and on life, even the liberal. But only in the eyes of liberalism is this form really purely formal, that is, not ultimately concretizable, and hence Kant's categorical imperative is its classic formulation. It leaves religions free, tolerates them, because it does not regard truth as demonstrable or personal freedom as definable. The only reason it is non-totalitarian in the material sense, and appears to abandon man to the mere whim of his moods, is because, from a formal point of view, it is more totalitarian, that is, more inexorable, than other ideologies. In an analogous sense, Western Christianity is also liberal. By distinguishing between God's sphere and the emperor's, it leaves many possibilities open to political man, but it lays unyielding claim to his soul for its path to salvation. The ancient world never knew this kind of separation, this kind of freedom. Even the polis was ideally a completely totalitarian unity of the spiritual and the political. Hence, the liberal, partial totalitarianism of the Western Church is in theory compatible with the totalitarianism which only lays total claim to political man, the body, provided it acknowledges the soul, that is, the religious, divine derivation of man. We must begin, then, by distinguishing between pre-liberal or religious totalitarianism, and post-liberal, or political, totally. 284. Terrianism. Within the political species there are two totalitarianisms, one is compatible with the religious form, and the other is compatible with it. From this follows the first criterion of the difference between communist and fascist totalitarianism. This difference becomes quite clear in Mussolini's development, which in the post-war years follows a plain course from former anti-clericalism and hatred of religion to deep respect for the Church. This development cannot be regarded as merely opportunistic. In embryonic form it is inherent in Mussolini's old convictions as to his life philosophy and is linked inevitably with his new conservative thinking. His first speech in the chamber already contains an expression of his reverence for the Church. From then on he never ceased to seek its favor, and the Lateran treaties were the crowning conclusion. By leaving the care of souls entirely to the Church he was able to define with that much greater vigor the areas to which he laid claim in Maniera Totalitaria, the education of the citizen, which he immediately defined more precisely as martial education. 374 The ecclesiastical negotiators may well have had a suspicion that with a man like Mussolini the distinction was false and baseless, since for him the whole weight fell entirely on the side to which he was laying claim. But he did not deny, and so the Church gave in. 375 Yet in his most solemn official statements Mussolini's potential antagonism was patently obvious, as, for instance, when in his great chamber speech on Conciliazione he produced the radical conservative commonplace about Rome's taming of the Christian revolt of slaves, or interpreted the Catholic nature of the fascist state as follows: the fascist state lays full claim to an ethical character, it is Catholic, but it is fascist, even above all, exclusively, essentially fascist. 376 It is true that the papacy retained a far greater independence toward Mussolini than did the monarchy, but it too did not represent any serious restriction of Mussolini's power. Its resistance was limited to encyclicals and achieved no practical relevance until the final period of the war. 377 Here a surprising objection might indeed be raised. It might be said that Italian fascism lacked two of the most important generic traits of all political totalitarianism: terror, which compels uniformity of political behavior, and a well-defined ideology which sets its stamp on all life of the mind and spirit. As for terror, it is not absolutely essential that its aim be the physical destruction of the adversary, let alone that it be 285. Directed at *a political population groups. For one thing, fascism came to power with the aid of such a powerful terror that later action became in a way superfluous, and for another, it attacked the opposition's political intellectual leading class even after the fascist victory no less ruthlessly than was the case in Germany, for example. 378. And since it achieved victory in the face of much stronger and more determined resistance, its measures were bound to produce much more widespread terror, although, of course, this terror affected almost exclusively those classes of the population which sympathized with socialism and communism and hence were barely heard in the foreign press. As for ideology, the assertion that the deed preceded the doctrine is an indication of the inadequacy of fascism's spiritual consistency. But after 1932 every new party member was given, in addition to his membership card and a rifle, a copy of Mussolini's Dottrina del Fascismo, and the intention of the center of power to make the ideology supreme is more important than the extent of its realization at any one time. In 1927, therefore, Italian fascism displayed the chief generic traits of political totalitarianism as well as the specific characteristics of national fascist totalitarianism, the function as instrument for the infallible hand of the founder and leader, potentially hostile reliance on conservative social forces. However, in order to advance to the particular, the aims of whatever totalitarianism is under review must also be considered. Although the term national fascism appears at first to describe a method, it also indicates the goal. The nation is the object of all its efforts as well as their subject. In a very wide sense, it is concerned with the welfare of the nation. It goes without saying that welfare can be interpreted in many different ways and with many different assumptions. Mussolini's chief concern during the first totalitarian period was the exerting of every possible effort to bring Italy to a level of development which other nations had already reached. As there can be no objection to this goal on principle, the rule of this one man, however unlimited it may be and however much its methods may be disputed, cannot be regarded as despotism. It should be defined as a totalitarian national fascist development dictatorship. For after all there was more to fascism than only castor oil and truncheons. It also meant, once victory had been achieved, the enthusiasm of reconstruction, the zest of going 286 to work, in which many of the best energies of youth surge to action found an abode. That Italian life needed a profound renewal, that Italy must at last become a modern state, that there must be an end to bureaucratic dilatoriness, had been repeated much too often during the past 30 years for this new outlook not to have also inspired fascism. Bold words are sure to find an echo in young hearts, and was not Mussolini's promise, in 10 years, my comrades, Italy will be unrecognizable. 379 truly a bold one? The wave of enthusiasm which engulfed the man on the threshing machine who caught the sheaves wrested from the swampland was not the artificial product of a skillful stage manager, much less the result of terrorism. Mussolini's opponents were correct, of course, when they pointed out that Italy had always been the land of remarkable reclamations, that the cultivation of the Pontine marshes was a minor achievement compared with the reclamation of the Po Delta during the previous century. 380 Never before, however, had these essential undertakings entered so much into the forefront of national consciousness, never had they been linked so closely with other works in a national upward surge, never had the state in the person of its leader identified itself with them to such an extent. Every totalitarian dictatorship must be founded on some necessary, incontestable factor which it perhaps merely annexes, perhaps exceeds to a dangerous degree, but which for the time being disarms the objections of its opponents and elicits the approval of the masses. In Russia at the end of 1917 this necessity, which none disputed, was peace and the agrarian revolution. In Germany in 1933 it was the revision of the peace treaty, in Italy it was the reclaiming of fallow land, the opening up of backward areas by the building of roads, irrigation, and so forth. Mussolini could be sure of not being contradicted when he said in 1928, in an Italy which has been completely reclaimed, cultivated, irrigated, disciplined, that is to say, a fascist Italy, there is room and bread for 10 million people. 381 In words like these there was an echo, for those who had ears to hear, of the dialogue of the young socialist with the nationalistic dreams of settlement colonies in Libya, of that Libya in which, after 15 years, less than 1,000 peasant families had settled. 382 There was good reason to assume that in practical effectiveness Mussolini still stood a good way to the left of the imperialistic Mar. 287. Tile joys of the nationalists. Did he not proudly say on the occasion of the dedication of Litaria, "This is the war we prefer"? 383 Does not the development dictatorship itself, with its eyes on the future, its irreverence for the past, and its concern with practical tasks, stand to some extent to the left? The interpretation which Mussolini gives to his actions and to the Italian situation appears more often than not to confirm this view. Italy, he claimed, was a young capitalist country which, unlike England or America, could not afford to waste its energies and capital in strikes, lockouts, and other labor disputes. The thing to do was to regain in a few years the time lost in half a century by means of the wheat battle and similar efforts. 384 In the future Italy must no longer be backward. During the world economic crisis he expressed the very realistic, entirely unheroic hope that it would be precisely Italy's less developed economic system which would allow her to offer better resistance. A great deal of evidence points to the fact that in fascism, 385 he saw merely a concentration of energy which, in these particular circumstances and at that particular time, was indispensable to the more rapid development of a backward country. If we visualize the Mussolini who, as the topmost and hardest working civil servant in the country accomplished an amazing quota of work every day, 386 who granted judicious interviews to French, English, and American news agencies, who carried on European conversations with Emil Ludwig, we must admit that it is not surprising that people spoke of him as being a good, paternalistic, 387 sensible dictator. But those who saw only that Mussolini had to overlook or minimize that other and no less genuine manifestation, the Mussolini who reviewed his troops from a white Arab horse with the eyes of a Caesar, or who addressed his black shirts from a tank turret, engulfed by the roar of 1,000 voices shouting Duce, 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 the Mussolini who put the libero above all else, and who even in those days had ceased to have colleagues but only underlings whom he never asked to sit down. They had to disregard the opinions not only of socialists and communists but also of the foreign ethnic groups who were kept in a similar state of fear by the mailed fist of the regime, the South Tyroleans and the Slavs. These people were not only, like numerous other minorities in Europe, the victims of various forms of injustice, but unmistook. 288. Able words from the lips of the Duce. 388 announced to them the planned destruction of their ethnic individuality. And finally they had to ignore the deep-seated one-time Marxist who had stood on an equal level with Lenin and who could not be satisfied with being the leader of a counter-revolution and the hard-working prime minister of a medium-sized and backward country, that Marxist who had retained his inclination for concrete social analysis but also his need for universal perspectives. How else can we explain the fact that Mussolini ascribes the dignity of a world salvation to the corporative economy, although he had defined its instrumental and exceptional nature, as well as its dependence on the capitalist world system, with sufficient clarity? As the past century has seen the capitalist economy, so will the present century see the corporative economy. There is no other way, my comrades, of overcoming the tragic conflict of capital and labor, which is a focal point of the Marxist doctrine that we have overcome. Capital and labor must be placed on the same level, each must be given the same rights and duties. 389. This thesis also takes the form that fascism, having created equality vis-a-vis the law, was now creating equality vis-a-vis labor. It is reiterated much too often for us to regard it as mere social demagogy, although the Mussolini of the final period was to pronounce a crushing sentence on the correctness of this thesis in its factual sense. Its mere existence proves how far from gaining undisputed supremacy in Mussolini's mind was the conservatives' favorite thesis of fundamental inequality. In any case, it is possible to derive universal perspectives very easily from it. Outside of fascist principles there is no salvation. Europe and the world could not help but become fascist. 390. The fact that as a result Italy would necessarily forfeit its preferred position did not worry Mussolini. Unlike Hitler, he did not believe the new way of life must be jealously guarded as a privilege. Also pointing toward the universal is Mussolini's harking back to the Roman tradition. He pursued this theme with still greater vigor, and it led him to the antithesis of Rome or Moscow. However, that this was not an unproblematical antithesis propounded in the manner of Maurras or Hitler is shown by the fact that Mussolini followed the fluctuating fate of European communism with close attention, and that with a highly characteristic satisfaction although not entirely. 289. Asterisk. Without apprehension he referred to a book which asserted that the latest developments of communism in the Soviet Union were merely a triumph of fascism. 391. In any event, he continued to be no less the former comrade of Lenin than a son of the wolf, and both operated in the same direction, that of regaining a political faith which he had reluctantly renounced between 1918 and 1925, and he could not be satisfied with undertaking peaceful and mediocre cultivation in a medium-sized country. Fascism is not only a party, it is a regime. It is not only a regime but a faith. It is not only a faith but a religion. 392. Every faith contains the idea of a supreme act which reveals man's true self to himself. Even during his Marxist period this was never, for Mussolini, labor liberated from its alienation, but the revolution. If after 1914 this specific war was identified in his eyes with the revolution, after 1920 its place was taken by war as such, although this place was not especially accentuated. Even the development dictator did not make it any too clear that it was here, and not in some opinion or other regarding the relation between capital and labor, that the heart of his Jed lay, but it cannot be maintained that he was at pains to conceal it. I do not believe in perpetual peace. Indeed, I regard it as degrading and negative toward the fundamental virtues of man which only emerge into the light of the sun in bloody efforts. 393 It was probably more than a distracting maneuver in the face of economic crisis when he made strikingly belligerent speeches in Leghorn and Florence in 1930, envisaging the nation as a projectile, and offering the prospect of liberation from imprisonment on the Mediterranean. 394 And presumably it was more than a reply to the events in Austria when in 1934 he called for the transformation of Italy into a nazione militarista and guerrera, or foretold the sending of punitive expeditions across the frontier. 395 The most unremitting and passionate involvement of all those years was directed toward one problem, which achieves its full meaning only in this context, the demographic problem. Mussolini followed statistics ceaselessly, apportioned praise and blame to towns and districts according to the level of surplus births, noted not without satisfaction the aging of the other European peoples, yet uttered cries of alarm about the jeopardizing of the white race. From the antithetical relationship between fertility and industrialization he quite happily derived reactionary conclusions. He wanted to ruralize Italy. At the same time, in spite of the world economic crisis, he put a stop to emigration. He was haunted, as it were, by the notion that the patria might lose men, that is, future soldiers. 3/6 Just because fascism began by being a development dictatorship, we must not ignore the fact that its deepest and quite overt trend had always been in the direction of war. The last autonomous stage. It was, however, a trend that at first seemed remote from any possibility of realization. The idea of a war against France and England for supremacy in the Mediterranean was out of the question for Mussolini, nor did he desire it. Although he may have expressed himself in favor of a revision of treaties and now and again have addressed threatening or contemptuous words to the Western powers, he still remained from 1922 to 1935 completely within the scope of Western civilization. It was surely more than flattery when in an interview with a Paris newspaper in 1927 he distinguished between levels of cultural and human proximity and placed the Italians closest to the French, while the Germans found themselves placed behind the English and very close to the Russians, who were divided by an abyss from the Italians. 397 The direction of his gaze toward London and Paris, the preponderance of French and English works in his reading, fully confirm this estimate. And he certainly did not go so far as to create an ideological gulf between fascism and the West. On the contrary, with the utmost naturalness he claimed as being fascist all those trends in Western countries which tended toward strengthening of government authority, restriction of strikes, control of economy. This was the basis for his popularity among all the conservative classes of Europe. Fascism seemed to be an autochthonous recipe guarding against the crumbling of Western culture, far removed from the alarming excesses of German National Socialism. It was either overlooked or not known that Mussolini's education and mode of thought were Western on a broad surface level only, while their roots were German Marx and Nietzsche. The natural synthesis of a development dictatorship and war would have been a colonial undertaking on a large scale. But the world had been parceled out, the old colonial powers hung onto their possessions only by dint of great effort, and Mussolini had no hope whatever of obtaining their consent. However, the situation changed when National Socialism came to power in Germany. Italy's value for the Western powers, and hence their willingness to make concessions, rose. 291. As if by magic. But had not that event wrought too fundamental a change in the situation for it to be exploited politically? Mussolini was more keenly aware than most of the Western statesmen of the unique and menacing nature of National Socialism. This is how he described it in 1934, 100% racism. Against everything and everyone, yesterday against Christian civilization, today against Latin civilization, tomorrow, who knows, against the civilization of the whole world. Drunk with a stubborn bellicosity. 398 Shortly afterward he combined ridiculing of the allegedly pure Germanic race with a remarkable insight into certain unavoidable consequences of this race doctrine, We shall see whether Nazism succeeds in making a pure-blooded herd. According to the most favorable hypothesis, one needs 6 centuries of racial marriages and not less of racial caste rations. 3. If these utterances are correct, it follows that National Socialism is merely the most radical form of that Germanism which was the object of his aversion during his youth, against which he went to war, and which, even after victory, he continued to observe with lively mistrust. 400. It then becomes inevitable, insofar as Western civilization remains the supreme concept, that another world war be waged, and this time brought to the radical conclusion which the Socialists and Wilsonites prevented on the earlier occasion. 401. But in those days Mussolini could still believe in this concept of civilization. After 15 years of National Fascism this became difficult or impossible. Thus we find side by side in the same man 2 incompatible languages, the languages of 2 different phases in his development. For the founder of fascism is quite obviously filled with pride at the sight of a great nation won over to his principles. Behold another great country which is creating the unitarian, authoritarian, totalitarian, that is, fascist state, with certain emphases which fascism has dispensed with since it operated in a different historical milieu. 402. And the grounds for pride are joined by grounds for admiration. In an article appearing anonymously on February 26, 1935, in the Popolo d'Italia, he noted with surprise and emotion the success of the National Socialist campaign for increasing the birth rate. The fact is that the German nation has responded to the appeal, proving that Germany does not want to die by voluntary extinction like the miserly senile old peoples of the West, but that it has faith in its future. 403. Since nothing during the past 10 years had 292 occupied Mussolini's mind as much as the demographic problem, and nothing had disappointed him as much as the failure of his attempts to solve it, it is very probable that this is the crucial motivation for his rapprochement with Gr. Many. But even when it was a matter, not of the contrast between the higher and lower levels of civilization but of the struggle between the virile and the decadent peoples, it was essential to choose, to place oneself on the correct side in a life and death struggle which was bound to make all other adjustments subordinate and temporary. But Mussolini did not choose. Instead he utilized the opportunity to execute a maneuver in the narrowest national interest, the conquest of Ethiopia. For there is no doubt that he intended to exploit the predicament of the Western powers in order to force their consent. This meant, of course, surrendering his freedom of action. Success must lead to an alliance with England and France, for only with their consent was it possible to retain the new colonial territory. Even a total victory in alliance with Hitler would have cancelled out the value of the sacrifices and efforts of the Ethiopian campaign, since it would have put at Italy's disposal far more suitable areas in closer proximity to the mother country. The conversations in Rome with Laval in January, 1935, as well as the Stresa agreements were part of the maneuver. He did not, it is true, obtain a formal consent, but he must have had reason to expect toleration. 404. Thus there took place something very similar to the events of 1921 to 1922, just as Mussolini's squadrists then had crushed an unarmed opponent with the benevolent neutrality of governmental power, so between October, 1935, and May, 1936, his armies and marshals, with all the resources of technology and a ruthless conduct of war, 405 conquered a helpless country which did not even have a single fighter plane, while some of the great powers hesitatingly applied sanctions, the success of which they themselves dreaded. It was the last colonial war in European history, and perhaps for that very reason its most brutal and deliberate act of conquest, the founding of an imperium whose origin bore no resemblance to that of the envied British Empire. Mussolini accompanied the war at times with the old talk of a civilizing mission, at times with the more modern postulates of vital necessity. When on May 9, 1936, he proclaimed the reappearance of the Imperium on the fateful hills of Rome, 406, the frenzied acclamations of his enthusiastic people swelled to an apotheosis. 407. 293. Was there ever a more privileged favorite of fortune than Mussolini? In 1921 the internal paralysis of a conquered opponent led to the victory of fascism. In 1922 the isolation of the individual local party leaders created for him a dominating position to which his performance on behalf of the party did not entitle him. In 1935 it was the approaching world storm which enabled him to gather in the last colonial harvest before it was too late. But just as in 1920 his enemies had lacked the insight into the exigencies of the hour, so now it was lacking in him. He made gains which a few years earlier would never have been dreamed of. Now was the time for consolidation and defense. His insight could not but tell him that the only way to preserve the new position was by making Italy one of several partners, with himself unique and solitary. The duality with a much stronger, less satisfied country as well as a far more logical and single-minded man of his own type was bound in the long run to bring ruin to himself and his state, regardless of the glory it first appeared to promise. But this insight wore civilian dress, and Mussolini had left that behind long ago. The most powerful sides of his nature contradicted this insight, his faith in life and in war as life's supreme test, the intoxication of greatness, of always trying the impossible, the love of grand perspectives. It is not likely, of course, that he seriously believed in his self-made myth of the iniquitous siege. 408 The Western powers did not make the way back particularly difficult for him, nor did he at first fail to drop hints and offers. Italy, he said, had now become a conservative country. A rapprochement with the Western powers was not only desirable but necessary. 409 But it could not be accomplished from one day to the next, and patience had never been one of Mussolini's virtues. Starting with the middle of 1936, the visits of high National Socialist dignitaries in Rome multiplied: Frank, Schirach, Himmler, Göring, von Blomberg. There was no doubt that their uniforms were infinitely more appropriate to the atmosphere of a mass fascist rally than the unobtrusive apparel of Western statesmen. Mussolini gave the Volkskerr Beobachter his first interview, and as in the old days with the nationalists the link was established via the bridge of anti-Bolshevism. Very early on, without any real necessity, he spoke of a Rome-Berlin axis 410 and gave unmistakable hints of potential claims on the Western powers, especially France. Now at last he was on the same track as the Italian nationalists, whose ultimate goal had always been the world-dividing ally. 294. Ernst with dynamic Germany against the decadent rich nations of the West. But he was able to see this goal in terms of perspectives which were less familiar to the nationalists and which represented his own most personal triumph. Lenin's star, now extinct, declines toward a horizon in a sea of blood vainly shed, while the fructifying dazzling sun of Rome rises higher and higher in the sky. 411 Thus he no doubt believed that, in the glory of his incomparable prestige, he could confidently undertake the journey to Berlin. But this journey marked for all time the last autonomous stage of his path. Despotism of conquest and satellite state. This journey made a profound and indelible impression on Mussolini. Devotion was something he was familiar with, but that a minister should keep his arm outstretched in salute throughout his whole speech was new to him. Waves of popular acclamation had always surrounded him, but the German seriousness of enthusiasm moved him more deeply than the volatile nature of his own countrymen. He had often taken part in maneuvers, but the force and precision of the exercises of the most powerful army in the world put all that had gone before in the shade. Flattery, sympathy, friendship had been extended to him often enough by foreigners, but the sincere esteem 412 of a man like Hitler was for him a new and overwhelming experience. This style of foreign policy appealed to Mussolini's temperament as nothing had ever done before, and without a second thought he turned a maxim of personal ethics into a principle of the relations between the two states which differed so fundamentally in their interests, to speak clearly and openly and, when one is friends, to march together to the end. 413 The significance of this choice was not hard to discern. This was no alliance of two development dictatorships aiming at mutual support and safeguarding. If Hitler's hegemony had its popular basis in the national problems of vanquished Germany. He had nevertheless expressed his will to conquer New Lebensraum in Eastern Europe so early and so often, and yet met with so little real resistance, that his system could be called a totalitarian geopolitical dictatorship of conquest. 414 True. Italy also had its territorial aspirations beyond its borders. It was no accident that the problem of Dalmatia had been the first cause of Italian disillusionment after the war, and the N.A. 295. Tionalists had also always had their eye on Tunis, Corsica, and Albania. But all these ambitious desires never found firm support among the Italian people, and Mussolini himself was more of a stranger to them than were some of his followers. The alliance with Germany forced him irresistibly onto this geopolitical path, but since both sides of the new policy met with little popular or even party sympathy, his system of rule must henceforth be called a totalitarian geopolitical despotism. The structure of Italian fascism contained no method of preventing or even controlling such a remarkable transformation of foreign political aims. A great many of the most important members of the Grand Council, not to mention the king, were hostile to the pro-German policy from the very beginning, but beside the Fondateur dell'Impero they counted for less than had the last Sardinian member of parliament beside Giolitti. And while Hitler's geopolitical inclinations show the undeniable grandeur of the colossal and the historically unique, the diaries of Count Ciano reflect the depressing picture of a petty desire for booty by which Mussolini's impulsive spirit was now possessed. 415 But the geopolitical element by no means exhausts the content of Hitler's policy. Easily recognizable only in the most superficial aspects, this policy was founded on the will for a sweeping cure of a world sickness in which Hitler believed to have discerned the real cause of the threat to Germany. Hitler always concealed this aspect of his thinking with much greater care, although not completely. It is this side which makes it possible to speak of his system as being in essence a totalitarian despotism of salvation meaning the saving of the Germanic, that is, Aryan, race from injurious and in the end deadly influences. 416 Hence in its negative effect Hitler's hegemony must necessarily be a